What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. My crew is Fierce 1CF Chapter 1, Silverbuzz Rayleigh. A day ago, Shane died suddenly at his computer desk due to working overtime late at night. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in another world. Before he could come to his senses, a sack fell from the sky. His eyes went dark again. When I woke up again, I was in a strange environment and it was worse than before. He had a collar with an iron chain around his neck and was locked in a dungeon, surrounded by all kinds of strange inmates. There are giants over 10 meters tall, strange people with fish heads and human bodies, and mermaids soaking in water tanks. In short, they were all fantastic species that could only be seen in fantasy works. For a moment, Shane was stunned and thought that he was either dreaming or eating mushrooms. Until the familiar-looking mermaid girl in the water tank was pushed out by the guards. Soon after, the cell door began to shake, and at the same time, a roar was heard through the cell wall in the distance. "Cammy, we're here to rescue you." Immediately afterwards, there were shouts of, "Rubber, rubber," and "Three swords style." Shane suddenly had a very familiar sense of déjà vu. He felt as if he had seen this scene somewhere before. Wait, giants, murlocs, mermen, and auction houses, how come this series of factors combined together seem a bit familiar? One Piece? Brother, are you short of money? Suddenly, an old but charming voice came to his ears, interrupting Shane's thoughts. Money? Why would you suddenly ask this question at this time? Shane turned his head in confusion. What came into view was an old man with gray hair, an extremely strong body, and a mental outlook that was completely different from the other auction items in the dungeon. There was even liquid on the old man's beard. It was only then that Shane realized that as an auction item in the same prison, this guy was treated so well that he even had a wine jug in his hand. You have to know that when he was locked up, his whole body was searched, and even the chewing gum he used to stay awake at work was snatched away by the guards here. Seeing no one answered, the old man raised his head and took another big sip from the jug, drinking up all the wine in the jug. The mouth of the pot is facing downwards, but there is not a drop left. Hey, the wine jug is empty. How can an old man with nothing to do stay here? Seeing this scene, Shaw-en felt itchy and his mouth felt dry. After being caught, he hadn't had a drink of water for almost a day. If he had known that the old man had wine, he would have snatched it and had a drink. Advertisement, but in the next moment, the old man completely dispelled his thoughts with his actions. The old man put the empty wine bottle on his waist, then twisted his neck and moved his wrists a few times. Then, under Shane's extremely surprised gaze, the old man casually reached out his hand and grabbed the collar around his neck. With two crackling sounds, the iron collar that seemed solid and hard to Shane shattered instantly in the old man's hands like paper. "How about it, little brother, do you want to go out and exercise with me?" The old man stood up, glanced at Shane who looked extremely shocked, and asked calmly. "You?" Shaw-en was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He looked at the old man with complicated eyes for a long time, licked his dry lips, and said the first words he said after crossing into this world. "Can you steal some water before you steal the money, Mr. Silverbuzz Rayleigh?" A few minutes later, Shane drank the water as he wished. Hiss. "Oh, so cool." After greedily drinking half a bottle of water, Shane stepped over the guard who was stunned by Conqueror's domineering aura, followed Rayleigh's footsteps, and walked into the warehouse where the auction proceeds of the human auction house were stored. The crystal wall is brilliant and sparkling with golden light. The piles of jewels were dazzling, and the boxes of Bailey's banknotes were countless. It looks like now not only can I fill my wine jug, but I can even go to the casino again. Rayleigh grabbed a stack of bills from the box and put them in his trouser pockets, a satisfied smile on his face. After filling his entire body with the bills, Rayleigh looked a little regretful. What a shame. If I had known, I would have brought a sack with me. Sack? Shane felt a little offended when he heard this word, because he was caught in a sack. But if he hadn't been caught here, he wouldn't have met Rayleigh. If he hadn't met Rayleigh, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to come into contact with so much money in such a short period of time. And the moment he came into contact with the money, he the cheat also awakened. Conditions for this summon. 10 million Baileys. I have detected that there is plenty of Bailey near the host. Do you want to absorb it? Tong, you are finally here. Shane's mouth curled up into a happy smile. I said, how can a time traveler not cheat? Can a time traveler without cheat be serious? Mr. Rayleigh, if you allow me, I can take all the rest. Advertisement before activating cheat. Out of respect for the lifesaver and world-class warrior in front of him, Shaw-en decided to report it first. Oh, Rayleigh raised her eyebrows in surprise. Brother, are you also a person with special abilities? Hearing this, Shaw-en hesitated for a moment, thought about it in his mind for a while, and felt that it was not too much to describe his cheating as a kind of ability, so he organized the words in his mind and nodded slightly. You could describe it this way. My ability is to summon my faraway companions to my side at the cost of money. Wow, that sounds like an incredible ability. Rayleigh showed an amazed look in his eyes, then waved his hand expectantly and said, Don't worry about me. What I got this time is more than enough. Besides, this auction house is not going to go bankrupt suddenly. At worst, I can come back a few more times after I've spent all my money in the casino. However, the auction house did go bankrupt. Oh well. After getting Rayleigh's permission, Shane did not hesitate and put his hand on the box full of Baileys, saying to himself, Start absorbing. The next moment, without any warning, all the Baileys in the warehouse, including the gold, silver and jewelry, disappeared in an instant. It all happened so fast that even Rayleigh, who had a red glow in the corner of his eyes and his observation Haki activated, didn't see it clearly. He could only sigh in his heart that the ability of the ability user is indeed special. Open black lens bracket, obtain 1,320,000,000 Baileys. Close black lens bracket, the conditions for this summoning have been met. Do you want to start this summoning? Open. Am I going to be a billionaire now? After slightly sighing at the astronomical figure, Shane continued to recite it in his mind. Summoning is about to start. This summoning is for a character. Please prepare one of the following 3 summoning media. Open black lens bracket A. Parasol close black lens bracket, BA bomb strong enough to kill a normal Poseidonman. CA dragon scale. We actually need to summon a medium? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. But where can I find a bomb to kill a Poseidon in this situation? Even if I find a bomb, how do I know if it can kill a Poseidon? And the scales of this dragon, there were quite a few fishmen among my cellmates just now, but I didn't see any dragons at all. Wait, at this time, there seems to be a guy in the Sabaody Islands who is a dragon, but I don't know if he counts as a dragon that was transformed by a devil fruit. But even if I found him, with my strength I wouldn't be able to even break his skin, let alone take off a single scale. Therefore, considering the actual situation at the moment, we can only choose the relatively simpler option A. But it's too difficult to force me to find a parasol in this human auction house. There actually is one. Chapter 2 The First Summons. Kagura, Brother Shane. The weather in the Sabaody Archipelago has been quite cool recently. I don't think you will need it. Rayleigh was waiting for Shane to use his ability, but he saw him suddenly run to the door and pick up an umbrella. He was confused for a moment. Or is this prepared for the companions you were about to summon? Rayleigh asked doubtfully. Maybe? Shane's tone was somewhat uncertain, and he himself was not clear about the specific relationship between the summoning medium and the summoned person. Through some extra information that suddenly popped up in his mind, he knew that his cheat would not summon characters every time. It could only summon characters when a medium was needed, and there would be a cooling time after each summoning. As for how long the cooling time is, he doesn't know yet, and he will know it only after the first summon. In short, I hope the person who comes is easy to get along with, because he is a socially anxious person. The summoning conditions have been met, and the summoning medium has been gathered. Do you want to perform the character summoning? Yes. Wow. As Shaw-en finished his words, a hazy blue light suddenly appeared in the dim warehouse that was only illuminated by a few candlelights. Oh wow, there are also summoning effects. He thought it would be summoned out of thin air, but he didn't expect it to be much more advanced than he thought. Shaw-en looked down in the direction of the light and discovered that at some point, a blue summoning ray had covered the area several meters below his feet. Before Shane could observe the summoning circle, the space in front of him suddenly trembled violently, as if something was about to come out of it. With a crack appeared in the air as if Whitebeard had punched him. Immediately following, a small hand stretched out from the crack and grabbed the umbrella. Wow, what a great strength! Shane suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from the umbrella handle. He was almost pulled down by it and quickly let go of his hand. As he heard the sound of nimble footsteps, Shane raised his head and stared at the petite girl in front of him who was holding an umbrella and had a curious expression on her face. The girl was wearing an orange cheongsam, the same color as her hair, which was tied into a bun. She was very petite, and was estimated to be not even as tall as his shoulders. At this moment, she was gazing at him with her cat-like blue pupils. Parasol, cheongsam, orange bun, girl. With such a striking feature, Shane's name popped up in his mind unconsciously without even a second thought. Kagura. Advertisement: the heroine in the anime Gintama. They're from the Night Rabbit clan, one of the most powerful races in the Gintama world. They look exactly like humans, but their physical fitness and appetite are horrible. Their weakness is that they cannot be exposed to direct sunlight for a long time, so this tribe cannot go out. Usually carry a parasol. Successfully summon Gintama World Kagura. Host gains access to some of the character's attributes. For details please check your own character panel. Property sharing. Shane tried to feel it and found that compared with his weak body due to years of inactivity, his body was now many times better. Not only did he become lighter, he also had a sense of strength he had never had before. He felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. Open the people panel. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age, 24 close black lens bracket, race, human, 95%, Night Rabbit, 5%. Ability. None. Evaluation. With the initial improvement, you may be able to try to catch Monka's axe with your bare hands, relying on the super strong defense and recovery ability granted by part of the Night Rabbit bloodline. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. To be able to block the Axe King's axe with one's bare body, that's really a high evaluation. I'm afraid he can basically walk around the East Daxia Sea with this guy. But he is in the Sabaody Archipelago now. In the first half of the Grand Line, any pirate with a bounty of tens of millions is better than Monka. Therefore, with his current strength, he can only be regarded as a small Kurami on this island. For a moment, the inflated feeling after his sudden increase in strength disappeared instantly, and Shane had to accept the fact that he was still a weakling. I heard that I can get a meal by following you? The orange-haired girl stared at Shaw-en for a long time, and seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, she finally couldn't help but ask. Her voice sounded both anxious and expectant. I haven't had a full meal for a long time since I ran away from home. Today, when she was rummaging through a trash can on the streets of Edo looking for valuables to sell, she suddenly heard a voice. He said that as long as he went to a faraway place to be a companion, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of food in the future. So, without any hesitation, she followed the voice and came over. But now, looking at that pale, chapped-lipped guy, it seemed unlikely that he could support her. After all, she knew that her appetite was a little bit big. Follow me. Get food. Hearing this, the expression on Shaw-en's face became a little surprised. There was an indescribable sense of contrast when these bandit-like words came out of the mouth of a young girl. But when he thought that the person in front of him was the heroine of the Gintama world, he was instantly relieved. Advertisement in that world full of pitfalls and nonsense, it would be strange if the heroine wasn't strange. Why not meet? Unlike a certain poor guy with silver curly hair, he, who had billions of Baileys in his hands, patted his chest confidently and said this with enough confidence. Snap. After hearing what Shane said, Kagura was stunned. The parasol in her hand fell to the ground and tears gradually appeared in her eyes. After a long while, the extremely excited voice of a young girl was heard in the warehouse. I'll follow you, boss. What are you doing? Looking at the girl who threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly with tears of excitement, Shaw-en didn't know where to put his hands for a moment. The girl's body was very soft, and when they got so close to each other, Shane could even smell a fragrance coming from the wind. However, before he could enjoy it for a few seconds, he felt something was wrong. The arms that were hugging his waist seemed to be gaining strength as their owner's emotions fluctuated. Let go. Let go. Ah. Crunch. He heard the sound of his bones being squeezed, his breathing became difficult, and his face turned pale rapidly. He felt that he might die here, as the companion he summoned was hugged to death in the girl's arms. This way of dying is so shameful no matter how you look at it. Hey, little girl, brother Shane doesn't seem to be in good condition. Fortunately, there was a third person in the warehouse. Rayleigh was originally watching the interaction between the two with great interest. As he got older, he always liked to observe these energetic young people reminiscing about the past. But what he didn't expect was that although the partner summoned by brother Shane was small, she had a strength in her body that even he could not underestimate, and she seemed to be unable to control it. Huh? Hearing this, Kagura looked up in confusion, but was horrified to find that the boss she had just recognized had a frighteningly pale face, as if he was about to die. She was so scared that she quickly let go of her hand, and Shaw-en seemed to be relieved. He collapsed to the ground powerlessly, with white foam oozing from the corners of his mouth. Boss, what's wrong with you? Did you suddenly fall ill? Don't be lazy and sleep here. You be *****************. Wake up and take me to eat meat. For a moment, Kagura was at a loss. In a panic, her petite body fell heavily on Shane's chest, shocking Rayleigh so much that his eyes widened. Chapter 3 Orange-haired Shaw-en. After a long time, Shane was finally saved by Rayleigh, who couldn't bear to watch him. At this moment, he was leaning against the wall with disheveled clothes, breathing heavily, and looking at the strong girl in front of him with vigilance, fearing that she would crack his skull with her strong hands, again. The girl knew that she had done something wrong. She was too guilty to look Shane in the eye. She turned her head away and whistled as if nothing had happened. But she was obviously not a patient person. After a while, she was attracted by the ants passing by her feet. She squatted down, stretched out her fingers and started teasing the ants. Seeing her innocent look, Shane and Rayleigh looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Well, if I can hook up with such a guy, I will be blessed in the future. After sighing several times in his heart, Shane regained the strength to speak, stood up and looked at Rayleigh beside him, and said in a very serious tone. Mr. Rayleigh, thank you for rescuing me from the dungeon and bringing me here. If there is anything I can do for you in the future, please let me know. Shane was truly grateful to Rayleigh. If it weren't for his strength, not only would the 10 million Baileys required to cheat the system be far from being realized, but he himself might have become an auction item and been sold. It can be said that Rayleigh single-handedly turned his career as a time traveler from a hellish start to a dream start. It's just a small favor. I felt that you had something different from others in the dungeon, so I invited you to come out with me. I didn't expect that I would see such an interesting ability. Having said that, Rayleigh looked at Shane's body meaningfully. This young man, who was previously in the dungeon and could not even beat the ordinary people of the Sabaody Archipelago, has become many times stronger in less than half a day. Moreover, he could see that Shane's body was not temporarily strengthened like when the animal-type fruit was first transformed, but the body itself was actually strengthened, as if he had been training for several years out of thin air. Today's young people are really amazing. Suddenly, a red light flashed across the corner of Rayleigh's eyes, and he sensed that something interesting seemed to be happening in the auction house hall. So he smiled and looked at Shaw-en and the other man. Shaw-en, are you interested in going to the auction house lobby to join in the fun? There seem to be a few young people there who are as nice as you. Maybe they can get along well with you guys? Auction house lobby. Shane recalled the mermaid in the water tank he saw in the dungeon, and at the same time, the plot of the original novel he had read in his previous life also flashed back in his mind. The mermaid Kami was captured, and the Straw Hat Pirates gathered at the human auction house to save their friend, and then they had a conflict with the Celestial Dragons. Luffy beat up the Celestial Dragons in anger, and the Marines surrounded the auction house, and finally even attracted Admiral Kizaru. Advertisement said this place will soon become extremely dangerous. If he follows Rayleigh to the hall at this time, he might accidentally get involved in the trouble that the Straw Hat Pirates will encounter. And with his current strength, if he really participated in the battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and Kizaru and the pacifists, he would probably not survive more than a few seconds even with Kagura's protection. No, Shane shook his head slightly and touched his shriveled stomach. He hadn't eaten anything during the day he was captured. What I want to do most now is to have a good meal, take a hot bath, and have a good sleep. Okay. Hearing this, Kagura's eyes lit up. She didn't bother playing with the ants anymore, grabbed Shane's hand and prepared to run outside. Eat. Eat. Wait a minute, don't be in a hurry. Feeling the terrifying force coming from the arm again, Shaw-en felt like he had a husky that couldn't pull the rope, and he struggled to speak out to stop it. I haven't said goodbye to Mr. Rayleigh yet. A few minutes later, Shane and Kagura walked out of the auction house one after the other. Outside the door was a unique island that Shane had not had time to appreciate after crossing over. The 79 endless Yarkaman mangroves interweave together to form the 79 islands of the Sabaody Archipelago. Under each tree, there is a special resin secreted by the roots. As the temperature rises, the resin turns into bubbles and leaves the ground. Under the sunlight, countless bubbles rise into the air and emit colorful Madara colors, light. The light was bright, but Shane, who had not seen the light for a long time, could hardly open his eyes. He could only appreciate the scenery through the gaps between his fingertips. Maybe it was because he had some night rabbit blood, but when the warm sunlight shone on his body, Shane felt a little uncomfortable on his skin. At this moment, an umbrella was placed against his hair and propped up above his head. Shane turned around in surprise and found that it was Kagura. The little girl was standing on tiptoe with great effort, holding the parasol high in her hand. Even so, with her height, she could only cover the parasol over her head. Advertisement. Shane found it interesting, so he grabbed the umbrella with one hand and held it over their heads easily, saying as they walked, "How do you know I'll feel bad, hair?" Kagura followed the pace and walked side by side with Shane. She looked up and pointed at Shane's hair, her voice sounding inexplicably happy. "Your hair has become the same color as mine, what?" Hearing this, Shaw-en was a little surprised. As there was no mirror, he had to pull the loose hair on his forehead to his eyes. Fortunately, the length was enough. He stared up with eyes wide open, and found that his hair was no longer pure black, but a lighter orange color similar to Kagura's. Wow, this has become non-mainstream, but it looks pretty good. And when he becomes famous in the future, maybe he will be called Orange-Haired Shanks, because of his hair color. However, this doesn't sound as domineering as Red-Haired Shanks. Gu, Shane's thoughts were interrupted by the growling of Kagura's stomach. "Shaw-chan, I'm so hungry." Kagura touched her stomach, raised her head and looked at Shaw-en pitifully. "Please bear with it for a while. We must get as far away from this place as possible." After being hungry for nearly a day, and with the strengthening of the Night Rabbit bloodline, Shane's hunger is no less than Kagura's. But he knew very well that the news of Luffy and others harming the Celestial Dragons had probably already reached the Marine headquarters. At this moment, not only were the Marines stationed in the Sabaody Islands rushing here, but Marine Admiral Kizaru was also on his way. "Wait, what was that weird name you just used? It would be better to call him boss." After walking for a while, Shane finally realized that something was wrong. "But Shaw-chan sounds really nice, don't you like it? What man likes to be called like that? Anyway, you should just call me by my name, Shane, or Captain." "Got it, Shaw-chan." Chapter 4: The General Asking for Directions. Island 27 of the Sabaody Archipelago. After the news that Straw Hat Boy beat up Flying Dragon Man at the auction house spread, the whole island began to boil like boiling water. The Marines stationed locally, the pirates fleeing at the site of the disaster, the innocent civilians suffering from the disaster. In an instant, the entire island was filled with the sounds of fighting and noise. Not long after, the support fleet sent by Marine from the headquarters also arrived. "Yes, it's Admiral Marine. Kizaru, run, the general has landed on the island." How could a person like him be on this island? After someone landed on the island in a flashy manner as if stepping on a cannonball, the unlucky pirates on island number 27 were like lambs to be slaughtered, and their wailing cries echoed throughout the alley. "Mexi Mexi, Mexi Mexi, why can't I hear any sound?" Kizaru walked slowly on the smoke-filled street, dealing with pirates along the way while steadying the Den Den Mushi on his wrist, his expression particularly troubled. Every time he raised his hand, laser-like beams of energy shot out from his fingertips. Explosions sounded, and the pirates who wanted to escape fell down one by one like melons and vegetables. Mexi, Mexi. The pirates were either pierced through the body or blown away by the explosion caused by the light column hitting the ground. In just a few minutes since Kizaru landed, the pirates on island number 27 were almost wiped out. But there was no joy on Kizaru's face, because the Den Den Mushi on his wrist still didn't respond. This was the Den Den Mushi that was used to contact his subordinate, Sentamaru. Due to the urgency of the situation, Kizaru only reported to Sengoku before setting off with the warship, without obtaining sufficient intelligence. "I only know a few of the criminal leaders who offended the Celestial Dragons, such as Straw Hat Boy, Kid, Law and others. As for the rest, about the whole process, the current situation, and the specific location of the murderer and others, he still needs to be told by Zon Taowen, who has landed in the Sabaody Islands in advance." But he couldn't get through the Den Den Mushi on his wrist, which he used to contact his subordinates. After calling out to his wrist a few more times, Kizaru finally gave up and decided to ask someone on the way. However, at this time, the civilians had already hidden in their homes and closed their doors. The Marines had probably just come down from the warships and were still some distance away from here. The few pirates on the street were now one after another. They were all knocked to the ground by him. Advertisement. Kizaru searched for a long time and finally found the two people with his Admiral level observation Haki. Judging from their appearance alone, they should be a pair of siblings with the same hair color. Unlike pirates, who would either flee or take advantage of the chaos to rob, these two young men were sitting in front of a restaurant, enjoying the food that was constantly being served, of delicious food. They were not ordinary people either. Just by looking at the speed at which the food disappeared, it could be seen that the brother and sister were like bottomless pits. They kept stuffing food into their stomachs. The empty plates kept piling up, but their stomachs did not get any bigger. Yeah, sitting at the entrance of the restaurant to eat, you look very interested, bro. Kizaru approached the two quietly, picked up a plate of food in a very familiar manner, and took a few bites while chatting them up. Shane is very panicked now, the kind of panic that makes him sweat profusely. He was numb, so he came out of the human auction house. Knowing that Luffy and the others would be surrounded by marine there, he took Kagura and ran as far away as possible without looking back. The trip only took a few dozen minutes. They took the unique means of transportation in the Sabaody Archipelago, such as bubble cars, sea-flying fish, etc. It can be said that they used all means to run straight from island number 1 to island number 27 in one breath. But who could tell him why he and Kagura finally found a restaurant that was willing to sell them food, and they were eating hot pot and singing songs, when suddenly a Marine Admiral popped out. Looking at the middle-aged face wearing sunglasses and looking extremely wretched so close to him, Shane's expression was extremely wonderful. The feeling of oppression is so strong, completely different from the lazy general in the anime, under close contact, that nearly 3-meter-tall body, even with that wretched uncle face as a cover, Shane, who has obtained the blood of the night rabbit, can still feel a feeling of oppression as vast as the deep ocean. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling, as Rayleigh could also give him this feeling. However, perhaps due to Rayleigh's age, the sense of crisis he felt was not as strong as that of Kizaru. Fortunately, he is not a pirate yet. Based on the character shown by Kizaru in the anime, as long as he is not provoked, he should be fine. However, you wretched old man, how dare you steal our lunch? Kagura just reacted at this moment, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Then, her voice seemed unable to reflect her anger. Under Shaw-En's confused gaze, she jumped up and swung the parasol towards Kizaru's head. Snort, advertisement. The parasol chopped down, and under the terrifying power of the Night Rabbit clan, only a flash of red afterimage was seen, and a powerful gust of wind was set off in the air. Wow, what are you doing? Shane's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he never imagined this scene would happen. So fast. Kizaru's pupils shrank slightly. The speed at which this petite girl in his eyes burst out in a short period of time was even faster than his observation Haki. But, after feeling it for a while, Kizaru felt relieved. The menacing parasol was not entangled with the armed color domineering. An attack without armament Haki cannot hit the entity of a Logia user, no matter how fast or powerful the attack is. The facts were just as he thought. The umbrella passed through his head without any hindrance, and like a kitchen knife cutting tofu, it smoothly cut him in half vertically and chopped him heavily on the ground. Bang! The ground broke apart, and as the dust cleared, a nearly 10-meter-wide pit was revealed. Oh, didn't hit it? Falling to the ground, Kagura weighed the umbrella in her hand doubtfully, with a look of confusion on her face. What do you mean you missed it? Didn't you see the big hole on the ground? Shane walked forward. But the feeling was wrong. I clearly hit his head, but I didn't feel anything. That's because they are Logia users. Didn't I just tell you this while we were having dinner? Oh, is this what Natsu-chan told me before? You need to learn Haki to hit this guy, and don't provoke him if you don't have Haki, Kagura suddenly realized. That's right. I'm glad you remember what I said. Shane's voice already sounded a little hopeless. But can you please remember before you do it? Family members, who understands? I just came out of the fountain and haven't started to develop yet, but my teammates started fighting the Baron. Chapter 5. Hawkins and Yorogue. Several meters away from the pit, light particles gathered from midair and gradually overlapped into a human shape. Tisk tisk tisk, what a scary little girl, she was almost hit. As expected, Kizaru was standing outside the pit intact, not even his clothes were stained with dust, and in his hand was firmly holding the plate of food he had just stolen. Hey, aren't you the user of the Pikachu fruit? This attack can't hit you at all, okay? Shane couldn't stand his despicable look and exposed him mercilessly. This guy is like this in the original book. He keeps saying, so scary, but ends up kicking people into supernovas. In the final analysis, he still has his own strength to rely on. Oh, so you know my identity, brother? Kizaru looked at Shane with a little surprise. Admiral Marine, I think there are more people in this world who know than those who don't. Huh, so does this old man count as a star in this world? Kagura interrupted. The star you are referring to is. Shane was surprised at her train of thought. He is popular, and there are many people who like him and hate him. Well, now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Ha ha ha, you're not yet at the level of a celebrity. Young man, what you said really makes me embarrassed. Kizaru scratched his forehead. Hey, why are you embarrassed? It's not what I said. Shaw-En complained helplessly. It's okay that Kagura has a weird train of thought. After all, she comes from that nonsensical world. How can a general like you be so unrighteous, Sutra? By the way, according to the anime plots he had seen, shouldn't this guy be kicking a supernova right now? Why would I eat here for no reason and even have time to chat with them? By the way, is it really okay for you, a Marine Admiral, to be lazy here instead of going out to catch pirates? As he is not a pirate yet, he has no pressure in saying this. Hey, after being reminded by you, little brother, I suddenly remembered that I was originally looking for someone to ask for directions, looking for a subordinate of mine named Zan Taowen, but now. The words stopped here. Kizaru stroked his chin, and looked at the two of them from top to bottom and from left to right with his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. After a long time, he suddenly nodded, with a meaningful smile on his face. Although they didn't know what the old man was doing, both Shane and Kagura felt a chill at the same time. Could it be that the old man had some idea about them? Thinking of this terrible possibility, the two of them quickly stepped back and hid behind Kagura's open umbrella. Advertisement: what evil ideas are you planning, you old man? ×2. Was my expression that obvious? Kizaru looked at the two people who suddenly became alert in surprise. It's so obvious. Your expression is exactly the same as those human traffickers who took me to the human auction house yesterday. So this wretched-looking old man is really a human trafficker? Hey, I'm not a human trafficker. Now it was Kizaru's turn to be anxious. Seeing that the two of them were getting more and more off topic as they talked, the frown on Kizaru's head grew thicker and thicker. Since becoming the general, except for a few seniors like Garp Zongguo and a few colleagues, he has rarely encountered anyone who dares to make up stories about him in person. But given his personality, he wouldn't get angry as long as the other party wasn't a pirate. And facing these two little guys who might become his subordinates, he would be even less likely to care. Have you ever thought about following me and joining the Marine? Kizaru lowered his body slightly, with a lewd smile on his old face. He looked at the two of them while stroking his chin, as if he was expecting their answer. What? Join Marine? Us? Shane pointed at himself and Kagura in disbelief. He was confused again. How could a Marine Admiral take notice of him just for a meal and personally invite him? Didn't he do nothing? Wait. Thinking of this, he suddenly glanced at Kagura who was standing beside him with a confused look on her face. It must be because of Kagura. This guy hit Kizaru as soon as they met. I was wondering why Kizaru didn't care. It turns out that he was attracted by our talents. What is Marine? Kagura tugged at the corner of Shane's clothes. She had only been in this world for less than half a day, and her common sense about this world was almost zero. A Marine is, of course, a guy who does nothing but eats other people's food everywhere, and then tries to recruit others to join his group after eating, Shane said nonchalantly. Hearing the hidden meaning in Shane's words, Kagura looked at Kizaru with disdain. Hey, brother, you can't lie to a kid like this. How can a Marine not do anything? Don't think I'm so leisurely now. I'm actually here on a mission to catch pirates. If that's the case, why don't you arrest the pirates over there? Shane pointed. But somewhere on the street, a blond man with a shaman-like temperament holding a card walked out, followed by a dozen men in cloaks. Advertisement. Kizaru turned around with some surprise, and at this moment, the blond man also looked over, and their eyes collided in the air. The air froze. Quote. This is Kizaru. Hawkins' pupils shrank, but after looking at the cards in his hand, his expression returned to normal. He did not look dead today. He was able to regain his composure, but the men behind him were not. Great Admiral Kizaru, how could such a person suddenly appear in this place? Damn it, how come I met the most difficult guy? Ignoring the commotion of the pirates, Kizaru looked at Shane helplessly. Brother, you really are able to cause trouble for me. I originally thought that if they didn't see me, it would be fine. But now, he paused here and looked up in surprise. Wow, all I heard was a very strong sound of breaking through the air. It turned out to be a huge body flying backwards, knocking down many buildings along the way, and the place where it fell was exactly where Shaoan was standing. That's the weird monk Liuqi. How could he be beaten to death? A sharp-eyed subordinate behind Hawkins recognized the identity of the UFO. A smile appeared on Kizaru's lips, and he had no intention of helping Shane block this huge body. Shane also noticed the huge monster coming towards him from above. Although he was a little nervous, he did not dodge. Because Kagura had already flashed in front of him at this time, and her small body gave him a great sense of security. Under the shocked gazes of Hawkins and others, this petite girl, who was only 1.5 meters tall, actually caught the falling monster with one hand. Then, like throwing a shot put, she grabbed the body of the monster in her hand, spun it around herself twice, and threw it out alive. Chapter 6. Pacifist. Nani. They actually threw out Uroge, who had a bounty of over 100 million. This little girl is so strong, you can't tell from her appearance. Everyone was dumbfounded. Except for Kizaru and Shane who were present, no one would have thought that a little girl who was just over 1.5 meters tall could possess the strength of a wild beast. This naturally includes Hawkins. It was clearly visible that after Kagura caught the falling Uroge and threw him away, his indifferent face finally changed. But soon, he seemed to sense some danger, his pupils shrank, and his body suddenly moved to the side, but he was still a step too late. Beep. A dazzling laser shot out, crossing the gap between two buildings, reaching a distance of 100 meters in an instant, and piercing Hawkins' chest without any hindrance. Boss. Amid the subordinates' screams of horror, there was only the sound of a loud explosion. Puff. Hawkins was severely injured, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting several buildings and finally falling into a stone wall. The whole audience was silent. Is this Kizaru's ability? This sudden scene made Shaoan a little dazed, and he subconsciously looked at the wretched old man beside him. However, This Marine Admiral who was supposed to be fulfilling his duty of catching pirates actually took out a nail clipper at some point and was busy trimming his fingernails, looking like he was trying to take advantage of the situation. How can a general like you be so leisurely? Wait, if this guy wasn't the one who did it just now, then who could use this ability? Bang bang bang. Wanted target 1. Strange Monk, Voyage, bounty 108 million berries. Wanted target number 2. Magician, Hawkins, bounty of 249 million Baileys. Heavy footsteps were heard, and under the incredulous gazes of the pirate minions, a burly man with a bear-like face who was taller than a building walked out from the shadows with seemingly mechanical steps. Advertisement. Nan Shichibukai. Bartholomew Bear, why is this guy here? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Do they need to mobilize both the generals and the Shichibukai to capture us? The pirates completely collapsed. Some guys who were hiding in the dark and observing secretly have already started to run for their lives. Of course, this does not include Apu from the long-handed clan who has been hiding on the rooftop and secretly observing since Kizaru met Shane and Kagura. It was on the rooftop of a building not far from the scene. It's getting more and more lively. One of the Supernovas, DJ Sound, Apu, secretly looked down, his eyes passing over Liuqi, Hawkins, Shang and others, and stopped at Huang on the three of them, Yuan, Shan, and Kagura. He had just witnessed Kagura attacking Kizaru. The speed and power that burst out in an instant shocked him from a distance of 100 meters. He thought that if this little girl attacked him at close range, he would probably be by then, he had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. He felt threatened by his younger sister. Kagura and Shane had the same hair color at this time, so how terrifying it would be if the older brother took action. You must remember this guy's face, he may be a dangerous opponent in the future. However, what concerned him most was the Admiral Kizaru who had not yet taken action. He saw with his own eyes that the little girl suddenly jumped up and split Kizaru in half with her umbrella. However, the next moment, the two halves of Kizaru's body were it actually turned into light particles and then recovered. Is he a user of the Logia fruit? This is a really tricky ability. I wonder if my sonic attack will be effective. Captain, now not only the admirals but even the Shichibukai are here, should we run away? Unlike Captain Apu who was as steady as an old dog, his men were already sweating profusely from nervousness. There's no rush for now. Apu looked thoughtful, staring greedily at the Admiral Kizaru below. After seeing Kizaru's Logia ability, he realized that he couldn't hurt him without mastering Haki. But if he just ran away without doing anything, wouldn't he have been spying here for nothing? Moreover, he managed to escape unscathed after attacking Admiral Marine. When the news spread out in the New World, every pirate would look up to him. You guys go back and load all the supplies onto the ship first. I'll stay here and leave some gifts for our Admiral who came here with great difficulty. I'm sorry, Hawkins from North Blue, I was hit hard by that little girl just now, so I just woke up now. Advertisement. A ferocious-looking bald and bearded man slowly stood up from the ground. He was wearing a monk's robe, and was much taller than Kizaru. Behind him was a pair of white wings that were particularly small compared to his body. This person is none other than the strange monk, Voyage, one of the pirate supernovas on the island, who was just caught and thrown away by Kagura. Ha 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 ha, I forgot to remind you, you are not the only strong enemy here. Voyage patted his bloody forehead, glanced at Kizaru beside him with a gloating look, and looked at the pacifist in front of him. The man laughed like crazy. I was also knocked here by this Shichibukai Bartholomew Bear just now. Ha 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 ha. Well, you're not going to be defeated by just one hit, are you? Noisy. The wall collapsed, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Hawkins walked out slowly with an indifferent expression. Except for a burnt scarecrow, his body was completely unharmed. Today, I am not doomed to die. At the same time, an unlucky guy who was transporting goods at the port looked blankly at the bloody hole that suddenly appeared on his chest, and collapsed to the ground in confusion. He was able to survive a direct attack from a pacifist. The young people nowadays are truly more terrifying than each other. Kizaru's unconventional and playful voice was heard in the venue. Although what he said was clearly a compliment, it always sounded like being ridiculed. Moreover, while saying this, Kizaru suddenly stretched out his hands and pressed them on the shoulders of two people who wanted to escape in the chaos. Brother, are you planning to leave without saying goodbye? Quote. Shane and Kagura, who were being held down, looked frozen. Ha ha ha, Mr. Kizaru, I didn't expect you to discover this. You are worthy of being the Admiral of Marine. Shane was a little embarrassed after being caught on the spot. Kizaru is just a nickname that outsiders call me. My real name is Borsellino. Kizaru patted the two men's shoulders with a kind smile, looking like an old man who was kind to his grandchildren. Klee and Hawkins were stunned. Besides, if my eyes were not so dim that I couldn't see clearly, I would not have ignored the large pot of food swaying in front of me, right? What pot? Hearing this, Shane was confused for a moment, but soon glanced to his side as if realizing something. As expected, on Kagura's little head, there suddenly appeared an exaggerated-sized iron pot filled with food. Where did the iron pot come from? When did you put it on your head? Didn't we just agree to run away secretly? Chapter 7 Conqueror's First Appearance. Pack up the unfinished food. I'm saving you money, Sha-chan. Kagura looked puzzled. While speaking, she reached her little hand into the pot above her head, grabbed a piece of meat, and sucked it into her mouth with a whoosh. I think you're just greedy. Shane's mouth twitched, and he grabbed her cheek and pulled it, causing the girl to let out a cute cry. Brother, you haven't told me why you chose to leave without saying goodbye. Don't you want to join Marine? Kizaru let go of the two men's shoulders. Hasn't the reason already been revealed by you? Sha-en complained in his heart. As a social animal who died suddenly due to overwork, I was lucky enough to be reborn and traveled to this colorful world. Even if I didn't become a pirate, the mainstream profession in this world, I would never join the Marine and work for others. In his previous life, he had had enough of being driven around by others, and in this life, no one could expect him to work for others and be a slave. The more Shane thought about it, the more determined his expression became. At this moment, he clenched his hands, raised his head, and all the fear, alertness and awe of the general in his eyes were gone. At the same time, Sha-en didn't realize that the second after he made up his mind, a dominance that was superior to others suddenly burst out from his pupils. It swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. This momentum only appeared for a moment, but it caused a chill in everyone's hearts. A few pirate minions staggered a few times and almost lost their balance and fell. This momentum is. Only Kizaru knew what had happened. His expression suddenly froze, and his eyes, staring at Shane from behind his sunglasses, were filled with shock. This young man actually possesses the qualities of a king that only 1 in a million people can produce. Shane had no idea what was happening at the scene, his eyes were only on Kizaru. Now, he had only one thought in his mind, that is to say no to Admiral Marine. I won't join. As he spoke, Sha-en's expression suddenly changed, and his aura disappeared instantly, as if he had witnessed something outrageous. And in fact it is indeed outrageous. Kizaru cracked. Physically broken. The smooth surface seemed to be cut in half by a knife, and the upper half fell to the ground with a "ha" sound. Everyone present was stunned until they heard the sound of a gong. Hawkins and Liuqi had strange looks on their faces, as if they had guessed the identity of the person who had acted in secret. Wanted Target 3. DJ Sound. Apu, Bounty 198 million Baileys. The pacifist raised his head, which had been on standby mode, and mechanically scanned 180 degrees, finally locking his sights on a tall building. That was where the gong sound came from, and it was also where Apu had been hiding. Advertisement. Beep beep. After locking onto the target, the pacifist suddenly opened his palms, and 3 laser beams shot out. Looking at the direction they are heading, they correspond to the 3 wanted pirates in the field, Hawkins, Uroge, and Apo. The battle is about to begin. Karma. Liuqi was the first to react. His muscles surged, his monk's robes shredded, and his size expanded more than twice in an instant. After dodging the incoming laser beam, he pounced in front of the pacifist and fought with it. Hawkins once again endured the damage at the cost of a scarecrow. Just as he drew the sharp blade at his waist and prepared to cooperate with Uroge to attack the pacifist, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? What? Hawkins' pupils constricted, and in the pupils illuminated by the light, there was a long leg made up of light particles. Bang! Hawkins only let out an inexplicable scream, and then he disappeared from the spot. He crashed into the walls along the way like a cannonball and flew backwards nearly 100 meters. At the same time, laser beams far stronger and faster than those released by the previous pacifist burst out and rushed towards the direction where Hawkins finally fell at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! There was an explosion like thunder, the earth shook, and an entire building collapsed. Hawkins himself was also buried under the rubble, and his life or death was unknown. Apu's back was pressed against a high wall, his chest heaving and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He panicked. I found a good opportunity to attack Admiral Marine, and wanted to run away after the attack, but was stopped by an attack from that damn Shichibukai. Having missed the best opportunity to escape, he now dared not move anymore, because once he appeared in Kizaru's field of vision, he would definitely not be able to escape Guang's pursuit. So you are here. Suddenly, a playful voice sounded behind me. Apu's body stiffened, and before he could turn around, he was kicked to the ground at the speed of light. ... After the battle began, the two who were neither Marines nor pirates became outsiders. Shane was obviously happy to see this situation. He didn't have to continue to pretend to be friendly with Kizaru, nor did he have to be forced to join that crappy Marine. All this was thanks to the guy who took the initiative. Advertisement. Apu, I will remember you. I am willing to call you the best in the field of seeking death. After mourning for him twice in his heart, Sha-en grabbed Kagura, who was still eating from the iron pot, without any hesitation and fled the scene without looking back. On the way, they passed by a strong man holding a long sword and an iron axe. Shane recognized his identity, fallen Major General Drake, one of the Supernovas. Because Kizaru and Shichibukai were present at the same time, the other pirates were running away, but he was the only one approaching the battlefield, his firm steps as if he had a definite goal in mind. Shane's eyes flickered and he looked at him, but he had no intention of communicating. He grabbed Kagura's hand, passed him and continued to run out. Dozens of minutes later, Sha-chan, we seem to. While running, Kagura looked at the increasingly familiar environment along the way, tilted his head, and realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? Are you hungry again? That meal I just had cost me 1,000,000 Baileys. No, I mean, we seem to be running in the wrong direction. What? Shane braked suddenly, his heel leaving a long mark on the ground, and he happened to stop under an Alchiman mangrove tree. Looking up, The words, Island Number 13, were clearly engraved on the signboard hanging on the mangrove branches. Number 13. How could it be number 13? Wasn't I running towards the island with a lower number? How did I end up in a more dangerous place? He and Kagura ran out of the human auction house on Island Number 1 that day. In order to avoid getting involved in the trouble caused by Luffy, they ran all the way to Island No. 27. After just leaving Kizaru, he originally wanted to go to the back of the number. Take a boat to the island of Sabaody Archipelago, a dangerous island where the protagonist, the general, and Shichibukai live. But things didn't go as planned. Because I was too anxious, I didn't pay attention to the direction and ran in the wrong direction. Shane stared blankly at the sign above his head, petrified on the spot, and didn't speak for a long time. He never expected that he, who loved to laugh at Zoro getting lost when watching anime, would one day get lost. Seeing that Shane remained silent, Kagura thought he had suffered a huge blow. Hey, it's okay, Sha-chan. Even if you have a poor sense of direction, I won't despise you. She sighed and patted Sha-en's shoulder gently. Hey, don't take it for granted that I'm directionally challenged so quickly. Shane felt insulted. Humph, there is no market for men who are tough-talking nowadays. Huh, aren't you supposed to be a glutton? Why did you suddenly become a sharp-tongued person? Just as the two were bickering, a surprised shout suddenly came from behind them. Brother Shane, little Kagura. Chapter 8. First Encounter with Straw Hat. The voice sounded very familiar. The moment it reached his ears, a face appeared in Shane's mind, which immediately made him smile. Shane turned around in surprise. Sure enough, a gray-haired, strong old man was walking towards them in flip-flops. Mr. Rayleigh, long time no see. Before he finished speaking, surprise flashed in Shane's eyes. His gaze was no longer focused on Rayleigh, but more on his surroundings. They were faces that were both familiar and unfamiliar. They felt familiar because every face here had accompanied him during his childhood and youth on TV, but they felt strange because this was the first time he saw them in person in the real world. The Straw Hat Pirates. A boy in a straw hat walking with his hands on the back of his head, a green-haired swordsman with 3 swords on his waist, a curly-browed blonde smoking, a hot orange-haired beauty, a mature lady with black hair and dark skin, and a long nose, a skull, a perverted cyborg, and a reindeer ship doctor. When Kagura saw the reindeer walking and eating marshmallows, her eyes lit up. Orange hair. Nami. The Straw Hat Boy walking in front took a closer look and his eyes lit up. Fool, Miss Nami's beauty is unique, how could there be others? Sanji paused with a somewhat annoyed voice, staring blankly ahead, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. But he saw, in the sunlight, a beautiful girl with orange-red hair running towards him. A miniature version of Miss Nami. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. It's really great, Sanji shouted excitedly, then raised his hands high, spun his legs like a wind wheel, and went forward with a lustful look on his face. Hey, Sanji, what are you doing? Nami didn't have time to hold him back. What an idiot. Zoro sneered out of habit, but when he saw the orange-haired girl running towards them, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and his eyes gradually became solemn. The seemingly ordinary girl, with her petite and frail body, seemed to be hiding a terrifying power that made him feel a faint threat of death. Although this feeling was not as strong as the one Shichibukai gave him, it was enough to make him alert. Zoro looked serious, reached his hand to his waist, and grasped the hilt of the knife, as if he was facing a strong enemy. Haha, nice momentum and keen alertness, but Brother Shane and little Kagura are not enemies. As if noticing Zoro's change, Rayleigh chuckled a few times, patted his shoulder, shook his head and continued laughing. Advertisement. No, they are newcomers with great potential just like you. Who knows, they may become rivals in the new world in the future. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Zoro's mouth curled up slightly. After being reminded by Rayleigh, he had already loosened the handle of the knife. At this moment, he just looked at the lecherous cook who ran up foolishly with a playful look, waiting to see the show. Sanji. ×5. Sure enough, when he looked over, the lecherous cook had been blown away by the orange-haired girl and was inserted straight into a tree trunk. Skay. Seeing this scene, except for Luffy who was still clapping excitedly, the faces of the other Straw Hat Pirates changed drastically, realizing that this girl was not an ordinary person. The petite figure did not stop after blowing Sanji away, but continued running and pounced on a frightened reindeer. What a cute raccoon cat. Kagura hugged Chopper tightly in her arms, took 2 deep breaths, her little face slightly red, revealing a satisfied expression. Chopper didn't dare to resist at first, because the girl who was holding him had just slapped Sanji, one of the strongest 3 people on their ship, and sent him flying. But after hearing the word, raccoon cat, which it could not tolerate the most, it immediately flew into a rage. It's not a raccoon cat, it's a reindeer. Hey, the raccoon cat actually spoke. That's because I ate the animal type human fruit, and I'm not a raccoon cat. What an interesting raccoon cat. Idiot, I told you I'm not a raccoon cat. Just as the two were arguing about raccoon cat and reindeer, Shane arrived late, and after a brief greeting with Rayleigh, he raised his hand and hit the girl who ran around without permission on the head. Ouch. Kagura covered her head and looked at Shane with some dissatisfaction. She had been in this world for less than a day and he had hit her little head several times. You still have a little temper. Look at what you did. First you knocked someone else's crew member away, and then you petted someone else's raccoon cat without permission. Kagura, you are really going too far. Shane accused as he hit her little head. But he didn't notice that after hearing the word, raccoon cat, from his mouth, a little reindeer behind him could no longer bear it and its body suddenly swelled up. Kagura, who was facing it, could see it clearly. Her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had seen something magical, and her slightly opened mouth could not hide her surprise. Can you please listen to me seriously, Seeing that Kagura was distracted, Sha-en was about to hit her on the head again, but suddenly he felt unbalanced and was lifted into the air. Shane felt the touch of thick hair on his arms and had a premonition of what was happening. He turned around nervously and saw Chopper, who had transformed into a strong man, behind him. Advertisement. Wait, you're not thinking about that civet cat I just mentioned. Sha-en said suddenly. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but after he said it, Chopper's anger visibly increased. I told you I'm not a raccoon cat. Bang. The earth trembled. The end of the play. ... After a while. Shaki's rip-off bar. The pub owner Shaki thoughtfully served drinks. A glass of cold wine relieved Shane's slight concussion. Putting down his wine glass, he sat on the round chair beside the bar, looking at Kagura, who was talking about everything with the Straw Hat Pirates, and a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Or is it related to this group of troublesome guys? By accident, he ran in the wrong direction and reunited with Rayleigh, got acquainted with the Straw Hat Pirates, and was then invited to this bar. Shane, do you want to join my pirate group? Luffy slid his chair over and said with anticipation. Not long ago, Luffy witnessed the interaction between Shane, Kagura, and Chopper, and he laughed happily. In his heart, he had already defined the two new friends as interesting guys. And this kind of interesting guy happens to be his first criterion for choosing a partner. Quote. Shane was slightly stunned, but knowing Luffy's personality, he was not too surprised by this sudden offer. But the expression on his face was a little complicated. He thought of the last person who made an offer to him, a certain general named Huang, who might still be showing off his talent at this moment, kicking a supernova with one kick. And now another boss has taken a fancy to him and offered him the most popular position as a pirate. Joining the protagonist team, adventuring and living together with the anime characters you admired in childhood may be a rare experience in life. But, he really doesn't want to work for others anymore in his life. He wants to be his own boss. Chapter 9. Shane is the man who will become One Piece. I'm sorry, I can't accept your invitation. Shane took a sip of wine, then pointed to Kagura, who was tasting marshmallows with Chopper, and smiled at Luffy. She ate 1,000,000 Baileys of my money last time. If you bring a fellow like her on board, I'm afraid you'll starve to death in a few days. HMPH. Kagura heard him making up stories about her and got so angry that her face puffed up. She gave him the middle finger while eating marshmallows. Shane wasn't going to tolerate her and quickly raised his finger to fight back. 1,000,000 Baileys. Luffy was a little confused. He had no idea about money, so he didn't understand why Shane rejected him. When he was about to say something, someone covered his mouth. The one who did it was Nami. The moment Nami heard the number 1,000,000, she rushed over like a shadow. Everyone else has said no, why are you still clinging to me, you idiot? Nami roughly strangled her captain's neck with her arms, making him unable to speak, and her voice sounded particularly urgent. But it's not her fault that she's too impatient. There is already a captain on the ship who can eat as much as 20 people in one meal. If there is another big eater who can eat 1,000,000 Baileys in one meal, Sanji will be exhausted to death, but will the pirate ship be able to sail smoothly? That's the big problem. It seems like you guys are getting along pretty well. At this time, Rayleigh walked out of the tavern warehouse and threw out 2 bottles of wine, one to Zoro and one to Shane. What a good wine. Zoro's eyes lit up. He opened the bottle and drank it eagerly. Sha-en was not as anxious as him. He held the bottle in his hand and examined it for a moment. Then he turned his back to block a little girl who was rushing towards him because of her greed, and put the wine in his pocket. No drinking allowed for minors. He casually hit Kagura on the head, causing the little girl to cry out in pain. Shane raised his eyebrows and looked at Kagura's reaction with some satisfaction. As expected of a body blessed with 5% of Yedo bloodline, every hit was accurate. Shaki glanced at Rayleigh and said unkindly, "You old man, you've almost taken all the wine from this warehouse." Rayleigh didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows, waved his hand, and took out a large stack of bills from his pocket with a swish. This was the spoils he and Shane had obtained from the warehouse of the human auction house. Did you win it in the casino? Shaki looked at him with some surprise, then quickly shook his head and said in a positive tone. Advertisement. It looks more like stolen. Rayleigh. The next few dozen minutes in the tavern were spent telling stories by the king's right hand. For most people in the tavern, it would be an unforgettable memory in the future, so the Straw Hat Pirates, including Luffy, listened very carefully. My friend, I will not die. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Go find it. I've put all the wealth in the world there. When Roger volunteered to die at the end, the emotions in the tavern reached their peak. Luffy was full of longing. Zoro took a gulp of wine, Sanji took a deep puff of cigarette, tough guy on the outside but emotional on the inside. Frankie shed tears. As for Kagura, as a foreigner, she didn't understand what was said. She would grab Shane's clothes from time to time and ask about some terms in the story that she didn't understand. Natsu-chan, Let's go find One Piece. That way I'll never be hungry again. After listening, Kagura suddenly slapped the table, looked up at Shane, her eyes sparkling with hope, making it difficult for people to say no. Okay, I heard another one. Shane covered his head with his hands in pain, not knowing how to explain to her that Rogers, the wealth of the world, was not necessarily money. Fortunately, there was another fool in the pub who listened. I must find the One Piece first, and then I will become the man of One Piece. Luffy also slapped the table, causing it to shake and emit an even louder sound. He stared at Kagura with a firm gaze. Kagura showed no sign of weakness, he put his hands on his waist, raised his head and said disdainfully. Ah, what are you so arrogant about, you little brat? Why do you have to find it first? I'm telling you, the first ones to find the One Piece will be me and Shane, then Shane will become the One Piece man, and I will be the One Piece. Huh, these words not only short-circuited Luffy's already not very smart brain, but also caused the scene to fall into complete silence. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Shane in tacit understanding. What are you all looking at me for? Shane was sweating all over, and he felt that the eyes of people around him were looking at him strangely. No, buddy, I'm really not a Lolita complex. You must believe me. UB ******************* D. Sanji rushed forward and grabbed Shane's collar. Anyone could see that he was blushing with jealousy. Why can a guy like you go out to sea with a beautiful girl? We are both pirates, how am I worse than you? It's so abominable, so abominable. By the end of his speech, his face was already covered with tears. He fell to his knees and slapped the ground, as if he was complaining to the sky about the injustice. Is it necessary to be so sad? Shaw-en said in surprise. Although I have seen this kind of scene of Sanji before, and I still remember that I was laughing so hard while sitting in front of the TV, now I am in the scene, it is like watching a humorous drama up close, but, makes me want to laugh even more. Just when Shane was about to burst out laughing, Nami attacked again. Don't embarrass yourself here, *****. With one punch, the guy who brought shame to his companions was knocked unconscious to the ground. Nami grunted twice and dragged him away. After this commotion, Kagura and Luffy no longer had the heart to argue. Of course, it might be more likely because Shaki gave them each a drink again. Everyone fell silent and listened to Rayleigh tell the Straw Hat Pirates about the next plan. Time flies, the sun sets in the west, and when the setting sun at dusk passes through the windowsill, it indicates that it is time for everyone to say goodbye. The Straw Hat Pirates decided to adopt Rayleigh's plan and hide from Marine on the island for 3 days. After Rayleigh finished coating their pirate ship, they would reunite and head to Fishman Island. So, where are you guys going next, Shane? After saying goodbye to Luffy and the others, Rayleigh immediately prepared the equipment needed for coating and asked Shane before going out. Well, I want to build a boat. Shane pondered for a moment, a smile appearing on his lips. Have you decided to go out to sea? Rayleigh looked surprised, then looked at Shane, then glanced at Kagura who was still drinking a drink, and said in a slightly tactful way. Brother Shane, I understand that young people are eager to go out to sea, but I'm afraid you two can't even start a boat with just 2 of you, right? Chapter 10 Island 53. Mr. Rayleigh, have you forgotten my abilities? Shane did not comment, his voice rising slightly. Do you have other partners besides Kagura? Rayleigh suddenly realized, he remembered the scene when Shane summoned Kagura at the human auction house. The magical power of the fruit was still vivid in his mind. Yeah, Shane nodded. He had nothing to hide in front of Rayleigh, who had witnessed him cheating. He also believed in Rayleigh's character and would not spread his abilities to others. There won't be a problem with the number of people. The only thing missing now is time. Shaw-en said thoughtfully, but his mind was already elsewhere. Character panel. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 24 close black lens bracket. Race. Human 95%, Night Rabbit 5%. Ability. Conqueror's Domineering Awakening 5.167%. 3 days until next summoning condition, 30 million berries. The summoning conditions have changed from 10 million belly to 30 million belly. The good news is that the cooldown time for the second summoning is only 3 days, but judging from the increase in summoning conditions, the cooldown time will most likely be extended as the number of summons increases. This means that he still needs a long period of stable development. The Sabaody Archipelago may be the best choice at this stage. It is close to the Marine headquarters and has a large number of Marines stationed there. The pirates are being cleaned up by Admiral Kizaru, and the celestial dragons are being attacked by Luffy and others. I guess it will be difficult for them to get out of here for a while. We'll show up again. So, on the current island, with his and Kagura's strength, mainly Kagura, they can almost walk sideways. Well, next, I will go to the shipyard and bring them a big order, and then book a big villa, preferably one near the sea, with sunshine and beach, and lie under the parasol with Kagura and drink iced drinks. Wait, am I missing something? Conqueror's Domineering. What? When did I acquire this ability? Is this thing really suitable for someone like me who has decided to lie down and enjoy himself? Shane was bewildered, his expression becoming one of shock, excitement, and confusion. Advertisement. Rayleigh was a little confused by this change. He thought that the young man was impatient and worried that building the ship would take too long and affect the voyage. Brother Shane, don't be too anxious. According to my past experience, it takes about a month to build a ship that can sneak into Fishman Island, and that includes the design and material purchase, and all the final steps including coding. 1 month. So fast. Is every shipyard operating at this speed? Upon hearing this, Shaw-en came back to his senses from his shocked thoughts and asked hurriedly. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Each shipyard has its own way of building ships, and the speeds vary greatly. But if you're in a hurry, you can go to the shipyard on Island 53. I've been with the shipyard workers there before in the casino. But they are all very nice guys. Okay, thank you for your help, Mr. Rayleigh. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Rayleigh rushed out after he finished speaking. He wanted to complete the plan he had just discussed with Luffy and others. To be honest, the island was full of Marines at that time, and it was hard for Shane to imagine how he could secretly move a pirate ship away under the Marines' noses and complete the coding. Perhaps this is the charm of the king's right hand. With a slight sigh, Shane had no intention of following to watch the show, because he and Kagura had more important things to do. Rent a house. Shaw-en, you're leaving with Kagura now. Could it be that you don't want to stay with me because I'm too old? Before leaving, Shaki stopped them, smoking a cigarette and looking at Shane with a half smile. Hearing this, Shaw-en suddenly became nervous. Age is something that should not be mentioned casually in front of a woman, especially an old woman like Shaki who was very beautiful when she was young and still has charm now. Ha ha ha, how could I dislike you? The wine you mixed just now is simply the best wine I have ever tasted in my life. I still have a lingering aftertaste. He quickly organized his words in his mind and said hurriedly. Oh, then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Shaki raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. That's because of the name of your tavern. Shane silently pointed to the doorplate above. Shaki's rip-off bar. I'm afraid that when I wake up, I will not only have to hand over all the money I have on me to pay for the accommodation, but I will even have to mortgage Kagura here. Shaw-en said in an exaggerated manner. What? You're going to sell me out? Advertisement. If I have to mortgage anything, it should be you. Kagura pounced over with fangs bared, but Shane held his forehead with one hand, keeping a distance from him so that her short arms and legs could not touch him. Ha ha ha. Shaki was amused. Rayleigh is right, you two are indeed two interesting young people. It seems that now I am not only a fan of Little Monkey, but also a fan of Little Shane and Little Kagura. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. As the sun sets in the west, the sky turns dim and gradually becomes black. Shane and Kagura arrived at Island 53 before nightfall. Kagura yawned, glanced at Shane who was walking in front of her, suddenly stretched out her little hand to grab the corner of his clothes, and stood still. In addition to being a big eater, the little girl was also incredibly strong. She almost pulled Shane to the ground with a casual pull, and she was off balance for a long time before she recovered. Why did you stop suddenly? Shane asked unhappily. Natsu-chan, I'm so sleepy that I can't walk anymore. Kagura said with a swaying body, her voice so low that it sounded like a sleep muttering. So, you don't want me to carry you? Shane said a little incredulously. Kagura didn't reply, but after hearing this, her eyes were filled with joy that she couldn't hide, and she nodded her little head immediately, as if she had been looking forward to it for a long time. You're going too far. Don't think I don't know the physical strength of your night rabbit tribe. Aren't you more energetic as the night goes on? Shaw-en said gritting his teeth. Just when I was about to give this lazy guy a blow on the head, the door of a residential house next to me opened. Who are you? A middle-aged man with half-white hair walked out of the door. He was tall and muscular, and looked nearly 2 meters tall. He had thick hair and was not well groomed. His messy long hair and messy beard made him look like a homeless person. At this moment, he was holding a wine glass in his hand, with a hint of drunkenness on his face. It seemed that he was drinking alone at home. He went out to check after hearing the noise made by Shane and Kagura. I'm sorry to bother you. My name is Shane and she is Kagura. We are travelers who have just arrived on this island and are now looking for a place to stay. Shane said slightly apologetically. Chapter 11 Old Neil's Lost Memory. Hearing this, the sturdy man at the door looked up and down at Shane and Kagura. Seeing that they didn't look like dangerous pirates, the sturdy man said happily. Traveler. We, the shipwrights at shipyard number 53, love to entertain guests. Come in. I have an extra room at home. The sturdy man warmly invited the two people in and introduced himself. His name is Ben Neil. He is a shipwright at shipyard No. 53. He has worked at the shipyard for 20 years and has a high level of experience among shipwrights. Even the factory manager respects him very much and often takes him with him. Go out to buy shipbuilding materials. His friends called him Old Neil. The house is very big, with 2 bedrooms and all kinds of furniture. It doesn't look like the residence of a man living alone, but rather like the configuration of a family of 3. And when I saw a family photo placed in a prominent position in the living room, Shane became even more confused. It was a photo of 3 people. There were 2 women and a man in the photo, hugging each other happily. The man was naturally Old Neil, and the young and old women were supposed to be his daughter and wife. Shane didn't think too much about it and just asked whatever he thought of. However, completely different from the worst scenario he had imagined, where the mother and daughter died, there was no sadness in Old Neil's eyes, but instead a complexity and sense of loss. I don't know who they are. After I returned from New World with the factory manager after buying shipbuilding materials, this photo appeared in my house, and there were also many women's daily necessities in the room. And these things seem to have been there forever, and they are exactly the same as the environment of my home, as if 3 people have been living in this house since I built it, but as far as I can remember, I have always been alone. Life. Old Neil seemed to have kept this matter in his heart for a long time. When Shane asked him about it, he seemed to have opened up and kept talking. But Kagura had heard enough stories today, and she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. The 2 men had no choice but to take her to a bedroom first. Old Neil prepared bedding for her, and when he led her into the room, he mentioned that this bedroom was where his daughter, who he didn't know whether he existed, lived. This sounds a bit weird, like a ghost story if told at night. Shane felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Kagura didn't take it seriously. She yawned and walked into the bedroom. She even glanced at Sha-en before closing the door. Don't stay up late, Sha-chan, and when you come in later, keep your voice down and don't wake me up. Advertisement. Sha-en nodded helplessly and waved to her to go to bed. That's right, old Neil's house only has 2 bedrooms, and he and Kagura sleep in the same room tonight. Because of their similar hair color, old Neil thought that Shane and Kagura were siblings. Plus, Kagura didn't look very old, so he thought it was okay to let the 2 siblings sleep in the same bed. But the fact is, it seems I can only sleep on the floor today. Shane was filled with emotion. He never expected that a billionaire like him not only couldn't live in a big villa, but now he has been reduced to sleeping on the floor. Brother Shane, do you want to drink with me? I have specially prepared a lot of snacks here, because according to the diary that the child left in the bedroom, today should be her birthday. Old Neil's voice sounded somewhat painful, and he didn't know how to express this emotion to others. After he discovered the strange things in his home a year ago, he immediately ran to talk to his colleagues, but they all didn't take it seriously. They thought that old Neil was drunk and had seen a ghost, which caused a lot of laughter. However, as time went on, and he looked at the evidence left at home day by day, he felt more and more that the person in the photo was real, and that he once had a wife and a daughter. It's true, Shane said suddenly with great certainty. Huh, what's true? Old Neil was shocked and for a moment he was unable to react to Shane's words. Of course your wife and daughter are real. Even if everyone, including you, has forgotten about them, isn't this room the evidence? Think about it, how could someone leave so many traces of life in your room without you noticing? And who would do something so boring and unprofitable? So there is only one answer. The memories of everyone who knew your wife and daughter have been tampered with. What? Are you serious? Old Neil stood up suddenly and looked at Shane with eyes filled with doubt, hope, fear and other emotions. Unconsciously, tears had already slipped from the corners of his eyes. In fact, there was no need for Shane to tell him that he had already regarded the 2 women in the photo as his own relatives. Of course it's true. Shane nodded firmly. Old Neil sat down again and fell into silence, with his head down, thinking about something. After a long time, as if he suddenly thought of something, he raised his head again. Advertisement. Staring at Shane with bloodshot eyes, is it a devil fruit? As a shipbuilder in the Sabaody Archipelago, he has built pirate ships for many famous pirates over the years, so he has seen all kinds of people with special abilities. When Sha-en pointed it out to him, he immediately thought of the person with special abilities. Yeah, not bad. Shane nodded with a hint of appreciation. It was easy to talk to smart people. With just a little reminder, the other person would be able to think of the key point. Have you been to the New World? He continued. Well, because some shipbuilding raw materials need to be seen in person, so every year I go to New World with the factory director several times. Have you ever been to the kingdom of Dressrosa? Yes, our last stop in the New World was Dressrosa. Since it was Shichibukai's territory, we didn't dare stay there for too long. We just bought the raw materials for shipbuilding and left in a hurry. Old Neil thought for a long time before answering. He thought very seriously, fearing that due to his omissions, Shane would miss some details and would not be able to determine who had tampered with his memory. If Sha-en knew what he was thinking, he would just say, brother, you think too much. Open book students like me don't actually need to review the questions. All you need to know is that you've been to Dressrosa. Shane nodded slightly, with a confident smile on his face. Under old Neil's increasingly anxious gaze, he said calmly. I am now absolutely certain that your memories were lost in Dressrosa. Could it be that Doflamingo did this to me? But the newspapers say that he is the user of the string fruit. I've never heard that he can modify other people's memories. When talking about Dressrosa, old Neil naturally thought of the king who had been king for less than 10 years, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, known as Heavenly Yaksha. Of course it wasn't done by him personally. It was done by one of his subordinates. Her name seems to be Sugar or something. She's a little girl with green hair and the ability of the childlike fun fruit. Her ability is to turn the objects she touches into toys of her imagination, and all relatives and friends who know the person being transformed will lose all memories related to the person being transformed. I'm afraid your wife and daughter were also turned into toys by her. Well, this is probably a blessing in disguise. They are probably still alive now. So that's how it is. Old Neil suddenly realized what was going on, his face filled with horror. He was horrified by the cruelty of Doflamingo's methods, but at the same time he was glad that his wife and daughter were still alive. Chapter 12 The day Sha-en died. As night falls, everything is silent. Old Neil was drunk, very drunk, because he was very happy to know that he really had a wife and daughter. He clinked glasses with Shane repeatedly and drank the wine as if it were water. The wine was soon finished, and the wine that Shane had gotten from Rayleigh and had kept in his pocket came in handy. However, the after-effect of this wine is really strong. It is estimated that Rayleigh gave the good stuff that had been treasured in Shaki's tavern warehouse for a long time to him and Zoro. This can also explain why Shaki looked at Rayleigh as if he was a prodigal son at that time. Crack. After cleaning off the smell of alcohol in the bathroom, Shaw-en carefully pushed open the bedroom door. When he saw the girl's sleeping face under the bright moonlight, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't wake him up. After closing the door and tiptoeing into the house, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Why am I being so sneaky? Why do I feel like my husband is sneaking home in the early hours of the morning? Bah. What nonsense am I thinking about? Shane patted his drunken, red face, trying to bring his thoughts back to normal, but his mind was not clear after being drunk, and now he was in the same room with a young girl, so it was inevitable that some evil thoughts would burst out in his mind. However, when he saw the bed made on the ground and the quilts laid out, a warm feeling surged in his heart and his evil thoughts immediately disappeared. It turns out you're not as ignorant as you seem. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shane took a last look at the girl sleeping soundly on the bed, then buried his head in the bed while drunkenly. Good night, sweet dreams. The second day. The sunlight shone through the windowsill and fell into the room of the two people. Kagura struggled on the bed for a few times, and finally opened her eyes, then, whoosh, and sat upright on the bed. She glanced around the room, and when she saw Shane lying on the floor still sleeping, her eyes suddenly lit up. She supported herself on the mattress with both hands, then pushed hard and rushed out. Crows fly. Sha-chan, I'm hungry. Bang. Shane only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if he was hit by something heavy, and he woke up from his dream instantly. Advertisement. What happened? Shaw-en opened his eyes helplessly, thinking that he had encountered some emergency. When he looked clearly at the girl with untied hair sitting astride his abdomen, Shaw-en finally realized what had happened and immediately became angry, ashamed and annoyed. Come down first. As we all know, young men are most energetic when they wake up in the morning. Shane, who is only 24 years old, is no exception and is even better than ordinary people. So, he is a little embarrassed now. However, what made him blush even more was that Kagura not only did not listen to him and get off him, but instead lowered her head and moved her face closer. Hurry up. Get up, Sha-chan, let's go have breakfast. The girl's hair slid across his cheek, and the two of them were so close that he could feel the girl's breath on his face, a fragrance lingered around his nose, and his body could feel the girl's soft touch. So exciting so early in the morning, who are you testing? Shane felt like he was going to explode. Even without looking in the mirror, he knew his face must be as red as a red-hot piece of iron, and this was not the point. The most important thing is that it is really inconvenient for him to get up now. Kagura tilted her head, her eyes flickering, and looked at him with a strange expression for a few times, then suddenly stood up silently. Then I'm going to brush my teeth first, so don't stay in bed any longer. As Kagura spoke, she walked towards the door, and when she walked out of the door, she looked back and asked. By the way, uncle, do you have any extra toothbrushes at home? It's highly likely that there isn't one. Anyway, go wash your face first. I'll take you out to eat after I've relieved the symptoms after waking up. Shane answered quickly, providing as much detail as possible, fearing that she would stay in the room and continue asking questions. Humph, you're in such a hurry to get me out, and I don't know what you're doing staying in the room alone. After saying that, Kagura looked at him suspiciously, which made Shaw-en feel uneasy. He thought that this little girl had discovered something. No fun, I'm going first, come out quickly. However, his worries were obviously unnecessary. After not long, Kagura lost his patience, waved his hand, left a few words, and turned away, closing the door behind him. A long time. Shane touched his chest and let out a long breath. I finally managed to hide it. Haha, after all, she's just a little girl whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. I don't know what I was worrying about just now. After lying in bed for a long time and waiting until everything had calmed down, Shane opened the quilt refreshed and prepared to get up to greet the new day. Advertisement. At this moment, the sound of Kagura and old Neil talking suddenly came from outside the house. Hey, Kagura-chan, why are you the only one up? Where's brother Shane? As for him, it's nothing. It's just that I found him this morning and he's too embarrassed to get up. Quote. Boom. It was a bolt from the blue. Shane was petrified on the spot. He covered his face with his hands, and he didn't know whether it was tears or cold sweat that flowed down his cheeks. Damn it, it turns out she knew it all along. He was so embarrassed that he didn't want to go out. For the whole morning, Shane was in a decadent state of despair. Destroy the world. Even after leaving the housing rental agency, Shane's condition did not improve. Cheer up, Sha-chan. You are no longer old enough to hide in bed and read pornographic books without your parents' knowledge. How can you be so depressed because of such a small thing? Suddenly, Kagura pressed Shane's shoulder and yelled in the street. Swish. As if they had heard some explosive news, the passers-by around them all cast strange looks at Shane and Kagura. What kind of lewd words are you saying again? Shane was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Not wanting to get socially frustrated twice in one day, he quickly took action, covered Kagura's mouth with his hand, and fled the scene in embarrassment. Old Neil was waiting for them not far away. When he saw Shane and Kagura come out, he greeted them with a smile. Brother Shane, Miss Kagura, why are you in such a hurry? Seeing the two of them walking hurriedly, he followed their footsteps and asked in confusion. It's all because of this outspoken guy. Shaw-en gritted his teeth, loosened his hand that was covering the girl's mouth, and then pinched her cheeks viciously, as if to vent his anger. Woo woo woo, Kagura made a cute and pitiful wailing sound. Ha ha ha, you two have a really good relationship. Old Neil laughed. Who's with this guy? ×2. HMPH. ×2. Old Neil smiled even more happily. Chapter 13. See Kizaru again. Well, so, Brother Shane, have you rented a suitable house? Old Neil, who was stopped by two people with dangerous eyes because he laughed too wildly, cleared his throat and changed the subject. Certainly. Shane took out a house rental contract from his pocket. The housing rental system in this world is surprisingly sound. Not only are there agencies, but after selecting a house and confirming the lease contract must be taken to the marine base for stamping, following a series of complicated procedures. This is also the reason why Shane and his friend spent the whole morning renting a house. Residential building number 137, Island No. 53. I am familiar with this place. It is close to the coast and it is a good place to live with a nice environment. It is also very close to the shipyard and my home. Old Neil took the contract and said as he looked at it. Then Brother Shane can not only visit the shipyard occasionally to check on the progress of your shipbuilding, but also come to my house for a drink. Huh, have you started building my boat? Shane looked up in surprise. Are we going to have a boat now? Kagura also cheered happily. Well, I took advantage of your time to rent a house this morning and went to the shipyard. The director was very happy to receive your large order after the turmoil in the Sabaody Archipelago, and he has already started preparing to start the work. Old Neil smiled and nodded, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Shane caught the change in his eyes, patted Old Neil on the shoulder, and promised in a firm tone. Soon, after the ship is built, we will go to Dressrosa with you to reclaim your lost wife and daughter. This. Old Neil was slightly stunned, then his body trembled, his eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was filled with gratitude and guilt. Brother Shane, I dragged you into my trouble for no reason. I really don't know how to thank you. Last night, after learning from Shane that his wife and daughter had been turned into toys and were suffering in the dark in Dressrosa, he wanted to drop everything immediately and go to New World alone to rescue his wife and daughter. However, he had built ships for countless famous pirates and had seen too many strong men. He was powerless in front of them, let alone the Shichibukai who were almost at the top of the pirates. In this desperate situation, he had to pray to this young man who suddenly appeared and could tell at a glance who had harmed his wife and daughter. He knew that a person with such vision was definitely not an ordinary person. What he never expected was that Shane agreed instantly, without any time to consider, and just told him that he needed to wait for a while until more of his companions came. That's not necessary, Old Neil. Advertisement. Shane waved his hand and laughed softly. We're just paying for last night's accommodation. You're right, Kagura. Kagura understood what he meant. According to the tacit understanding they had developed over the past 2 days, at this moment, she should either respond enthusiastically with a, of course, or sneer and ask in return, HMPH, is there any need to say that? Kagura decided to choose the latter, because just imagining how it would look like when he said that made her feel so handsome. Then, under Shane's expectant gaze, Kagura smiled coldly and opened her mouth pretentiously. When she was about to blurt out the lines, "Gu," her stomach growled first. The scene froze. Shane's expression was stiff, Kagura blushed shyly for once, and Old Neil was a little confused about what was going on. Why are you hungry again? Didn't we just have breakfast? It's because you took me everywhere to stamp contracts, which consumed too much energy, and then my stomach couldn't hold on any longer. Well, forget it, let's go to our new home and fill your damn stomach. Old Neil, do you want to visit our new house? Not for now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I plan to take you to the vicinity and then return to the shipyard to build the best ship for you, little brother. Haha, thank you very much. This is a 2-story building located on the edge of the coast, close to the main trunk of No. 53 Yarkiman Mangrove, about 100 meters away on the other side is the shipyard where Old Neil works. When they walked downstairs, Shaw-en and Kagura looked at each other and could see the satisfaction in each other's eyes. Finally, they did not waste their morning time. Advertisement. After entering the room, he saw that it was fully equipped with everything, including electric lights, refrigerator, sofa, Den Mushi projection TV, etc. For a moment, Shane thought he had traveled back in time. The technological development in this world is really horribly distorted. Shane was a little distracted when he saw this, until he heard his stomach growling again. Then he stopped thinking and hurried to prepare food for Kagura. When he walked into the kitchen and wanted to show off his cooking skills for the first time in a long time, he found that there was nothing else except a wide variety of kitchen utensils. Only then did he remember that there was no food at home. I had no choice but to go out again. When he walked back to the living room and wanted to call Kagura to go shopping together, he saw the little girl lying on the sofa and fell asleep, mumbling in her sleep, "Sha-chan, I'm hungry, and meat." Sha-en was speechless. He covered her with a thin blanket and walked out of the room alone. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dozens of minutes later. Hey, brother Shane, you bought so many things. What are you going to eat tonight? After buying several tons of food at the nearest market, Shane used the unique bubble tool of the Sabaody Archipelago to hang them behind him like balloons and set out on the journey home with satisfaction. However, when he was about to reach his doorstep, he was stopped by the person he least wanted to see on the island. The man was nearly 3 meters tall, almost half a head taller than Shane, who was just over 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing orange sunglasses and was looking at him with a meaningful smile. With such obvious features, even passers-by around him recognized his identity, exclaimed, and avoided him with a mixture of admiration and fear. How could it be him? Sha-en's pupils suddenly shrank, his breathing stagnated, and cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. What should I do? Kagura is not around, and with my current strength, I'm probably like an ant in front of this guy, with no ability to fight back. Why aren't you talking, brother Shane? You look nervous, don't you? The man picked his ears and listened to the sound, as if he was surprised by Shane's silence. No. Shane shook his head subconsciously, then suddenly realized his blind spot and said in surprise. Wait, how do you know my name, and how did you find this place, Mr. Kizaru? Chapter 14. Lunch with the General. Noon time. In the new cabin that Shane and Kagura rented. At the dining table, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other, while in the kitchen were the crackling sounds of frying food and the roar of the range hood. So, you old man, are you here to eat for free again? Kagura shook her legs, supported her chin with both hands, narrowed her eyes, and spoke to the person in front of her with an unhappy look on her face. She was very angry. Yesterday, when she and Shane were having dinner in the restaurant, they were suddenly interrupted by this old man. Then a bunch of people came inexplicably, making it impossible for them to have a good meal. And today, when she woke up from the sofa, she opened her eyes and saw the wretched smile of the old man again. She was so frightened that she almost threw an umbrella at him because of the stress reaction. However, this was after all the new residents of Shane and her for the past month. If she took any action, not only would she not be able to get her deposit back, but she would also have to pay a large sum of compensation. Of course, more importantly, Kagura's beast-like keen perception hidden beneath her body told her that this old man was very strong and she was most likely not his opponent. I ran into Brother Sha-en on the street and had a great conversation with him. When we parted, it was time for lunch. So I couldn't refuse Brother Sha-en's sincere invitation. Kizaru glanced at Kagura with a half-smile, then spoke while looking around the room. Huh, do you think I would believe such nonsense as yours? Kagura curled her lips, her eyes still unfriendly. Kizaru felt somewhat helpless, as he really had no ill intentions in coming here. When he was catching the Straw Hat Pirates yesterday, he accidentally got the news from the Straw Hat Boy that Shane and Kagura were still in the Sabaody Archipelago. The two had conspicuous hair color, so he asked the marine station there to keep an eye out for the two orange-haired ones. Young man with long hair. He had originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect to actually receive a message this morning saying that the two young men the Admiral was looking for were taking the rental contract to the marine base to get their stamps. Then he came over, hoping to win over these two young people with extraordinary potential for marine. One of them has a physical fitness that even he is ashamed of, and the other has the qualifications to become the king of the sea. If these two young men become his subordinates, it will not only improve the future combat power of marine, but also make him leisurely working time in the future as guaranteed. After thinking for a moment, Kizaru felt that he couldn't let Kagura have a bad impression of him. He had to make some improvements to win her over, so he thought of a way to win over the child. Would you like some candy? He took out a candy from his pocket. Advertisement. Kagura frowned, suddenly slammed the table, and said angrily. You old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Am I the kind of innocent girl that can be deceived with just a piece of candy? What about the other two? Quote. Quote. When Shane walked out of the kitchen with the dishes, he saw a happy scene. The old and the young seemed to be chatting happily, and their behavior seemed even a little friendly, just like a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Kizaru put his sunglasses on Kagura's eyes, and he was playing with Kagura's parasol. Wait, did I spend a whole year in the kitchen? What happened? How come you two have such a good relationship? The corners of Shane's mouth twitched, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Let's eat. After serving the 4 dishes and 1 soup neatly on the table, Shane prepared a plate for each person and distributed the food evenly out of habit of following local customs. It looks the same as the food in the school cafeteria, except that it contains more meat. In his previous life, he lived alone in a rented house after he went to college, and was forced to learn cooking skills. The food in this world is more abundant, especially fish, so when he bought vegetables, he specifically asked the vendors about the cooking methods in this world. In fact, it's pretty much the same. Once you have a general understanding of it and then integrate it with your own cooking skills, the food you make will actually have a unique flavor. The 2 people eating in front of me with such enjoyment on their faces fully proved this point. Thank you for the treat, Brother Shane. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. You're almost as good as the top chef at the Marine base. After eating, Kizaru wiped the corners of his mouth and praised sincerely. Haha, it's not as great as you say. Shane waved his hands. Being praised by Admiral Marine made it difficult for him to conceal his feelings, no matter what the praise was. But soon, when he saw the girl next to him holding an empty plate and looking at him expectantly, he had no choice but to get up and go to the kitchen to serve her another large plate. Advertisement. Watching the girl's small mouth sucking in food like a whirlpool, Shane, while feeling gratified that the girl liked the food he made, couldn't help but worry about his own savings. 3 meals a day cost nearly hundreds of thousands of Baileys each, which means tens of millions of Baileys would be spent in a month, not to mention other living expenses, rent, etc. At that time, we got 1 billion from the population auction house. Now, 500 million have been spent on shipbuilding. The remaining 500 million will be used to ensure the survival of the two people and to summon new partners. As the number of partners increases, daily consumption will also increase. Become more. This seems a bit insufficient. Seeing Shaw-en looking at Kagura with a worried look on his face, Kizaru smiled. It was not difficult to guess what he was worried about. He knocked on the table and said, "You won't have to worry about food after you join Marine. You can eat as much as you want. Brother Shane, you don't want Kagura to go hungry in the future, do you?" Hiss. How come you, a great general, speak so angrily? Well, it was originally drawn by a Japanese, so it's okay. Shaw-en looked at him with a bit of fear, then remained silent for a moment, propped up his chin with one hand, and said calmly while watching Kagura eat. Last night, I promised a new friend to do something for him, and after doing this thing, it will be impossible to join Marine again. What kind of thing? Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and an aura suddenly emanated from his body, an aura that could make a pirate supernova sweat profusely. Hey, I'm not obligated to tell you, you freeloader. Shaw-en seemed unaffected and looked at him without any sign of retreat in his eyes. Shane didn't know why he was so brave. Perhaps it was the awakening of Conqueror's domineering power, or perhaps it was the mastery of cheat that gave him, an ordinary office worker who had been driven around for years, the courage to confront the top powers after arriving in this world. A long time. Kizaru retracted his aura and stood up, his eyes full of satisfaction with Shane, but also mixed with regret. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. You are not a pirate anyway. What does your doing have to do with a Marine like me?" After saying that, he left straight away. As he was leaving, he suddenly turned around and said with a playful smile, "Your house is nice, but it has been left there for too long. It needs more ventilation. Remember to open the windows at night." Chapter 15. The Fallen Major General. After saying that, Kizaru left, just as suddenly as he came. Open windows for ventilation. It sounded like he was hinting at something. Night raid. Following this line of thought and thinking of some weird plots, Shane's face became more and more ugly, and his body trembled with fear. Close the window. Make sure to close the window. Under Kagura's gaze as if he was an idiot, Shane suddenly shouted excitedly. The cottage has 2 floors, with a total of 7 bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 upper and lower bathrooms, and an underground warehouse. Each bedroom is equipped with a balcony, and there are many windows that need to be closed. So, after all the operations, even Shaw-en's strengthened body couldn't bear it and he sat in the living room, breathing slightly. At this time, Kagura, who had finished her meal and was responsible for washing the dishes, had come out of the kitchen with her work completed. She naturally lay down on the sofa, humming comfortably, then took out the remote control from the drawer of the coffee table and turned on the projection telephone TV of this world. The dormant Den Den Mushi suddenly woke up, making a bo-bo sound like dialing a phone, then its eyes opened wide and emitted 2 rays of light onto the wall. The light flashed twice, and an extremely clear TV picture gradually appeared on the wall. Hearing the sound, Shane curiously sat over and watched with Kagura. Television in this world seemed to have only been developed recently. It did not have the wide variety of entertainment programs that we have on Earth. Instead, it only had current affairs reports similar to those in newspapers, with a reporter reading out a string of text. The biggest event in recent times is naturally the attack on the Celestial Dragons by pirates from the Sabaody Archipelago. The headshots of 3 pirate leaders appeared in the center of the projection surface: Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, and Eustace, Captain, Kid. Under the angry tone of the reporter's report, these 3 people were labeled as the real culprits behind the Sabaody Archipelago incident, and all the losses caused by the Celestial Dragon Marine's battle with the pirates after landing on the island were finally attributed to these 3 people. On the head. Seeing this, Kagura turned off the TV angrily. "Why did you turn it off? You just watched it for a while," Shane asked in surprise. "It's so boring. The television in this world is so boring. There's only fake news like this," Kagura said angrily. She didn't know the other 2 protagonists in the report, but she had interacted with Luffy before, and she knew that he was just a fool who ate as much as she did. How could he be as vicious as described in the report? It's true that there are a lot of false elements. Shaw-en nodded, and then said with a hint of sympathy. In fact, Luffy is the only real murderer. The other 2 are just unlucky people who were implicated. ... Advertisement. Time passed slowly, the sun set, and night was approaching. Shane and Kagura did not just lie at home that afternoon. They first did a thorough cleaning of their new home, then went out to buy clothes and daily necessities, and returned home before dark. Shane bought multiple copies of toothbrushes, towels, shampoos, shower gels, etc., to prepare in advance for the new companions who were about to arrive. Night. Shane prepared a large table of delicious food, which was displayed in a dazzling array. In addition to the food, there was also a bottle of wine on the table. That was a gift that old Neil brought when he visited in the afternoon. He said it was a gift from the director of the shipyard to celebrate his housewarming. Looking at Kagura, who was eagerly waiting and drooling, Shaw-en poured himself a glass of wine and said, "Let's eat." Kagura cheered excitedly and just raised her chopsticks. Suddenly, snap, the sound of shattering windows rang in their ears, and the two people at the table subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. But then a horizontal figure rushed in from the window, landed on the ground, slid on it very smoothly, and finally landed in front of the two people at the edge of the dining table. Shane and Kagura were stunned and rubbed their eyes at the same time, thinking they were dreaming. It took a long while for the two to come back to their senses and focus their attention on this guest. This is a person lying on a stretcher, unconscious. Judging from the situation, he must have been thrown into their new home along with the stretcher. What a poor person. This was the thought that came to the minds of both of them after they saw the condition of the person on the stretcher. He was tall, more than 2 meters in height, with a big X printed on his exposed chest, a crescent-shaped round hat on his head, and a mysterious eye patch on his eyes. The reason why Shane and the others felt that he looked miserable was because his upper body was almost entirely wrapped in bandages, including half of his face, and it was obvious that he had been seriously injured not long ago. Fallen Major General Drake. Shane recognized the identity of this guest after just a few glances. He had met him once yesterday. At the same time, he also understood what Kizaru said when he left during the day: remember to open the window at night. Good fellow, if I don't open the window, you will just break it, right? Even if you don't care about my window, you can't use the patient's head to smash the window. Is this how you Marines treat undercover agents? Shaw-en curled his lips and secretly cursed Kizaru for being dishonest. Advertisement. But he was secretly happy in his heart, looking at Drake on the stretcher with surprise in his eyes. Drake, one of the 11 pirate supernovas, animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, Allosaurus form. Shane's eyes lit up and he silently summoned cheat. 2 days until next summoning condition, 30 million berries. Summoning medium. A bomb that is powerful enough to kill an ordinary Poseidon, and a dragon scale. Shane was overjoyed. When he first saw the requirements for the summoning medium, he thought of this person with dragon-related abilities who was the only one to appear in the early stage. Because of his lack of strength, he had never tried to look for her actively, but he didn't expect that Kizaru would actually bring him to her. This is really effortless. Wait. After his injury heals, he will ask him to give him a piece of scale. I believe that as a character with a high sense of justice in the anime like Drake, he will most likely agree to such a small request from his benefactor. Plus the bomb that can kill Poseidon that I asked old Neil to find out during the day. It seems that by tomorrow we may be able to gather both summoning media. Wouldn't it be possible to selectively summon a companion at that time? Hey, how long are you going to stare at this muscular man? I have never been looked at with such greed and lust. Is it because I am wearing too much? Seeing Shane grinning foolishly there, Kagura couldn't sit still anymore. She put her hands on her hips and puffed up her cheeks. As she spoke, she placed her hands on the buttons of her cheongsam, as if she was preparing to show Shaw-en something good. But you don't have any. Don't. Shane was startled by her action and shuddered. HMPH. Seeing his anxious expression, Kagura snorted proudly, with a bit of smugness on her face, and then puffed out her chest towards him. Damn little female ghost. If you weren't afraid of that mysterious river crab power, you would know what it means. Shaw-en's face was filled with black lines. He could no longer hold back his evil hands. He raised his right hand high, put his 2 fingers together, and swung it heavily at her smooth forehead. A crisp blow to the head. Ouch. Kagura covered her head and stomped her feet in pain. Seeing her performance, Shaw-en nodded with satisfaction. Stop yelling here, come and help, let's move the new roommate to the bed, and then it's time to go back to eat. Chapter 16 Grateful Drake. The next day, early morning. When Drake woke up, he found himself in a strange room, lying on a strange bed, with 2 strange people in front of him. His brain shut down for a second, but when he saw countless rising bubbles outside the window, he realized that he was still in the Sabaody Islands, and the 2 people in front of him were most likely residents of the island who were kind enough to take him in. But the way these 2 benefactors looked at him didn't seem right. Could it be that you discovered my identity? No, if they really knew, they should have taken me to the marine base to collect the bounty while I was unconscious. After all, most people would not refuse a bounty of 200 million. Thinking of this, Drake couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness on his face, and then looked at the 2 beneficiaries in front of him. He wanted to say thank you, but was interrupted. Sha Zhong, he's awake. He's really awake. The little girl looked at him in surprise, with bloodshot eyes. After confirming that he really woke up, she quickly hugged the young man next to her and screamed. After hearing this, the young man turned his head mechanically. His eyes were also bloodshot, with 2 thick black bags under his eyes, and he looked at him with an incredible expression. It actually came back to life. Our efforts all night were not in vain. After saying that, The young man fell to the ground like an old man looking back on his life. Natsu-chan. The girl fell to the ground and cried, slapping the young man's chest hard, tears streaming down her face. One night, hearing this, Drake was shocked. Two strangers not only took in the seriously injured and unconscious self, but even spent a whole night looking after him to ensure that he could wake up safely. One can imagine how deeply moved this was for him who had lacked the care of relatives and friends since childhood. Last night. Advertisement. When the two men carried Drake to the second floor, an accident happened. The stretcher suddenly broke in the middle. The two of them didn't expect it. They could only watch helplessly as Drake rolled down the stairs from the second floor to the first floor like a ball. The scene was horrific. Blood splattered everywhere, cloth tape flew everywhere, and Drake's entire bandaged upper body was stained red by the blood from the second rupture of the wound. At the same time, his head came into close contact with the ground as he rolled down to the first floor, breaking out. A new large gash was opened, and blood spurted out. He collapsed to the ground, a bloody man alive. Shaw-en and Kagura were stunned, their souls were almost scared out of their bodies. Shaw-chan, how many tables is your custom over there? Kagura said in a trembling voice for a long time. Bang. After his head collapsed, Shaw-en yelled anxiously, you greedy girl, are you thinking about eating dinner so early? Others are not dead yet. Then, the two of them spent the whole night busy. After moving Drake back to the room, they bandaged his wounds, wiped his body, put on new bandages, and then cleaned up the blood stains downstairs. They continued to work like this until early in the morning. When the two finally finished everything and went to the bathroom to clean themselves and return to the room, they found that Drake had actually woken up. On the dining table, looking at the table full of steaming breakfast in front of him, Drake couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Brother Shane is such a good person. Not only did he care about his health as soon as he woke up, but also when he heard his stomach growling because of hunger, he rushed out of the house to buy him a table of breakfast. Even a tough guy like Drake couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As far as he could remember, not even Mr. Zongguo had been as nice to him as he was. Therefore, Drake made up his mind to repay this kindness. So, when he asked the benefactor in front of him with great expectation how he expected to repay him, his answer stunned Drake. Need one of my scales. Drake paused, and because he was too shocked, he choked on his food. Advertisement. After drinking a few sips of the water that Shaw-en handed over, he finally calmed down. After saying thank you, he asked with a puzzled look. Can my scales do anything? Wait, Shane, do you know who I am? Realizing the blind spot, Drake's eyes suddenly became serious, but soon after realizing that Shane was his benefactor, the seriousness instantly dissipated. Of course I know. Aren't you one of the pirate Supernovas, fallen Major General, Drake? Shane answered casually. So you already knew it. Drake was silent, lowered his head, and wondered what he was thinking. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly looked up at Shane. You knew I was a pirate but still dared to take me in when I was wanted by Marine. I don't know whether to say that you are brave or ambitious, Shane. Shane shook his head. We didn't take you in on our own initiative, but someone brought you to our home last night. Who is it? Drake asked doubtfully, but he had the answer in his heart, and he believed that Shane and the others would never know this answer. Who else could it be? Of course it's the old guy who hurt you. Shaw-en spread his hands. Drake was petrified on the spot. His eyes were filled with genuine shock. He never expected that this ordinary person in front of him could know so much. Could it be that he was also present at the scene the day before yesterday? No, even if he was there, Mr. Kizaru showed no signs of holding back, so it was impossible for him to be discovered. The day before yesterday, shortly after Shane and Kagura escaped from the battlefield, Drake appeared on the scene. He joined Hawkins, Uroge, and Apu as a pirate supernova on the surface, but secretly as a marine undercover, fighting with Kizaru and the pacifists. The final result is self-evident. The four were defeated and were kicked into supernovas by Kizaru one by one. Things were supposed to be going perfectly according to plan, but what was unexpected was that Mr. Kizaru was affected by something and failed to control his strength when attacking him, causing him to suffer more than planned. The injuries caused him to faint on the spot. After waking up, he came to Shane. Do you know him? Drake asked cautiously. Who? Oh, are you talking about that wretched old man who likes to eat for free? Shane raised his eyebrows, and was a little annoyed when he mentioned the old man. He pointed at Drake's position. He was sitting right here in your seat yesterday and eating for free, don't you think so, Kagura? Burp. Kagura, who was silently devouring food on the side, burped in response. What? After hearing this, Drake stood up excitedly. His chest rose and fell for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to continue eating breakfast. He looked at Shane with no more tentative eyes. Hey, brother Shane, you should have told me earlier that you were Mr. Kizaru's subordinates. Chapter 17 Summoning Mediums Gathered. No, I'm not. In the next few minutes, Drake seemed to have determined that Shane was a Marine. No matter how Shane explained, he didn't believe it. He just said, Mr. Kizaru will not let me have a relationship with him. Known by people other than Marine, replied. You are such a jerk. Shaw-en was so angry that he was speechless. He put down his finger helplessly and sighed. Well, forget it. You can look at me however you want, but you can't go back on my request. You asked for it yourself. Of course. Drake nodded immediately, and the look he gave Shane had turned into the kind of intimacy and trust he gave his colleague. But I want to ask you what you are going to do with the scales I transform into after I transform. He asked curiously, and then, as if afraid that Shane would think he regretted it, he quickly added. If you have something to hide, you don't have to tell me. My body is too badly injured, and my abilities are limited. At my current recovery speed, it will take at least 3 days for me to fully transform into a beast. 3 days. Hearing this, Haiyuan was slightly stunned, then he called out the summoning panel in his mind. After seeing the time on the panel clearly, his brows slowly frowned. Time until next summon. 1 day, summoning condition. 30 million berries. 1 day's time. According to the time of the first summoning, the next summoning time is actually around noon tomorrow morning, and by then Drake's body obviously has not recovered yet, so he needs to wait 2 more days. Shane felt upset. All the conditions for summoning were met and the summoning time was almost up, but he still had to wait. No, I promised old Neil to go to Dressrosa as soon as possible to rescue his wife and daughter, so I can't delay. It seems that we can only place our hope on another summoning medium. ... After chatting for a short while, Drake finished his breakfast, said hello to Shane Kagura, and then prepared to go back to the bedroom to lie down and rest in order to recover as soon as possible. Shane called him over and took out a bunch of newspapers and magazines from a bubble bag. He bought them this morning when he bought breakfast. He wanted to keep them for himself to read and deepen his understanding of the world. Now Drake is determined to recuperate here for a few days, and these things can just help him entertain himself when he is bored. Drake was delighted when he saw this. After thanking him twice, he picked up the newspapers and magazines on the table and limped back to the bedroom. At the same time, Shane and Kagura also finished their breakfast. Looking at the clear weather outside the window, Shane suddenly had the idea of going out, either to find another summoning medium or just to take a stroll. Either way, it was better than lying at home. Advertisement. In the previous world, he was a social animal who hardly went out except for work. In the new world, he finally didn't have to work all day long, so he decided to try to make some changes and go out more often to enjoy this wonderful life. However, just as Shane was urging the reluctant Kagura to put on her shoes, there was a knock on the door. Brother Shane, little Kagura, are you home? It was old Neil's voice. Hearing that there were guests coming meant that they couldn't go out for the time being. Kagura's face lit up with joy. Her idea was completely different from Shane's. No matter how good the weather was outside, she would never go out as long as she was not starving to death. If Shane hadn't threatened her with the next meal, she wouldn't have followed him out. At that moment, she swung and kicked her feet, and the little leather shoes which Shane took her to buy yesterday, that she had just put on halfway, were taken off again, revealing a pair of white and tender little feet. Then she ran back to the living room barefoot, threw herself on the sofa, and flipped through a magazine while drinking a drink. Quote. The series of actions were so fast that Shane was stunned for a long time. It was not until the knock on the door sounded again that he came to his senses and went to the gate of opening. After the door opened, old Neil came in hurriedly with a sack on his back, like a thief, with an expression of nervousness and excitement on his face. What are you doing? Seeing him like this, Haiyuan asked suspiciously. I bought what you wanted. Old Neil smiled mysteriously, and without further delay, he put down the sack on his body. The stuff in the sack was very heavy. This was Shane's first impression. Because even though old Neil put it down very lightly, it still made a muffled sound when it hit the ground. Shane guessed what it was and a look of joy appeared on his face. At the signal of old Neil, he squatted down and opened the sack with his own hands. As expected, it's a bomb. Advertisement. It was a big bag, black and bulging, almost half the size of a person, and probably weighed several hundred kilograms. If old Neil wasn't a shipbuilder who did manual labor, it would have been impossible for him to carry the bomb back to his home. Found a suitable summoning medium. Do you want to absorb and store it? After seeing the message from the summoning panel, Haiyuan was overjoyed. But no matter how excited he was not prepared to use his cheating ability in front of old Neil. Instead, he asked him to help him move the bomb to the underground warehouse in the cabin. Where did you get this bomb? After moving, the two returned to the living room. Shane poured 2 full glasses of wine, slapped away a small hand that reached out to grab the wine, and handed 1 glass to old Neil. Cool. After taking a big sip, old Neil wiped the sweat off his face, looked at Shane, and said without hesitation. In our shipyard warehouse. Brother Shane, you may not know that a while ago, 11 pirates came to the Sabaody Archipelago one after another. They were called pirate Supernovas. In order to prevent them, local merchant ships and various nobles came to the shipyard. Strengthened the ship's weapons. Quote. So, I casually asked yesterday afternoon and found out that there were still some unloaded bombs in the warehouse, and then I bought them at the internal price of several million baileys. After hearing this, Shane understood. He was surprised, but not overly shocked. The control over weapons in this world is not strict. Some pirates in the East Daxia Sea with bounties of tens of millions of baileys can be equipped with advanced artillery. In the Sabaody Archipelago, which is closest to the New World entrance Fishman Island in this Grand Line, it is not too difficult to just find a bomb powerful enough to kill an ordinary Poseidon. Shane originally wanted to take Kagura to the black market and auction house in the chaotic area to try his luck, but he didn't expect that old Neil would bring the things directly to his door. It really is a piece of cake. Wait, didn't I just say this yesterday? Without thinking any more, Shane took out 10 million Baileys from the cheat space and wanted to give it to old Neil, who paid for the bomb for him. As expected, old Neil decisively refused. Brother Shane, this is the only way I can help you. I hope you won't refuse again. Okay, then, why don't you stay for a meal and some drinks? Sha-en waved his hand without forcing him. Hey, sure, I heard that Brother Sha-en's cooking skills are very good. Today I finally have a chance to try it. Chapter 18 Second Summoning, Klee. Day 5 of the journey, early morning. In the underground warehouse. Early in the morning, before the roosters crowed, Shane got up first, and excitedly pulled Kagura from the next room here. Kagura was sleepy, with disheveled hair, wearing only a white pajamas, and sitting on a chair with her knees hugged. I will definitely lock the door to my room next time. She rubbed her eyes, her face still a little dazed from sleep, and after a long while she looked at Sha-en viciously. In this regard, Shane said he was well prepared. He took out a huge lollipop from his pocket, and then stuffed it into the girl's slightly open mouth as she looked at him blankly. Kagura struggled subconsciously. When the sweetness of the lollipop reached her taste buds, her eyes suddenly lit up and her body instantly calmed down. I can't be bribed by a lollipop. She licked the lollipop greedily while making an unconvincing argument. Yes, you are the most courageous. Sha-en patted her little head with an amused look on his face, and suddenly there was excitement in his eyes. After 3 days of waiting, the character summon was finally unlocked just now. Open black lens bracket, start summoning. Close black lens bracket. Without any hesitation, Shane moved the bomb that was moved to the warehouse yesterday to the central position. After a thought, he stared at the ground with anticipation. Wow. First, there was a gust of wind that blew up out of nowhere, making the debris in the house rustle. After the strong wind, the ground was covered with hazy blue light, which gradually enveloped the entire warehouse. This time, Shane could see clearly that there were some ancient spells on the ground, crisscrossing and extending from the inside to the outside to form a circular summon. Magic circle. In the next moment, the space shattered, the air contracted like flowing water, and a black vortex suddenly condensed in the center of the warehouse. A petite red figure jumped out from the vortex and fell to the ground with a thud. Pointed ears, light brown hair, ruby eyes full of curiosity about the world, carrying a bulging small leather bag on his back, with both hands grasping the backpack straps in front of him. Combined with his figure, he looks just like primary school students carrying school bags to school are all the same. Advertisement. The combination of short skirt, long boots and knee-high socks highlights her cute and lovely features. Excuse me, is there really a place here where Klee can fry fish? The little girl raised her head, her big watery eyes were full of anticipation, as if she had been waiting for a long time, and her voice was clear and ethereal. Fried fish. The corner of Shane's mouth twitched, and it was unclear whether the emotion in his eyes was surprise or annoyance. After the little Lolita said the first sentence, her information gradually emerged in Sha-en's mind. Successfully summoned Klee from the Genshin Impact world. Host gains access to some of the character's attributes and abilities. For details, please check the character panel. Character panel. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 24 close black lens bracket. Race. Human 91%, Night Rabbit 5%, Elf 4%. Abilities. Conqueror's Domineering Power Awakening 11.26%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery 14.39%. Influenced by the elven blood, Shane's skin became whiter, and now his skin color is almost the same as Kagura's. Moreover, his body has become lighter. He feels that he can even run on a smooth wall if he exerts all his strength. At the same time, in his pupils which were gradually turning red, he could see the element of fire permeating the air. He felt that with a little guidance, he could condense a fireball in his hands out of thin air. Sure enough, the flame fruit, even dogs can't. Why do we need to fry the fish? Aren't fish meant to be caught and eaten? Kagura's voice brought Shane back to reality. I don't know, but Kelly thinks it's fun, and fried fish can be eaten. Kelly looked at the young lady in front of her who looked not much older than her, tilting her head. The head explained. During this time, her eyes kept glancing at the older brother who was in a daze beside her. She always felt that his breath was becoming closer and closer, just like a family member. Can it be fried? Kagura was stunned. The lollipop in her mouth suddenly felt less fragrant. She immediately ran over and took Klee's hand. Let's go now. Okay. Hearing that this young lady would take her to fry fish and wanted to join in, Kelly was so happy that her eyes were full of smiles. Advertisement. After that, she turned her curious eyes to Sha-en. Are you Sha-en's brother? Brother Shane. Hearing this sweet voice, Sha-en felt his heart was about to melt. Yes, I am Shane. How do you know my name? Shane subconsciously lowered his voice and said softly. My name is Klee, from the Knights of Favonius. Today, I was in the confinement room. No, I was daydreaming in the room when I suddenly heard a voice. It said that as long as she came to another world and became a companion of a brother named Shane, Klee could fry fish freely from now on. As Kelly explained, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she could hardly suppress her excitement. She wanted to go out for fish frying with her new, young lady, as soon as possible. Children's thoughts are basically revealed on the surface. Seeing her anxious heart, Sha-en certainly would not delay any longer and said with a smile. The thing that is most abundant in this world is fish. Let Kagura take you out for some fun. After saying goodbye to Shane politely, Kelly took Kagura, who couldn't wait any longer, and the two of them skipped out the door. Shane looked at their departing backs with satisfaction like an old father. As expected of Kagura, her relationship with her new companions developed rapidly in just a short while, and by the time they came back from a day of play, they would probably have become very good friends. This atmosphere of harmonious coexistence among companions is exactly what Shane hopes to see. However, as if recalling some terrible scene, a hint of panic appeared in Shane's eyes. How could I be so relieved to let this group go out and play together? He knew Kagura's character very well. She was fearless and even dared to touch Admiral Kizaru. Although Kelly looks like a harmless little girl, according to Shane's understanding of her, she is definitely not a person who would stay at ease. The bulging bomb in the backpack behind her is proof of that. If we really let these two guys go out and play on their own, I'm afraid the entire Sabaody Archipelago will be sunk by them by tomorrow. Thinking of this, Shaw-En's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stood up and chased in the direction the two people left. But just as he ran out of the door, a familiar and friendly face appeared at the door. Hey, brother Shane, you seem to be doing well lately. Rayleigh was holding 3 bottles of wine and seemed to have just walked to Shane's door. Next to him was old Neil, who was holding a pile of food in bubble bags behind him. Chapter 19 I experienced Shane's happiness. Mr. Rayleigh, why are you here with old Neil? After seeing who was coming, Shane was a little surprised. For a moment, he didn't care about Kagura and Klee who had disappeared, and hurriedly welcomed the two guests into the house. Didn't I tell you that I had contact with the boatman from island number 53 in the casino? Rayleigh smiled and looked around the cabin. Unlike his first time here, old Neil seemed to be very familiar with the place. He didn't even need Shane's guidance and took the ingredients he brought to the refrigerator and kitchen by himself. I met Rayleigh today on Island 53, and I realized that you also know this old gambler. In fact, Mr. Rayleigh recommended me to come to Island 53 to build a ship. At that time, I wanted to find a place to stay with Kagura first, and then go to the shipyard the next day. I didn't expect that you, old Neil, would suddenly appear to receive us. Shane took out 3 wine glasses, took the bottle from Rayleigh, and poured a glass for all 3 of them. Mr. Rayleigh, shouldn't you be coating Luffy's ship right now? Why did you have time to come to me? Shane handed them the wine glasses and asked with a puzzled look on his face. It has been plated today, but even though the ship is ready, it may take a long time for the owner to return. Rayleigh took a sip of wine, a hint of reminiscence appearing in his deep eyes. 2 days ago, Rayleigh rescued the Straw Hat Pirates from Kizaru. Just as he was fighting fiercely with Kizaru, an unexpected guy suddenly appeared. Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. After a brief exchange he reached an agreement with Rayleigh. Rayleigh would hold Kizaru aside, while he would use the power of the fruit to send Luffy and his companions to a safe island. If you were to travel, where would you choose to go? Bear took off his gloves, and under Kizaru's increasingly ugly gaze, he slapped the Straw Hat Pirates members away one by one. After that, Kizaru no longer wanted to fight with Rayleigh, and he turned into a light escape and disappeared. On the way, he accidentally found Drake who was bleeding too much and fell to the ground unconscious, so he had to secretly take him away and hide him somewhere. Healing, and the next day when he learned that Shane and Kagura were still staying in the Sabaody Archipelago, he had a bold idea. After separating from the bear, Rayleigh followed the agreement with the Straw Hat Pirates and moved their ship to Island 53 to secretly complete the coating. After the work was completed, he remembered that Shane and the others were also on the island, so he decided to come and visit them. So that's how it is. After hearing what Rayleigh said about what he had experienced in the past 2 days, Shane finally understood why Kizaru threw Drake into his house. The war on the top is approaching. As one of the strongest Marines, he cannot stay in the Sabaody Islands. The Marines on the island will be transferred back to the headquarters, so he gives the task of taking care of Drake to Shane and Kagura. What always puzzled Shane was why Kizaru, who had only met him a few times, trusted him and Kagura so much. Advertisement. Isn't he afraid that he will make it public that Drake is Marine undercover? Seeing Shane's somewhat tangled expression, Rayleigh mistakenly thought that he was worried about Luffy and the others. While lamenting that young people value friendship, he also advised. Brother Shane, don't worry too much. I believe that with the bond between Luffy and the others, we will definitely be able to gather together and set sail again. I'm not worried about them at all. What do the protagonists have to worry about? Shane was confused. He felt that Rayleigh's words were full of admiration for the Straw Hat Pirates. He didn't know whether it was because of the Straw Hat or Shanks. I nodded and agreed. Yes, I believe them too. ... The view turns to the other side. Kagura and Klee ran out of the door in a hurry, as if they were avoiding someone, and they ran for more than 10 blocks in one breath before stopping. Who, Kagura's sister, although Klee really wants to go fry the fish, there's no need to run so fast, right? Klee was so tired that she was gasping for breath, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Kagura. Her physical strength was already extraordinary, at least in Mondstadt, and it was difficult for the Knights of the Knights Templar to catch her after she got into trouble. Unexpectedly, this new friend who didn't look special and was only half a head taller than her could actually run faster than her, and she didn't even breathe hard after running, which shows how terrifying her physical fitness is. Hey, you are still too young, little Carrie. How could that guy let us two go out and play so confidently? He must be regretting it now and chasing after us. After seeing that there was no one chasing after her, Kagura breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Then, as if he thought of something, his expression changed, and he suddenly raised his hand and patted Kelly's little head, imitating the way Shane usually patted her head. Wow, it turns out that patting the head of someone shorter than you is such a comfortable thing. Kagura finally understood Shane's happiness. She reached out and stroked Kelly's head, and couldn't help but humming. Advertisement. Kelly did not reject the actions of her new friend, thinking that this was a sign of intimacy between friends. Then should we continue running? Completely avoid brother Shane, and then go to the beach to fry fish together. She raised her head and waved her little fist eagerly. Kagura came back to her senses, looked down, her eyes trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but gasp. This is so cute it's unfair. Sweet voice, pointed ears, a reddish delicate face, and doubtful deep red pupils. No wonder Sha Zhong was so anxious to get himself up early in the morning. It turned out to be for such a cute little loli. Damn it, I was actually bribed by a lollipop. What made Kagura most uncomfortable was that the perspective from which she was looking down at the loli was exactly the same as the perspective from which Shane looked at her every day. So it turns out that guy has such a good life every day, and now the happiness is doubled. The more Kagura thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned around and saw that such a long time had passed and the guy still hadn't caught up with her. Kagura couldn't help but feel a little confused. Based on her understanding of Shane, he would most likely go out and catch up with them at this time. Could it be that he was stopped by someone when he was leaving? Why aren't you talking, Kagura sister? Or should we wait for Shane's sister to go play together? Seeing that Kagura remained silent, Klee tugged at the corner of Kagura's clothes and asked with her head tilted. Humph, I don't want to wait here for that Lolita, let's go together first. Kagura said angrily, grabbed Klee's hand and ran towards the beach. Harbor. Get out of here. This is the cargo that the great celestial dragons need. You bastards dare to stop us. A slave ship branded with the flag of the celestial dragons sailed into the harbor. Relying on the noble status of the celestial dragons, it was like a bully on the ship, running rampant all the way and knocking away all the ships that blocked its way. But what they didn't know was that after reaching the shore, they would be greeted by two little girls frying fish together. Chapter 20. Teacher Rayleigh's Domineering Guidance. You want to teach me how to be domineering yourself? In the living room, Shane looked at Rayleigh in surprise, his voice filled with excitement and surprise. While the three were drinking and chatting, Rayleigh learned that Shane promised old Neil that he would go to Dressrosa to save his wife and daughter. He suddenly proposed the idea of guiding Sha En in his domineering practice. Domineering. What is this? Do I need this old gambler to teach me? Old Neil's eyes flickered. As a boatman, he had been to the New World several times, but he had never fought with anyone, so he had no idea about domineering. But looking at brother Shane's serious look, it is clear that domineering is not a simple thing. Moreover, Shane needs to seek guidance from Rayleigh. Could it be that this old drunkard who always loses money is actually a hidden master? You can think of it as a basic ability that is essential to the New World. With it, we can better fight against people with special abilities. Shane explained the situation to him as simply as possible, his passionate eyes still focused on Rayleigh. As we all know, the protagonist Luffy in the original work learned his domineering power from the old man in front of him. It was also the solid foundation built by Rayleigh that made him stronger every time he met a new master after entering the New World. Expansive growth. Of course, the role of Nika Halo might have played a big role in this, but he definitely believed 100% in the teaching level of the protagonist's first master. Rayleigh said nothing, but raised the glass to his lips and took a sip. After a moment, when he put the wine glass back on the table, a flash of red light flashed across his eyes. Shane's body trembled suddenly. An inexplicable aura suddenly burst out from Rayleigh's body, like a strong wind blowing in his face, causing the wooden windows in the house to crack and the furniture to shake. Old Neil shuddered and saw the house shaking. He thought the wind was blowing in because the window was not closed, so he complained and ran to close the window. He was not affected by this pressure at all. But Shane, who had been looking directly at Rayleigh, was completely enveloped by this momentum, or perhaps this momentum was directed towards him. It is like a king standing above all other living beings, making people want to kneel down and worship him. In an instant, Shane felt his mind being violently hit, his soul wailing, as if he would faint in the next moment. This is Conqueror's domineering. One Piece's right hand, Pluton Rayleigh's Conqueror's domineering. After realizing what was happening, Shane clenched his teeth, his eyes became firm, and he used all his strength to prevent his bones from collapsing under this fierce momentum. As if sensing Shane's unyielding will, a strong aura suddenly burst out from his eyes, and under the pressure of Rayleigh's aura, it continued to rise. As these two forces continued to confront each other, Shane finally regained control of his body. Advertisement. He did not speak to end the ordeal initiated by Rayleigh. Instead, under Rayleigh's admiring gaze, he endured the pressure, slowly stretched out his hand, grabbed the wine bottle on the table with difficulty, and poured it into Rayleigh's glass. A full cup, neither more nor less, not a bit missing nor a bit overflowing. Shane put the bottle back in place and said with a forced smile. Mr. Rayleigh, do I qualify? As soon as the words fell, the whole room returned to silence. Ha ha ha, brother Shane, you really have awakened this power. Rayleigh suddenly burst into laughter, picked up the wine that Shane had poured and took a sip with satisfaction. After his laughter died down, the overwhelming momentum instantly dissipated, and the room returned to normal immediately, as if nothing had happened. However, the cracks in the window and the slightly shifted furniture made it seem unusual. At least old Neil finally figured it out. Is this what domineering is? The corners of his mouth trembled, and he looked at the changed environment at home with horror. He couldn't imagine that two people sitting still could affect the window more than 10 meters away and even cause a crack in the window. If that momentum was directed at a human, wouldn't it have killed that person directly? To be precise, it is one of the three colors of Haki, Conqueror's Haki, which is an ability that only one out of millions of people is qualified to awaken. Rayleigh explained with a smile, but there was a dazed look in her eyes. Another young man who has mastered Conqueror's dominance. It seems that the sea now is really what you wish. Brother Shane, your Conqueror's domineering aura is still in the initial awakening stage, and you haven't reached the point where you can use it at will. But don't worry, you just need to practice with me once a day like you did just now, and you will be able to master it after a week. Every day, Shane, who was lying on the chair and gasping for breath, had a look of despair on his face. After finishing Conqueror's match with Rayleigh, he felt that his body was almost exhausted and he didn't even have the strength to stand. The physical aspect is a small matter. The most painful thing is that after the fight, most of my spirit is drained away. This feeling was just like when he stayed up all night in an internet cafe with his classmates in high school and then went back to the classroom early in the morning to attend 4 consecutive math classes. If he closed his eyes now, he would probably fall asleep in less than a minute. If this happened every day, Shane would feel painful. Yes, every day. Seeing Shane's distress, Rayleigh smiled even more happily. In his eyes, the two most talented young people he has seen in recent years are Luffy and Shane. The two completely different personalities remind him of his two former apprentices, Shanks and Buggy. Advertisement. However, leaving Luffy aside, Buggy's talent is much worse than Shane's. Rayleigh, who was lost in reminiscence, looked particularly peaceful, with a smile on his lips, like an ordinary old man with gray hair, sipping wine and reminiscing about the past. But in Shane's eyes, this scene seemed more like a sinister old man thinking of ways to torture his future students. Shane felt a chill in his heart, and just as he was about to open his mouth to reprimand Rayleigh, words came that made him even more desperate. After the daily Conqueror's Haki training, the next step is Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Armament Haki mainly depends on you finding enemies to practice, preferably wild beasts in the mountains, and Observation Haki requires me to do a little bit of practice. Help. What help do you mean? Shane swallowed. He remembered the scene in the anime when Rayleigh taught Luffy Haki. No way, you're not going to take out a stick and stand there, and then let me blindfold myself and sit on the ground to avoid your attack. Hey, I'm not the King Luffy who has the ability to take a beating. You'll know soon enough. Rayleigh smiled sinisterly. ... Kelly knew she was in trouble again. When she and her sister Kagura arrived at the beach and threw all the bombs in their backpacks into the sea. A very fast ship rushed over and happened to enter the minefield they had set up. Klee's bomb is not an ordinary bomb. In order to show it off in front of her new friends, she took out her most proud work and even put all the fire elemental power she could control into it. Moreover, when Klee used her ability, she discovered that in this world, perhaps because of the strong fire element, her ability to guide the fire element in the air was even stronger. Therefore, this bomb is definitely the most powerful one she has ever launched. Boom. The sound was as loud as thunder, and the entire Sabaody Archipelago was affected and shook twice. The sea water boiled, and a huge wave dozens of meters wide and dozens of meters high was set off. Also rising into the sky was the slave ship that had been blown to pieces. As the water splashed down, the sea water dozens of meters high turned into raindrops and suddenly rushed towards the entire harbor, submerging many ships docked at the edge of the harbor into the sea. Enemy. Attack. Enemy attack. The people on the slave ship finally landed at this time. After a while, they realized that their ship had been blown up. The guards on the ship shouted in panic. The slaves who were bound by chains now had a chance to escape. They climbed to the shore and fled towards the island. The people who were originally staying in the harbor first heard a loud noise, followed by the invasion of seawater, and then when they opened their eyes, they saw a large group of people rushing towards them. Suddenly, I thought it was another pirate invasion. I didn't care about anything else and just dropped my things and ran away. All of a sudden, the entire port was in turmoil, and the chaos continued to spread into the city. Chapter 21. Reaching Marine Headquarters. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. There are only 4 days left to execute. Fire Fist, Ace. The entire Marineland was filled with a pre-war tense atmosphere. Countless Marines came from all over the sea, and the harbor was densely packed with warships. The place in front of the execution platform was even more lively, with the crackling sounds of weapons and equipment, various modifications to the terrain, the layout of organs, and more than a dozen giant lieutenant generals standing next to the headquarters building, like statues tens of meters high. Majesty. Headquarters building. A young Marine rushed in with hasty steps. Reporting that Fleet Admiral, the seaports of Islands 53 and 54 of the Sabaody Archipelago were attacked by unknown bombs, and a slave ship belonging to the Draco was blown up. What? After hearing the news, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku suddenly stood up from his office seat. It's the Sabaody Islands again, and it's the Celestial Dragons again. Could it be that Garp's grandson is behind this again? Thinking of the troublesome monkey family, Zhongguo's eyelids twitched with anger and he cast his eyes hard on the sofa. However, they saw their marine hero, Garp, sitting on the sofa in a naive manner, holding a large bag of snacks in his hand and eating voraciously. When Sengoku looked over, his expression instantly became serious, and the temperament he revealed for a moment was a bit like a marine hero. Warring States looked at him for a while, and when he was about to ask him, he saw him suddenly grab the snack bag, swish, a few times, and poured the full bag of senbei into his mouth. Who will steal your food? Warring States was so angry that his veins were exposed and his fists were clenched tightly. But after all, they have worked together for many years, and this scene has happened too many times. He is almost used to being angry. At present, it is not to the extent that he loses control of his emotions. What's more, in fact, Garp is considered a relatively normal person in this office. There was a man with an afro who was also sitting on the sofa doing nothing. His long legs were stretched high, and his eyes were covered with a black blindfold. His body was rising and falling steadily, and he could vaguely hear snoring. Another wretched old man was wearing sunglasses indoors. He deliberately sat near the window where the sunlight could reach him. He held a newspaper or magazine in his hand and read it openly with his legs crossed. He made wretched comments from time to time. Laughter. Sengoku sighed and returned his gaze to the young marine who came to report. Advertisement. Is there nothing wrong with the Tianlong people? No, what was blown up was just a slave ship that went to the world to purchase slaves for the celestial dragons. There were only subordinates working for the celestial dragons and some captured slaves on the ship. Hearing this, Warring States breathed a sigh of relief, and his frown suddenly relaxed. As long as the Tianlong people are fine, he won't need to send another marine general there. Oh, what a pity. A sigh suddenly sounded in the office. Sengoku knew who said it without even thinking about it. He ignored this guy who was gloating about his misfortune and continued to look at the young marine in front of him. Tell me what happened in detail. Yes, according to the information obtained so far, the murderers were two little girls in their teens. They threw a large number of bombs with unknown abilities on the beach and blew up the Draco slave ship that happened to be docked. The ship was blown to pieces, but there were not many casualties. Except for a few who fell into the water and drowned, everyone else swam ashore, and more than half of the slaves took advantage of the chaos to escape. This is also the case for the Tianlong people, the reason for the anger over there. With that said, young marine respectfully handed over a secret report. Warring States received the secret report, glanced at it briefly, and found that the content was very similar to what young marine said, with just a few more clues about the suspect. Petite body, elf-like face, ability to create fire out of thin air. It's another fire-related ability, but it's quite similar to the protagonist, a few days later. Warring States thought for a moment and then asked. Did you take any photos of them? No, this information was given by a local fisherman. I heard him say that he was preparing to go fishing at that time, but suddenly saw two little girls standing on the beach, one with white hair and the other with orange hair. Orange hair. Kizaru suddenly made a surprised sound. What's wrong, do you know Celino? Sengoku looked at him doubtfully. He rarely saw such an expression on Kizaru's face. Haha. I just remembered the two interesting young people I met on the Sabaody Islands. Their hair happened to be orange. Kizaru rubbed his chin, and although his eyes were still on the magazine in his hand, he didn't seem to care much on the surface, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. The orange-haired girl is most likely the little Kagura who has been following Brother Shaen, but he has never seen the other little girl with white hair. Sounds like another promising prospect. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Kizaru felt a little anxious. If it weren't for the fact that Malinfando needed him to be in charge in a few days, he would have gone to the Sabaody Islands to be a guest at Shaen's house. Oh, there are not many young people you can call interesting. Why didn't you bring them back to Marine headquarters? The Warring States period was a little surprised. With the picky eyes of these generals, there were few juniors they liked. Unexpectedly, Kizaru met two of them when he went on a mission. Moreover, given his status, he was not able to distinguish them. They brought it back. Hey, there's no way, I don't have any interest in becoming a marine, so you can't force me to come over, right? Kizaru spread his hands helplessly. In this regard, the Warring States period was speechless. He gestured to the young marine, who had been interrupted for a long time, to continue. Just when the fishermen were trying to persuade them to leave the beach and play elsewhere, the little girl with white hair suddenly yelled something like, bouncing bombs, her whole body burst into flames, and a lot of burning doll-like bombs were thrown out, and then, the celestial dragon slave ship was blown up. Bang bang. Bomb. What kind of fruit ability is this? Warring States looked confused. Sabaody Islands. The sun was setting in the west, and the dim sunlight fell into the small courtyard, shining on the two people in the courtyard, the old man holding a stick, and the young man sitting on the ground with a black scarf and blindfolded eyes. The wind howled. A wooden stick was in the hand of the gray-haired old man, carrying a wave of impact in the air, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and the stick went straight towards the young man sitting on the ground with a fierce momentum. When the whistling sound sounded, the blindfolded young man's ears moved slightly, as if he sensed the approaching danger, and his body immediately leaned back. But it was still a moment too late. Bang! The stick hit the side of the young man's face, causing the skin to dent. The young man flew out like a spring contracted by pressure. It's a pity, it's still a little bit worse. The old man put away his stick and stood there, looking at the young man lying down under a big tree with some regret. Yes, he almost beat me to death. The young man climbed up from the ground with difficulty, stood up and sat against the big tree, breathing heavily and covering his nose that had just spit out blood because he landed on his face. Chapter 22 Fireball. Haha, I definitely can't die. The old man chuckled, and at the moment the laughter died down, the old man raised the hand holding the wooden stick. The next moment, it was like a flying sword being unsheathed, bringing with it a long sound of wind in the air. In the blink of an eye, the rapidly flying wooden stick was already in front of the blindfolded young man. Sure enough, here he comes again, this sinister old fellow. Obviously, this scene was not the first time it happened. Although he did not take off the black scarf covering his eyes, Shaw-en had been on guard when chatting with the old man. As for why he was so skilled, well, I won't say much. Bloody lessons all day long. As the whistling sound got closer and closer and the sharp feeling of the stick tip was transmitted to the surface of his skin, Shane sat upright with only his head slightly tilted to one side. The sharp feeling suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Shane suddenly stretched out his right hand. Although he covered his eyes, he seemed to be able to see and firmly grab the wooden stick that passed by his head. Feeling that he had firmly grasped something, a look of joy immediately appeared on the corners of his mouth. Shane took off his black scarf. What caught my eye was the blood-stained wooden stick in his hand, a thick layer of dark red color, all covered with his blood. He turned around and looked at the place in the courtyard where he had just sat. Likewise, it was all scarlet all around. Shane gasped. He knew that he had been beaten badly by Rayleigh's stick all day, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. If someone else came and saw this, there was blood all over the floor, and you'd probably think someone was slaughtering pigs here. He stretched out his trembling hand and pointed at the old man who was looking at him with a smile. You old man, aren't you afraid of beating me to death? Hearing this, Rayleigh felt no guilt at all. He took out a mirror from somewhere and threw it to Shane. Brother Shane, your body may be much stronger than you realize. Shane took the mirror and saw his disheveled self in the mirror. His face was covered in dust, his clothes were stained with blood, and his body was covered with scars. Judging from the injuries, it was not just caused by being hit by the stick, but also by abrasions from friction with the ground after being knocked away, and scratches from passing through the grass and flowers. If an ordinary person had suffered so many wounds at the same time, he would have turned into a bloody man by now. But Shane was completely different. After his wound was torn, the blood oozed out in less than a moment before his skin healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement. Just like the wound on Shane's face after close contact with the earth, it has recovered in less than a few minutes. After wiping off the blood, the skin becomes smooth and looks like new. Shane was shocked. Rayleigh didn't seem particularly surprised. After all, he had traveled around the world with Roger and had seen monsters with extraordinary talents like Kaido and Big Mom. Compared with them, Shane's performance was only it can be said that the small witch meets the big witch. The only thing that made him a little curious was whether Kagura, who had similar hair color to Shane and stronger physical fitness, and had some kind of close connection with him, also had this innate physical talent like him. As dusk approached, Rayleigh prepared to leave. Although he had placed the Straw Hat Pirates ship at shipyard number 53 for safekeeping, he was worried that something might happen if he left for too long, so he had to rush back before dark. Having said that, Shane didn't try to persuade him to stay for dinner. Then I'll come back tomorrow at noon. After saying that, Rayleigh walked away while drinking from his wine jug. Shane didn't stand up to say goodbye because he was too tired. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep last night, so I got up early in the morning to wait for the summoning of the new character. Just after the summoning, Rayleigh came, and then I had almost a whole day of domineering training. He is now hungry, tired and sleepy. Check the character panel. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 24 close black lens bracket. Race. Human 91%, Night Rabbit 5%, Elf 4%. Ability. Conqueror's Haki Awakening 17.06%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery 14.39%, Observation Haki Awakening 1.07%, Armament Haki Awakening 0.35%. After a whole day of hard training, Shane smiled sincerely when he saw the two new abilities added to the ability column. More importantly, after seeing the data changes in the ability column, he finally figured out the difference between Awakening and Mastery behind the ability. Awakening is the previous stage of mastering. If an ability is in the Awakening state, it means that he is still learning and cannot actively display it. After mastering, he can use it easily. It was like the fire elemental power he mastered after summoning Klee. Advertisement. Squeak. The young man leaning against the tree stretched out his right hand, and with a slight thought, the air suddenly became hot. The red energy was attracted by something and continued to gather towards the palm of his hand. Until it condenses into a flame the size of a football. Shane felt the temperature of the flame in his hand. It was extremely hot, burning the air. It was more violent than natural flames, as if it would explode if he let go of it. However, this violent flame seemed to be a part of his body. It was burning in the palm of his hand, but he only felt a warmth. What surprised him even more was that, as he controlled it with his mind, the flame in his hand could move freely, leaving his palm and swaying around him within a few meters at a flickering speed, like it is a faint ghost fire. When it was about 15 meters away from him, the feeling of control as if driven by an arm suddenly disappeared. The flame suddenly stagnated, and then the body suddenly expanded, like a balloon that was inflated too much, and exploded with a loud bang. Boom. With a loud bang, the flame suspended in the air exploded like a bomb wrapped in flames, causing the air to rise, black smoke to billow, and a black pit several meters in size to appear on the ground. Fireball. Looking at the black pit caused by the explosion on the ground more than 10 meters away, Shane was stunned, and inexplicably recalled the traditional skills of the mage in the game he played in his previous life. Thinking of this, Shaw-En's mind became active. Since fireball is okay, then. Shaw-En suddenly took a deep breath, put his hands in front of his mouth in a trumpet shape, and used his mind to mobilize the fire elemental power in his body, releasing it all at once as he exhaled. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fierce breath of fire gushed out of his mouth, in a cone shape, 5 or 6 meters long. The scorching flames baked the air and the ground like a flamethrower. The air was boiling and the grass was burning, gradually turning black. Cough, cough. However, after 5 or 6 seconds, the cone-shaped flame breath suddenly stopped. Shane's face turned pale and he coughed breathlessly. It actually worked, and the effect was almost the same as the original. Although he looked grim, Shane's dusty and tired face revealed surprise, and he was as happy as a child who had received candy. Chapter 23. Were you dragged into the water by the fish? In the following time, Shane, who had nothing to do, sat on the ground and did a lot of research on the power of fire. First, after releasing the fire twice before, he realized that the fire he released was not generated by his body, but he needed to concentrate his mind to arouse the fire elemental power that already existed in the air, guide it out, and gather it in his body. Body surface. Since he manipulates the elemental power of fire instead of controlling the flames, he cannot emit large amounts of flames from his body like Ace, nor can he be immune to fire damage, and of course he cannot elementalize his body. However, compared to the flame fruit, his ability has another advantage besides being not afraid of sea water. That means it can burn through the air. As the name suggests, within the range of more than 10 meters covered by his spirit, as long as he can control the fire elemental power anywhere within his sight, he can make them condense together into flames and burn. This naturally includes the enemy's body. Shane couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that when he faced the enemy, he just looked at him and the enemy burned to ashes. Although it sounds cruel, if you really encounter a particularly difficult or hard to attack enemy, this may be the trump card that can bring you a surprise victory. However, Shane temporarily gave up this idea shortly after the experiment. Because he found that the farther away from his body, the slower he could guide the fire element. For every additional meter, the guiding time almost doubled. It takes about a breath to condense a fireball in the palm of your hand, but the time required to condense a flame out of thin air a few meters away from your body is extended to nearly half a minute. At more than 10 meters away, within the limit of mental coverage, the time required for guidance is even more exaggerated, requiring a full 5 minutes. Just ask yourself, which enemy in a battle would stand still and give you nearly 5 minutes to guide him? Shane sighed and stopped researching further, instead focusing on summoning cheat. 3 days until next summoning condition, 80 million berries. Open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets, 479 million Bailey's close black lens bracket. The summoning time is still only 3 days, but the summoning condition has increased to 80 million belly. For a moment, Shane didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Advertisement. The good news is that the summoning time is shorter than he expected, which means that during the 1 month of shipbuilding time, he can summon more characters and feel more at ease when going out to sea. The bad news is that there is not enough money. This time it has increased from 30 million belly to 80 million belly, so by analogy, the next summon will require at least 200 million belly, and the next time it may be as high as 600 or 700 million. This is a number that makes people despair just thinking about it. What's more important is that if he uses all his savings on summoning, then his living expenses will become a problem in the future. The food intake of Kagura alone is equivalent to that of dozens of people. Let's not count Klee and him for now. The important thing is the third companion who will arrive in 3 days. He will be summoned with dragon scales. Shane estimates that she is most likely related to dragons. In the worst case, she is a dragon. Needless to say, a dragon's appetite is at least equal to that of a Kagura, or even more. By then, the daily expenditure on food alone would exceed 1 million Baileys, not to mention other living expenses. Alas, it seems that I can't spend all my time on training my domineering skills this month. I have to find some time to make money. Thinking of this, Shane couldn't help but sigh. He could already imagine his miserable life in the next month. But where should I start? Bounty on pirates. There were many pirates with bounties of over 10 million in the first half of the Grand Line, but he didn't even have a ship and didn't have any knowledge of navigation. How could he possibly find his target and capture him in the vast ocean? Doing business. He had even less confidence. Although he had knowledge from another world, he was just an ordinary person before he traveled through time. He had never been involved in business, and he was not like other travelers who made gunpowder and cannons. So, it would be better to let him rob than to let him do business. Robbing. This seems to be the fastest and most suitable way for him to make money. After all, the first fortune he obtained in this world was robbed with the help of Rayleigh. And the human auction house he robbed seemed to be owned by Doflamingo. Robbing his things would not make Shane, who thought he had high morals, feel guilty. However, According to the original plot, the auction house was taken over by Doflamingo after the incident. Abandoned, and now most likely disbanded and run away. So who else can he rob in Sabaody now? Nobles. Celestial dragons. Shane fell into deep thought, sitting casually on the ground with his back against the tree. He looked up at the outside of the yard, his eyes gradually becoming blurred. The afterglow of the setting sun is dotted with setting sun. Advertisement. The sky is dim, and together with the vast ocean in the distance, it naturally forms an ink painting. Shane looked a little dazed. He didn't know how long it had been since he sat and admired the sunset like today. At this time in the past, he would usually still be in the office, working hard. That is to say, only after traveling through time can one be relatively free like now. He was also more grateful to himself for rejecting Kizaru and Luffy's offer a few days ago. If he had followed Kizaru to join the Marines, he would have been dragged to Marineford to work as a laborer, and might even be involved in the summit in a few days. In the war, they faced the Whitebeard pirates. If he had joined Luffy at that time, he would have most likely been slapped by Bear and thrown to an island. I don't know whether it was a blessing or a curse, but it would definitely not be as easy as it is now. Just when Shane was addicted, two charming little girls like elves suddenly appeared in his field of vision, adding vitality to the picture before him. Their faces were tender and rosy, their eyes were innocent and bright, their light brown and orange-red hair was condensed with water droplets, and their whole bodies seemed to have been soaked in seawater, emitting mist. Wait. Dipped in seawater. Shane sensed something was wrong, and came to his senses. He looked carefully at the two little girls who had not returned since they left in the morning, and his brows gradually furrowed. Their bodies were wet, their hair was drooping, and a few strands of hair on their foreheads were stuck to their skin, making the two delicate little lollies look a little embarrassed when they went out. Aren't you two going to fry fish? Why do you look like you were dragged into the water by the fish? He stood up, dusted off the dust on his body, and walked into the yard. Natsu-chan. Brother Shane. The two little girls made surprised sounds at the same time, as if they had found their parents. The voice was so excited that Shane began to have a bad feeling. Did you two get into trouble? He slowly approached the two of them, and at the same time he first cast his gaze towards Kagura. He had been with this guy for many days, and usually he could tell whether she had gotten into trouble again just by looking at her expression. Chapter 24 Attempted Murder. Sure enough, the moment Shaw-en looked over, Kagura turned her head with a guilty look on her face, not daring to look at him, and looked at Klee covertly. Yes, you really got into trouble. Seeing her helpless little look, Shaw-en was very amused. At that moment, he roughly understood that it was probably Klee's bomb that was to blame. Klee, what happened? So, he turned his attention to Klee, who was looking panicked. No. Nothing. After hearing this, Klee's body trembled instantly, like a scumbag who was suddenly called on by the teacher to answer a question. She clasped her hands in front of her body, lowered her head slightly, and her originally clear and energetic voice was also lowered. In short, it fully embodies the word, getting into trouble. Shaw-en naturally noticed her strangeness at a glance, but he didn't take it too seriously. The two of them just went to the beach to fry fish. Although they looked wet now, they probably caused a lot of noise. But it won't blow up other people's ships, right? Wait, if it's Klee, it seems like it can really be done. The more Shaw-en thought about it, the more panicked he became, and his face turned visibly white. Don't tell me you really blew up other people's ships. His voice gradually broke down. How did you know? ×2. The two little ones raised their heads at the same time, looking at him in surprise. Bang. Shane fell directly to the ground. Natsu-chan. Brother Shaw-en. Shaw-en was carried into the house by two people. He was physically and mentally exhausted after a day of exercise and experimenting with abilities, and then he heard such good news, and he fainted from excitement. When he woke up, he felt it was difficult to breathe and there was a feeling of suffocation in his neck. I didn't realize it until I opened my eyes. Klee covered his mouth and nose with one small hand, while Kagura straddled him, pinched his neck with both hands, and seemed to be shouting something while pinching him. Wake up, Natsu-chan. Advertisement. When these words reached Shaw-en's ears, they became, go to hell, Sha-jong. What? Is this a joint murder? What are you two doing in broad daylight? Shaw-en was shocked. He didn't expect that the character he summoned would actually want to kill him. As the feeling of suffocation becomes more and more serious, the desire to survive gradually arouses. He opened his mouth and bit Klee's finger, and at the same time reached out and grabbed Kagura's hair. ×4. 4 voices sounded at the same time. Klee and Kagura were suddenly attacked, and the pain caused them to lose their balance and fall on Shaw-en. Shaw-en was hit in the face by 2 soft forces at the same time, and screamed in pain. The fourth sound came from the stairs leading from the second floor to the first floor. Drake happened to come down from the second floor. As soon as he walked down the stairs, he saw this unbearable scene in front of him. Shaw-en, what are you doing in the living room? His voice was full of disbelief, and he looked at Shaw-en, who was pressed down by 2 little girls on the sofa, with a complicated expression. He couldn't believe that brother Shaw-en, whom Kizaru trusted deeply in his eyes, would actually do such a thing in the living room. He kept the lights off. And Shaw-en not only didn't turn off the lights, he didn't even close the door, not to mention that there was still an outsider like him. Shane couldn't hear his voice, because he was still trying to pull out the 2 little ones sitting on him. His eyes were dark and his face felt soft. He didn't know what part of the body was pressing on him. It took a lot of effort for him to escape from the danger of suffocation. You too, do you want to kill me while I'm unconscious? He grabbed one with each hand, and when he realized what was pressing on him, he asked with a blushing face. Brother Shane, are you okay? Kelly rubbed her butt and smiled sweetly at Shane. The voice was so sweet that it almost softened Shane's heart. But he understood that this girl was not only Kagura's accomplice, but also the culprit of the ship bombing. Don't think you can get away with it. But having said that, he still couldn't help but pinch the little girl's cute cheeks. Pervert. ×2. Kagura and Drake cursed almost at the same time. Why are you here getting involved instead of staying upstairs to recuperate? Shane looked at Drake with surprise. Drake pointed at the gradually darkening sky outside, then pointed at his stomach. Advertisement. You guys are counting on me to cook alone, right? Shane understood what he meant and became furious. Hearing this, Drake said nothing, but pointed calmly at the large circle of bandages wrapped around his body. Okay, I know you're injured. Dinner will be ready soon. Let me take care of some personal matters first. Shane waved his hands helplessly. After saying that, he immediately changed his target and looked at Kagura, who ran to the refrigerator and took out 2 popsicles to share with Klee while he was talking to Drake. Hey, you are so leisurely, I haven't settled the score with you yet. He reached out, grabbed Kagura's cheeks, and then rubbed them hard like kneading dough, with obviously more force than when he pinched Klee. Kagura screamed in pain and was forced to spit out the popsicle in her mouth. When her tears were about to fall, Shane finally let go, leaving her 2 cheeks pinched red. Damn it, you are biased. You were so gentle when you pinched Klee just now. Kagura said unconvinced, covering her cheeks. That's because you pinched my neck just now. My neck was blue from you pinching it, and I almost died. Your little pain is nothing compared to that. But I obviously want to save you. Kagura lowered her head in grievance, her voice even having a hint of tears, and she was about to cry. Shane was unmoved. Kelly can prove that Sister Kagura choked Brother Shane just because she wanted to wake him up. Kelly suddenly raised her little hand, like a judge in a court. Brother Shane, you have wronged Sister Kagura. You need to apologize to her. What? I still need to apologize? Shane pointed at himself in disbelief. Yes, you need to apologize if you do something wrong. This is what Captain Shin taught me. Kelly nodded. Hearing this, Kagura was no longer prepared to cry. She snorted and looked up at Shaw-en proudly, with an attitude that said, apologize to me quickly. Shaw-en gritted his teeth at her arrogant attitude, wishing he could give her a blow on the head right away. However, right now these two seem to be united to resist him, so he cannot be too tough. He needs to think about the countermeasures and divide and conquer them. It didn't take long for Shane to come up with a plan. He coughed twice and moved his eyes towards the 2 little ones. Okay, but didn't someone else make a mistake before me? Shouldn't the guy who blew up someone else's ship and did something wrong be dealt with first? As expected, as soon as he finished saying this, Klee and Kagura's expressions suddenly changed, and they no longer had the righteous words they had just said when they were attacking Shane together. The 2 kids looked at each other and saw anxiety and uneasiness in each other's eyes. But Klee still hasn't found a place to live. Sister Kagura, don't you have a lot of vacant rooms? Can you take Klee to choose one now? The clever Klee spoke first. Of course you can. Shaw-chan and I did a thorough cleaning of the whole house yesterday. We know every room very well. Let's go and take a look together. Kagura quickly took up the conversation, and then the 2 of them held hands, not daring to look at Shane again, and ran towards the 2nd floor as if they were running for their lives, almost knocking down Drake, who was standing on the stairs. Hey, you 2 still haven't told me what happened. Shaw-en raised his hands, but he couldn't stop the 2 little girls who wanted to run away. Chapter 25. Kelly is looking forward to her future life. After Kagura and Klee went upstairs, Drake limped over from the stairs. Hey, where did you kidnap this little guy from? He pressed his palms down, first to his waist, then shook his head, and moved them to his thighs. Shane understood that he was gesturing to measure Kelly's height. I advise you not to compare her like this in front of her. Even though she is young and small, she just blew up a boat today. Shane was lying on the sofa, not wanting to care whose ship they blew up for the time being. Anyway, the people in this world were incredibly strong, and he had never seen anyone killed by a bomb. Moreover, he had already experienced a whole day of training and had been busy with Kagura Klee for a long time. He was now too tired to stand up. Blow up a ship? Her? Drake looked stunned and stared at Shane for a long time, then realized that he was not joking. How did she do that? No. Whose ship was bombed? Are the people on board okay? Drake suddenly realized his true identity and his eyes gradually became serious. I'm not sure. If you want to know, go upstairs and ask. Shane waved his hand casually, his voice lazy. You, as a Marine, not only do you allow your subordinates to act recklessly, but now you don't even ask her the cause and effect when she gets into trouble. Drake frowned slightly. With the upright and serious character he developed when he was a Marine, what he hated most was Shane's lazy and procrastinating attitude. If Shane was just his savior, he could actually tolerate it, but in his heart, Shane was not only his savior, but also a trusted subordinate of Admiral Kizaru and his current temporary Marine partner. As a marine spy, besides his top superior, Fleet Admiral, the person he trusts most is Shane, so he cannot tolerate his recognized partner to have such a lazy personality. Hey, I've told you countless times that I'm not a marine, and I have nothing to do with that wretched old man Kizaru. Why don't you believe me? Impossible. Since Mr. Kizaru chose to leave me here to recuperate, it means that he fully trusts you. And based on my observations over the past 2 days, you obviously know my true identity. This is something that only the fleet knows. It is a top secret that no one knows except the Admiral, several generals, and Vice Admiral Suru. Quote. Advertisement. Drake's tone was firm. No matter what Shane said, he insisted on his own ideas and was unshakable. In fact, only the misunderstood Shane himself knows best. He knows Drake's identity because the original plot is played out that way. As for why Kizaru wanted to throw him to his place to recuperate, he had been thinking about it for so many days but still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only explain that the people in this world had some problems with their brains, otherwise how could they be so inexplicable after just meeting once? He was the one who persuaded him and Kagura to join the group. The people in your world really have holes in their brains. Unable to explain clearly, Shaw-en cursed with a red face. Shaw-en was so angry that he didn't want to rest anymore. He just wanted to stay away from this madman in front of him. He walked to the kitchen angrily, and became even angrier. He was exhausted like a dog after a day, and now he had to cook dinner. As he was cutting vegetables, he secretly swore that he would summon a partner who could cook in the future. After working for nearly an hour, I finally finished dinner. Normally, with his current physical condition, he wouldn't need to spend so much time, but there was no other way. Dinner for him, Klee, and Drake was ready in less than half an hour, and the rest of the time was spent dealing with Kagura. Dinner. The pot was not big enough, so he fried it 4 or 5 times before he was able to fill Kagura's bowl, an iron bucket half a person's height. During this time, Klee had already chosen a room and went downstairs with Kagura. It was also a room on the 2nd floor, next to Shane and Kagura, and far away from Drake's room. Actually, she could choose a room closer to the 3 of them, but not long ago, Drake came upstairs and asked her a serious question about the accidental bombing of the ship today. His stern look and tone made her she had a sense of déjà vu as she faced Captain Chin. So in comparison, Brother Shane and Sister Kagura are really good. She liked the familiar aura of Brother Shane. Seeing him was like seeing a relative, making her want to get close to him. As for Kagura, she was a playmate of the same age as her. She had taken her out to play today. Even though she ended up getting into trouble because of her own faults, she did not blame herself, but chose to face the angry people with her. Shane. And she might not be able to sleep at night, so she could go to Shane and Kagura's room, chat with them to relieve their boredom, and listen to their bedtime stories. Thinking of this, Kelly looked forward to the future more and more. You can come to my room, but you must not go to Sha Yang's room at night. Don't be fooled by his decent appearance, he is actually a twisted pervert. Ah. Advertisement. Before Kagura could finish her words, Shane, who had just walked out of the kitchen, heard her and interrupted her spell with a smack on the head. You're still talking bad about me behind my back, you be asterisk 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 d, do you still want to eat? Perhaps all the resentment from cutting vegetables just now was contained in this blow on the head, so the force was greater than ever before, and Kagura's forehead made a b asterisk 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 g sound like a piece of metal being hit. It hurts. Kagura was in real pain this time, tears were about to fall, she covered her little head and looked at Shane with a rare murderous look in her eyes. Hiss. Shane was suddenly horrified and felt a huge sense of crisis, which was completely different from Rayleigh's Conqueror's domineering aura. This was more like a sense of crisis coming from a forest beast. It seemed as if he would be thrown to the ground and torn to pieces in the next second. It was only then that he remembered that after being with this girl for so long, he had gradually forgotten that she almost hugged him to death when they first met. That terrifying strength was probably the strongest he had ever seen. It's okay to just knock on the head normally, but if he really accidentally s off this monster girl in sheep's clothing, with his 3-color domineering aura that hasn't fully awakened yet, he probably won't be able to withstand a few hits. But fortunately, the evil intent came suddenly and went away quickly. In less than a moment, Kagura's eyes became clear again. Snort. She just glared at him angrily, then pulled Kelly up, walked around him, and ran to the kitchen to find their dinner. Shaw-en was left standing there in a daze, lost in thought. The ferocity in her body seemed to be stimulated by physical pain. The more serious the damage to her body, the more bloodthirsty her ferocity would be released, and both her desire to fight and her combat effectiveness would become stronger. This is the characteristic of the Night Rabbit's bloodline. Shane calls the state after being injured the berserk state, exchanging rationality for stronger physical fitness. In the original work, after Kagura was seriously injured and turned into a violent state, her broken bones instantly recovered, and the wounds from bullets that pierced her body also healed to their original state. Her body recovery speed is almost as fast as Wolverine in a certain comic. During the training with Rayleigh today, Shane also felt the strength of the 5% Night Rabbit bloodline. Similarly, after Rayleigh hit him with a stick and made him bleed, a surge of violent emotions surged in his mind. But it was probably because of his incomplete bloodline. He paused for a moment, took a few deep breaths, and then suppressed the emotion. Chapter 26 Invitation Drake. As the night deepened, everything was silent except for the chirping of cicadas outside the window and the rustling of doors and windows by the sea breeze. Shane's cabin. The living room in the house was brightly lit. The four of them had filled their stomachs, and while the chef, Shane and the injured Drake were sitting on the sofa to rest, Kagura and Klee volunteered to wash the dishes. After hearing the crisp sounds of plates hitting the ground, Shane finally couldn't bear it anymore and kicked them both out. In fact, it was enough to just drive Klee away. In the past, when there were only Shane and Kagura, he was responsible for cooking and Kagura was responsible for cleaning up after eating. What is surprising is that Kagura can do all these things very easily and seems very skilled. After running away from home, she basically did everything to survive, but was kicked out every time because her performance was too bad. In the end, when she was about to fall into the underworld and work as a thug, she was summoned here by Shane. Every time he heard her talk about her past, Shaw-en couldn't help feeling sad. Klee was completely different. Due to her age and status, her daily life in Mondstadt was taken care of by maids. She had never done anything like washing dishes. The 2 plates and 3 bowls just now were her work, but in order not to discourage her enthusiasm, Shaw-en drove them both out. A long time. When Shane came out after washing the dishes, he found that the 3 people in the living room were getting along very well. Drake was telling them about his experiences at sea. After all, he was the only local, native, among the 4 people, and his understanding of this world was far greater than that of the other 3. Kagura and Klee were sucking on a popsicle while talking seriously. Listening. Shaw-chan, I want to go to Fishman Island. After seeing Shaw-en coming out, Kagura rushed over. Brother Shane, Kelly wants to go to the 7-water city. It's all water there, so there must be a lot of fish. Kelly's eyes shone with anticipation. Apparently, both heard it from Drake. Well, Fishman Island will be our first destination after the ship is built, if nothing goes wrong. As for the 7-water city, it may take a long time. After all, we have to go to New World first, to dress. Rosa, quote. Shane answered seriously. Great. Kagura cheered. Kelly seemed a little disappointed, and the light in her eyes dimmed slightly, but after she thought of something, it suddenly lit up again. Brother Shane, are mermen a special kind of fish? Advertisement. As she spoke, she rubbed her hands excitedly. Shaw-en immediately understood what she was about to do and quickly waved his hand to stop her. That's not allowed. Fishmen are also a humanoid race, with the same intelligence as humans. You must not blow others up after you arrive at Fishman Island. Well, it turns out that murlocs are not fish. Klee won't hurt them, Brother Shane. Hearing this, Kelly nodded obediently, but there was a hint of loneliness on her face that she couldn't hide. Kelly, don't forget that we have been sailing all the way here. How can there be few fish in the sea? And you may not have seen the Poseidons in this world. They are all big fish that are bigger than the boat. Oh. Shane couldn't help but rub her little head and comforted her. A fish bigger than the boat. How powerful a bomb would that be? After hearing what he said, Kelly was stunned, as if she was overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. After being down for a long time, she finally came back to her senses, with a high-spirited look on her face, and ran to the room with her small leather bag on her back. She's going back to make a stronger bomb. Brother Shane, Sister Kagura, and Drake, Klee has to go back to her room first. As expected of a girl with elven blood, Klee was small in stature and ran like a gust of wind. She disappeared on the stairs in a flash, and only the sound of a door closing was heard. The remaining 3 looked at each other. Soon after, Kagura also felt sleepy and went upstairs to sleep, leaving only Shane and Drake in the living room. What are you doing in Dressrosa? Just now when Shane and Klee mentioned Dressrosa, Drake's expression looked a little strange. Few people know that he has some connection with Doflamingo. 13 years ago, his father died at the hands of Doflamingo because he coveted the fruit of surgery worth 5 billion berries. He himself was lucky enough to escape from the island, rescued by Marine Lieutenant Crane. So when he heard the news about Doflamingo again, some unusual emotions arose in his heart. Of course I'm going to get him. Do you want to come with me? Shane smiled slightly, thoughts flickering in his eyes. Advertisement. He remembered Drake's background story in the original book, and perhaps there was a chance to get him on board to fight Doflamingo. And it's not just Drake, there's also Luo who hates Doflamingo the most. According to Shane's analysis, he is most likely staying near the Sabaody Islands now, so that he can appear in time to rescue Luffy and Jinbei when the war at the top is about to end in the original plot. If he knew that someone was going to attack Doflamingo, he would probably come to him without being invited. Nani? You mean to challenge a Shichibukai? Derek stood there in a daze. He suspected that he had heard it wrong, but when he saw Shane nod affirmatively, he pointed at himself and Shane in confusion. The 2 of us? Fighting Shichibukai? It's no wonder he was so shocked. He knew clearly that his current strength level was that of a supernova among pirates, and at most a major admiral among marines. No matter what, he was not in the same league as Shichibukai. If you agree, we will have 5 people, me, you, Kagura, Klee, and old Neil from the shipyard. Shane said calmly, his tone was very relaxed, as if he was explaining what to eat for breakfast. Drake was silent. He felt from Shane's tone that he was not joking. This young man who had a vague relationship with Mr. Kizaru actually wanted to challenge a Shichibukai with just a few people. He did not hate this kind of courage, but rather admired it. During the 13 years of training at the Marine base, he had wanted to find Doflamingo to avenge his father, but in the end he gave up because of self-knowledge. Although we can admire him, his current identity is a rational marine spy, and he is no longer at the age where he acts on impulse. Do you know what you are talking about? Let's not talk about why you want to trouble Doflamingo, but I want to tell you that except Hawkeye, the rest of the Shichibukai are not just one person, they all have a huge force behind them. So you won't just be facing one Shichibukai, you'll be facing thousands of them. He spoke earnestly, all the while observing Shane's eyes. He wanted to see the same look of retreat in his eyes as he had seen when he realized how powerful Doflamingo was, but the result disappointed him. There were all kinds of emotions in his eyes, but not fear. Drake was really shocked this time, with disbelief in his eyes, as if he was meeting this lazy young man in front of him for the first time, because this young man suddenly burst out with a sharp oar like a king. There seemed to be a strong wind in the room, the doors and windows shook, and the table legs trembled. Drake even felt a powerful pressure coming towards him, which made him unable to move for a while. You can't be wrong, this is Conqueror's dominance. He actually has such talent. No, could it be that he is really not Marine? How can Marine have Conqueror's domineering aura? Advertisement Chapter 27. Media gathering. The night deepened, and before I knew it, a crescent moon appeared in the dark sky. The bright moonlight shines on the sea, creating sparkling waves, and a submarine standing alone on the coast is reflected in the water. On the deck, the man who was dozing with a knife in his arms suddenly opened his eyes. Under the bright moonlight, his black eyes were filled with horror. As this, Conqueror's domineering power. If he had not landed on this island, he might have been like the others who were enveloped by this aura and would not have felt anything strange, let alone been awakened. But a few days ago, he had the honor of personally witnessing the famous Pluton using this power at the human auction house. Although the impact it brought was far less than that day, he was very sure that it was a power from the same source. If it wasn't that person, then who else could it be? There is actually another king on this island who has awakened this power. The man holding the knife stared at the shore hundreds of meters away, where there was the outline of a small house with lights on. He knew that the Conqueror's domineering aura just now came from that house. Would you like to go and have a look? He stretched out his finger to draw the knife out of its sheath, and with his other hand, the palm of his hand was facing downward, and a miniature transparent air shield gradually condensed in his palm. Rue. Just as the man with the knife was using his ability, a bear paw suddenly pressed on his shoulder from behind. The bear's paw was big and heavy. Suddenly, the man was knocked off balance, and not only did his sword return to its sheath, but the transparent air shield condensed in his palm also shattered like foam. Beppo. The man holding the knife turned his head angrily. What he saw was indeed a white bear lying on the deck, sleeping soundly with its big belly bulging. He could hear it snoring, but the bear's paw inexplicably stretched out to his shoulder. Private horse. Stuffed. As if sensing the man's anger, the white bear in its sleep uttered incoherent mumblings. Don't apologize if you fell asleep. After complaining in a suppressed voice, he put the bear paw back on the deck, gripped the long sword again, and gathered the power of his palm once again. Advertisement. But when he looked up again, he found that the lights in the small house on the shore had been turned off. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone into the house, Shane opened his eyes in bed. Have you crossed the 6th day? While getting up and changing his clothes, he glanced at the clock on the wall. No more, no less, exactly 7 o'clock, which was the time he woke up on a weekday before the time travel. He spent half an hour washing up and having breakfast, and then half an hour going out and squeezing into the subway to catch the 8:15 commute. The hard days are still vivid in my mind. Although I still got up early, being woken up by an alarm clock and waking up naturally are two different concepts. La la la. At least now Shane's face was no longer as lifeless as before, but was filled with observable joy. He walked out of the bedroom door while humming a song. On the second-floor corridor, he found that Klee and Kagura's doors were still closed, but Drake's room was open. He was not surprised. Kagura always goes to bed early and gets up late. As for Klee, the light in her room was on all night and was not turned off before Shane fell asleep. No one knew what time she was still tinkering with it. Based on the violent fluctuations of fire elemental force that Shane felt in her room last night, he guessed that she might be researching some new type of bomb. As for Drake, Shane glanced at the ground and walked down the stairs, where there were a lot of bandage fragments scattered around. When he followed the debris to the living room on the first floor, he found that the door of the living room was open. Shane raised his head and his pupils suddenly widened. There was no sunlight coming in from outside the door because all the sunlight was blocked by a huge object. It was a monster with a bloody mouth, sharp fangs and a heavy breath. It had a green face and fangs, and two claws that were particularly small compared to its huge body, emitting a sharp metallic luster in the sun. It turned out to be a dinosaur that was almost as tall as the hut. Shane was stunned, but after seeing the bandages scattered around the dinosaur's feet, he realized that this monster was transformed by Drake's ability. It's a bit too ugly. However, no matter how ugly it was a living dinosaur after all. He was still shocked to see this creature, which he had only seen in movies, appear in front of him. Advertisement. The view from the door is not wide enough, so the whole picture of the dinosaur cannot be seen clearly in the living room. Just as Shane was thinking about walking out to admire it up close, the dinosaur suddenly moved. Swoosh. The sharp claws, shining silver in the sunlight, swung violently, leaving an afterimage in the space. A whistling sound was heard, and the sharp claws had already pierced its own body. Then, blood spurted out, and the dinosaur let out a painful roar. It forcibly grabbed its own abdomen with its claws and tore it hard, actually tearing off a piece of scale. Hiss. Shane knew he was fulfilling his promise, but he didn't expect it to be so bloody. It was only then that he realized that, unlike the dragons in some fantasy works, the scales of dinosaurs were like their skin, and tearing off a scale was like tearing off a piece of their flesh. If you put yourself in his shoes, if it were him, he might not be as straightforward as Drake. This guy is a macho man not only in appearance but also in heart. While he was sighing inwardly, the dinosaur, which was nearly 10 meters tall and almost as tall as a two-story house, stopped roaring, and its body gradually shrank. Its dragon body faded away, and in an instant it turned into a muscular man over 2 meters tall with his upper body naked. How about my ability? Drake took a slight breath, then threw the bloody scale in his hand towards Shane, who was at the door. It's just awesome. Shane caught it and looked at the scale stained with scarlet blood on his palm. After hearing the mechanical voice inside his body, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. A summoning medium that meets the conditions has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? Shane did not absorb it immediately. He still placed the scales in his palm, looked up at Drake, and said with a smile, "Let me show you my abilities." After saying this, before the puzzled Drake could reply, Shane's mind moved and he skillfully mobilized the fire element in the air. Drake suddenly felt a burning sensation, and he saw a myriad of strange fiery red energies in the air gathering towards Shane's palm. After all the energies gathered together, a flame suddenly rose up, and a small flame appeared out of thin air in Shane's palm. The flame jumped flexibly as if being pulled, and immediately climbed onto the scales. The next moment, the scales were wrapped in flames, but there was no sign of burning. Instead, the blood on the surface of the body began to boil, evaporated into water vapor and dissipated into the air. In less than a moment, when the flames disappeared, Drake discovered that the scales he had just torn off his body were now brand new, shining brightly like the metal parts of some kind of machinery. So, what about my abilities? Shane smiled slightly, held the scale and put it into his trouser pocket. In fact, the moment his hand put into his pocket, he silently absorbed it in his mind and put the scale into the cheat space. Advertisement Chapter 28 Trafalgar Law. Then, the two men in the yard. One had just acquired a new ability and was eager to use it, while the other had just recovered and was itching to use it. The two looked at each other and saw what was in each other's eyes. In the small courtyard where shadows and morning light intertwined, two balls of dark fire suddenly rose up. The air was burning with a hissing sound, and water vapor continued to evaporate around it. With a whistle, the fireball suddenly shot out, like a catapulted cannonball, leaving two fiery paths in the yard. Snap! The sword flashed by. Drake took out a Western-style long sword from somewhere, and simply chopped with the sword, splitting the two incoming fireballs into two. At the same time, he leapt forward with great force. The 2-meter-tall figure was as agile as a cheetah, accurately passing through the gap in the flames that was cut into 4 pieces. The muscles in the hand holding the sword suddenly bulged, and the body moved forward, with the tip of the sword with a cold glow flying towards Shaw-en. What a quick judgment, what a neat move. Shane watched in admiration. The continuous actions from defense to offense only took a few breaths of time, and almost the next moment after he launched the fireball, Drake had already rushed in front of him with a sword. This kind of combat awareness is exactly what he lacks the most. But, my fireballs aren't that easy to dodge. Drake, who was about to approach, saw the smile on Shane's lips and his heart tightened. Almost instantly, he felt 2 hot breaths coming at him rapidly from behind. Drake immediately stopped, turned around and swung his sword, and in one go, he cut the 2 fireballs that had reunited at some point into 2 halves. However, how could Shaw-en miss the flaw revealed by his turning around? He took this opportunity to take a few steps forward, rushed forward, and threw a punch that was completely natural and without any moves. Bang! The fist hit Drake's back firmly, and a dull thumping sound was heard in the yard. Then nothing happened. Well, advertisement. It was completely different from the imagined scene of knocking someone flying. After Shane swung his fist, he felt like he was hitting an iron wall. While he did not hurt the opponent, his fist seemed to fall apart, and he felt a piercing pain. He was able to hold back from screaming at this moment, which was already a way of saving face. Drake was also confused. After realizing that he could not avoid Shane's close attack, he had originally planned to transform into a dinosaur to resist, but Shane's fist from behind it was unexpectedly weak, and even the iron block he moved subconsciously could not break it. You know, his 6 styles training was not that good to begin with, and he might not even be as good as an ordinary Marine Major. So, weak, Drake muttered in confusion. What? That's a bit disrespectful. Although his voice was very soft, Shane was very close to him, and he could not stand the mockery coming from his face. However, the pain from the fist made him realize that he could not break through the defense at all, especially when the opponent had his back to him and did not use the power of the devil fruit. But Shane was not discouraged. In less than a week of traveling, he grew from an ordinary person to someone who could fight with a supernova. He was very satisfied with this growth rate. Oh, forget it, I won't come for now. I have to go buy breakfast. Kagura and Klee should be getting up soon. Shaking his sore palms, Shane found that the sunlight in the yard became more dazzling and gradually covered the shadows. He estimated that the time was close to 8 o'clock. After saying that, he rushed out of the door in a hurry, not giving Drake a chance to continue the fight. But he was overthinking this. After withstanding Shane's powerful Punch, Drake had completely lost the desire to fight again. Looking at Xiao'en's departing back, he had only one question in his mind. With this guy's strength, how dare he challenge Doflamingo? Could it be relying on those two little girls whose hair hasn't even grown fully yet? Fortunately, I didn't rush to join him last night, otherwise I would have really been on a pirate ship. Along the way, facing the increasingly warm sunshine and breathing the fresh air, Shane felt his body light. Sure enough, proper exercise can soothe the body and mind. If you get up at this time every day, you may be able to develop a habit of morning exercises in the future. Shane thought the idea of morning exercises was feasible. At least before the boat was built and went out to sea, he had plenty of time every morning, which was best used to train his abilities. In the afternoon, he would train his domineering side with Rayleigh. It's been a long time since I felt this fulfilling feeling as if I was scheduling classes. Advertisement. After some planning, Shane smiled and greeted some vendors on the road. At this moment, he has arrived at the market on Island No. 53. In the past few days, in order to purchase daily necessities and some missing furniture for his new residence, he has come here to shop almost every day. Most vendors also know that there is a new young face recently. The most important thing is that this young man seems to be very rich. He really buys things and never bargains. Shane was speechless. In the past, he mostly shopped online and went to supermarkets with clearly marked prices when he went out to buy things. He had almost never had the opportunity to bargain. So it wasn't that he didn't want to bargain. Not at all. But one thing is, as those vendors thought, he is indeed very rich now. Boss, give me 100 donuts, 50 fried skewers, and... Arriving at a breakfast shop he often visited, Shane walked up to the front desk and, lowering his voice as if practicing a recitation, uttered a long string of food nouns. Most of them were for Kagura, and as for why he kept his voice so low, it was because he didn't want to attract other people's strange looks. However, even though he spoke softly, a white bear hiding under a black robe still heard it. 100 donuts. Captain, he's a big eater. In a dark alley near the breakfast shop, a man and a bear were squeezed into a small space. The bear's ears, which were exposed at the entrance of the alley, trembled slightly. It heard the words of the man they followed buying breakfast. Beppo couldn't help but smile. There is saliva flowing. Beppo, your saliva is dripping on my hand. Luo, who was standing next to it, growled in a low voice, with a helpless look on his face hidden under the white Madara hat. Private Marseille, Captain. After hearing Luo's voice, Bebo, who was drooling a second ago, suddenly changed his expression. He bowed and apologized in a depressed look, as if he had suffered a serious blow. Because the space was small and the white bear's body was too bloated, the action of bending over squeezed Luo's face against the wall, making him look like a pancake. Don't apologize here. Luo supported himself on the wall with his hands, forced his face away from the wall, and couldn't help but yelled loudly. As his voice fell, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because the person he had been following since early morning was standing at the entrance of the alley, staring at him and Beppo. You are Trafalgar Law. Shane stared at them for a long time before he finally determined the identities of the man and the bear from the eye-catching white bear and the exceptionally long sword. Chapter 29 First Meeting with Luo. A drop of cold sweat slid down Luo's forehead, and Madara's pupils hidden under the white hat were full of fear. He couldn't help but be nervous. The man in front of him, whom he and Beppo were following, was most likely the mysterious strong man who released Conqueror's domineering power last night, so it was not an exaggeration to overestimate his strength. After discovering someone leaving the cabin early this morning at sea, he secretly followed them with Beppo, who had the most sensitive ears. I never expected to be discovered by this guy in such a dramatic way. Fortunately, at least judging from the guy's expression, he simply knew his identity and did not realize that Beppo and I were following him. What should we do, Captain? We've been discovered. However, just when Luo breathed a sigh of relief, Bebo, who was in a depressed state beside him, suddenly screamed in horror. Quote. Luo covered his face helplessly. Okay, now he is really exposed. What, are you following me? As expected, Xiao'en, who had normal IQ, reacted quickly and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, he and Law's pirate group have no intersection, right? Could it be that this guy knew that he was going to cause trouble for Doflamingo and came to join him? Thinking of this, a hint of joy appeared on Shane's face. The surgery fruit is almost an omnipotent ability in this world. It can be used for both offense and defense, and this guy's main job is a doctor. The look he gave Luo became eager, as if he was looking at a delicious piece of barbecue. This scene made Luo shudder. Could it be that this man who seemed to possess the Conqueror's aura was after his bounty? No, I have to run away quickly. The thought flashed through his mind, and Luo no longer hesitated. He activated his ability instantly and condensed a transparent air shield in his palm. Room. The transparent air shield left his palm and expanded dozens of times in an instant, covering half of the market. Orange-haired boss, we are the ones who offended you today. See you next time if we are lucky enough. Luo took a last deep look at Shane, and after saying a few words, with the sound of two stones falling to the ground, the man and the bear disappeared into the alley out of thin air. Advertisement. By the time Shane realized he was using his abilities, it was too late. No, wait, a breeze blew past, and the man and the bear disappeared into thin air. Only an orange-haired man was left standing petrified in the alley. Where are the people? Why are you running away suddenly? Shane looked at the empty alley. There was nothing else except 2 stones on the ground. He felt very uncomfortable because of a blocked feeling in his heart. However, just as Shaw-en was feeling lost, he heard the sound of loose footsteps. The sound came from all directions, and there were about 7 or 8 people whose footsteps were not too dense. After the one-day Rayleigh Haki class yesterday, Shane had mastered the basics of observation Haki. He could vaguely sense that there were several malicious forces gradually approaching him from behind. As the footsteps got closer, Shane could already sense the aura emanating from their bodies. It was very weak, not much different from Rayleigh, and not at the same level as Drake and Luo. Compared to himself, he felt he could beat 100 of them. Clang! A wolf-tooth iron rod hit the wall heavily, and the echo of the collision between metal and stone wall echoed in the alley for a long time. Shaw-en turned around following the sound, and with a flicker of his eyes, he found himself surrounded by 8 thugs. They surrounded him and stood in various corners of the alley, blocking him at the entrance, including a figure standing at the other end of the alley with a machete in hand, cutting off all his escape routes. Shane knew clearly that this was a premeditated siege. It seems that in the past few days, his face has not only been remembered by the local vendors, but also attracted some dirty guys in the shadows, making him a fat sheep in their eyes. Boy, we've been keeping an eye on you for a few days. You go to the market every day to buy a lot of stuff. You must be rich, right? The man holding the mace seemed to be the leader of the group. He looked at Shane greedily, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. While he was talking, he kept hitting the wall with the mace, making a harsh noise, in order to create a deterrent. His accomplices also showed cruel smiles at the right time, perfectly creating a scene of robbery and extortion. A group of skilled robbery and extortion gangs, it seems that they often target new faces from outside. I'm afraid they had targeted Kagura and I when we first arrived. The fact that they took a few days of observation before taking action also shows their caution. Advertisement. After all, the Sabaody Archipelago is the last island on the Grand Route, and most of the outsiders who can sail to this island from the outside world are not ordinary people. However, he and Kagura had no intimidating power in terms of appearance. One was only about 1.8 meters tall, strictly speaking a short man, in a world where people were often 2 or 3 meters tall, and Kagura, who was only 1.5 meters tall, was even shorter. Needless to say, he looks weak and vulnerable. So it was hard for people not to regard these 2 people, who were weak but rich, as fat sheep. Shane had expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. If he had encountered such a situation before traveling through time, he would have been trembling with fear and handed over his wallet and other things. After all, life is more important than money. But today, Shaw-en was not panicked at all. Instead, he was very excited. After so many chapters, an opponent he could defeat finally appeared. Hiss. The gang leader holding the mace saw the excitement rising in Shaw-en's eyes, and his heart tightened immediately. Not only was he not afraid, but he was eager to try. Could this guy be a hidden master? Years of robbery experience told him that anyone who showed such a look at this time was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Then, the gang leader suddenly raised the mace in his hand, and when Shane thought he was going to swing it at him, he angrily threw the mace to the ground. This sudden action not only made Shaw-en look confused, but also shocked his subordinates. The gang leader looked very angry, pointing his finger at Shane and yelling. What I hate most is people like you who don't know how to be frugal when spending money. Don't be so lavish in the future. Bargain before buying things, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Why was he suddenly being lectured? What? Listen to me, little brother. You should bargain when buying things in the future. Those vendors may look kind on the surface, but they are actually more greedy than the rest of us. The gang leader added a few more words, and stood arm in arm with Shane like a real brother, speaking in a serious and earnest manner, which made his accomplices around him almost doubt their lives. Could it be that the boss has changed his extortion tactics today? Taking the friendly route, should they also cooperate? After a moment, after a few more perceptive, younger brothers joined in, the atmosphere at the alley entrance became harmonious inexplicably. Several people greeted Shaw-en with their arms around each other's shoulders, and in an instant they seemed to have become good friends who had known each other for many years. For a moment, Shaw-en was too embarrassed to take the initiative, not knowing what the rules of these guys were. Chapter 30 Klee's Bounty. Brother, goodbye. Looking at the group of people bidding farewell to him with tears in their eyes at the entrance of the courtyard, Shaw-en's face twitched. He didn't understand how the scene in his mind of being robbed and blackmailed and then angrily fighting back turned into a friendly exchange and escorting him home. This group of good Samaritans even helped him carry 100 portions of breakfast along the way, and now he looked out of breath from exhaustion. Shaw-en felt a little embarrassed, so he pointed to the hut behind him and actively invited. How about you go to my house and take a rest? Is it really okay? Then we will. Because of the fear of Shaw-en's unknown strength, the gang leader had originally planned to give up on this deal, but now the other party took the initiative to invite them, showing that they had full trust in their group. Doesn't this mean that he still has a chance to succeed? A hint of greed flashed vaguely in the eyes of the gang leader. Just when he was about to accept Shaw-en's invitation, a voice came from the courtyard. Isn't it too long to go out and buy breakfast? As the voice fell, a muscular man with a naked upper body slowly walked out of the courtyard. He was holding a shining white blade in his hand, his chest was rising and falling, he was breathing heavily, and his upper body covered with scars was covered in sweat. It was Drake who had been exercising in the hospital since Shane left. He saw the group of people next to Shaw-en. With his many years of career as a marine and a pirate, he could tell the identities of these people at a glance based on their clothing and temperament, and his brows frowned unconsciously. Are these people? The tone seemed to be questioning, but in fact the eyes carried a sharp scrutiny. The target of this scrutiny was naturally not directed at Shaw-en. The group suddenly felt a biting chill, and they all shivered. Who is this person? It's too scary. When he saw Drake for the first time, the gang leader was frightened, but also realized that this was definitely a ruthless man who had been killed for a long time. The scars on his body could not be faked, and the dirty thoughts disappeared immediately. Brother, since it's been delivered to your home, we're going to leave first. We won't deliver it. Those bastards. Hurry up and leave. After saying that, he woke up a few of his men who were too frightened by Drake to speak, turned around and ran away in dejection. Advertisement. You didn't mean to go to my house. Shaw-en's pleading voice stopped abruptly, and the group of people seemed to be running for their lives and soon disappeared. Hey, the people I met today always like to run away as soon as they finish talking. Shaw-en sighed helplessly. What do you mean? We didn't just meet this group of people today. Drake glanced at him. Well, there was also a guy who was stalking me early in the morning. After I discovered him, he sneaked away with his bear fruit power. After bringing breakfast into the house, Kagura and Kelly had already gotten up. Today was the most comfortable day for Kagura. She did not change bandages all night in the early morning, nor was she woken up by Shaw-en in advance. She slept until she woke up naturally, and she had a fragrant smell as soon as she woke up. Breakfast. Natsu-chan. Of course she knew who bought the breakfast, because everything she bought was her favorite food. She was so happy that she jumped down from the second floor and flew into Shaw-en's arms. The result was as expected. With a plop and a familiar scream, Shane hugged the girl's soft body and came into close contact with the floor. Idiot, why did you suddenly jump down from such a high place? I really don't know what you were thinking about all day long. If I didn't catch it. Then, she was greeted by Shane's endless complaints. Kagura said that she was wrong and would do it again next time, and happily ate her breakfast. It was just that she was hit on the head a few times. Kelly also walked down the stairs, still wearing her bright red night skirt, but she was wearing a pair of slippers, revealing her fair and tender feet. She didn't have a small leather bag behind her, and it seemed that she had no plans to go out in the morning. Good morning, everyone. Kelly's voice was not as lively as yesterday, as if she had not woken up yet. She rubbed her eyes while speaking, and her dark circles were particularly eye-catching. Kelly, did you not sleep well? Did Shaw-chan, the pervert, come to your room to harass you at night? Kagura asked with concern, but he started to talk nonsense after just a few words. N gagged with a donut. Eat yours. Shane picked up several donuts and stuffed them into her mouth. No matter how much food she stuffed into her mouth, it was not full. It was like a hole. Like a different dimension. If yesterday's Klee had come forward to help the bullied Sister Kagura, she was in poor spirits today and didn't even have the strength to speak, let alone help. Shane saw her condition and handed the breakfast to Kelly. Advertisement. Did you not sleep last night, Kelly? He still remembered the violent fire elemental forces he felt in the room last night. Apart from him, only Klee could control them. Well, yesterday I heard from Brother Shane that we will encounter many fish bigger than boats in the future, so Kelly was researching new bombs last night. Klee took the food and took a bite, chewing slowly with her little mouth. She looked very elegant, in stark contrast to Kagura's eating style. What? You were building a bomb in your room last night? Drake looked horrified and almost choked in excitement. Fortunately, there was milk that Shane had bought a few days ago on the table. He took a big sip and recovered. He looked at Shane seriously. How dare you let her build a bomb in the room by herself? We live in the same house. After learning about Klee's bombing of the ship yesterday, he had fully understood the danger of this delicate little girl. In terms of destructive power, she was simply a living pacifist. And such a dangerous girl actually happened to be in his way last night. Build a bomb on the same floor while sleeping. Any problem? Shane looked up in confusion. Kelly also raised her little head and looked at him with blinking eyes. Drake was sad to find that the two of them had almost identical puzzled expressions and were completely unaware of the danger of letting a child build a bomb in the room. For a moment, he seemed to be the weird one. No, you really don't think that a little girl. Drake continued unwillingly, but was interrupted by the footsteps outside the yard. The four people at the table looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was old Neil who had walked to the door without them noticing. Shane was not surprised, knowing that he was probably visiting on his way to work at the shipyard, but his sight was unconsciously drawn to him. He was attracted by a bounty in old Neil's hand. Light brown hair, fiery red night skirt, delicate and tender face. Although it was not a photo but a painting, it was surprisingly similar to Klee, the partner that Shane had summoned yesterday. Below the bounty notice were a few lines of large characters: the sinner who blew up the celestial dragon's ship, the evil bomb maniac, the elf girl who carried a bomb on her back, wanted by Marine as the escaped son. Reward: 50 million Baileys. Chapter 31 Klee's Bounty, Part 2. The Draco slave ship was attacked as it docked yesterday. It is said that the bomb thrown by the girl on the bounty order has a childish name, Bounce Bomb. It is hard to imagine that a bomb with a name like a child's toy can actually explode with such terrifying power. The ship was instantly shattered, and the running dogs and slaves of the celestial dragons on board were blown into the water one after another, causing huge splashes of water tens of meters high. The entire port looked like a short rainstorm. The slaves who regained their freedom took advantage of the chaos to escape, causing quite a commotion at the port. In the end, the celestial dragons sent a large group of people and captured many of the escaped slaves, but more than half of them still escaped, and they were unable to find the perpetrators of the attack. The celestial dragons were furious. If they hadn't been beaten up by a man wearing a straw hat some time ago, they would have come to vent their anger on the residents of Island 53. In the end, they had no choice but to inform the Marine headquarters and order them to find the murderer. So there was a bounty order. After entering the room, old Neil said a lot of things in one breath, with an expression on his face that looked gloating. It was obvious that he was very happy to see that the Tianlong people who usually relied on their status to do evil were humiliated. He laid the bounty in his hand flat on the table where Shane and the others were eating. The fisherman on the beach witnessed the whole process and heard that it was two little girls who committed the crime together. One of the little girls who didn't take action but was an accomplice had orange hair, which is similar to Kagura's hair color. It's really a coincidence that such a rare color can be matched. As for the other mastermind, he is younger. Let's see the reward. It feels like he is only in his early teens. It is hard to imagine that such a little guy can. As he was talking, old Neil suddenly stopped, because he suddenly saw a strange little girl with light brown hair sitting next to Shane. The hair, age, clothes, these are exactly the same as on the wanted poster. And Kagura, who was sitting on the other side of Shane, was exactly the accomplice described by the fisherman, wasn't she? This. He looked at Shaw incoherently. When old Neil and Rayleigh came over yesterday, Kelly had already run out with Kagura, so they had never met and didn't know that Shane had a new partner. Drake Shane had already mentioned this to old Neil, so even though it was their first meeting today, they simply nodded and said hello to each other, without feeling surprised. Advertisement. As you can imagine, it was these two guys who did it. I rushed out yesterday just to stop them, but I didn't expect Mr. Rayleigh and you to suddenly visit at that time, and then it turned out like that. Shane sighed and held the two little heads on both sides. It felt really good. I was still thinking about the slave ship of the celestial dragons that old Neil had mentioned. Yesterday, I learned from Klee and Kagura that they had accidentally blown up a ship that was carrying many prisoners in shackles. The ship flew away, and the prisoners escaped. However, Shane and Drake realized immediately that they had blown up a slave ship. However, neither of them expected that this slave ship actually belonged to the celestial dragons. Thinking of this, he glanced at Drake and found that he also looked solemn. Hello, bearded man, I'm Klee from the Knights of Favonius. Nice to meet you. But Kelly just thought that Shane was introducing her to new friends. Although she was still tired, she still cheered up and smiled sweetly. The sweet voice and the cute face of the little girl immediately made old Neil fall in love with her. He wondered if the daughter in his stolen memory would also smile at him like this. Hello, lovely girl, I'm Ben Neil, you can call me old Neil like brother Shane and the others. Okay, Mr. Neil, can Kelly know why your beard is so long? It's okay if you don't answer. Kelly is just curious. There is no other intention. Why is it so long? No one has ever asked me this before, maybe it's because I haven't shaved for a long time. Unexpectedly, the two people at the table with the biggest age difference started chatting one sentence at a time. Perhaps out of curiosity about this world, Kelly had a lot of questions to ask, and old Neil, thinking of his daughter, was very patient with Kelly and answered her questions in great detail. For a moment, neither Shane nor Drake had a chance to interrupt. As for Kagura, she was still eating voraciously by herself, and while Shane was distracted, she had secretly eaten his share as well. Shane naturally noticed it as well, and reached out his hand and pinched the cheek that was swollen from eating so much. Breakfast was over quickly. Old Neil had a great time talking to Kelly, but it was time to go to the shipyard to work. He still had to work on Shane's future ship. After saying goodbye to everyone, he left in a hurry. Left. Advertisement. Brother Shane, is that a picture of Kelly? Klee finally saw the bounty on the table. Although the picture only showed the outline of a girl's face, she recognized herself at a glance based on her hair color and clothes. She also noticed a series of numbers and words below the picture, with a bounty of 50 million Baileys. She had never learned the language of this world, but was able to understand it with the help of cheat summoned by Shane. Well, you are now a wanted criminal by Marine, with a total of 50 million Baileys. If we take you to the Marine base, it will be enough for Kagura's food expenses for half a year. Looking at Kelly with a confused expression, Shaw-en couldn't help but want to tease her. Bounty wanted criminal, me. Kaylee sat on the chair in a daze. She had never expected that the long string of numbers that made her a little excited actually turned out to be her bounty amount. What surprised her even more was that she had become a wanted criminal after only being in this world for one day. She thought it must be because she had blown up someone else's ship yesterday. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel panicked. She was afraid that after she became a wanted criminal, brother Shane and sister Kagura would stop playing with her and even send her back to Mondstadt. She hadn't yet have enough fun. Thinking of this, Kelly's eyes turned red with grievance, and crystal tears were looming, as if she would cry out in the next second. Seeing this, Shane's heart skipped a beat and he realized that he had teased too much. Just as he was about to open his mouth to comfort her, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Ah! After a scream, Kagura opened her mouth with satisfaction. Why did you bite me suddenly? Shane looked at the clearly visible teeth marks on his arm, his face distorted in pain. Because you scared Klee into tears, you perverted Lolita lover Sha-chan. As if she was angry that Sha-en dared to question her, Kagura opened her mouth again, revealing her white and sharp teeth, as if she was about to bite again. Stop, stop, stop. Please don't bite me, I was wrong to scare her just now. Sha-en gave in. If she continued to bite him and he couldn't control the strength, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 32 I Am Your Mother. In the end, Shane was forced to escape from the tiger's mouth at the cost of 10 marshmallows. Of course, the most important thing is that Kelly was amused again by the interaction between the two, and her mood recovered. Not long after breakfast, Sha-en took advantage of the ample time in the morning to buy marshmallows and a change of clothes for Kelly, and all the staff went to the market again. Drake also went out with him, but his destination was not the market, but to the chaotic area of the Sabaody Islands that was not under marine jurisdiction. He was going to try to find the pirate ship he docked there. On the way to the market, Kelly was very happy. The fatigue from staying up late last night disappeared. She wore the sun hat that Sha-en gave her to hide her identity, covering her hair and most of her face, and trotted happily on the road. With Kagura was sulking, pouting her little mouth, not looking in the direction of Sha-en along the way. She never expected that the 10 marshmallows she had finally won would require her to go out by herself. She originally planned to lie on the sofa all morning, waiting for Sha-en to buy marshmallows, but Sha-en used the excuse that it is not convenient for him to buy clothes for Kelly, and pulled her out of the house. He was forced to put on socks and shoes. All this didn't get better until we arrived at the market. Sha-en went to buy her 10 huge marshmallows. Sha-jong, you are the best. Sha-en received a cordial hug. The 90-degree change in attitude made not only the corner of Sha-en's mouth twitch, but also Kelly looked stunned. Along the way, she saw a conflict between Sha-en and Kagura, and she felt that it was her fault. She felt a little sorry. When she decided to find a way to resolve the conflict between the two, she did not expect that the two would reconcile so quickly. Then, after waiting for Kagura to finish eating the marshmallows, the three of them came to a clothing store. Wow, sir, your two daughters are so cute. When the female shop assistant saw the trio whose appearance was far beyond ordinary people, her eyes were dazed for a moment, but when she realized that it was real, she immediately covered her mouth in surprise. She has never seen such a beautiful little girl, and there are two of them, including the orange-haired man who is suspected to be their father. His skin is so fair that even a woman like her who likes to take care of herself is extremely jealous. They are very cute, but I am not their father. Advertisement. Sha-en was helpless, he was only 24 years old, and he was not even married. How could he have a daughter who was more than 10 years old? The female clerk apologized quickly and welcomed several people into the store. During this period, her eyes swept over Sha-en from time to time, and her eyes could not hide the surprise. In close contact, Sha-en's body, which was mixed with the blood of a night rabbit and an elf, was so beautiful that it made her heart throb. Regarding her undisguised naked gaze, Sha-en was a little proud at first, but he never thought that one day he would be fascinated by a strange woman just by virtue of his appearance. But as the female clerk watched, he became more and more fascinated, and Kakuzu's saliva dripped from her mouth, which made him feel uncomfortable all over, and he was indignant at this scene that was contrary to Tiangong. Hey, we are here to buy clothes, what are you looking at? Just when he was about to retaliate with the same gaze, Kagura changed his lazy demeanor along the way and stood in front of him with a vigilant face. He spread his hands out to block him behind him as if protecting food. Brother Sha-en, let's change a store. At the same time, Kelly also moved close to Sha-en, holding one of his arms, and looked at the female clerk in front of her with a slight hostility, as if she was afraid that Sha-en would be d by her. Taken away. Seeing the two little ones quickly wrapping themselves up like a hen protecting her chicks, Shane was moved but also felt a little weird. This scene is getting more and more wrong. Shouldn't it be Kagura and Klee who were being harassed, and they stepped in to save the beauties and chase away the hooligans who coveted their looks? Why does it seem to be the other way around now? Shane had mixed feelings and an extremely complicated expression on his face, and his change in expression caught the eyes of Kagura and Klee, who thought that he was affected by the sexual harassment of the female clerk, and the hostility in their eyes suddenly became stronger. Faintly, a gleam of violent ferocity flashed in Kagura's eyes. The female clerk suddenly felt a chill running through her bones and immediately woke up from her daze. Yes, I'm sorry, I was so fascinated by you by accident, but I really have never seen anyone as good looking as you, but I'm really not a pervert. After realizing her perverted behavior, her face turned red with shame, her voice stammered, and she kept bowing and apologizing to Sha-en and the other two. Advertisement. No need to apologize, shop assistant. You are a good kid if you admit your mistakes and correct them. Klee has already forgiven you. I believe Kagura and Shane have forgiven you too. However, staring at someone like that just now is not polite. The store clerk must pay attention next time. Klee let go of Shane's arm and walked to the front to teach him a lesson in a sweet voice. The female clerk, who was a head taller than her, bowed and nodded in shame. The contrast between the big and the small made them look extremely humorous. HMPH. Don't keep staring at others from now on. Kagura was not an aggressive person, and when she saw the female clerk apologize sincerely, the murderous intent in her eyes disappeared instantly, and even Shane did not notice it. There won't be a next time. The female clerk lowered her head in shame. To express her apology, after picking out clothes for Kelly, she used her own money to give the three of them a 50% discount and personally sent them out of the store. During the whole process, Shane did not have a chance to interrupt and was protected by the two little ones behind him. It was not until he went out and saw the two little ones no longer on alert and relaxed that Shane sighed helplessly and amusedly. No matter how weird the process was, the ending was always good. I got a 50% discount and didn't actually lose anything. The only thing that surprised him was that his position in Kagura and Klee's hearts was much higher than he had imagined. However, they had only spent a few days together, so how could their relationship be so close? Could it be the work of summoning cheat? Because Brother Shaw-en's aura makes Klee feel very close, like a family member, and Brother Shaw-en is a very good person. On the way back, Shane asked casually, and Kelly blurted out the answer without thinking. After the three-person team adventure, in her mind today, her relationship with Shane and Kagura became even better. Good guy. Shaw-en was inexplicably given a good guy card by the little girl. He smacked his lips, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. It felt good to be treated as a relative by others. He turned to look at Kagura again, looking forward to her answer even more. Yeah, it's similar to what Klee said. It feels like family. Kagura pondered for a moment, staring at Shane's hair, which was the same color as hers, and said hesitantly. Maybe. I'm your mother. Chapter 33. 3 days left of the Battle of Marineford. It was approaching noon. After the three of them returned home, Kelly did not wait for lunch. She had only slept for an hour or two yesterday. She was so sleepy that she yawned immediately after arriving home. She turned around and went upstairs to rest. It was estimated that she would have to sleep until the evening. Stand up. Drake didn't come back. It seemed that he was still looking for his pirate ship. However, Shane estimated that after being docked in the chaotic area of the Sabaody Archipelago for a few days, it was probably stolen by some pirates there. Not long after Shane and Kagura finished lunch, he sat on the sofa and leaned against her to read the newspaper. Like Klee, he and Kagura have never learned the language of this world, but they can understand the words and read the characters of this world. Shane, the headline figure in the newspaper, is no stranger. Although you have never seen him in person, he is a familiar figure to every time traveler because the most classic battle in One Piece was started by him. Whitebeard Pirates' second team captain, Fire Fist, Ace will be executed in Marineford in 3 days. In 3 days, the war on the top will begin. Luffy has probably entered Impel Down with the help of Hancock, and the Whitebeard Pirates are probably heading towards Marineford. A war between pirates and marines that could change the world is about to begin. Opening the prologue. And he, a time traveler who did not belong to this world and the only person who could fully foresee the outcome of this war, was just huddled on the sofa with a young girl, acting as a spectator. Of course, Shaw-en didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He had only traveled through time for a few days. Even if he wanted to change the established plot of the original novel, he didn't have enough strength and power. Shaw-chan, do you know this pirate who is about to be executed? I don't know him, I've only heard of him. Then why are you sighing? Maybe he was sighing, because he is not only Luffy's brother, but also the only one left in this world by the previous One Piece Roger. Shaw-en didn't finish his words, his expression was a little strange, he just felt an amazing momentum coming from outside the courtyard. Turning around, he saw, as expected, an old man with gray hair appeared in the courtyard outside the house. It was Teacher Rayleigh who came to teach him the domineering course. Advertisement. The only what? The reading glasses reflected light in the sunlight. The corners of Rayleigh's lips moved and his voice was dull, as if he was suppressing some emotion. Old man. Kagura was surprised. She noticed Rayleigh's arrival earlier than Shane, but she knew the relationship between Rayleigh and Shane, so she didn't remind him when Shane answered her question. But she didn't expect that when he heard Shane's words, the emotional fluctuations after N's words are so great. She could also feel Rayleigh's aura. Her eyes gradually became alert. She reached out to hold Shane behind her, and raised her orange parasol with her other hand. It's okay. Shane held her shoulders, and under her reluctant gaze, he pulled her back to the sofa, and he walked out of the cabin facing Rayleigh's gaze. I'm sorry, Brother Shane, I just overheard some concerning news and couldn't control the domineering aura in my body. Rayleigh said apologetically. It's okay, I understand, Mr. Rayleigh. Shane waved his hand and walked straight to Rayleigh. Then before we start today's domineering class, could you please help me solve my doubts first, Brother Shane? Rayleigh stared at him with twinkling eyes, his tone as gentle as usual, but Shane could clearly feel that he was a little anxious. Well, actually I should have told Mr. Rayleigh a long time ago, but I couldn't explain how I knew this secret, so I didn't feel comfortable saying it out loud. Today is a different kind of opportunity. Shane nodded and told the truth about Ace's identity without hesitation. As expected, no wonder his name is Portgas D. Ace. Rayleigh murmured to himself with a complicated expression, as if he suddenly understood a lot of things. Shane did not disturb him, knowing how strong the shock was after learning that the captain had left behind an offspring and was about to be executed by Marine. It would not be an exaggeration for him to turn around and push into the city without saying a word. After a long time, seeing that Rayleigh had calmed down, Shane asked tentatively. Mr. Rayleigh, what will you do after hearing this news? It wasn't just out of curiosity, nor did he care whether Ace was rescued. He was just worried that Rayleigh would risk his life and go to the rescue alone. In this world, Rayleigh was the first person to help him, and he didn't want anything to happen to Rayleigh. Advertisement. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid like the Golden Lion. Besides, I'm too old. I'm afraid I won't have the strength to swim to Marineford. Feeling Shane's concern, Rayleigh smiled and pointed to the gray hair on her head. But after hearing his words, Shane had a strange expression on his face, with black lines all over his forehead. How could an old man who said he was old think that he could swim from the Sabaody Islands to Marineford? To swim across several islands, and to be on guard against the Poseidon beasts in the deep sea along the way, in this world, not to mention an old man over 70, even a strong man in his prime can hardly do it. However, although Rayleigh said so, Shane did not see him for several days after today. The next time he saw him, he was in Marineford. Okay, let's start today's practice. Under Shane's trembling gaze, Rayleigh took out a wooden stick from his waist. After Shane consciously covered his eyes with a black scarf and sat on the ground, a day of observation Haki training began. Shane was repeatedly hit by the stick and flew away, making miserable cries. Kagura watched through the window in the house. At first, she felt a little distressed, but after watching for a while, she found that the scene of Shane being beaten and thrown away was particularly interesting, so she moved a chair to the window and watched the show while drinking a drink. This scene was seen when the black scarf on Shao'an's eyes slipped off after he was knocked away. He was immediately very unhappy and pulled the little girl who was watching the show out, put a blindfold on her as well, and practiced observation Haki together. Kagura was of course not happy about it, and she hugged a pillar and refused to come out, saying that she hated being exposed to the sun during the day. But in the end, Shane threatened her with dinner, and she had to accept to practice with him in the shadows somewhere without sunlight. Rayleigh was happy to see this. He was curious about Kagura's physical fitness. Although there was no sign of domineering training on her body, she still gave him a faint sense of threat. Then, he thoroughly understood what physical strength was. Completely different from Shane who was beaten and sent flying, Kagura also failed to react to the attack of the stick at first and was hit accurately by the stick. However, it was not her who flew out, but the broken stick body. It hurts. Kagura rubbed the cheek that had just been hit by the wooden stick. There was no wound there, just a little redness and swelling, and it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the same blow landed on Shane's face, not only would his nose bleed, but he would also fly backwards. Chapter 34. Cultivation and Ways to Make Money. Shane was stunned. He walked forward and poked and pinched the face. It was soft and felt very good. It didn't seem to be harder than the stick with armament Haki attached to it. Hiss. Ah, I was bitten. You guy, you start biting people at every turn. Shao'an withdrew his hand with a distorted face. There was a clear tooth mark on the back of his hand, which was stained with saliva. HMPH, who told you to pinch my face? Kagura took off the black scarf from her eyes. She was very satisfied with Shao'an's miserable condition. However, as soon as the corners of his mouth raised, they immediately froze again. She saw half of the stick on the ground, and the other half was in Rayleigh's hand. When the old man saw her looking at him, he hid his hand behind his back in embarrassment. Hole Sha-chan. Do you want to ruin the appearance of a cute and beautiful girl? Kagura rushed out angrily, and her target was naturally Shane again. Shane couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the girl. Hey, why is it me again? I didn't hit you. Don't bite. Ah. With a wail, his other hand also couldn't escape the disaster. Brother Shane, if you can master the attachment of armament Haki, maybe it won't hurt so much when Kagura bites you. After a while, seeing Shane covering the back of his hand in pain alone, Rayleigh smiled and teased. What, you mean she can even bite through the armament Haki? Shane was very good at finding the key points. Well, with this girl's strong physical fitness, I'm afraid that no matter whether it's a piece of iron or armed color domineering, as long as it is not trained to the top level, it is highly likely that it will not be able to stop her. Rayleigh looked at the girl next to Shane, his eyes showing surprise and expectation. In the brief contact just now, he was able to roughly sense Kagura's current strength. Even in her normal state, she was no less powerful than some pirates with bounties of over 100 million. If he could stimulate the hidden power in her body that he had never seen before, the terrifying power will increase the strength by more than several times. It is conceivable that after she masters the two-color domineering, her strength will be greatly improved. By then, she will be able to fight against both Shichibukai and Marine Admirals. Shane also thought of Kagura's future prospects after learning Haki, and his heart was filled with joy as he thought of Doflamingo, whom he might fight in a month. Then after Kagura learns Haki, won't she be able to fight Doflamingo? But when he saw the girl squatting on the ground and teasing the ants, he was silent. It was too irresponsible to let such an innocent little girl fight against Shichibukai desperately. After arriving in Dressrosa a month later, if a battle with the big boss Doflamingo occurs, he will still have to rely on himself and the powerful and experienced partners he summons later. As for Kagura and Klee, although they are also very strong, due to their young age, it is better not to let them participate in the battle. This is the awareness of Shane as the only adult in the current team. Forget it, ignore her for now, let's continue practicing. Teacher Rayleigh. Shao'an clenched his fists and his eyes gradually became firm. Not bad momentum. Rayleigh looked at him with admiration. Feeling the Conqueror's domineering expression displayed by Sha-en inadvertently and even without him noticing it, Rayleigh appreciated it more and more. Time passed gradually with Sha-en's sweat and countless screams. After Rayleigh had a Conqueror's Haki clash with Shane and some armed Haki guidance, he said goodbye and left. In the following time, only Kagura and Sha-en were left in the courtyard. Kagura didn't go back to the house, but Kelly was catching up on her sleep. Drake went out in the morning and still hasn't come back yet. She could only sit on the ground in boredom with a parasol, watching Shane practice his domineering skills. Armed Haki requires self-perception and experimentation. Just like what Sha-en is doing now, he keeps bombarding a giant tree with his fists. He cannot break the giant tree with brute force, but requires attaching armed Haki to his fist, wielding a heavier attack with less force. Currently, Sha-en is naturally unable to wrap his entire fist with the dark armed color. He can only stain the back of his fist with a little black lines when punching, and sometimes he doesn't even use it at all. Advertisement. So in Kagura's eyes, he was like a big fool, constantly hitting the tree trunk with his soft fists. After knocking for so long, the tree shook, but there was no trace of damage at all. However, she didn't taunt Sha-en as she did before. She could feel that Sha-en was practicing very seriously, which made her so fascinated that she couldn't help but try it herself. She concentrated her mind and used all her body strength. Release and attach the palm. A layer of rich black lines appeared on her white palms. She stretched her hands out of the parasol, and under the sunlight, it shone with a steel-like metallic luster. It's so ugly. Kagura dispersed the black lines with a look of disgust. She knew that she seemed to have mastered this thing before Sha-en, but to protect his self-esteem, she decided not to tell him for the time being. With this thought in mind, Kagura retracted her hand into the parasol and continued to admire the Sha-en tree. Time passed gradually like this. At sunset and dusk, Kagura was drowsy, his head swaying, and the parasol he was holding was about to fall to the ground. At this time, she heard the sound of the tree breaking, and the tree trunk fell to the ground with a bang. She realized that it was Sha-en who had finally broken the giant tree. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Sha-en holding his shoulder with an excited look on his face. Kagura, look, I succeeded. Sha-en was overjoyed and couldn't help but share the good news with Kagura. He saw that the big tree had collapsed to the ground, and there was a faint layer of black lines on his palms, shining in the sun. Ha! That's awesome, Natsu-chan. Kagura said in a lazy voice while yawning. At night, Sha-en, who had been exercising all afternoon, went to take a hot bath. After coming out, he hurried to the kitchen because Kelly finally woke up and her stomach was growling with hunger. Within half an hour, Sha-en had dinner ready. In line with his growing domineering progress, his cooking skills were also improving day by day. He now somewhat understood why Sanji could tire out 3 chefs every day. Faye is fed, and there is no one else but familiar hands. There were few stars at night, and a bright moon hung in the long dark night. The night was very nice today, with the suitable temperature and the occasional evening breeze, which made people feel comfortable. Therefore, Sha-en and the other two moved the food on the table to the small courtyard outside the house. Where's Mr. Drake? During the meal, after satisfying her hunger, Klee realized that someone was missing. Drake had been there for the past 2 days. She thought that Drake, like her and Kagura, was summoned by Shane from another world. Don't worry about him. The chaotic area he went to is quite far away from Island 53. He probably won't be able to come back tonight. Shane replied without even raising his head. There was one more thing he didn't say, which was that he himself didn't know if Drake would come back after finding the pirate ship. After all, according to the original plot, he still had the mission of being an undercover agent in Kaido's pirate group in New World. Maybe he could just take a boat to Fishman Island. However, as soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard at the gate. The next moment, Drake walked in from the door, exhausted. Drake, Klee shouted in surprise. Kagura on the other side also greeted him vaguely while eating. You came at a very bad time. Shane was the only one who was unhappy. He felt that he had been slapped in the face again. No, I'm here at the right time. Drake grinned. He saw 3 people having dinner in the yard. The table was full of food. He came back just in time for dinner. Quote. You're here to rehearse a play with me, right? Sha-en frowned and said with a twitch in the corner of his mouth. You came back too late and didn't do your part. Although there was a lot of food on the table, most of it would end up in Kagura's stomach. It was not a lie to say that there was no food prepared for Drake. Hearing this, Drake didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a bulging sack from his waist. He casually threw it to the ground in front of the dining table with a click. The sack slowly opened due to gravity, and screams of surprise from Shane, Kagura, and Kelly were heard in the yard. It turned out to be a sack full of Bailey's banknotes. Advertisement. The food expenses for this period of time, as well as for the next month. After saying that, Drake walked straight into the house, took out a chair, moved it to the remaining corner of the dining table, and naturally joined the dinner. It is found that 32 million Baileys can be collected. Should it be included in the storage space? There was actually so much money. Sha-en was shocked. How could this guy come back with so much money just by going out? Could this money be dirty? But this guy is Marine, he wouldn't rob a bank, right? Although he was puzzled, Shane did not need to follow the laws and morals of the previous world in this world. With a slight thought in his mind, he put the whole bag of Bailey into the space. Open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets. 493 million Bailey's close black lens bracket. You have too many abilities: fire, body recovery, and now the ability to absorb objects out of thin air. Shane did not hide his abilities this time, allowing Drake to see them clearly. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a strange voice. The road. He's quite similar to the guy the first met today. Talking about the guy he was talking about, he subconsciously looked at the left side of his upper body, where there were traces of being scratched by a sharp blade and a part of his clothes was cut off. Trafalgar Law. You met him too. Shane was very surprised. This morning when he was buying breakfast, Luo and his crew member Beppo followed him. After being discovered, they used their fruit ability to escape, leaving him confused. And now Drake actually met him, and it seemed that the two of them had a fight. Well, I didn't expect this guy's boat to be docked at the seaside not far from you. When I came back, I saw the lights of the boat in the sea. Just when I wanted to get closer to take a look, this guy teleported to the shore and said something inexplicable. Then they started fighting. Drake was a little depressed. Luo seemed to have said something like, "The orange-haired guy is the boss," but he didn't react at that time. He thought this guy was making up an excuse to fight with him. What was more important was that he was a little hungry at the time and was in a hurry to get back for dinner. He didn't want to have any useless communication with a pirate, so he took the initiative to attack and fight. However, he did not expect that the guy's ability was more difficult than the rumors said. He was almost cut in half by the knife that suddenly appeared in front of him. Fortunately, he had learned some observation Haki when he was a marine, and he avoided the knife. After a fierce blow, Luo disappeared out of thin air as if he had returned to his boat. And when he saw Shane's orange hair, which was particularly eye-catching under the bright moonlight, he finally realized what Luo was asking him. That guy seems to want to be friends with you. Drake said a little embarrassedly. Then why don't you bring someone else over? Well, I know you had a fight with him, so there's really no point in inviting anyone else. Shane was a little helpless. Combined with Law's various behaviors today, he has realized that Law is most likely looking for an ally in the future. In the original work, the ally he has chosen is Luffy, and he used the submarine to rescue Luffy in Marineford, which just happened to give the two of them a chance to fight. This laid the groundwork for Luffy to agree to form an alliance with him to attack Doflamingo a few years later. So he speculated that Luo must have learned about the potential of his group from some channel, and then regarded him as a potential ally in the future. This is exactly what Shane is thinking. Similar to Luo's desire to find an ally, he also needs Luo's fruit ability. Luo's strength is definitely not as good as that of the original 2 years later, but he is definitely more than enough to be a perfect assistant. Plus his understanding of Doflamingo, with him on board, the Dressrosa trip would definitely be much easier. However, the only downside to forming an alliance with Luo is that his absolute goal is to destroy Doflamingo's rule in order to avenge his murder of Corazon, which is undoubtedly twice as difficult as their goal of just saving people. Natsu-chan. Kagura's voice brought Shane out of his thoughts. Shane looked at her in confusion. Kagura seldom spoke while eating because her mouth was always full of food. He didn't understand why the more she could eat, the faster she ate. When he saw that most of the food plates on the table were empty, he realized that because of Drake's sudden return, there was obviously not enough food prepared for Kagura on the table. Klee, on the other hand, was full and had been listening carefully to the conversation between him and Drake. There was no other way. One of them had paid for food, and the other had to be supported. He had to get up and continue to work on the kitchen utensils. There was enough food. In less than 10 minutes, he brought out many more plates of meat delicacies. He had not forgotten his promise to Kagura that he would provide her with enough meat every day. And now he had Klee. If he ran out of money to buy meat, he could just fry some in the sea. The Poseidon class will do. Wait, deep-fried Poseidon. A gleam of light flashed across Shaw-En's eyes, and he suddenly thought of a way to make money. Kelly, have you finished making your new type of bomb? Shane looked at Kelly expectantly. Very quickly, it will definitely be done tomorrow. Seeing Shane mention the new bomb, Kelly instantly became interested and gave a comprehensive introduction to the composition, power and other aspects of her bomb. Drake, who was eating nearby, was sweating profusely. He remembered that last night when he was sleeping, a little girl was making a bomb a few rooms away from him. If it exploded at such a close distance, he would probably be killed as well. Chapter 35. Frying and selling fish to make money. Brother Shaw-En, do you also want to accompany Kelly to fry fish? Kelly found that Shaw-En listened very seriously. Well, I was thinking that if I could blow up 1 or 2 Poseidons, I might be able to drag them and sell them for money. Shane nodded in reply and turned his questioning gaze to Drake, who was the only, local native, among the 4. He has purchased meat at the market in the past few days, perhaps because he is at the seaside. The price of fish is generally low, about the same as the price of pork in the world before he traveled. But Poseidons are not something that ordinary fishermen can catch, so he thinks the price should be a little higher. Depending on rarity and size. Drake knew what he was going to ask. As a marine and a pirate for many years, he still knew a lot about these things, so he answered without thinking. General varieties that are more than 10 meters in size are estimated to sell for 5 to 6 million belly. The larger the size and the rarer the variety, the higher the price. After hearing this, Shaw-En nodded with satisfaction. The price was higher than he thought, and even if it couldn't be sold, it could be cooked directly for Kagura. Although she has a big appetite, she is not picky about food at all. But it's much harder to deal with them in the sea than to catch pirates with the same bounty. Most people won't do such a thankless thing. Drake shook his head, feeling that Shane was taking it for granted. Poseidons are much more flexible than humans in the sea. It is easy to injure them, but difficult to catch them, unless there is a weapon that can kill them with one blow or render them unconscious. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that both Shane and Kagura had turned their attention to Kelly. Drake was shocked. Could this little girl's bomb be done? Did you hear that, Kelly? Does your bomb have such power? Shaw-en asked expectantly. Don't worry, brother Shaw-en, Kelly's new generation of bouncing bombs can definitely blow up big fish no matter they are more than 10 meters or dozens of meters. Kelly waved her small fist, her voice full of confidence. Drake was sweating profusely. He didn't think Kelly was talking big, because she had a glorious record of blowing up a Draco slave ship. Poseidons that are dozens of meters tall can be blown over, but what about their hut that's less than 10 meters tall? But, Kelly, I want to ask, where do you usually store your bombs? Drake asked fearfully, and Kelly's answer decided whether he should stay here and sleep tonight. Advertisement. Put them all in my backpack. Oh, put them in the room now. Kelly touched her back and then remembered that she wasn't wearing a backpack. Is there any risk of it being detonated suddenly? I mean, for example, if it accidentally touches it, the air temperature is too high, etc. No way. Kelly felt that Drake was questioning his bomb, but it was hard to explain. In desperation, she casually grabbed the air, said, "Sraw," and the flames rose. A bright flame stood in her palm, immediately lighting up the night. This is. The expressions of Shane and Kagura remained unchanged. They may have known or seen Kelly use her abilities. Only Drake's expression suddenly changed. He remembered the scene during the fight with Shane in the morning, when Shane also created 2 fireballs out of thin air. These 2 people actually have the same abilities. The bouncing bomb requires the power of fire element to detonate, which means that except for Kelly and brother Shaw-en, no one in this world can fully demonstrate its power, but. However, there is a small chance that it will explode on its own, but the power won't be too strong. It should only be able to blow up a wall. She seemed to be less confident when she spoke of the latter part. In fact, she had often failed when researching new bombs in the past. Not only would she be blown to pieces, but she would also blow the room to pieces. She had been criticized a lot for this reason when she was in Mondstadt. But it was still better here. Even though she told him the dangers of making bombs, Shane did not forcibly stop her research. Instead, he patted her head encouragingly. It's okay, Klee. The one who lives next door to you is Kagura, and she can't be killed by bombs. This was an encouragement for her to go for it. Although it sounded strange and brother Shaw-en was bitten by sister Kagura because of it, Klee was still very touched. Klee will definitely make a new bomb tonight. Klee ran back to the room with high morale, and soon there was a crackling sound. Shane and Kagura went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and they didn't ask Drake to join them because this guy paid more than 30 million Baileys for food today, so he was qualified to enjoy the privilege for one night. Drake was alone in thought. He looked at Klee's back and looked at Shane from time to time. He really couldn't understand why the 2 of them had the same devil fruit ability. Advertisement. Nightfall. Shane returned to the room and lay on the soft mattress. He finally had some time to himself and opened the character panel before going to sleep as usual. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 24 close black lens bracket. Race. Human 91%, Night Rabbit 5%, Elf 4%. Abilities. Conqueror's Haki Awakening 13.47%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery 15.63%, Observation Haki Awakening 7.24%, Armament Haki Mastery 1.26%. 2 days until next summoning condition, 80 million berries. Open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets, 493 million Baileys close black lens bracket. All abilities have been significantly improved, especially the Armament Haki, which has soared like a rocket, from less than 1% of yesterday's Awakening, to a full leap to the Mastery stage. Could it be that I am very talented in cultivating Armament Haki? But why was the speed of practicing Armament Haki the slowest yesterday, but became the fastest today? This is too abnormal. The training method and training scene have not changed. The only difference from yesterday is, Kagura was there. Shane thought of the key point. When he was practicing Armament Haki against the tree, Kagura was watching. Could it be that the presence of the summoned character would increase his training speed? No, Kagura was also there when he was practicing Observation Haki, but the progress of his Observation Haki was almost the same as yesterday, which doesn't make sense. Shane was puzzled and stopped thinking about it. He decided to try again tomorrow and find out. Then he slowly fell asleep. The second day. Just as day broke, white doves flew over from the seaside and threw newspapers into the mailbox at the door. This was the newspaper that Shane had subscribed to on the recommendation of the agent when he rented the house. He would receive it once or twice a week and settle the bill together with the rent at the end of the month. Everyone else was still sleeping, but Kelly, who had been busy all night and hadn't slept yet, saw the white dove. Her new bomb was ready, and now she didn't dare to sleep, for fear that if she fell asleep, Shane would cancel today's fish fry plan. 2 CF Chapter 36 Luo's visit. So after she built the bomb an hour ago, she sat by the window, admiring the beautiful scenery outside, waiting for Shane and others to get up. Now that the newspaper had arrived, she had a better way to kill time. Kelly tiptoed out of the bedroom door and went down the stairs to the first floor. Although she wanted to fry the fish as soon as possible, she didn't want to wake everyone up. With a creaky sound, the door opened, and the bright morning light made Kelly close her eyes. She covered her forehead with her hand and saw two newspapers in the mailbox, one reporting current events in the world and the other recording the local situation in the Sabaody Islands. Of course, Kelly was more interested in the world newspaper. Fire Fist, Ace will be executed in 2 days. The headline remained unchanged, with Ace covered in blood, flames behind him, and the final scene of him and Blackbeard punching each other after he defeated him. Klee also has the ability to use fire. Based on the photo, she has a good impression of Ace. The people she meets who use fire attributes are all good people who make her feel warm, whether it is Amber, Liuqi, or now Shane. Moreover, the guy called Blackbeard is not only ugly in appearance, but also covered in a strange black aura. This black aura is a symbol of evil even in the continent of Teyvat. Klee is not a person who judges people by their appearance, but she still instinctively dislikes this guy named Blackbeard. This antipathy became even stronger after seeing subsequent newspaper reports that Blackbeard backstabbed his partner, took away his devil fruit, and then handed Ace over to the marine government in order to seek a Shichibukai spot. This guy is just as hateful as the Doflamingo that Shane's brother mentioned. Whitebeard pirates, you must win. Klee, who was reading the newspaper, clenched her fists and cheered for them, just like a kid cheering for Ultraman in front of the TV. That's not easy to win. Marine is the most powerful force in this world. Saving 4 emperors from them is not enough. At least 4 emperors will have to work together. A strange male voice sounded from beside Klee, but I don't think we'll ever see the 4 emperors teaming up. Klee was startled by the sudden sound and covered her chest, only to find that a strange man wearing a round hat and holding a long knife suddenly sat in the mailbox. The remaining copy of the Sabaody Archipelago local newspaper in the mailbox was gone. She puffed up her cheeks, pointed at the stranger angrily and said, "Advertisement, you scared Klee. You should have said hello before talking to her." After she said that, she realized that this was the door of her house. This stranger had entered the yard without permission and was carrying a knife. Thinking of this, Klee's eyes became alert. She secretly condensed the fire element in her left hand, and her right hand instantly reached behind her. Oh no, I didn't bring my backpack. Her only weapons, all her bombs, were in a backpack in her bedroom. Don't be nervous. My name is Trafalgar Law. I'm here today to resolve the misunderstanding from the past few days. I don't mean to offend you in any way. Luo's voice was flat. He still sat on the mailbox, looking at the visitor without any restraint. He saw the fire gradually condensing in the palm of Klee's left hand, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Combining Klee's figure and appearance, he instantly thought of the bomb maniac, who had been very famous in the Sabaody Archipelago in recent days. You are the little girl who deliberately blew up the Celestial Dragon slave ship. I didn't expect you to live here. Luo's voice fluctuated and his eyes were filled with surprise. This little house gave him more and more surprises. Not only was there the domineering orange-haired leader of Conquerors, but also the supernova Drake, and now there was a bomb maniac. He now regretted coming here. Such powerful people gathered together and took the initiative to attack the Celestial Dragons. Who knows what shocking things they will do next? Even he currently only wants to bring down Doflamingo, the Shichibukai. It wasn't Klee who blew it up on purpose, no, it wasn't Klee who blew it up. When her identity was exposed, Kelly was immediately panicked. Shane told him that Marine had offered a bounty of 50 million Baileys on her head. If she was recognized, she would be captured by the bad guys and taken to the Marine base to collect the bounty. You've already let it slip yourself. Looking at the poor acting skills of the little girl, Luo felt helpless. He now felt that this group of people were probably just living together and perhaps they didn't have as big a plan as he thought. Excuse me, are Orange Hair and Drake here? I want to meet them. Luo sighed and thought it would be more reliable to talk to adults. They should not have woken up yet. Do you want Klee to help you wake them up? Klee's eyes were burning with anticipation. Waking them up now would mean that they could go out to sea to fish earlier. No, I'm awake. The window on the second floor was suddenly opened, revealing a striking mass of orange hair. Shane looked at Klee and Luo below, and yawned as he spoke. Advertisement. He was awakened when Klee activated the fire element and thought that an enemy was attacking. After finding out it was Luo, he calmly changed his clothes in the room. He jumped down from the second floor and landed steadily beside the two people. Brother Shane. Are you up? Kelly screamed out in excitement. Although she was lively, she still felt a little unfamiliar facing strangers alone, and she couldn't judge whether the other party had good intentions. So when Shaw En came, she suddenly felt confident and now she even had the mind to look at the long sword on Luo's body. Well, you got up so early, Kelly. Shane first glanced at Luo briefly, then touched Kelly's head and replied with a smile. In fact, I haven't slept all day. I just made the bomb not long ago. I was afraid that if I fell asleep, the fish bombing plan this morning would be cancelled. Kelly answered truthfully, lowering her head slightly. She was a little worried. If it was Captain Chin, she would probably let her go to her room to catch up on some sleep in this situation. But Shane was completely different. Then will you still have the energy to lead us in frying fish later? You are the main force, Klee. Of course, you must believe in Klee's passion for fried fish. Klee's eyes lit up. Then we can have fun all morning, and then you can catch up on your sleep in the afternoon. Yeah. Kelly cheered excitedly, but Shane told her to be quiet and go to the bathroom to wash up first. It was only around 6 o'clock, and Kagura and Drake were not awake yet. Klee glanced at Luo, and after seeing Shane's reassuring look, she went back into the house. At this time, the only people left in the yard were Shaw-en and Luo, who had not interrupted the conversation. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Shane didn't know where to start. If he directly invited the other party to join his small group to fight against Doflamingo, it would be too abrupt. Is she your daughter? However, Luo's words made Shane freeze instantly. Chapter 37. Alliance with Luo in the next dozens of minutes. Shane and Luo had a negotiation in the courtyard that was not too frank but very friendly. In the end, both sides were satisfied and reached a temporary cooperative and mutual assistance battle alliance with the goal of overthrowing the Doflamingo Shichibukai. After knowing that Shane and others' target was also Doflamingo, Luo's attitude changed 90 degrees. For him, this trip was very rewarding. Shane's understanding of Dressrosa was beyond his imagination. The dwarfs of Dressrosa, the former Princess Rebecca in the arena, and another Princess Violet who is a cadre of the Doflamingo pirates, all of them have an inexplicable hatred for Doflamingo. They will definitely have a considerable help. He also learned from Shane the biggest weakness of the Doflamingo pirates, which is the assistant who helped Doflamingo rule Dressrosa, Sugar, the owner of the childlike fun fruit. If she is eliminated, all the toys in Dressrosa will be restored to human form. In addition to what he had investigated, Doflamingo's deal with 4 Emperors Kaido regarding artificial devil fruits, as long as he went to New World to capture Caesar and stop producing artificial fruits, Doflamingo would face Kaido's wrath. Orange-haired boss, then we'll meet in New World. Luo suppressed his excitement and looked at Shaw-en with gratitude. He couldn't wait to go to New World right now to make preparations for future plans. When he left, he deliberately left behind a Den Mushi for communication. It was a snail that also wore a round hat and had a cold expression. It looked somewhat similar to Luo himself. After bowing slightly to Shane for the last time and saying goodbye, he disappeared from the spot with a whoosh, and a newspaper slowly fell to the ground from the air. Advertisement, it slipped away really fast, just like last time. Shane complained to himself, bent down to pick up the newspaper on the ground, and then took the newspaper that Kelly had put in the mailbox. He planned to put all the newspapers in the living room, which was suitable for the family. Watch it during breaks. By this time, the sun had gradually risen, and the morning sunlight fell on the courtyard. Before summoning Klee and obtaining the elven bloodline, he would not be willing to bask in the sun due to the influence of the Night Rabbit bloodline, as it would make his skin feel uncomfortable. However, after acquiring a certain amount of elven blood, his discomfort seemed to have been neutralized and reduced to a level similar to that of ordinary people. He no longer had to use a parasol like Kagura when the sun was a little stronger. It was almost 7 o'clock, and Kagura and Drake had already gotten up. At Kelly's urging, several people changed into clothes for going out, preparing to go to the market to have breakfast first, and then rent a boat to go to the sea to carry out the plan made yesterday. Klee was carrying a bulging backpack full of her bombs, but she didn't mind the weight at all and walked in front, skipping and jumping. Shane walked behind her, giving her directions from time to time. Kagura was holding a parasol, yawning and looking at Shane's heels. This was a habit she had developed recently. Walking behind Shane, she didn't have to pay attention to the road, nor did she have to worry about bumping into pedestrians. Sometimes she could even walk with her eyes closed and sleep until she bumped into Shane from behind. Stop. And when she got tired, she could just hang on Shane's back and let him carry her for a while. However, every time she would be thrown off after not walking for long. Drake followed at the end. He didn't want to get involved at first because he felt it was unreliable to let a little girl of Klee's age plant a bomb. He was worried that the Poseidon would not be blown up but himself first. But the embarrassing thing was that, except for him, no one else among the 4 people present knew how to drive a boat, and they didn't even have any experience in sailing on the sea. Chapter 38. First time on a boat. There are already quite a few people at the market, not many of them are locals, and more than half of them are tourists from outside the city. Thanks to its unique geographical location and ecological environment, the Sabaody Islands are a famous tourist island on the Great Waterway. There were colorful bubbles floating in the air, and airships gliding by from time to time. The streets were filled with pedestrians, and there were also bubble cars, a local form of transportation, which made Kelly unable to take her eyes off. Shane felt it necessary to take a day off to take her and Kagura to the amusement park. He remembered that the amusement park that Luffy and his friends went to in the anime was very good, and the facilities were basically the same as those in modern cities, and even wilder and more exciting. Not long after walking, the 4 of them arrived at the breakfast shop that Shane often went to. Hey, little brother, are you here for breakfast today too? When the boss saw Shane, his wrinkled old face broke into a smile. He was a big customer who bought breakfast for dozens of people every morning. Well, it's the same as the last few days, but I don't have to pack today. My friends are all here at the store. Shane greeted the boss familiarly and arranged for Kagura and the other 2 to sit at an empty table in the breakfast shop. Okay, I'll be right there. The boss nodded contentedly, but suddenly realized that there were only 3 people accompanying Shane, and 2 of them were little girls. How could 4 people finish breakfast for dozens of people? The boss was a little confused. But when he brought the food to Shane's table, he saw the orange-haired girl finish a whole plate in one bite, and her speed was amazing. In the blink of an eye, she had cleared nearly 10 plates. This little girl is such a eater. The boss was astonished by her beauty. Even the strong sailors in the shipyard were far inferior to her. He had no idea how she could hold so much in such a small belly. This scene was not only seen by the breakfast shop owner, but also attracted the attention of many customers and passers-by. Shane, who has been practicing observation Haki recently and whose perception is sharper than before, can clearly sense that as the empty plates on their dining table pile up higher, more and more eyes are falling on them. There were so many people around that Shane was worried that Kelly's identity as a wanted criminal would be exposed, so he pushed the brim of her hat down to completely cover her hair and the upper half of her face. Brother Shane. Klee understood that he was hiding his identity, so she let him do what he wanted. However, when her vision and face were mostly covered, it was not convenient for her to eat breakfast. Advertisement, well. Shane also noticed this, and then an idea suddenly occurred to him. He picked up a piece of food and put it to Kelly's mouth. I feed you. Okay. Kelly's voice was very happy. The little mouth exposed under the brim of her hat slowly opened. She took small bites of the food beside her mouth and squinted her eyes to enjoy Shane's feeding. It was a very heartwarming scene, but Kagura felt very angry watching it. She felt like she was not enjoying the food anymore, and in a fit of rage she slammed the table with a loud bang, which almost choked the guests at the next table. Why are you suddenly going crazy? Shane looked at her unkindly, with 2 fingers bent, ready to hit her head. HMPH, I don't want to eat anymore. Kagura turned her head away, but her eyes kept glancing at Shane's hand that was feeding Klee. Shaw-en instantly understood what she was upset about and sighed helplessly. 10 minutes later, Shane finished his busiest breakfast yet. Seaside. Under Drake's guidance, they came to a boat rental site at the port. In order to transport the Poseidon, they rented a medium-sized fishing boat that was more than 10 meters long. The rental fee was not expensive, only 2 million Baileys for 1 day's use, but the shop owner collected a deposit of nearly 50 million Baileys from Shane, which would be deducted from the deposit if the ship was damaged. Seeing that Shane and the others were young, the shop owner quoted a rental price several times higher than the current price. He even chose an old boat for them that had no defects on the outside but had outdated facilities on the inside. This is when Drake, an experienced seafarer, showed his ability. He took a casual stroll on the old ship and immediately got off the ship to point out dozens of problems in front of the shop owner. Sweating profusely, I realized that I had met someone who knew what I was doing. Under the blue sky, a fishing boat sets sail. Woohoo! Standing in the center of the bow, with the rustling sails behind him, Shane opened his arms and greeted the sea breeze on his face with his cheeks. Cool and comfortable. He felt like a seagull flying in the sky and had never felt so free before. Advertisement. The only pity is that this boat is not mine. I thought it would be such a wonderful thing to sail my own boat on this sea in a month. Wow, it's so cool. Like him, it was also Kelly's first time on a boat, and she was running happily around the deck. Kagura was surprisingly quiet. She sat on the edge of the boat not far from Liuqi, holding a parasol, with her legs dangling over the edge of the boat, staring blankly with her blue eyes. The sea. What are you thinking about, Kagura? Shane came over. I'm not thinking about anything, but I have an indescribable feeling in my heart. I don't know how to say it. Kagura shook her head, her orange hair fluttering in the wind. Because her face was covered by the parasol, Shane could only see her profile. Is it shock, excitement, and calmness? This is Shane's emotional change after he got on board. At first he was shocked by the boundless ocean, then he felt excited and thrilled when sailing, and finally he gradually calmed down under the breeze. There was another decisive factor that led to this emotional change: seasickness. Of course, Shane, who was very proud, would never admit this. It seems like that's what you said. Kagura thought about it and found that she felt almost the same way, but she also had an additional expectation for the future. This feeling did not come from the sea but from Shane. Sha-chan, will we continue sailing in the future? Of course. We will go out to sea in a month when the boat is finished. We have finally come to this world, so we must see all its scenery. As the boat sailed, it got farther and farther away from the Sabaody Islands, until only the outline of the island could be seen. Drake then asked Shane to help him take down the sails and stop the boat. Isn't this a little too far? Shane looked at the Sabaody Islands looming in the distance. They had just sailed for nearly an hour. Not far. The farther away from the island, the more Poseidons there are. And if you don't go far away from the island, won't your little bomb girl be recognized by people who see her when she drops the bomb? Drake replied that he was a very rigorous person, different from pirates like Luffy, and he considered things more carefully. Perhaps this was the difference between the Marines with strict military discipline and the free and easy pirates. Chapter 39 Salary. You are more considerate than me. You are worthy of being a great pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Shaw-en nodded. Although he was appreciative, his tone was a bit strange. Drake didn't have the energy to pay attention to him. It was really hard for him to come all the way. He was responsible for hauling in the anchor, hoisting the sails, steering, and planning the route all by himself, which made him, a user with the animal fruit ability, very tired. I didn't expect that. Shaw-en said he had no sailing experience. He was really not being modest. He really had no experience at all and had never even been on a ship. Not long after he got on the boat, he began to feel dizzy and unwell. Although he refused to admit it, Drake could tell at a glance that he was seasick. Then Drake was in bad luck. He was too embarrassed to let 2 little girls do the physical work on the ship, so he had to bear it all by himself. Why don't you say anything? I sincerely praise you. Otherwise, Drake, you would have messed with me, and you would have been treated much better than Marine would have given you. Seeing that he didn't speak, Shaw-en patted his shoulder. I don't want to die exhausted at sea. Drake was speechless. A guy who gets seasick actually had the nerve to recruit him. I really don't know how this guy got his Conqueror's domineering power. Brother Shane, Mr. Drake, are we going to start frying fish? Kelly rushed over and tried her best to raise her head and look at the 2 people who had just spoken and pulled down the sail. Compared with her petite height of less than 1.3 meters, both of them can be called giant level. Sha En was originally less than 1.8 meters tall, but the world seemed to be more nurturing or something. He felt as if he had grown a few centimeters taller, and Kagura Kori was a bit shorter in his eyes. Drake is even more exaggerated. He is more than 2.5 meters tall, almost as tall as half a mast. Coupled with the scarred muscles all over his body, he looks like a tough guy who is not easy to mess with. This is also the case just now. Reasons why chartering a boat can intimidate store owners. Well, this is it. Looking at Kelly from a bird's eye view, she was really cute. Shane touched her little head. The comfortable touch could be said to be the source of his happiness. Kelly didn't resist this. She actually hated it when someone taller than her touched her head like this. It would make her feel like she was being teased because of her height. Advertisement, but Sha En and Kagura are exceptions. Both of them give her the same feeling as family members. Then Kelly will start preparing. After Sha En retracted her hand, she took off the backpack from her back and dumped the contents on the deck. Gulu gulu, dozens of round bombs were rolling on the deck. They were not big, only about the size of a palm. They even looked a little cute, with the shape of animal dolls. It was hard to imagine that Kelly blew up a whole place with such bombs. A Draco slave ship. Drake's eyelids jumped at the sight. Are you going to let such dangerous bombs roll on the ground? Don't look at it. They won't explode without the fire elemental power. Come with me to move the bait. Sha En waved his hand in front of his eyes. As we all know, fishing requires making a nest. The same goes for fried fish. Most of the Poseidon species are on the bottom of the sea. Only when they smell a lot of flesh and blood or feel human ships passing by will they surface and wait for an opportunity to attack. The bait prepared for them was also bought from the charter boat. It was a lot of wooden barrels filled with fresh flesh and blood. When the barrels were thrown into the sea, they would float on the water surface, and the flesh and blood in the barrels would flow into the sea, filling the seabed with fish. The Poseidon class draws up. Shane and Drake went to the cabin to move the barrels. Kagura walked over at this time, and when she saw the exquisite doll bombs on the deck, her eyes lit up. She picked one up and put it in her palm to observe. What beautiful bombs. Did you put clothes on them, Klee? Well, I used the curtains from my room, which are bright red. The effect is quite good, right? Hearing Kagura's praise, Klee was extremely proud and said with her hands on her hips. It's nice, but I remember that the curtains seemed to be specially made for you by Sha Zhang. He went to several stores in the market to buy that color. You didn't tear them all up? Kagura leaned over to Klee's ear and whispered. Ah. After hearing this, Kelly trembled and covered her mouth with her hands in shock. She seemed to have done something wrong again. It was torn in half. Kelly thought it was just an ordinary curtain, but she didn't expect it was a gift that Brother Shane had spent so much time giving. I shouldn't have destroyed it. Brother Shane would definitely be very sad when he knew about it. Advertisement Kelly regretted so much that she almost cried, but she was also touched. She didn't expect Sha En would care about her so much. It's okay. I know where the store is. We can then secretly go to the market and buy another one and install it there. Natsu-chan won't find out. Kagura promised, patting his chest. Really? Hearing this, Kelly breathed a sigh of relief, but then she realized a new problem and a look of worry appeared on her face. But Klee doesn't have the currency of this world. Do you have it, Sister Kagura? Kagura was stunned by her question. She suddenly realized that after coming to this world, her clothes, daily necessities, food and toys were all paid for by Sha En, and she herself did not even have a penny. This guy never paid her any salary. Coincidentally, at this moment Shane came out of the cabin carrying a few wooden barrels. When Kagura saw him, he ran to him angrily. Sha Zhang, where is my salary? She stretched out a hand and made a gesture to ask for salary. What? Salary? Sha En was confused by the question and didn't react for a moment. My salary? You look like you've never thought about this salary issue, have you? We are not a company, so there is no salary. Sha En felt strange. He didn't know where this idea came from. This girl's train of thought was particularly strange and often hard to understand. But when I worked in other places before, I saw that other people were getting paid. Although I was always kicked out early and never got my salary. Kagura tilted his head and asked in confusion. This. Upon hearing this, Sha En was stunned and felt the girl's bitter past. Maybe what she wants is not the salary, but the sense of recognition when she gets the salary. But Shane really didn't think about the salary issue, because now including Drake's team, there are only 4 people in total, which can't even make up a fleet. He can just go and buy money wherever there's money to spend. He thought that when the number of characters he summoned increased, he would learn Nami's money management model, centrally manage all the money on the ship, and then distribute activity funds to the crew members every time they arrived at an island. Hey, what are you thinking about? Even if there is no salary, it would be okay if you give me some pocket money. Seeing that he did not reply, Kagura said dissatisfiedly. Chapter 40 Fish Hunting. Kagura filled her pocket with a wad of banknotes and skipped away happily. It's just 20,000 belly. I don't know how happy I am. After this period of grocery shopping, he has roughly understood the purchasing power of belly. 10,000 belly is almost equivalent to about 600 yuan. Of course, the price is only based on the Sabaody Islands, so there may be fluctuations in other places. 20,000 belly is just over $1,000. As long as Kagura doesn't want to rely on this money to fill her bottomless pit-like stomach, the week's expenses are completely enough. Moreover, he did not favor one thing over another, and also gave Kelly 20,000 yuan. Bailey. Seeing two little girls counting banknotes excitedly on the deck, Shaw-en couldn't laugh or cry. Stop counting, aren't you afraid of being blown away by the sea breeze? It's time to get down to business. Dozens of wooden barrels filled with fresh flesh and blood were thrown off the boat and floated on the sea, surrounding their fishing boat in a circle. The animal blood in the wooden barrel flowed out through the cracks and spread like ink on the sea. In less than a few minutes, the seawater within 10 meters around the fishing boat was dyed red. If an unsuspecting ship passed by at this time, it might be mistaken for a fierce naval battle between pirates. It's a bit bloody. The tip of his nose smelled the fishy smell of blood. Shaw-en looked at the blood-red sea surface and felt a little uncomfortable. Only in this way will we attract the real big guys. Drake stood beside Shane, scanning the sea with sharp eyes like a falcon, looking for signs of the Poseidon species. At the same time, he clenched the two weapons in his hands. One hand held the Western-style longsword he used when sparring with Shaw-en last time, and the other hand held a sword that seemed more in line with his muscular body. An iron axe half as tall as a man. In fact, it is not difficult to deal with a Poseidon with his strength, but because he is an Esper, it is not convenient for him to attack too far away from the ship. He can only wait for Kelly to blow it out of the sea, and then he can add a fatal blow. Thump. Suddenly, a huge bubble appeared on the sea surface. The sea water rolled, the waves surged, and a black shadow larger than the ship swam across the sea, stirring dozens of wooden barrels suspended on the sea surface. The fishing boat was also affected by it, causing slight shaking. It came so quickly. Advertisement. Shaw-en was overjoyed, but after feeling the size of the black shadow, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. It must have been dozens of meters tall. It is estimated that one bite can swallow them together with the fishing boat. Brother Shaw-en, can you take action? Kelly on the side was already extremely hungry and thirsty. In her eyes, this was not a monster, it was just a bigger fish. As long as it was a fish, it meant that she could fry it at will. What a big fish. She had never fried such a big fish before and could not imagine how happy she would be if she blew it up. The desire in Kelly's eyes became more and more intense, staring at the big fish swimming in the sea in search of food, like a beast that had been hungry for several days looking at the prey that was so close. Waiting for the moment it comes out of the water to eat the bait. Drake answered first. Well, listen to Drake. He has more experience. Wait for Kelly. Looking at the huge creature floating faintly on the water, with its ferocious scales exposed in the sun, Shaw-en couldn't help but swallow, feeling that the scales could even withstand ordinary artillery attacks. If he were to rely on himself, he really wouldn't know how to deal with this monster. With a size difference of dozens of times, his fists might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Fortunately, there was Klee, an expert in explosives, present. Although I had never seen her bouncing bomb, she was able to blow up a slave ship the day before yesterday. I believe that the upgraded version of the bomb, which has been improved for 2 days, should be even more powerful. While Shane was thinking, an accident happened. The black shadow swimming under the sea suddenly stopped. Just when Shane and others thought it was going to surface and bite the wooden barrels floating on the sea, it disappeared mysteriously. It ran away. Kelly looked at the sea in confusion. The black shadow disappeared, as if it had dived into the seabed. Could it be that he didn't like the bait we put out? This guy is too picky. Shane couldn't accept that his money was wasted like this. Natsu-chan, it hasn't left yet. I feel it's right down there. Kagura suddenly pointed at her nail plate. Currently on the ship, Drake is the most experienced, but she is the one with the sharpest perception. Of course, Shane was also aware of her outstanding ability and immediately broke out in a sweat. You don't mean it's under our ship? As soon as he finished speaking, the fishing boat shook violently, making the 4 people on the boat almost unable to stand. Advertisement. At the same time, a hideous mouth broke out of the sea from the side of the sail, and a shadow covering the entire ship surface was formed. It actually swallowed the entire ship as Shane had originally thought. No one expected this Poseidon to be so smart. Drake was stunned for a moment and missed the chance to attack. Klee had just picked up the bomb from the deck and had not yet channeled the fire element. The huge mouth that covers the sky has swallowed most of the ship. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Shane's Conqueror's domineering spirit, which was still in the awakening stage, was aroused, and a majestic momentum burst out from his body. The Conqueror's domineering effect was most obvious on this type of beast. Even this Poseidon, which was tens of meters tall, felt the Conqueror's pressure from Shane, and its pupils suddenly dilated in fear. Its mouth, which was about to close, also opened. He quickly shrank back. Kelly. Now. Shane reminded loudly. Bounce bomb. With a delicate hum, flames bloomed like flowers, and dozens of fiery red bombs cut through the air, leaving behind a trail as brilliant as fireworks. The bombs flew through the air at high speeds, and all landed accurately into the Poseidon's big mouth which had not yet closed. The Poseidon had a human-like confused expression on its face. It hadn't figured out why the food it was eyeing suddenly burst out with such a frightening aura, and now something hot had inexplicably entered its mouth. Is it edible? Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from the Poseidon's mouth, causing its pupils to dilate and blood to splatter from its upper body. Finally, its mouth was blown open and it spewed out a long puff of thick smoke. Then it was Drake's turn. With his agile figure, he stepped on the deck, cabin and mast successively. With just a few moves, he reached a height of dozens of meters. The long sword and the iron axe attacked at the same time, drawing an X-shaped sword light of more than 10 meters in the air. Snap. Blood was pouring down like rain, and the Poseidon let out a painful roar. Its entire body was chopped by the X-shaped sword light. The two intersecting scars almost penetrated its body, making it completely unable to resist, and it collapsed. Lying on the sea. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally managed to pull it off without any danger. But how do we get it back? Looking at the Poseidon that was several times larger than the fishing boat, everyone began to feel troubled again. At this moment, Shane remembered the Den Den Mushi that someone gave him that morning. Chapter 41 Cultivation Cheat Device. Open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets. 521 million Bailey's close black lens bracket. After deducting the cost of renting the boat, the cost of bait, and the 10% transportation fee for the final Den Den Mushi call to Luo, Shane earned 28 million Baileys from this trip. Everyone was in high spirits after making money, and Shane decided to go to a restaurant for a big meal together. Luo was originally invited, but he was really exhausted. It was his first time to transfer such a large creature and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. After receiving his transportation fee, he returned to his ship to rest. They randomly found a barbecue restaurant and the four of them enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. The owner of the barbecue restaurant was also very happy as he had earned half of the day's turnover. I didn't expect that I spent nearly 2 million Baileys. When Shane saw the number on the bill when paying the bill, he almost cried out. Kagura performed as stably as always, accounting for 70% of the 2 million belly. Klee also ate a lot because she had expended a lot of energy today. Drake, the user of the animal-type fruit ability, has always had an unusually large appetite. Shane himself is no ordinary person either. Before crossing over, he could only eat 2 bowls of rice, but now he has evolved to the point where he can eat a whole pot of meat. Afternoon. The weather was just as nice as yesterday, with the sun shining into the yard and giving the cottage a golden glow. Shane started his daily domineering practice just like he did in the past few days. But what was different today was that his domineering teacher Rayleigh had not come yet. At first, I thought Rayleigh was delayed by something, but until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, there was still no sign of him. Rayleigh said he has to go out for a while and will come to you in a few days. At this time, old Neil came over and brought news that made Shane frown. Out. Could it be going to Marineford? Shane's heart sank, thinking about what Rayleigh was going to do. But he didn't say much. He didn't need to worry about a strong man like Rayleigh, and he had already set off, so it was too late for him to persuade him. Right now, I am concentrating on my own cultivation of domineering power and waiting at home for the global live broadcast from God Tier Buggy the day after tomorrow. Advertisement. By the way, old Neil, do you know where to buy gunpowder? Seeing that old Neil was about to return to the shipyard after bringing the information, Shane suddenly grabbed him. This question was asked on behalf of Klee. Klee had used up all her bombs when she was blowing up the Poseidon class in the morning. She now wanted to make new ones but had no gunpowder. Most of the ones she had collected before were still in Mond and she hadn't brought them with her. Well, of course I know that. Many gunpowder merchants have some cooperation with our shipyard, because when we need to equip the ship with cannons, we also rely on shipbuilders. Is it the little girl named Klee who needs it? Old Neil naturally could not forget the little girl who blew up the Celestial Dragon slave ship. In fact, this incident is still a hot news in the Sabaody Archipelago recently. Well, this is what she wants, all written down on this piece of paper. Please help me buy some through your channels. Shane handed him a piece of densely written paper, which contained everything Kelly needed. Wow, this girl is really professional. Old Neil looked a little strange when he saw some professional materials on the paper that even he didn't recognize. He really couldn't understand how a little girl in her early teens could be so skilled in making bombs. Of course not. She is my future blasting expert. Shane joked with a smile, glancing at the windowsill on the second floor. As soon as Kelly came back, she was so sleepy that she went back to her room to sleep. No, why is half of the curtain in the room missing? He remembers that it wasn't this short when he bought it. Although Rayleigh was not around, he had already taught him a lot of theoretical knowledge in the past few days. Except for Conqueror's domineering aura, he could practice everything else on his own. However, before practicing observation Haki, he needs to find a helper. Are you sure? Let me do it. Kagura blinked and clenched the stick in her hand. Just now, Shane found her lying on the sofa and said that he wanted her to help him with his practice. Kagura was a little confused, but she immediately understood after seeing the wooden stick. It turned out that he was supposed to stand behind him like the old man and attack him with a wooden stick while he was blindfolded. I can't help it. Mr. Rayleigh can't come these days, Drake is out again, and Kelly doesn't have enough strength. I have no choice but to ask you for help. Shane sighed. Advertisement. If he really couldn't find anyone, he would never choose Kagura to come. On the one hand, it was not convenient for her to hold a parasol in the yard, and on the other hand, she was too strong. Want to turn the stick black like that old man did? Kagura held the stick tightly and asked with some confusion. Turn black. Shane was a little confused, and it took him a few seconds to realize that Kagura was talking about wrapping the wooden stick with armed color domineering. During the training period of the past few days, Shane not only improved his domineering power, but also his physical strength. Ordinary wooden sticks could no longer harm him. So when Rayleigh hits him with the stick, a layer of armed color domineering will be wrapped around him to achieve the effect of training. Damn it! You When did you learn that? Shane's expression gradually changed from confusion to shock. Because the wooden stick in Kagura's hand was slowly covered with a layer of dark color, it looked like it had turned into an iron stick, flashing a dazzling metallic luster in the sun. He actually attached the armament Haki to his weapon. Shane couldn't do that at the moment. At most he could condense a layer on his fist, which was already his limit. Yesterday, when you were pulling up the tree, Sha-chan, I had nothing to do so I tried it. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Kagura answered truthfully. She was also looking at the dark wooden stick in her hand. It felt magical. The stick now seemed to be as hard as an iron stick. Just tried it. It's pretty simple. The girl's plain words dealt a huge blow to Shane. Once again he realized the differences between people. Wait, yesterday, Sha-en suddenly realized that something was wrong. His domineering cultivation speed in the past few days had been normal, increasing by a single-digit percentage every day, except for yesterday when he skipped a whole stage. And Kagura just happened to learn armament Haki yesterday. With such a coincidence in timing, Sha-en instantly figured out the connection between the two, and suddenly felt excited. It turns out that summoning cheat is not as simple as he thought. After summoning a character, he can not only obtain the corresponding bloodline and the special abilities it possesses, but also when the summoned character learns new abilities in this world, they will also be fed back to him. On the body. Isn't this a training cheat? His gaze towards Kagura gradually became hotter. Chapter 42 The Third Summoning, Kanna. Kanna is a baby dragon. Not long ago, she was exiled to this space by her tribe because she played too many pranks. A dead silent, boundless exile space. Therefore, she could not go home and became a wandering dragon, not knowing where to go in the illusory space. After an unknown amount of time, when she was about to go to a place called Earth to find her friend Thor, a voice suddenly came into her mind. See, Shane, friend. Sabaody Islands, early morning. As soon as the sun rose, Shane pulled Kagura and Klee out of the door, walked through the misty streets, and the three of them came to a remote beach. Of course, I went out so early to summon new partners. The reason why the summoning location was not chosen in the basement this time was because Shane had a hunch that a big guy might come and he was worried that it would damage the house. Summoning condition. 80 million Baileys already achieved. Summoning medium. A dragon scale achieved. Summon or not. Start the summoning. Shane was full of excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, the two little ones beside him who were rubbing their eyes in a daze suddenly woke up and felt a gust of wind blowing on their faces, blowing up their hair that was still untidy and spread out behind them. Immediately following, a blue light appeared on the ground. It was the light emitted by the summoning magic circle. However, because it was outdoors this time, the light was not bright enough, but its coverage area was much larger than the previous two times. In the center of the summoning circle, there was a click and the space cracked. Suddenly, a space crack nearly 10 meters long appeared from top to bottom and continued to expand outward, gradually forming a black mysterious vortex. Just as the main person came out, Shane, Kagura, and Klee all opened their eyes wide at the same time. Under their expectant gazes, a huge furry head poked out from the vortex, with snow-white fur, azure pupils, a sharp bird beak, and a face like a white fox. So beautiful, Kelly exclaimed, covering her mouth. Advertisement. Kagura's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she obviously liked this magical creature very much. However, she was a little confused. This didn't look like the dragon that Shane had mentioned. It was indeed not the ferocious western dragon covered with scales as Shane had imagined. However, when the white creature, which was dozens of meters long and no smaller than the one they hunted yesterday, emerged from the vortex, Shane gradually understood. It turned out that it was not the traditional western dragon, but a white electric dragon with snow-white feathers and head features similar to a pterosaur, but with a body of a giant dragon. No wonder Drake's scales can serve as a summoning medium, it turns out they are all related to dinosaurs. Successfully summoned Kanna Kamui, the dragon made from the Kobayashi family in the anime world. Host obtains the bloodline, Dragon Clan, and gains the ability, Dragon Transformation. As the mechanical voice in his mind sounded, before Shane could react, he felt his body suddenly react, as if a huge ball of energy was forced into him. He couldn't help but roar in pain. Roar. What was shocking was that the sound he made became extremely deep and completely unlike what a human could make. It sounded more like the roar of a wild beast. Sha-chan, Sha-en brother. Kagura and Klee's mouths gradually opened wider, their eyes kept rising, and gradually they began to look up. They were shrouded in a huge shadow. After roaring, Shane clearly felt that the discomfort disappeared. He felt his body extremely relaxed, as if he could fly into the air with just a flap of his wings. Wait, wings. Shane was stunned. He realized that his perspective seemed to have become higher and farther away. Klee and Kagura on the ground were now even shorter. He could not see them at all unless he lowered his head. In front of him was the tree of the almond red tree. At the tip, he could even see the wall of the red Earth continent in the distance. Moreover, his vision was exceptionally clear, as if a clear filter had been added, transforming the original high-definition picture into a blue light picture. Every flower, grass, and tree within a few hundred meters seemed like a picture through a magnifying glass in his eyes. He could see the dewdrops and the patterns on the rhizomes clearly. Is it Dragon Transformation? Shane looked down at his body, the red feathers, the furry skin, the beak at his mouth, and a pair of wings that were more than 10 meters long. Shane looked towards the sea with feeling. Sure enough, the reflection on the sea was no longer the handsome and inhuman figure he was familiar with. It was not even a human, but a giant red dragon about 40 or 50 meters long. This looks exactly like the Kanna I just summoned. It's almost a colored version with the same proportions. Shane raised his head and glanced at Kanna, who was hovering in the sky. He could feel that there was some kind of intimate connection between him and her, the same feeling as that between Kagura and Klee. Advertisement. Character panel. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 24 close black lens bracket. Race. Human 81%, Night Rabbit 5%, Elf 4%, Dragon 10%. Ability. Conqueror's Haki Awakening 13.72%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery 17.13%, Observation Haki Awakening 10.24%, Armament Haki Mastery 2.26%, Dragon Transformation Mastery 9.27%, Close Black Lens Bracket. The remaining time for the next character summon. 7 days, Summoning Condition, 100 million berries. Unlock New Summoning Pool, Item Summoning, remaining time for next item summoning. 3 days, Summoning Condition, 10 million Baileys. New Summoning Pool, what can be summoned from it? Shane was a little confused. But soon, the summoning cheat transmitted some information to his brain, and he suddenly understood that everything summoned by this pool came from the world where the characters had already been summoned. Tools, weapons, daily necessities, medicine, etc. It all depends on luck what is summoned, and it can only be summoned once every 3 days. It can be said that this is a luck-based summon, and there is no guaranteed minimum. The advantage is that only 10 million belly are used each time. While Shane was researching new features of cheat, Kanna had quietly approached. She also felt some kind of intimate connection between the two of them, so she flew over without any precautions, flew around Shane twice, and rubbed against his body affectionately. Are you Shane? Are you a dragon too? Judging from the smell, Shane was indeed a dragon, so Kanna asked in dragon language. Quote. But Shane obviously didn't understand. He just obtained a part of dragon blood. In a certain dragon-slaying world, he should be considered a hybrid. He was able to turn into a dragon because of a skill called dragon transformation. I don't understand, Shane answered in the language of the One Piece world. Although he couldn't understand dragon language, he knew that the companion summoned through cheat would naturally learn the language of this world. Why can't you understand? Have you been exiled as well? After hearing his words, Kanna's voice turned into a crisp, tender human voice, which sounded very similar to Klee, but not as lively. Exile. Shane was stunned. Fortunately, he had seen this anime before traveling through time. He remembered Kanna's plot. She wanted to attract other people's attention, so she kept playing pranks on her tribe members. Because she went too far, she was driven out. If she makes a mistake, she will go to a corporate slave's home on Earth to work as a dragon maid. But it seems that he was intercepted by himself before going to the Earth. Chapter 43 I am so strong now. Shane used the dragon transformation skill, a dazzling light flashed by, and he turned back into human form. I'm Shane, but unfortunately, I'm not from the same tribe as you. I'm in this state because of a newly acquired ability. Looking at the clear eyes of the white dragon in front of him, Shane had an illusion that he saw a white-haired loli looking at him eagerly. But he soon realized that this was not an illusion. After he turned back into human form, Kanna also began to glow all over and turned into a cute little loli with twin ponytails that gradually turned from white to purple. She has blue eyes, chubby cheeks, and a petite figure. She looks extremely cute and adorable. Shaw-en was sure that if there was a Lolita complex present, he would definitely not be able to resist pinching her face. He held back because he felt a little uncomfortable. Although Lolita girls were nice and cute, there were too many of them. As a captain determined to go to sea, he felt so ashamed that his 3 existing formal crew members not only failed to show their imposing manner when they were brought out, but also looked cuter than the other. Who would have thought that the first summoned Kagura, who was only about 1.5 meters tall and could barely be called a girl, was actually considered a tall person in their team. The second Klee is nearly 1.3 meters tall, half a head shorter than Kagura. Anyone who sees her can tell that she is a little girl in her early 10 years old. As for the third Kanna, her original form looked quite imposing, a white electric dragon over 30 meters long, but after transforming into a human form. The corner of Shane's mouth twitched as he looked at Klee and Kanna, who had become taller than him without him noticing, while Kagura was acting as a fair referee. Kelly, stop tiptoeing. And you, what's your name? Kanna. Kanna. The ground over there is a little uneven, stand a little to the left. Kagura held the little head with one hand, conscientiously fulfilling the responsibilities of a referee. Shane covered his head. The scene looked very loving. If he was a passerby and saw 3 cute little girls comparing their heights on the street, he would definitely be delighted. However, when he thought that these were his 3 crew members, he felt that the future was bleak. Advertisement. In the future, when they arrive at New World, will someone else become One Piece while he becomes the Lolita King? Ah. Destruction. In the end, the height comparison ended and Klee won with a slight advantage of a head. Klee was very excited, thinking that a younger sister than her had finally arrived, but after Kanna told her age, she and Kagura immediately stopped laughing. Me. This year it should be 14,000. I can't remember clearly, Kanna said in a soft and flat voice. 10,000 years old. Klee was shocked. That's older than even the gods. She thought of the gods of the continent of Teyvat. As far as she knew, Their Mondstadt's wind god Barbados was only a few thousand years old, and was far inferior to this little sister, in front of her who was even shorter than her. Kagura was also dizzy. She counted on her fingers, and the more she counted, the more frightened she became. Her expression became a little disappointed. Doesn't that mean you are the boss? After Kanna came, Kagura saw that she was about the same height as Klee and estimated that she was not too old either, so she came up with the idea of becoming the leader of the three of them. But now, it seems that it is not working. But you should still be a young dragon, right? Shane suddenly interrupted. He remembered that the dragons in Kanna's world were somewhat special. They were an almost immortal race. 10,000 years was not considered old for them, and they were even far from adulthood. Well, compared to humans, I should be 9 years old. Kanna looked at Shane in surprise. She didn't expect him to know so much. Then, she turned her gaze back to Klee. Judging from their similar body shapes, she felt that Klee should be her first friend. 9 years old, 1 year younger than Klee. So Klee is the older sister. Klee made a voice full of energy. She pulled Kanna's little hand, hoping that Kanna would call her Sister Klee. Not a sister, but a friend. Kanna corrected seriously. Advertisement. Kanna doesn't want to call Klee sister. Klee was a little disappointed, but soon cheered up, clenched her fists, and her little face was full of fighting spirit. Friends are just friends. Klee will definitely work hard to become Kanna's sister. Friend. Kanna's eyes widened. She admitted that it was her friend. She actually made a friend. The voice did not lie to her. Kanna's expression didn't change, but she was extremely happy in her heart. She let Klee hold her hand, and the dragon tail behind her swayed happily. It actually has a tail, so cool. Kagura discovered her little dragon tail. Because he is a dragon, it is normal for him to have a tail. Also, didn't you see that Kanna not only has a dragon tail, but also a dragon horn? Shane pointed at the top of Kanna's head, where there were 2 snow-white pointed horns that curved upward, looking like a pair of goat horns. Wow. Upon hearing this, Kagura and Klee exclaimed at the same time, and then with Kanna's permission, the two of them touched the pair of little horns, which made Shane feel a little itchy. On the way home, they inevitably had to pass through a market section. After seeing the never-before-seen scenery in the Sabaody Islands, Kanna finally showed her nature as a dragon, extremely strong curiosity. First, they want to put everything they see into their mouths, including bubbles flying from the ground, leaves of the almond mangroves, and even some children's toys. Secondly, you want to play with everything you see, the machete on the street pirate, the bubble car passing by, and the flying fish gliding through the air. Especially the flying fish that flashed by in the air. If Shane hadn't stopped it in time, Kanna with shining eyes might have turned into a dragon and pounced on it. In short, Shane apologized to many people along the way, and was forced to fight with the pirate whose machete was stolen by Kanna. It was at this time that he truly felt the power after his body expanded. With just one punch, without even using armament Haki, the pirate who was over 2 meters tall and said to have a bounty of several million was directly knocked more than 10 meters away. All aspects of my body's functions have improved by more than 5 or 6 times. He was confident that the punch that had just knocked the pirate away could also break Drake's iron block. If he wrapped his fist with armament Haki, even an animal-type fruit ability user like Drake would not dare to take it head-on. This is only the combat power of the human form. After using Dragon Transformation, his various values will be increased several times, including the defense and strength of the dragon body, the burst and recovery of the night rabbit, the agility of the elf, and the Liuqi's fire elemental power was so strong that even he himself didn't know how strong it was now. The only pity is that he is not a full-blooded dragon after all. Like the users of animal-type fruit abilities, he has to constantly consume physical energy when transforming into a complete dragon form. However, he is not afraid of seawater. Chapter 44 Drake begins to doubt his life. After buying Kanna clothes and some daily necessities along the way, and having breakfast, the group finally returned home. It is worth mentioning that Kanna doesn't eat a lot, she just picks out a few delicious things and takes a few simple bites. She doesn't actually need to eat, as the energy that ensures the operation of her body is electricity. Unfortunately, there is no power system in this world. Fortunately, Kanna does not need to absorb energy every day. As long as she swallows a large amount of lightning during thunderstorms, she can meet her basic needs for activities for more than 10 consecutive days. This also made Shaw-en relieved that he no longer had to support a big eater. Along the way, Kanna was only interested in some desserts. These things didn't cost much, so Shane bought them all for her, whether they were marshmallows or lollipops. Then I can clearly feel that my favorability in the little loli's heart is rising. Is this where I will live in the future? Kanna licked the marshmallow in her hand and looked at the 2-story hut in front of her. Well, it's just temporary, because it won't be long before our ship is ready to go to sea. By then, we will probably spend most of the time on the ship. Taking advantage of the opportunity while she was eating marshmallows, Shane finally got what he wanted and touched Kanna's little head. It felt as good as he thought, soft and soft. This sharp and soft thing must be a dragon's horn. It felt so good to hold it. Ship. Kanna's tone of voice rose, and her blue eyes became brighter, filled with longing. She had heard of boats in stories, which were tools used by humans to navigate, but she had never seen one with her own eyes. At this time, she was a little curious when she heard Shaw-en talking about it, and when she looked at him, little stars appeared in her eyes. I want to see the ship. It's not finished yet, it's expected to take more than 20 days. Shaw-en almost turned cute at the look in his eyes, and answered with force while covering his throbbing chest. Kelly wants to go see it too. At this moment, Kelly also came over and hugged one of his arms and acted coquettishly. Okay, when the ship is built, let's go together. Shaw-en couldn't control his mouth anymore and felt his heart rippling. HMPH, perverted lolicon. Kagura pouted, then took Kanna's little hand and led her towards the house. Stop giving this pervert Natsu-chan any more pleasure. I'll take you to choose a room, Kanna. Advertisement. Yes. Kanna nodded obediently. She also cared about choosing a room, even the second most important thing after making friends. At this time, Drake had just gotten up. Opening the bedroom door, he happened to bump into Kagura, who was taking Kanna to choose a room. He didn't take a closer look and thought it was Kagura and Cory, so he simply nodded to them and said hello. After going downstairs, he saw Kelly sitting on the sofa with Shane. He rubbed his eyes and his brain stopped working for a few seconds. Is that little girl just now another newcomer that you abducted from somewhere? When he said this, he looked at Shaw-en with an expression that was indescribably complicated. It's a little girl again. She already has 3 carrot heads. Does this guy need a little girl of this age to find a partner? Hey, I have a feeling you are thinking something bad. Don't get me wrong, I didn't kidnap Kanna, and I'm not a Lolita complex. As he said this, due to being too excited, Shane had to touch Kelly's head. The soft touch immediately calmed him down. You don't sound convincing at all right now. Drake frowned. In the afternoon, old Neil brought the gunpowder raw materials that Shane asked him to buy, several large sacks filled to the height of a person. Fortunately, he had bubble bags, otherwise he might not be able to carry them all in one trip. Klee jumped for a while in excitement, and then she didn't even bother to play with her new friend Kanna. After asking Kagura and Shane to help her carry the materials upstairs, she went to make the bomb behind closed doors. This morning, residents on the coast saw 2 winged monsters, several dozen meters tall, that looked like some kind of extinct pterosaur. Old Neil brought an important piece of news. There is a large turnover of personnel in their shipyard every day, so they are usually the first to know about any new happenings on the island. I heard that after the Tianlong people learned the news, they immediately issued an order to send their men to capture the 2 dragons and take them back as pets. And they've posted a bounty of hundreds of millions on the black market. Now all the pirates and bounty hunters on the island are looking for these 2 dragons. Advertisement. Pterosaur. Could it be a devil fruit user? Drake was shocked after hearing this. Dinosaurs were close to extinction in this world, and pterosaurs that were dozens of meters long were unheard of, so he was more inclined to believe that it was a person with special abilities. I don't know, but the celestial dragons won't care. They will still capture people even if they are human, relying on their noble status and the protection of Marine. Old Neil replied that the people who knew the nature of the Draco best were the local residents living in the Sabaody Islands. Drake was speechless, because he himself was the Marine who protected the celestial dragons in Old Neil's words. Shane rubbed his temples, feeling a headache, because the 2 dragons that the celestial dragons wanted to capture were himself and Kanna. He didn't expect that he would be seen by someone even though he went to such a remote seaside to summon them in the morning. In fact, he was cautious enough, but his changed form was too big. Kanna's dragon form was over 30 meters long, and the almond mangroves could not cover it at all. He himself was over 40 meters long, and was taller than the tree just by standing. Brother Shane, you guys should be careful when you go out recently. Whether it's encountering those 2 dragons, or pirates and bounty hunters who come after hearing the news, it's not a good thing. Before leaving, the uninformed old Neil kindly reminded him again. Shane didn't worry for too long. After improving his strength this time, although he was burdened with a bounty of 200 million, after summoning Kanna, there were not many people in the Sabaody Archipelago who could threaten them. Their strongest fighter at the moment is Kanna. The upper limit of her strength is unclear, but based on her performance in the anime, her lower limit is at least at the level of a general. The second is Kagura. With her explosive physical fitness, newly acquired armament Haki, and her Night Rabbit bloodline that becomes stronger with each battle, Shane feels that she has a chance to defeat Mingay alone now. However, Kagura is not. He likes to fight and won't let himself bleed unless it's a dangerous moment. Then it should be him and Drake. He can fight Drake on equal terms in human form, and after using dragon transformation, he can probably kill him in 1 second. How did your body become so strong? And when did you secretly learn this armament Haki? Inside the hospital, Drake was panting and sweating profusely, with an expression of doubt on his face. In the fight just now, apart from not using the devil fruit to fully transform into a beast, he did not hold back at all, yet he could only fight Shane on equal terms. This guy couldn't even break his iron block 2 days ago. Is that all? Compared to Drake's condition, Shane seemed particularly relaxed. He was only sweating a little, which was just the normal warm-up level. The physical enhancement brought by Kanna not only brought strength and speed, but also greatly enhanced physical strength. After the battle intensity with Drake just now, he felt that he would not feel tired even if he fought for another day. Chapter 45. Kanna also wants to learn. Let's not fight anymore. With your current physical strength, it's impossible to tell the outcome. Drake's face turned red, and he felt very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. I don't know if this guy's body has evolved or what, but whether it's strength, speed, explosiveness, recovery, or even his endurance, which is what he is most confident of as an animal-type ability user, they are all better than mine. The numerical advantage was total. If Shane hadn't lacked practical experience and had strength but no skills, he would have been defeated long ago. This is not a life and death fight. If I use the power of my devil fruit to equalize your physical difference, you will definitely lose. Perhaps to save face, Drake turned his head to look at Shane as he picked up the weapon that had just fallen to the ground, and suddenly blurted out another sentence. Haha, this is really urgent. Hearing his arrogant words, Shaw-en almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Fortunately, his previous working life taught him that he must never question at such times, otherwise he would really get angry and have a real fight with him. Although his ultimate move, Dragon Transformation, is useless, he is not afraid of Drake's Allosaurus form. However, he will meet him again if he looks up or down. It is not good to make him become autistic. Yeah, that's right. So, Shane gave him a thumbs up to express his affirmation, his tone very sincere. Drake was still d off, but not completely. He said he wanted to go to a tavern in the chaotic area of the Sabaody Archipelago to drink and find out about the current changes in the world situation. Relatively speaking, the information on island number 53 is still too isolated. There is not even a tavern. Sailors like old Neil have to go to other islands if they want to drink. However, this did not have much impact on Shane. Although he also liked drinking before traveling through time, he seldom went to places like bars. He usually drank at home or with friends at dinner parties. What's more, he now has a family with him. Taking Kagura, Klee, and Kanna to the tavern, just thinking about that scene makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. I think I should wait until I have more male companions before going. Therefore, for the rest of the day, Shaw-en decided to continue practicing his domineering power. Shaw-en was not such a hard-working person originally, but now he has a character panel that allows him to check his training progress at any time. This makes his training feel like leveling up in a game, and he is gradually becoming a training maniac. He felt like he should be able to chat with Zoro now. He moved a huge rock from the seaside to the courtyard and started daily training in armament Haki. Advertisement. Shane, what are you doing? After a while, Kanna, who had seen enough of the new room, ran over. She has just come into this world and is still in the stage of being curious about everything around her. She had actually been in Klee's room watching her make new bombs, but after she couldn't help but eat one, she was kicked out by the angry Klee. Afterwards, she wanted to go play with Kagura again, but Kagura was just sleeping on the sofa as usual. Kanna knew very well the pain of being woken up in the middle of sleep. So she hurriedly tiptoed out of the room, not wanting to wake up Kagura, and after she went out, she happened to see Shaw-en practicing. Yes, Kanna, I am practicing armament Haki. You probably don't know Haki. It is a power system that belongs to this world alone. Seeing that it was Kanna who arrived, Shane introduced Baki to her with great interest. Because he tasted the sweetness from Kagura last time, he thought that if Kanna also learned armament Haki, some of the results would be fed back to him. You can level up even when you're lying down, so why not? That sounds interesting. Kanna's eyes lit up, and she stretched out a tender little white hand, clenched it into a fist, and then concentrated her mind and mobilized her physical strength as Shane said. Shane watched with great anticipation. He felt that if Kagura could succeed in one try, then a dragon like Kanna, who had a stronger body, would be able to easily defeat them if he learned armament Haki. However, the situation is a bit strange. Kanna did mobilize the power in her body, but it was not armament Haki, but a ball of jumping, flashing electric arcs, with crackling sounds, gradually enveloping Kanna's small hand completely. What's this? Shane looked confused, but his expression gradually turned into one of fear. Because the electric arc did not stop after wrapping around Kanna's fist. Instead, it continued to expand gradually, and then quickly compressed onto Kanna's fist, turning into a lightning ball of several tens of centimeters in size. The air around the lightning ball was impacted, and water vapor was evaporating with a crackling sound. The restless lightning flashed, presenting a rich purple color, which seemed to contain unimaginable energy and could explode at any time. Shane, who was closest to the victim, felt the most. He could hardly open his eyes, his skin felt stinging, and his sweat and hair were about to be singed by the electricity. Looking at the small ball of lightning with difficulty, he had a terrible premonition. Advertisement. If Kanna threw this ball of lightning to the ground, not only would the house he rented be blown up, but half of the Sabaody Archipelago would also be blown up with it. Kanna, stop it, don't let it explode. He shouted anxiously. Kanna was a little confused. She looked at the ball of lightning in her hand and found that it did not look like the so-called armed color domineering. It seemed that it was just her own electricity gathered into a ball. Tisk, failed. Kanna puffed up her cheeks, and then under Shane's horrified gaze, she grabbed the ball of lightning in her hand and swallowed it in one bite. Belch. As Kanna burped with satisfaction, the lightning in the yard disappeared, the air returned to silence, and everything disappeared. This is eaten right away. Shane looked as if he had seen a ghost and was still in shock. Just now, he had even made the worst plan and turned into a dragon to rush to the second floor to protect Klee. As for Kagura on the first floor, he didn't need to worry about her abnormal physique. Unexpectedly, the crisis was resolved so easily. It was great that the residents of the Sabaody Islands survived another day. Sean, I'm sorry, I failed. Seeing Shane's expression, Kanna felt a little guilty. She thought she had failed to use her domineering power to disappoint him. Teach me again, Shane, next time. I will definitely be able to do it. Kanna clenched her fists and raised them, which was a cheering gesture she learned from Klee. No, let's not practice this anymore, it's too dangerous. Shane quickly waved his hands to stop her. If she was allowed to do it again, and if she couldn't control herself well, the Sabaody Islands would really be gone. Yeah, Kanna nodded, not quite understanding, with a loss on her face. Shane noticed all the changes in Kanna's expression. Like Klee, she was simple and could tell at a glance whether Kanna was in a good or bad mood. She must be unhappy now. This is not good. By summoning them to this world, I naturally have the responsibility to make my companions happy. Come to think of it, after Kanna came into this world today, except for passing by the market at 1 o'clock in the morning, she seemed to have not really played in this world. From this, Shane thought of what to do. How about we go fishing in the sea together? Chapter 46 Under the Sea with Kanna. As we all know, the entire island of Sabaody is not an island formed by stacking land in the popular sense. On the contrary, what supports it on the sea surface is a special plant of the grand root, the almond mangrove. Strictly speaking, the Sabaody Islands should be called the Armenian mangroves, and all the buildings on the island are attached to the exposed roots of the Armenian mangroves. Over time, there will naturally be more soil for human survival. As for the mangroves that can support an island, you can imagine how exaggerated their roots hidden under the sea are. At least Shane is now deeply shocked. Just now, he took Kanna and dived into the sea in dragon form. He wanted to take Kanna out for fun while also using the Poseidon in the sea to test the strength of the dragon's body. But as soon as they entered the sea, they were stunned by the scenery before them. Countless huge tree roots are intertwined together, winding for more than hundreds of meters, as numerous and complex as the veins in the human body. Moreover, each of the tree roots was ridiculously large. Shane and Kanna were now more than 30 to 40 meters long in their dragon form, which was considered huge on land. However, they were too small to be worthy of the weight of these intertwined tree roots. A mention. So beautiful. The white electric dragon's azure pupils sparkled in the deep sea, and paired with her already beautiful figure, she looked even more extraordinary. But Shane didn't pay much attention to Kanna's appearance at this time. He was very confused as to why he could hear Kanna's voice in the sea, and she clearly didn't open her mouth. After entering the water, he tried to open his mouth and speak, thinking that speaking in water was an innate ability of dragons. However, perhaps because of piracy, he was almost choked to death by the seawater rushing into his mouth. So now he is obedient and doesn't reply even when Kanna speaks to him. Don't open your mouth, speak in your heart, Kanna reminded. Is this still possible? It seemed that Kanna's voice was indeed much clearer than when she heard it on land. It was as if it was ringing directly in my head. Is this a way for dragons to communicate? Hey, Kanna, can you hear me? Upon hearing this, Shane was like a gamer who had discovered a new bug and couldn't wait to try it a few times. I can hear you, Shane. Kanna replied patiently, while keeping her eyes on the surrounding scenery. Advertisement. She had never seen such a spectacle in the world where dragons lived. For creatures like dragons with long lifespans, anything new and novel could arouse their interest, let alone Kanna, who had the strongest curiosity. Young dragon. If she hadn't known that Shane would most likely be unhappy, she would have gone to eat the tree roots. What a magical way of communication. Is this your ability, Kanna? Shane finally had enough. Not just me, but all of us, our fellow tribesmen, can do it. Kanna paused after saying 2 words. It was a bit difficult. It was really difficult for a young dragon to explain this probability clearly. Oh, so that's how it is. Shane roughly understood. It was pretty much what he thought. This was the way dragons communicate with each other. With a certain amount of dragon blood, he can now barely be considered a dragon, so he and Kanna don't actually need to speak when communicating now. They can just directly transmit what they want to say to each other's minds. This reminded him of the first words of dragon language Kanna said to him when she first came to the world, which also appeared directly in his mind. However, he habitually answered out loud, causing Kanna to follow him and continue speaking out loud. While Shane was thinking, Kanna suddenly suggested gnawing on the tree roots. But as expected, Shane rejected the idea. He felt that after living in someone else's body for so long, it would be too much to eat that person now. Kanna didn't insist and shut up. She had been very sensible since her birth, which made Shane very happy. But in order to make her have fun, Shane decided to take her to nibble on something else, such as some Poseidons that had sensed their presence and had fled in panic. For a time, the country was in turmoil, with blood and flesh flying everywhere in a bloody storm. 2 evil dragons broke into the deep sea. Along the way, no matter whether they were Poseidons of dozens of meters or hundreds of meters, they were no match for the 2 dragons and were easily solved with just 2 bites. If both dragons didn't like eating raw food, their stomachs would have been filled by now. During this time, Kanna used her abilities several times. She opened her dragon mouth and a beam of light wrapped in lightning burst out, like a searchlight shining deep into the sea. In an instant, it crossed 1,000 meters and blasted a Poseidon that had ambushed them and escaped into pieces. And because it was carrying lightning, after the light column dissipated, the remaining electric arcs in the seawater formed an electric grid, which stunned all the unlucky fish beasts within a radius of tens of meters and suspended them on the sea surface. Wow, so many fish. Advertisement. While in the sea, Shane could hear the cheers of the fishermen on the surface. They were thanking nature for the gift that allowed them to have such a good harvest, but they had no idea that it was all thanks to a dragon. Finally, seeing that Kanna was a little tired, the two returned home with great pleasure, and of course, they also brought back a lot of prey. Damn you, Sha-chan, you went out to play without me. As soon as he entered the cabin, Kagura, who was reading a magazine on the sofa, rushed over, sat on Shane's neck, and grabbed Shane's hair with her hands. She became even angrier when she saw Kanna following Shane into the room. You took Kanna out to play without taking me. I want to break up with you. Don't be anxious, let me talk. Shane's face was covered by the girl's cheongsam top, and everything in front of his eyes was dark. Having just come out of the sea, he was forced to feel the taste of the sea again. The pair of legs riding on his shoulders were like iron chains, tightly encircling his neck, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Look behind you first. Kagura's strength was still above his. After much effort, Sha-en finally got his hand into the pair of thin legs between their necks, giving himself a chance to catch his breath. Kagura looked toward the door in confusion. But in the small courtyard, there were 7 or 8 sea beasts, each nearly 10 meters in size, their bodies a little charred, as if they had been electrocuted, and there was a faint smell of meat. These were the prey that Shane and Kanna brought back. In fact, they had killed many more sea beasts than these. However, based on his cooking experience over the past few days, Shane only brought back the ones with the most delicious meat. Of course Kagura smelled the meaty aroma and immediately licked her lips, her stomach growling and the strength of her legs wrapped around him weakened. Sha-chan, you're the best. Looking at the 360-degree change in the girl's attitude, Sha-en was speechless. He knew what this girl meant was that she was waiting for him to go to the kitchen and cook a feast for her. Night. To celebrate Kanna's arrival, Shane used all his skills, combining the cooking skills he had before the time travel with the new cooking methods he learned in this world. After a full hour of cooking, he made more than a dozen kinds of delicious food. Inside the small courtyard, the dining table was filled with a wide variety of food. When the few people started to eat, Drake also returned late. Shane was a little speechless. This guy was nowhere to be seen during the day and would come back at mealtime. He seriously suspected that a large part of the reason why Drake agreed to go to New World with them was because of food. Chapter 47 Scissors, Cane, Flowers. However, Drake did not return empty-handed. He brought back a bag of wine from the tavern, including rum for Shane, and fruit wine for Kagura, Klee, and Kanna. With the rich dishes and the addition of good wine, everyone enjoyed the meal even more. Kagura, Klee, and Kanna drank a bottle of fruit wine together. As expected, Kagura fell asleep after just one drink and fell asleep on the dining table. Shane carried her back to the bedroom. After taking a sip, Kelly couldn't drink anymore. She choked on the wine and stuck out her tongue. Her cute expression made everyone laugh. However, Sha-en, who laughed the most, was embarrassed and annoyed by Kelly and asked her to drink the wine. Finished drinking. Shane readily agreed to this, but don't get me wrong, the main reason is that the fruit wine from the Sabaody Islands tastes good and he has wanted to drink it for a long time. In the end, the whole bottle of wine went into Kanna's stomach. She seemed to be addicted to it. After drinking a glass, her eyes lit up and she drank the bottle directly. You are so awesome, Kanna. Klee's eyes lit up. Very sweet and delicious. Kanna's voice sounded a little dazed, her eyes were blurry, and her head was shaking as if it had no support. She looked a little drunk. Sha-en, is there any more? She had finished the bottle in her arms and looked at Sha-en eagerly. I've finished drinking it. Let's drink it next time. Shane didn't dare let her drink anymore, not because he was worried that she would get sick from drinking. He didn't need to worry about the health of a young dragon, but he was afraid that Kanna would drink too much and lose control. If she leaked some of her abilities, it would be terrible. He still remembered the energy wave that Kanna had casually created earlier, which could really destroy the world. Then Kanna was seen staring at the wine he had not finished yet, ready to make a move. Sha-en was startled again, and hurriedly drank the wine in one breath. He drank too quickly and choked and coughed several times. HMPH. Shane didn't know if it was an illusion, but he heard Kanna's subtle hum. She put her hands on her hips and turned her head away from Shane. Shane could only see her puffy and red cheeks, as if she was having a bad temper. Sha-en felt helpless and thought that this meal was too tiring. Not only did he have to cook, but he also had to look after these 3 cats all the time and had no time to rest. But there was nothing he could do, after all, he was the one who summoned her. Shane just treated it as a way of adapting to the future life of raising a daughter. He got up and went back to the house to find a few bottles of fruit juice and drinks from the refrigerator, and then he coaxed Kanna into submission. Late at night, thanks to the fruit wine Drake brought back, Kelly and Kanna finally fell asleep on the dining table, and poor Shane had to carry them back to the room, one in each hand. Advertisement. After taking off their shoes and socks, wiping their faces and feet, and then carrying them back to bed and covering them with quilts, Shane was finally able to free himself from the busy schedule. After a busy day, Master Sha finally returned to his bedroom. He felt a little sleepy, so he fell on the bed. He closed his eyes, but did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he put his mind into the cheat space. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 24 close black lens bracket. Race. Human 81%, Night Rabbit 5%, Elf 4%, Dragon 10%. Ability. Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 16.83%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 17.43%, Observation Haki Awakening, 10.78%, Armament Haki Mastery, 3.26%, Dragon Transformation Mastery, 10.27%, Close Black Lens Bracket. He first took a quick look at the character panel and found that various abilities had increased a bit compared to during the day. Although not much, this solid sense of improvement also gave him the motivation to exercise. Then there is the summoning panel. Remaining time for next character summon. 7 days, summoning condition. 100 million berries. The time has increased from 3 days to 7 days, which is not much of an increase. The summoning conditions have not continued to expand 3 times as expected. From 3 days to 7 days, from 80 million to 100 million, and he remembered that the first time he summoned it was 10 million Baileys, and now it has become 100 million by the 4th time. Shane vaguely found a pattern. It turned out that this summon pool increased in stages. Every 3 summoned characters was considered a stage. The summoning cooldown time for each stage was fixed. The units of the summoning conditions were from tens of millions to hundreds of millions and tens of millions. Billions and tens of billions of changes. 10 billion. According to this calculation, it would take a full 10 billion Baileys to summon the 10th character. Whitebeard's bounty is only 50 billion, which means that you need to capture 2 Whitebeards to be able to summon 1 character. This is really outrageous. Shane's scalp tingled just thinking about it. He really didn't know where he would get so much money in the future. But what comforted him a little was that the summoning medium this time was relatively simple and he only needed 1 day to get it together. The medium for this summoning. A pair of scissors used by a barber, a walking stick used by ordinary people, a piece of cherry blossom and a piece of peach blossom. Scissors, cane, and flowers. Shane lay on the bed thoughtfully, thinking about the possible characters that could correspond to the summoned medium, but in the end, apart from having some grasp of the scissors, he had no idea about anything else. As he thought about it, he gradually fell asleep. The next day, early morning. Advertisement. In a certain impel downtown not far from the Sabaody Archipelago, known as the Hell of Pirates and the Great Prison Under the Sea. After a night of struggle, pain, and desperate roars, Mr. Tufenkele from the former Baroque works, Ivankov, known as the Queen of Shemales, and his assistant, Lightning, holding a cup of coffee, as well as a large group of strangely dressed androgynous shemales behind him. At this moment, he was looking at the iron gate with a look of astonishment. With a creaking sound, the iron door was slowly opened, and a young man with bandages wrapped all over his body and wearing a straw hat walked out of the door. Little monkey. Straw hat boy. Straw hat boy. Everyone cheered, and many people, including Feng Klee, had tears in their eyes. Because they witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, a miracle in which a person's entire body was corroded by Magellan's venom, but was reborn under Ivan's hormones. The brim of the hat was closed, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes from beneath the scattered hair, emitting a determined light. Ace, I'm here to save you. Another place. Not far from Marineford, hundreds of meters deep on the seabed, no one could have imagined that at this moment there was a dense fleet sneaking around. At the front of the fleet, on an incredibly large ship, a pineapple-headed guy jumped down from the mast, his arms turned into blue wings with flames rising from them, and he landed steadily on the deck. Dad, we have passed the gate of justice. We are now at the center of Marineford. With a respectful look on his face, he reported the situation to the man sitting in the middle of the boat with a bold move. Whitebeard nodded and looked up at the sea surface that was faintly shining. A several-meter-long sword stood beside him. He tried to grab the sword, but was blocked by the infusion tube in his hand. Under the stunned gaze of the pineapple head, he directly put the needle in his hand into the air. Pulled it out. Ha 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 ha. Go ahead, little ones. What are you doing, Dad? Chapter 48. The Battle of Marineford is approaching. The war at the top has begun. Shane only remembered this after he got up in the morning. He was very excited. After all, he had been looking forward to it for so long. But he soon regained his composure, because it was completely useless to get excited. He couldn't participate at all, and even if he wanted to watch the game he could only wait for his dear buddy God tier. He walked out of the room and found that Kagura and Klee's rooms were still closed and they hadn't woken up yet. However, Kanna's door was open. When Shane passed by, he saw her neatly folded bed. Shane was a little surprised. She didn't expect a dragon could fold quilts. Just based on this point, she had already defeated more than 90% of human college students. But when he came downstairs, he found the floor was a bit messy, with many empty bottles and cans. Was there a thief? He frowned slightly and followed the direction where the bottles fell. He found the thief, who was a young dragon who could fold the quilt when he got up. She was lying on the sofa in an indecent posture, her 2 short legs suspended in the air, her face flushed, and her hands holding a bottle to her chest. Shane recognized the bottle, which was the same one that had just fallen on the ground. It was the unfinished rum and wine that Drake brought back yesterday. For a moment, Shane covered his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. More than a dozen bottles of wine were all drunk by this early rising young dragon. It seemed that he had accidentally awakened a drunkard. From now on, will there not only be the gluttonous King Kagura, but also a dragon who loves alcohol? Kanna, what did you do? Shane walked up to her and tapped her forehead, his tone blaming her. Kanna seemed a little dizzy. She pretended not to see Shane when he walked up to her. It was not until she was hit on the forehead that her blurry eyes regained clarity. Xian, the wine is delicious. Seeing that it was Shane, Kanna smiled and wanted to share the wine in her arms with him. I don't drink, Kanna. No one drinks so early in the morning, not even a dragon. Shane snatched the wine from her arms. But Kanna seemed not to hear anything. She half closed her eyes, breathed steadily, and burped. Seeing that she was really drunk, Xian sighed and had to pick her up and lay her horizontally on the sofa. He patted her face and let her lie on the sofa to recover. You take a rest on the sofa, I'll go out and buy breakfast. Advertisement. Shane usually doesn't make breakfast because it's too troublesome. Everyone has a big appetite, whether it's Kagura or Drake, or him who can eat even more now that he has dragon blood. If he wanted to make a breakfast that would satisfy everyone, he had to get up at least an hour earlier to prepare the ingredients, so he always chose to go out to buy them. The air was fresh in the morning, so he could also take a walk. There are already quite a few people on the street. As expected, most of the discussions Shane heard today were about today's Marineford. Many people were speculating on the purpose of Marine's public execution of Fire Fist, Ace, and whether the Whitebeard pirates would go to rescue him. I'm sure Whitebeard will definitely go. The Four Emperors never took Marine seriously. Moreover, it was Marine who captured their second team leader this time. How could they possibly swallow this? But how can they get to Marineford? As long as the three gates of justice in Marine are not opened, no one can enter the area consisting of their Impel Down, Judicial Island, and Marineford. Can the Whitebeard pirates fly over there? Quote. Along the way, pedestrians were discussing heatedly as they walked. Shane looked at the last speaker in surprise. This guy guessed right. In the original novel, Luffy flew to Marineford by the waves, and the Whitebeard pirates didn't fly, but they came from under the sea to coat the ship. Shane was a little confused about this. He could understand that the ship could dive into the seabed with the help of the coating, but how did the ship move underwater? Could it be that they rely on mermaids and fishmen? It seems to make sense. Fishman Island is indeed Whitebeard's territory now. Thinking all the way, Shane came to the breakfast shop. When the boss saw him, his face almost broke with laughter. Thanks to Shane, the income of his shop has increased a lot in this week. But when he was buying breakfast, he saw two people covered in black robes sitting in the store. The man had a familiar aura and there was a long sword at his side. Judging from his figure, it should be Luo. The other one was even more obvious. Although it was wrapped in a black robe, judging by its bloated body and the furry bare paws that it would occasionally stretch out to grab food to eat, it must be Beppo. Hey, orange-haired boss, good morning. When he was looking at Luo and Beppo, Luo also noticed him, turned around and greeted him. Mr. Shane. Beppo also turned around, patted his chest and swallowed the food stuck in his neck. Luo couldn't bear to watch it and handed it a glass of water. Hello, Bebo. Shane walked up to Bebo and patted his shoulder with a smile. Although there was a black robe between them, it was still very soft. If they were not so familiar with each other, he would have rubbed it at least. Advertisement. Why are you here? Why aren't you going to Marineford? Shane sat next to Luo and asked. No hurry, the execution will be at noon, and it won't take long to get there from Sabaody. Have breakfast first. Luo Kaido remembered something while eating, and looked up at Sha-en. Will you come with me? Shane's expression froze, and he looked a little excited. It was then that he remembered that he had a chance to participate in this classic scene. Following Luo's submarine, he could not only reach Marineford safely, but also watch the battle scene up close. This kind of thing, which allows him to watch a show without any risks, is more suitable for him. Is it not a bother? I kind of want to go. Shane didn't think too long and looked at Luo with interest. Of course. Luo Gao nodded coldly. Then, without saying a word, he spread out his 5 fingers, and a transparent gas shield appeared in the palm of his hand, as if it would spread out in the next moment. Wait a minute, I still have to bring breakfast back for them. Shane saw his plan and thought that he wanted to send him and Beppo back to the submarine. Of course I know that. I'll wait for you at the beach. As soon as the words fell, there was only a snap of fingers. Sha-en felt the scene in front of him suddenly change, the sky moved, and in the blink of an eye his vision blurred, he had moved hundreds of meters and returned to the gate of his courtyard. Next to him, breakfast boxes were neatly stacked. What a convenient ability. Shane smiled and shook his head, somewhat envious of Luo's space-related abilities. It was extremely convenient. If he had this ability before traveling through time, he wouldn't have to get up early every day to squeeze into the subway. He picked up the breakfast box, opened the gate and walked in. Inside the courtyard, Drake was already exercising, holding his iron axe in both hands, swinging it at the air again and again, and every time the axe blade passed through the air, his mouth moved, as if he was mumbling something to someone. Name. When Shane got closer, he could hear clearly that the guy was reading, Shane. Hey man, I bought you breakfast and you want to chop me. Chapter 49 What kind of monster did that be D Shane bring back? Are you going out? Inside the house, Drake simply washed his body after exercising and ate the breakfast brought by Shane at the dining table. Well, I have something to do. I will probably come back in the evening. Shane was trying to wake Kanna up. He had just returned from a trip to the market to buy breakfast. The dragon was still sleeping on the sofa, with glistening drool hanging from the corner of its mouth. The dragon's tail was pressed under its buttocks, motionless. Sha-en pushed gently several times but there was no response. He was really sleeping soundly, so he had no choice but to give up. Luo's pirate ship is still at the beach, and he can't let others wait too long. When she wakes up later, tell her that breakfast is on the table, along with Kagura and Klee, and ask them to remember to wash up before eating breakfast. Before leaving, Shane gave Drake a few words of worry. You asked me to do such a troublesome thing. Drake's face fell. But before he could finish his words, Sha-en had already disappeared. With his current physical condition, after arriving at the small courtyard, with a little strength in his legs, he jumped over the courtyard wall like a spring and disappeared from sight in an instant. Quote. Drake was petrified on the spot. Luo's pirate ship is a submarine. Compared with the current mainstream sailing-type pirate ships, it seems to be a product of a different century. Sha-en didn't have the opportunity to ride on a submarine before traveling through time, so he was inevitably a little excited and curious when he boarded it. Similarly, after seeing him, Luo's crew members also had their eyes filled with wonder and pointed at him, as if they were looking at some famous person. Sha-en felt confused and looked at the crew members wearing white protective suits in front of him with some confusion. He was not currently a celebrity and did not even have a formal bounty. Dabao explained. Because the captain mentioned that Mr. Shane, a man with Conqueror's domineering aura, is the hidden strong man on this island, so everyone is a little curious. No, that's not the case with Dabao at all. A sailor wearing a blue hat hugged Dabao and whispered into Dabao's ear. Dabao, you may not be able to tell because you're a bear. I don't know how strong this guy is yet, but this appearance is really annoying to men. His voice gradually increased from low to high, and in the end he was almost roaring. Looking at Sha-en, his eyes were burning with flames, which was heartbreaking jealousy. Several crew members around him also nodded in agreement, looking at Sha-en as if they were carrying knives. Advertisement. How can it be repaired? How can a man grow like this? What's even more outrageous is that this guy is just more handsome than me, but he actually looks more handsome than the captain. Don't get involved with me, you bastards. Luo was speechless and covered his head when they spoke. He felt that his image with Sha-en was completely ruined because of these D crew members. Sha-en scratched his head awkwardly, but he almost couldn't hold back his smile. He soon realized that it was his face that caused public outrage. As we all know, if a man is praised as handsome by another man, he is really ridiculously handsome. After several summons and the continuous mixing of blood, he can basically no longer be called a human, and his appearance is gradually developing in the direction of perfection. His facial features are getting deeper and deeper, his skin is flawless, and he still has dragon and the mysterious and noble atmosphere of the elves. When seeing his body that is as white as jade after taking off all his clothes, Sha-en often has a very ridiculous thought. If he imitates some perverted old men and puts on women's clothes, will he be able to compete with Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the sea, the Empress? A comparison. Luo saw the corner of Sha-en's mouth that was about to curl up, and became even more speechless. Are you someone who doesn't boast so much? How about your reserve as a holder of Conqueror's Haki? You bastards, it's time to sail the boat, or you won't be able to catch the show later. In desperation, Luo had no choice but to greet the crew. Over here, Shane's cabin. Kagura had just woken up from bed. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. She found that she was still wearing the clothes she wore when she went out yesterday. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Sha Zhong, this guy doesn't know how to help others change their clothes. After complaining a few words, she directly opened the quilt and let it scatter randomly on the bed. Then she stepped on the slippers on the floor and ran out. She was a little hungry. Natsu-chan. As soon as she walked out of the corridor on the second floor, she started calling loudly as usual, but she failed to call Sha-en, and instead woke up Klee. Sister Kagura, is it time for breakfast? Klee opened the door. Her clothes were messy, her eyes were sleepy, and she yawned while speaking. Well, usually Sha-en is already bought at this time, we just have to wait to be fed. Kagura nodded and said matter-of-factly, no one understands Sha-en better than her. Feeding. It's so strange. Klee sounds like a pet. Klee was awakened by her words and hesitated to speak. Advertisement. Pet. It sounds a bit like it when you say that. Kagura was stunned after hearing this, then nodded in agreement, scratched his chin and thought for a while, and suddenly said with a firm face. But the current life of having nothing to do and having something to eat is so great that I am willing to be a pet. You. Klee was stunned by her violent remarks. Although it was difficult for her to understand the meaning of this sentence with her knowledge, Kagura's belief that she would not do anything just to feed others, in Kelee's young mind, it left an indelible shock. She only had one thought at this time. Sister Kagura is really amazing. Stop talking, I'm almost hungry. Let's go downstairs to eat. Kagura didn't feel that she had said anything extraordinary. She grabbed Klee, who was still in a state of shock, and hurried downstairs. On the first floor, at the dining table, Drake was restless because Kanna, who was eating next to the dining table, would look at him suspiciously from time to time. He didn't know why the gaze of a little girl put so much pressure on him. In front of her, he even felt like when he met General Sakura as a recruit, and he didn't even dare to breathe. But she was completely different from General Sakura at that time. The general was able to suppress him by relying on strength that far exceeded his. But this little girl, who was just a cute girl, brought him some kind of species-level suppression. When he looked at her, he would have an inexplicable desire to surrender. This shocked Drake. He is an ancient species of animal fruit that is almost at the top of the food chain, and is even a ferocious Allosaurus. What kind of monster can suppress him at the species level? What kind of monster did this be *********** D. Shaw-en kidnapped back, and actually asked him to take care of her? Is he really not going to be swallowed up in one bite? Drake's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart he had scolded Shane countless times. Are you also a dragon? At this moment, Kanna, who had been observing for a long time, finally asked. When she woke up, Drake reminded her that Shane had gone out, but strangely, she could still detect a weak dragon aura. She used to think that the aura came from Shaw-en. But now that Shaw-en was not here, she sniffed it curiously and found that the smell actually came from this big man. Chapter 50 Hitting an Iceberg. Also, Drake looked stunned, his mouth stiffly thinking for a while, and gradually he had the answer in his mind. There is only one possibility, that this little girl named Kanna is also an animal-type fruit ability user, and is very likely a mythical beast species that is rarer than the ancient species. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why I feel so much pressure when facing her. I am an Allosaurus, what kind of dragon are you? After thinking it through, he was no longer nervous and looked at Kanna with some curiosity. They are actually from the same clan. Oh. Kanna opened her mouth slightly, her eyes revealing joy, and the dragon tail sitting under her butt and stretching behind the chair began to shake happily. But she was a little confused and didn't understand what kind of dragon Allosaurus was. In her world, all dragons are just called dragons, there is no distinction between species, and they all look different. They are distinguished by name and age, just like humans. But since this fellow tribesman asked this question, he must have his reasons. It may be because I am too young and I haven't learned some knowledge yet. But Kanna didn't want to embarrass herself in front of her people, so after thinking for a while, she slowly closed her eyes, relaxed her mind, and sent the doubts in her heart to a place hundreds of miles away. Shane, are you there? At the same time, in the deep sea hundreds of miles away, a submarine was sailing towards Marineford. After the initial excitement of boarding the submarine, as the submarine dived into the sea, Shane was trapped in a depressing and narrow space and could not see the scenery outside. He just felt bored. He had asked Luo many times how long it would take to get there. At first, Luo answered patiently, but later he was really annoyed by him and directly used his ability to teleport him out of the captain's room. So, now he is staying with Luo's crew, listening to stories told by a sturdy man named Changbaru. He knew Jambaru, who had appeared in many scenes in the anime. He was originally the captain of a pirate ship, but later became a slave of the Celestial Dragons due to an accident and was locked at the door of the human auction house by the Celestial Dragons like a pet, and finally regained his freedom with the help of Law and joined the Heart Pirates. Changbaru said that when he was locked in the door that day, he met Shane once and saw him and a little girl walking out of the auction house, but Shane and the girl did not notice him. What a pity. If I had seen you then, you would definitely be hanging out with me now. Shaw-en said regretfully. He really felt it was a pity. Advertisement. In the later part of the anime, Chiangbalu showed very good strength. He used his physical body to resist Van Oka's sniper bullets. You have to know that the bullet can kill Cracker with one shot. This shows how strong his physical strength is. Ha 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 ha. Chiangbaru touched the back of his head and laughed. He was extremely happy that a strong man who was recognized by Captain Luo actually had such high hopes for him. Damn it, Shane, you're not only good looking, but now you're trying to steal our captain's girl. Pei Jin and Shachi exaggeratedly said that they were the ones who had just used Shaw-en's face to make trouble, but now they have a very good relationship with Shaw-en. While talking, they even put their arms around Shaw-en's shoulder. The two sides are allies now, and Shane has a good temper. No matter how they joke, he won't get angry because of their strong strength. More importantly, after learning the reason why this guy was kicked out by Captain Luo, everyone burst into laughter. Even Beppo, who had a slow reaction time, started laughing, but he soon bowed his head and apologized in a depressed tone, showing the humbleness of a polar bear to the fullest, leaving Shane at a loss as to how to complain. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded in Shaw-en's mind. Shane, are you there? The sudden soft voice made Shaw-en's heart melt, and it was really sweet to his heart. Kanna, is that you? Shane quickly recognized the voice and replied with some surprise in his heart. Yeah, it's true Kanna. Oh, you are using the same communication method we used last time on the seabed. I never thought I could still receive the signal even though I am so far away from the Sabaody Islands. It's just like a phone call. No, it's even better than a phone call. It's really amazing, there must be no signal in this submarine. Shane was surprised. After confirming that it was Kanna, he suddenly realized something and his thoughts were flying. He did not expect that all the random thoughts in his mind were transmitted to Kanna. Ah, Shane, you're so noisy. Kanna's somewhat annoyed voice came in his mind. Through the voice, Shane could almost imagine a white-haired loli holding her head and shaking her head. Sorry, it's just too boring to be in the submarine, and my mind tends to wander. Shane apologized sincerely and patted his head. At this time, he remembered that Kanna must have something to ask him, so he asked again. What's wrong, Kanna? Are you bored after waking up from the couch? In that case, you can go play with Klee and Kagura. No, Shane, I want to ask if you know what kind of dragon I am. Why are you suddenly concerned about this issue? Shane asked in confusion. Advertisement. It's very important. It concerns Kanna's reputation in front of her own people. The voice was still soft, but it had a kind of fierce and aggressive feeling. Actually, I'm not particularly sure, but judging from the shape of your head, you look a bit like a pterosaur, just like me after I transformed into a dragon, but overall you look more like a giant dragon. Shane didn't understand where the fellow tribesman came from, but seeing that Kanna seemed very serious, he did not answer perfunctorily. Okay. I understand, Shane, thank you. Connor's tone became much higher, but it was only in contrast to her usual calm tone. Then she went offline, ready to answer Drake's question with full confidence, so much so that Shane asked the question several times in his mind, and only realized that Kanna had slipped away after waiting for a long time without receiving an answer. How could he repair it? This young dragon actually treated him as a tool, asking questions and then running away. Shane was a bit depressed. Even though Kanna could contact him and he could also take the initiative to contact Kanna, he could tell from the conversation just now that Kanna seemed to have something to do, so he could only complain in his heart. Alas, the chat time with the cute little Lolita is over, and I can only play with these big fools again. Shane let out a long sigh. Beppo, who was standing by, saw it and wanted to ask Shane something, but suddenly his fur stood on end and he sensed something was wrong. The next moment, the cabin shook violently and a muffled sound could be faintly heard, as if it had hit a reef somewhere on the seabed. Hey, what's going on? The crew members in the room shouted in panic. As the cabin tilted nearly 90 degrees, many of them fell to the deck with a thump, and their faces slid against the smooth deck that a crew member had just mopped. Among them, except for Babo who sat firmly on the deck because of his weight advantage, Shane was the calmest. Letting the cabin tilt, he relied on the strong sense of balance brought by his elf blood, with his hands slightly open and his feet as if glued to the deck, standing still. It's an iceberg. We hit an iceberg. What? We are almost at Marineford. How come we ran into an iceberg? During the conversation, a cold breath came into the cabin and everyone shivered. At this moment, everyone believed that they had hit an iceberg. Normally there won't be any, but there is a marine admiral named Liuqi. After the cabin was stabilized, the kind-hearted Shane helped the crew members who had fallen to the ground one by one. After seeing Luo coming out of the captain's room with a sullen face, he pointed to the sea level above. The battle has begun. Chapter 51. The Battle of Marineford 1, 4,000 words. At the dining table, Kagura, Klee, Kanna, and Drake were still having breakfast. Drake had finished eating a long time ago and was just chatting with Kanna. If he was afraid of the scary aura of this little girl at the beginning, now he was just curious. She said that Shane said she belongs to the pterosaur. Could it be the dragon fruit ancient species pterosaur form? But if she was an ancient species of the same kind as him, then where did the sense of oppression from her come from? He was really puzzled. Hey, Hook Hat Man, where is Sha-chan? Kagura called out to everyone upstairs and downstairs, but Sha-en didn't show up to knock on her forehead as usual, which made her feel inexplicably empty. I'm thinking about having breakfast. But what made her feel a little relieved was that Kelly and Kanna were at home, so Shane would not have the chance to secretly take someone else out to play behind her back again. That guy came back from buying breakfast early in the morning and said he had to go out for something. He seemed very anxious, but he didn't say what he was going to do. Drake answered naturally. Of course he had heard the name, Crocheted Man, but it was just like, Natsu-chan. Kagura had called him that once and kept calling him that. It was indeed consistent with his moon. The hat fits the bill perfectly. What? After hearing this, Kagura's face suddenly changed, and she slammed the table in excitement. This slammed Kanna, who was taking a nap on the table, and she opened her eyes in a daze. It also scared Kelly, who was still eating breakfast, and she almost choked. What's wrong with you? Drake was inexplicably nervous because he had known Kagura for many days and knew that this girl's behavior was a little different from that of ordinary people. She always did things that others couldn't understand. Things of the mind come. He had something urgent to do early in the morning, and he didn't even tell us where he was going. Sha Zhong, that B***************** D, must have gone out to play with another woman. This is cheating. This must be cheating. Kagura stood up and paced anxiously around the room. What is cheating? Kelly asked curiously. Don't you know this? Of course, it means leaving us behind and going out to find a new lover. What? No, Kelly will not believe that Brother Shane will not abandon us. Although she did not understand what new love meant, the word abandon was already very serious. To Kelly, it meant betraying a friend. Abandoned. Kanna's eyes were dazed. She herself was exiled by the tribe. Isn't this abandonment? Would Shane choose to abandon her too? Kanna lowered her head nervously. She remembered that she had secretly drunk all of Shane's wine this morning. Would he abandon her for this reason? Why do I feel like you guys are overthinking it? Drake looked helpless. Sure enough, she was different from an ordinary person. How could a 14-year-old girl come up with this? Besides, the other two were too easily led astray. He suddenly felt a little sympathy for Sha-en. You B*************************** D, you think cheating is just a small matter. However, what horrified him was that this seemingly weak girl actually grabbed his collar and lifted him up easily. Those slender little hands contained an extremely terrifying strength. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but it was useless in the face of such a strange force. His body that was more than 2 meters tall was actually lifted up. What is going on here? Looking at the girl who lifted him up into the air with a slightly angry expression, Drake couldn't help but start to doubt his life again. Where on earth did that be ********** D Shane kidnap these monsters? Marineford, hundreds of meters away from the battlefield. Shane, Luo and his group arrived late. Under the cover of the sea water, they used a periscope to observe carefully for a long time. After finding that there were no marines and pirates around, they surfaced with confidence. It's no wonder they are overly cautious. After all, they are just here to watch the show and don't want to get caught in the crossfire by getting too close. The hatch opened and everyone rushed out onto the deck impatiently. While breathing in the fresh air, they cast their eyes toward the battlefield hundreds of meters away. At this time, Marineford was filled with smoke. On the ice surface that was emitting cold air, countless pirates jumped off the pirate ship and stepped onto the ice, charging towards the execution platform. Advertisement. Even though the battlefield is hundreds of meters away and protected by the towering marine walls, one can still hear the roars of the pirates and marines fighting on the battlefield. That's the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. They actually came. What a terrifying battlefield. I just took a quick look and saw several Shichibukai and generals. Because there was no one around, Law asked the crew to move the submarine to a suitable location, from where they could use a telescope to peek into the battlefield from right behind the Whitebeard pirates. That strange bird with blue flames all over its body, if I'm not mistaken, should be the captain of Whitebeard's first fleet, Phoenix, Marco. He is actually fighting with Admiral Kizaru. The other guy who was glowing all over and fighting with Admiral Liuqi seemed to be the captain of Whitebeard's third fleet, Diamond, Jozu. It's too much. He chiseled a block of ice several dozen meters in size and threw it on the execution platform. Unfortunately, it was blocked by Akainu. Whitebeard has taken action. As expected of the world's most powerful man, he blew out Akainu's lava with one breath. Shane also stared at the battlefield without blinking, afraid of missing any details. He didn't need a telescope. After summoning Kanna and obtaining dragon blood, even without using dragon transformation to transform into a dragon, his vision was still far superior to that of ordinary people, and he could basically see clearly within a 1,000-meter range. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirates were divided into 3 groups. The main force was in the bay in front of the execution platform, attacking Whitebeard himself and all his official fleet captains and crew members. The other 2 groups were some of the pirates from the New World. The pirate group that volunteered to help mainly attack the outer sides of Marineford. Through observations during this period, he found that the course of the battle was basically the same as in the original novel. It seemed that the butterfly effect caused by him was not big enough to change the situation of the battle. See that guy in fancy clothes? He's Doflamingo. Beside him, Luo slowly put down the telescope, his eyes became a little serious. Because just now, he saw with his own eyes that Doflamingo took action and used the thread fruit to cut off one of the legs of the demon descendant who was tens of meters tall, causing his huge body to collapse on the battlefield of Marineford. Such strength really frightened him, and he thought that he was no match for the opponent at the moment. This guy is just as arrogant as I imagined. Shane also took a breath, but he was not surprised by Doflamingo's strength, but by this man's ruthless method, cutting off someone's leg with one move. How about it? Are you sure you can deal with him? Luo turned his head to look at Shane and asked in a serious tone. So far, he has never seen Shane take action, so he has some idea of his strength. He just thinks that this guy has the Conqueror's aura, and can make Drake, who is also a supernova, be inferior to him, so he must be very powerful. We can't win, but we will be the winner. Hearing this, Sha-En was stunned and thought seriously for a while with his chin supported. Luo didn't know that the we he was referring to here didn't refer to him and Luo, but to Kanna and Kagura who were still at home. After Kagura mastered Haki and summoned Kanna, he no longer regarded Doflamingo as a too heavy. It's not that he is too arrogant, but considering Kanna's current strength, it is already an overly conservative estimate for him to be no less than an admiral. In his heart, he has always placed Kanna at the level of the 4 emperors. As that's so, Luo pulled the brim of his hat. Not knowing the strength of Kanna and Kagura, he thought that Shane was just comforting him, but he didn't feel disappointed. His face still showed a thoughtful look. There are ways to defeat him even if he can't. He currently has mastered Caesar and Sucrose, the 2 biggest weaknesses of Doflamingo. Even if he can't defeat him head-on, it is not impossible to make him lose his seat in Shichibukai and become disgraced. While the 2 were chatting, the battle reached a white-hot stage. After the huge body of Little Oz fell, the New World pirates on the periphery broke through the Marines' defense line, and Whitebeard launched a general attack. All the pirates entered the open space under the execution platform through the body of Little Oz. The Marines failed to stop them in time, and Zongguo instead ordered a retreat, as if he had let them in on purpose. Besides Marine, Shane was the only one present who understood their plan. They were going to wait for all the Whitebeard pirates to come in, and then raise the encirclement wall hidden underground to kill them. Isn't it time for the protagonist to appear now? The Whitebeard pirates were about to fall into crisis. Law and his crew members were staring at the battlefield, but Shane gradually raised his head and looked up into the sky. Sure enough, 100 meters above the sky, a marine sailboat was gliding across the sky, flying at high speed towards Marineford. Due to the high speed, even Shane couldn't see the people above clearly for a while. However, it did not pose a problem for him. He secretly chanted "transform into a dragon" in his mind, and did not completely transform into a dragon. Instead, He simply transformed his eyes into the same clear blue dragon pupils as Kanna, emitting a light blue light. Advertisement. Under the glowing dragon's eyes, the world seemed to slow down. The marine sailboat speeding through the sky also slowed down several times, like a shot taken by a high-speed camera. All the people on board or everything appears extremely clear. A boy wearing a straw hat, a handsome man smoking a cigar, a fishman wearing a karate uniform, a clown with a big red nose, a shabby man with glasses and a 3 on his head. Familiar faces passed by one after another, and Shane smiled, knowing that the protagonist had finally appeared, and the climax of the war at the top was about to begin. But it seems a little strange. The landing location seems to be wrong. Gradually, Shane's eyes became confused. In the original work, after Luffy and his companions escaped from Impel Down, they stole a marine ship and headed for Marineford. On the way, they relied on the waves caused by Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability to leap high into the sky and suddenly fell from the sky to Marineford. In front of the execution platform. However, now, perhaps because of the butterfly effect, the marine sailboat flying in the air was about to lose power when it was still thousands of meters away from the battlefield, and now had a tendency to fall. Judging from where it crashed, Shane predicted that it would not only fail to reach the Marinefando execution ground, but it would not even reach the ice surface created by Aokiji. At most, it would fall on the sea near their submarine. That won't work. Although we can rush to the battlefield after falling into the sea, the timing and location won't be as good as the surprise attack in the original book. It will be even harder for Whitebeard to win this way. Quote. Although he was just a spectator and shouldn't care too much, but if it was just about the current war, he would definitely want to stand on the side of the pirates. Moreover, after traveling through time, he was fortunate enough to encounter the unique and historic Battle of Marineford. If he did not show up and participate in some way, it would be a wasted trip. Thinking of this, feeling the shaky marine sailboat in the sky and faintly hearing the screams of the people on board, Shane did not hesitate any longer. I'll be back soon. Under the surprised gaze of Luo and others, Shane stomped hard on the deck, forcing the submarine several meters into the sea. He himself suddenly shot out and instantly climbed to a height of dozens of meters in the air. Roar. Shane's body was enveloped by a ball of light. Luo and the others could only see his shadow expanding and gradually turning into a 40-meter-long red dragon. The dragon's head was raised high and a roar resounded through the sky. The dragon roars. Mr. Shaw, Mr. Sheen, you are a devil fruit user. Looking at the red dragon shining brightly in the sunlight in the sky, Pei Jin, Beibo and others were dumbfounded. Although they didn't know why Shane suddenly flew out, the momentum was really enough. Is it for that? Luo was also looking at the sky, but he not only saw the red dragon that Shane had transformed into, but also saw a marine sailboat that was falling at a higher altitude. Wow! The wings that were more than 10 meters long flapped, instantly stirring up a gust of wind. Sha En rode the wind, and his huge body briefly burst out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. In a moment, he was flying right above the landed marine sailboat. Ah, I knew that stepping on that wave would be bad. Now I'm doomed. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. What a strong wind. Whole straw hat boy, we're about to be thrown to death and you're still so happy. Hey, Buggy, there seems to be an ocean right below us. We'll be fine if we fall here, and we're still some distance away from Marineford, so we can just run away. It seems to be true. This is really God's help to me. I don't want to follow this stupid straw hat boy to Marineford to die. Ha 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 ha. The exaggerated laughter stopped abruptly, because Buggy and Gardino suddenly found that the ship suddenly stopped strangely, and then a huge black shadow covered the sky and enveloped the entire ship. This is. Buggy swallowed, his eyes almost popping out of his head in horror. Because right next to him, there was a giant claw that was many times larger than the others. It penetrated the bottom and deck of the ship and actually grabbed the ship that was carrying all of them in its claws. Add to that the shadow that enveloped the entire cabin, and the heavy, thunderous sound of breathing that occasionally came from above. Buggy and Gardino looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Don't look up at that monster. Wow, what a cool big guy. However, right beside them, a hearty voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 52. The Battle of Marineford 2. Just ignore me, Luffy. Shane lowered his dragon head slightly and stared at the sailboat that he had hooked with his two claws. The wind was howling, the marine flag was fluttering, but the people on the boat were not marine: Crocodile, Jinbei, Ivankov, Buggy, Gardino. They all look familiar, but this is the first time I've met them in this world. Hey, you know me. Luffy was surprised. He couldn't remember where he had met such a big dragon. Didn't you invite me to join Shaki's rip-off bar? Shane reminded. Oh, Luffy suddenly realized, slapped his forehead, and then pointed at Shane excitedly. So you are Shala. It's been a long time since we last met. Where's the Shannon who has the same hair color as you? Is she here too? Luffy was very excited to see his friend whom he had met before, not to mention that he was helped by him. He stretched out his rubber neck excitedly, wanting to see if Kagura was on Shane's dragon back. It's Shane and Kagura. Shane was speechless, but he also knew that this guy's brain was not very good, and it was not easy for him to remember half of their names. Kagura didn't come. I came to watch the show. I happened to see you in trouble, so I sent you to the battlefield. So that's how it is. Luffy calmed down and looked at Shane with a grin. I am extremely grateful for your help this time. Jinbei suddenly came out and bowed. So he's Monkey's friend, a devil fruit user. He looks like a very tasty little boy. Ivankov winked at him, and Shane almost vomited. His dragon body trembled noticeably. Hey, everyone, after I take off Whitebeard's head, are you interested in accompanying me to the New World to do something big? Crocodile exhaled smoke. Is this another offer? Sha En's heart stagnated. Why did everyone want to recruit him as soon as they saw him? Could it be that he had some kind of working class trait? Last time it was Luffy, the time before that it was Kizaru, and this time it turned out to be Crocodile. Gotta admit it, Crocodile has the temperament of a boss. Say that after you take it off. Shane didn't agree with Kizaru and Luffy when he had nothing before, let alone now. Crocodile is far from qualified. Crocodile, I will not allow you to attack Captain Ace. Luffy stood up. Advertisement. HMPH, you little brat, don't think I won't kill you. Crocodile said in a stern tone. He was very angry after being rejected. Now is not the time to argue, Crocodile. Jinbei stopped him. Don't forget what you promised me, Crocodile boy. In the end, Crocodile was suppressed by Ivankov. Shane was really curious about what leverage this guy had on Ivankov. Could it be that, as the internet speculated, his previous gender was not? Suddenly, Shane felt an itch under his body, as if someone was poking his paws. He lowered his head again and saw that it was Buggy and Gardino. Sir, after you send the Straw Hat guys to their deaths, can you please take us with you on your return trip? The two of them were very smart and did not ask loudly. Instead, they held up a piece of wood that they had found from somewhere, on which was written by Gardino in white wax. These two guys. Shane was a little surprised. He was really smart. He really planned to drop Luffy and his cruise ship into Marineford and then fly back to Law's submarine immediately. After all, this is a war battlefield, and there are many high-end fighters here. It will be more dangerous if you stay here for a while longer. However, the war at the top would not be that exciting without these two funny guys. Considering his own viewing experience, Shane decided to pretend he didn't see it and ignore it. Damn it, this guy must have seen it and is pretending. Shane heard the two people muttering. It doesn't matter. When he throws the boat away later, we will hold on to his paws. He, you bad guy are the one who thinks things through. Two idiots. Sha En was speechless. After transforming into a dragon, both his vision and hearing were greatly enhanced. Moreover, these two were so close to him, it was hard for him not to hear. Arrive. Unconsciously, he was already above the battlefield. If he flew a little further he would be close to the execution platform. Several piercing gazes were cast upon him. The body behind Shane's transformed dragon was really too big, with a length of 40 meters, almost equivalent to a little Oz flying in the air. Even if he was 100 meters in the air, he would still cast a huge black shadow on the ground. Advertisement. Go. Shane didn't hesitate, and dived down, stirring up a gust of wind that blew away many marine pirates fighting on the ground, and at the same time, he threw the marine sailboat between his claws out. Ah! As Luffy and the others screamed, the ship fell on the ice, making a fierce friction sound of hissing, sliding all the way, knocking away many unlucky people along the way. Finally, when it was about to hit the pirate ship on which Whitebeard stood, it was stopped by Whitebeard with one hand. Whitebeard looked a little confused. In fact, his attention had been attracted by the huge red dragon that suddenly appeared in the sky. At first he thought it was a surprise attack by Marine, and he was ready to use the power of the tremor fruit to stop it. But the huge red dragon dropped a boat and then quickly flew high into the sky, looking as if it was afraid of being attacked. And it wasn't just him. Unlike in the original story where everyone was shocked by Luffy's ship falling from the sky, almost everyone present at this moment set their sights on the giant red dragon in the sky. Where did this giant dragon come from? Marine reinforcements. It seems like it dropped a boat. No, it seems like the boat is full of pirates. That's Crocodile and Jinbei. How could this happen? Aren't these guys imprisoned in Impel Down? Why are they suddenly here? After flying to a safe altitude, Shane wanted to take a closer look at the scene before leaving. This was a rare opportunity. That several meters tall man with muscular body and holding a long sword must be Whitebeard. He is so strong that he can stop a boat with one hand. Wow, the pirate queen Hancock is so tall and white, but it's a pity that she is now obsessed with a straw hat man. Akainu, his expression seems a bit unfriendly, his fists are clenched as if he is going to hit him with lava. It seems that I better run away quickly. I haven't seen that wretched old man Kizaru for a while, and I really miss him a little bit, but he still looks wretched. Wait, why is there light in his hand, and he's pointing it at me? Beep. A laser beam shot out, and in an instant, it passed over the blue flame phoenix that was confronting it, and pointed directly at the huge red dragon that suddenly appeared in the sky. Oops, I missed the target by accident. Chapter 53. The Battle of Marineford 3. Insidious old Bidden. Shane cursed secretly. He couldn't sit still and wait for death. He couldn't guarantee that he could resist the general's methods, but his body after dragon transformation was too huge, and it was almost impossible to dodge the attack of the shining fruit, which was famous for its speed. Therefore, he chose to open the dragon's mouth and mobilize the surrounding fire elemental power. The air instantly became scorching, and the fiery red color gradually illuminated most of the sky. Everyone in the venue felt a fiery breath above their heads. Roar. A cone-shaped flame breath spurted out from the dragon's mouth, almost traversing most of the battlefield, and accurately collided with the shooting laser in the air, causing a sound like an explosion in an instant. Between the electric light and flint, the breath of flames was continuously pierced by the laser pillars, but the dragon's breath seemed to be endless, pouring out flames, and gradually resisted the offensive of the laser pillars. It looked like the flames were attacking the lasers. Devoured. This guy actually blocked the general's blow head-on. The crowd watching the battle below was already excited. They had noticed the red dragon because of his conspicuous size before, but now they were shocked by his strength. The eyes of many strong men became solemn. It's a perfect creature. Mariah's voice was a little crazy, and his eyes had not moved away since Shane appeared. Some time ago, all the zombies were destroyed by the Straw Hat Boy. Now he is in urgent need of new powerful corpses. Before Shane appeared, he had been trying to get the idea of Little Oz, the descendant of the devil, but when Shane blocked Kizaru's attack head-on, after the attack, he was almost crazy with greed. Can it be cut off with one sword? A rare fighting spirit rose in the eyes of the eagle. When a swordsman encountered such a huge dragon, it was really difficult to restrain his desire to cut. He had already put his hand behind his back and put the sword behind him, above the handle. Shane was stared at so hard that not only Hawkeye and Mariah, but also Doflamingo, and even the three generals, Sengoku and Garp, Whitebeard, Marco and others were all looking at him with different eyes. Because he blocked Kizaru's blow, he became the target of public criticism. And this is what Shaw-en doesn't want to see the most. He feels that even if he turns around and runs away now, he will definitely be hit by Hawkeye's crescent sword energy, and once Hawkeye takes action, Moria will definitely be unable to bear it. If several Marine generals exerted more force, he would really fall here. Luffy, I sent you here, you must rescue Ace. At this critical moment, Shaw-en had an idea and thought of a way to divert the conflict. Sure enough, after he exited, whether it was Hawkeye, Moria, or even the three generals and Sengoku Garp, their expressions all changed, and they all looked for the figure wearing the straw hat. Of course, advertisement. Luffy also cooperated extremely well, as if he had been waiting for the opportunity to appear for a long time. His slender rubber arms grabbed the top of the sailboat's mast and ejected himself. Ace, I'm here to save you. Like a protagonist who appeared at the right time, Luffy fell from the sky and landed in the open space under the execution platform at the front of the battlefield. He stared at Ace on the execution platform with firm eyes, not paying attention to the three Marine generals standing in front of him. Such a pretentious appearance naturally became the only focus of the audience. Isn't this guy the new pirate? How did he come here? Straw Hat Boy, how dare you appear in front of me? Moria yelled. Straw Hat Boy, you're actually here. You must be arrested today. Smoker was excited, clenching the seastone weapon in his hand and eager to try it, but he didn't see that Hancock next to him had a bad expression. Luffy, why are you here? Garp was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the floor. Luffy, what are you doing here, you idiot? After Ace saw the figure clearly, he couldn't help shouting. Of course I'm here to save you. Luffy said loudly and happily. The two men then announced their relationship, and many Marines and pirates present realized that they were actually brothers, and were shocked for a long time. As for Shane, seeing that his plan to divert attention was successful, he flapped his wings and slipped away dozens of meters. This shows how useful Luffy is, as no one could stop him when he was running. If nothing goes wrong, they will be back on Luo's boat in a few minutes. Then they can continue to play the role of spectators and watch the show with Beppo Pekin and the others. It can be said that he left after his work was done, leaving his achievements and fame behind. However, when Shaw-en was feeling proud and satisfied, a shout came from below that echoed throughout the entire venue. Thank you for your help, Shane. I will definitely rescue Ace. Luffy looked at Shane's departing back, and remembered that he had not thanked him yet, so he opened his mouth and shouted. Quote. Shane's dragon body shook, and he was petrified on the spot, almost falling from the air. Advertisement. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* angrily as he flew. It also caused an uproar in the venue. That dragon's name turned out to be Shane, a human name. He turned out to be a fruit user. I've never heard of the name Shane. Is he also a newcomer? Damn you, Shane. He actually dared to rescue the pirates in Impel Down and bring them to support the battlefield. This guy is openly against the Marines. For a moment, the pirates and Marine below were discussing with each other, and Marine had already imagined a complete plot. The Straw Hat Boy sneaked into Impel Down to rescue the pirates imprisoned inside, and this guy named Shane used his flying ability to meet them outside Impel Down. With the help of both inside and outside forces, he finally brought the pirates who escaped from Impel Down to Marineford. Multiple battlefields. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Not only did a large number of Marines and pirates believe it, but even Sengoku on the execution platform believed it. At this moment, he was looking at Shane in the sky with a grim expression, as if he wanted to remember this guy who ruined his plan deeply in his mind. Kizaru's expression was even more interesting. He was the only person besides Luffy who knew Shane's identity. But what he was most worried about at this moment was not letting Shaw En go, but whether Zongguo would be furious if he recruited Shaw En to his team later and found out his identity. Brother Shane, you have become so strong in just a few days, or did you hide something when you were in the Sabaody Archipelago? You know that guy. Aokiji heard his mumbling and was a little surprised. Shane finally escaped from the battlefield safely. After all, He was blocking the Admiral's fruit ability head-on, and the attention of those strong men was on Luffy. The rest of the ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. But he is a little depressed now, not knowing whether to be happy or angry. His name has been exposed, and Kizaru can probably guess it's him through the name, so after the war at the top, he will probably have a bounty on his head. But on second thought, after returning to the Sabaody Archipelago, he had Kanna and Kagura, one was a dragon, and the other was a night rabbit that became stronger with each battle. With the protection of this fierce and cute dragon and rabbit, even if Marine sent out 3 large he will not be afraid in the future. Sean, Kagura said you went out to play with another woman. At this moment, Kanna's somewhat dull voice suddenly sounded in Shane's mind. Chapter 54. The Battle of Marineford End 4,000 words. Shane had a terrible headache and wished he could fly home and hit her on the head. Don't listen to that stupid girl's nonsense. She has some problems with her brain. Kanna, you and Klee must not be led astray by her. But he still had to be patient when facing the naive Kanna, he replied earnestly in his mind while approaching the ship docked at the edge of the battlefield. In order to prevent anyone from noticing Luo and his crew's exact location, he circled in the air for a circle, and finally flew close to the sea level, then silently transformed into a human form and returned to the ship. Sean, you were so handsome just now. As soon as he returned to the ship, he was warmly cheered and praised by the crew. Among them, Beppo was stunned, standing there with his mouth wide open as if petrified, looking at Shane with eyes full of shock. The rest of the crew was not much better, feeling a sense of unreality and absurdity. They did not expect that Shane, who had been getting along well with them all the way, would suddenly run to the top of the war when they could only watch the battle. Glorious. They had just seen it clearly through the telescope. Not only did Shane bring a ship to the battlefield, he even fought with Admiral Kizaru, and finally he was able to retreat unscathed in front of so many powerful men. The actions of such a skilled and daring person really opened their eyes. Because of the long distance and they could only see but not hear, the crew members gathered around, wanting to know from Shane what had just happened on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, Shane would have been happy to explain to them his glorious performance just now, but at this moment he couldn't be distracted because he had to deal with the inquiries from Kanna, Klee, and Kagura in his mind. That's right, after learning that Kanna could somehow contact Shane who was thousands of miles away, the number of people communicating with him increased from 1 to 3. Although all the information was relayed by Kanna, it still doubled his pressure. Brother Shane, when can you come back? I will be home on time before dinner time. What? At night. You be D Sha-chan, you have a woman outside and you don't even give me lunch, right? I've already told you there's no other woman like the one you're imagining. I was just there to watch the fight, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe me, you greedy, lazy, D girl. These words are not meant for you, Kanna. So how are we going to have lunch, brother Shane? Kelly, go to my bedroom and open the box in the corner of the bed. There is about 10 million Baileys in it. Ask Drake to take out 1 million and take you to a restaurant outside for dinner. Remember, you must call Drake, it's too dangerous for the 3 of you to go out. Well, Klee knows, but brother Shane, Klee is very powerful, and sister Kagura and Kanna are also very strong, so there is no need to worry about our safety. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about the people of Sabaody and their boats. Huh, brother Shane is looking down on Klee. After hearing what Kanna said, Klee pouted in dissatisfaction. Let's go out and play together. Kagura rushed out of Shane's room and jumped to the first floor, holding a heavy box in her hands. Play. But didn't brother Shane ask us to go have dinner? Kelly was full of confusion, and she remembered that Shane only allowed them to take 1 million Baileys. HMPH, that guy is playing outside by himself, but he asks us to stay at home. This is really too much. Kagura said indignantly. She poured all the Baileys in the box onto the floor, then dug out the large sack that old Neil had used to pack the bomb that day from the basement and put all the banknotes in it. And don't you want to go to the amusement park? There are all kinds of fun things there. Kagura said in a seductive tone in the ears of 2 little lollies who were half a head shorter than her. There are all kinds of fun things to do. Kelly wants to go. Kelly was instantly shaken, her ruby-like pupils shining, and she no longer remembered what Shane had told her a few minutes ago. In fact, Sha-en had always been deceived by her usual obedience. She had never been a quiet person. If she had not used up all the bombs last time she bombed fish, she would have sneaked out to bomb fish again in the past 2 days. Advertisement. I also want to go out and play with Klee and Kagura. Kanna is even more so. She has a self-willed personality and dares to do anything as long as Shane is not there to stop her. Then let's go. Let's find a restaurant to eat first, and then find an amusement park. Although I don't know what the amusement park Sha-chan is talking about, it must be a place with a lot of people. Kagura planned seriously. Stand up. Shouldn't we call Drake? Klee reminded. That guy locked himself in the room after breakfast and seemed very depressed. He definitely won't go out to play with us. Kagura curled her lips. She didn't know that she was the reason why Drake was so depressed. During breakfast, he, a supernova, was first frightened by a girl and then easily subdued by a young girl. This made him suffer the greatest tragedy of his life. I was hit so hard that I am still questioning my life in my room. On the Marineford side, the battlefield has entered a white-hot stage. Whitebeard was betrayed by his subordinates. That man seemed to be his captain, and he stabbed Whitebeard in the chest with a knife. What a disgusting guy. It's not a big problem. Whitebeard is still standing. He jumped off the boat and smashed the barriers on both sides with his fists, leaving the pirates with no worries about escaping. Marco took the opportunity to rush to the execution platform. Alas, unfortunately, Garp stopped him and knocked Marco to the ground with one punch. Hey, what does that straw hat kid want to do? He actually rushed to the execution platform and came to Garp alone. Does he want to defeat Garp's defenses by himself and save Ace? The crew members on the Heart Pirates ship watched the battle with great excitement, as if they were personally there and as if they were one of the members behind Luffy. The sounds of their blood boiling filled the entire cabin. Shane was silently watching the direction of the battle. He understood that after Luffy rescued Ace, it meant that the battle was about to come to an end. Just like the original story, Luffy easily passed the match-fixing defense of Garp, a level that no one else could pass except him. Then, with the help of Gardino, who had sneaked onto the execution platform at some point, Luffy Ace was successfully rescued, and the pirates began their final retreat. Afterwards, Akainu stopped the fleeing Ace and Luffy. When the lava fist was about to pierce through Ace's body, an ordinary longsword blocked Ace. With gray hair and an old face, except for his slightly stronger body, he looks almost the same as an ordinary old man. But the moment they saw his face clearly, everyone in the audience was so shocked that they were speechless. Rayleigh. Shane's eyes suddenly condensed, and a deep worry appeared on his face. He might be the first to recognize the identity of the person. After disappearing for a few days, no one knew what had happened. He went to do something, but at this critical moment he appeared in Marineford and blocked Akainu's fatal blow. Old fellow from the last era, instead of trying to linger on, are you coming here to die? Akainu had a ferocious look on his face. As a mainstay of Marine, he was naturally familiar with the face in front of him. As he spoke, his arm, which had turned into thick magma, surged again, erupting with a thunderous sound, but it still could not suppress the slightly trembling long sword. Don't underestimate us, the remnants of the old times, young people. Rayleigh's tone was calm, but a drop of sweat unconsciously slid down his forehead, showing that he was not at ease either. Rayleigh. Luffy, who was protected by Ace, shouted in surprise. He had a bad feeling when Ace rushed in front of him. Fortunately, Rayleigh arrived and saved him from the worst he had imagined. That did not happen. Last time when he and his companions were facing Kizaru, Rayleigh also showed up at the critical moment. Luffy's gratitude reached its peak at this moment, but at this time, the hormones of S*******E Queen. Ivan seemed to be affected by his emotions. The impact reached its limit and Luffy fainted on the spot. Rayleigh. Pluton. Rayleigh. Ace caught Luffy who was about to fall to the ground, with a confused look on his face. After hearing Luffy say Rayleigh's name, his eyes became complicated. You old fellow are here too. After seeing that Ace's life was safe, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Then, he moved his huge body through the shocked Marines and pirates and walked towards Ace and Luffy. No one dared to stop him. I accidentally learned about his last bloodline, and I really can't just sit back and watch. Rayleigh smiled helplessly. His pressure suddenly decreased when Whitebeard approached him. Because even someone as arrogant as Akainu did not dare to use his full strength on Rayleigh, and had to divert his attention to Whitebeard to prevent him from doing anything else. Boom. The hilt of the long sword slammed heavily on the ground, which immediately caused a gust of wind and waves, sweeping away many Marines and pirates in the surrounding area. Besides him and Rayleigh Akainu, only Luffy and Ace were left. Advertisement. Little devil lighting the candles, what did you just do to my son? Whitebeard stood in front of Luffy and Ace, and led Rayleigh from behind, like a god of war. His conqueror's domineering aura was like a sweeping wave, almost covering the entire battlefield. Akainu was sweating profusely. This time, he rarely said anything in response. Facing two legendary figures at the same time, he did not dare to relax at all. Rayleigh, do you think you alone can stop this battle? Sengoku and Garp jumped down from the execution platform, and behind them, there was Kizaru flashing and Aokiji walking leisurely. As for the Shichibukai, they were never sincere in helping Marine in the first place, and now they are standing as far away as possible, acting as if it has nothing to do with them. Only Hancock was a little hesitant after Rayleigh appeared. She wondered whether to take a stand to help her benefactor Rayleigh and Luffy, whom she liked, but Rayleigh stopped her with his eyes. Zongguo, we are all remnants of the old era. Now is a new era that belongs to the young people. Having an old man like me will naturally not be of any use, but... Rayleigh's reading glasses reflected a gleam of light. He looked in a certain direction by the sea and continued with a smile on his face. How do you know I'm the only one here? As soon as he finished speaking, a red and white pirate ship with a hull of 30 or 40 meters and a bow shaped like a dragon head quietly sailed into the mouth of Marineford Bay. Almost everyone was stunned, because they were very familiar with this ship. Not long ago, this red force had come into contact with their father's Moby DK, and the owner of this ship was also I stepped on their ship at that time. One of the four emperors along with Whitebeard, red-haired, Shanks. Bang bang bang. The ship docked, and with the sound of steady footsteps, a man in flip-flops walked down from the ship. Marines and pirates on the Marineford battlefield continued to fall. Guys with weak strength, please move away quickly, don't be stunned by this guy's domineering aura again. Marco called out hurriedly. Fortunately, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates had just witnessed this man's conqueror's domineering power not long ago, and they understood the situation much better than the Marines who were confused. They had already retreated far to the sides, making way for the newcomer. A road comes. The unlucky Marines who were confused and bewildered fell to the ground with foam at the mouth the moment they heard the footsteps. For my sake, how about we end this war here? He had a head of dark and eye-catching red hair, and 3 claw marks on his forehead, which made him look a little unruly. His black cape fluttered behind him. As he walked forward step by step, he drew out the long sword named Griffin, that was slung across his waist. Out. Behind him were a dozen people, including Beckman, Jesus Bu and other senior officials. The moment he saw these people, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Guo's forehead and his eyes became extremely solemn. If anyone wants to continue, then the opponent will be us. The war at the top is over. After Rayleigh and red-haired Shanks appeared, even the Marines had no chance of winning. If they continued to fight, they would face 4 emperors plus a vice-captain of one piece, and the bunch of pirates. In fact, it is hard to say if they really fight to the death, but Zhang Guo obviously does not have the courage to die together. He does not want Marine to be destroyed in his hands, so he took the initiative to declare the end of the war. This battle was undoubtedly a great victory for the pirates. Although the overall casualties were much higher than those of the Marines, they successfully rescued Ace and at least 50% of the personnel successfully evacuated the sea safely. Fortunately, the follow-up of this battle was not Buggy didn't broadcast the incident live, so Marine's face was saved temporarily. So, why did you send this guy to live with me? On Luo's returning submarine, everyone was still recalling the previous battle, except Shane, who had a gloomy face and looked at Rayleigh in shock. Just now, after the battle, he and Law were preparing to escape, but they didn't expect Rayleigh to jump onto their ship carrying the unconscious Luffy. Because there is nowhere good to go for the time being, after thinking about it, your place is still the safest. Besides, wouldn't you young people be happier if you got together? Chapter 55 9 Snakes. Shane was very resistant to the idea of having a big eater live with him, even when Rayleigh suggested it. He already has a bottomless pit, the night rabbit, at home, and adding Luffy would be adding insult to injury. I'm afraid that daily expenses will increase exponentially. The most important thing is that Luffy must be penniless and can't afford the rent at all. Moreover, with Luffy's fame after causing trouble in Marineford, coupled with his restless personality, he would probably cause trouble within a few days, and he would definitely be implicated by then. I have thought of a place for him to go. Isn't 9 Snake Island not far from here? Shane imagined sending him to Hancock like in the original book. That place doesn't allow men to live there. Even though I have some connections with 9 Snake Island, I don't think Hancock would agree. Rayleigh shook her head. Then you don't know how this kid got to impel down. Shane gritted his teeth as he looked at Luffy sleeping on the bed, and told Rayleigh that he was taken to 9 Snake Island by a bear. Experience. Rayleigh was stunned after hearing this, and the other crew members on Luo's ship had the same expression as Shane, and were furious at this lucky boy who not only went to the country of women that men dreamed of, but also made friends with the Empress, Hancock. Intimate. In that case, let's go to 9 Snake Island. There happens to be a place nearby where we can practice. Rayleigh nodded slightly and glanced at Luffy who was sleeping peacefully. Then, he turned his gaze to Shane. The scrutinizing eyes behind his reading glasses seemed to be real as they swept over every part of Shane's body, causing Shane to get goosebumps all over. But Rayleigh became more and more frightened the more he looked. He had already placed a pair of experienced hands on both sides of Shane's arms, as if he wanted to see him thoroughly from inside out. Your domineering aura has increased so much. Did you go through a life and death struggle? No, your physical strength has increased several times since the last time we met. It seems familiar. It seems that both your aura and your body are similar to yours. Ability related. Because of the presence of outsiders such as Luo, Rayleigh did not express his final speculation aloud. He just felt mixed emotions when he saw Shaw and smiled and nodded, confirming his speculation. Oh, the young people nowadays are really more amazing than each other. Rayleigh sighed, with a look of relief on his face. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he probably would not have believed that someone's strength could improve so quickly, from an ordinary person to a strong man who could fight with a general in just 1 week. Advertisement. It's nothing like the way you blocked Sakazuki with 1 strike today. As he spoke, Shane inadvertently noticed that Rayleigh's clothes were different, they were a little wet, as if they had been soaked in water. It seems that this old guy really swam to Marineford. Over the Sabaody Islands. Between the blue sky and white clouds, there was a huge white dragon gliding in the air, like a white rainbow light, with 2 girls sitting on its furry body. Where is the amusement park? Klee knelt on the back of the white dragon, holding her flying skirt with both hands. Her light brown hair was blown up by the wind, and her 2 pointed long ears were also its swaying and very cute. I don't know, Kanna, did you see it? Kagura seemed to be much more relaxed than her, lying flat on the fluffy feathers naturally, rolling on Kanna's back from time to time, or looking at her feathers. Take a deep breath like you're sucking a cat. No, I didn't find the place that looks interesting at first glance, that Kagura mentioned. Kanna's blue eyes glowed with fluorescence. Even at an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, every scene in the Sabaody Archipelago was extremely clear. Into her eyes. She had already scanned the Sabaody Islands just now, and found a lively place with many people. But Kanna felt that a group of people sitting in the same car screaming loudly on the track didn't look happy, but scared, so she didn't tell Kagura the news. Well, could it be that Sha-chan lied to me? I remember that he clearly said that there is a very interesting amusement park in the Sabaody Islands, and he also said that he would take me to play when he has the opportunity. Kagura looked puzzled. She especially believed in Kanna's eyesight, because Kanna could accurately pinpoint the location of their home just in the air. Could it be that it's not on the ground, but in the sky? Kelly suddenly pointed to a higher place with her finger. It was a red stone wall, standing above the sea, like a wall on the sea, towering into the clouds, and for a while it was impossible to see the end of it spreading out on the sea. They usually stay in the Sabaody Islands, covered by almond mangroves. They have never seen the Red Earth continent, and when they saw it with their own eyes, they were shocked. At this moment, Kagura and Kanna's hearts were immediately caught, and they decided almost at the same time that they would go up and have a look regardless of whether there was an amusement park or not. Advertisement. Near Nine Snake Island, Shaw-en was in a happy mood. Hancock's ship arrived, and a large number of scantily clad Nine Snake Island warriors with powerful figures, plus the Empress, Hancock herself and several of her personal guards, dazzled him for a while. Luffy-sama. Hancock stepped on high heels and walked straight towards Luffy. As he passed by, he brought a gust of fragrant wind. Several of Luo's crew members who followed him suddenly couldn't control themselves, and their hearts were petrified on the spot. Only Shane, Rayleigh and Luo could remain calm and make way for Hancock. Among the three, Rayleigh is too old, Luo has a frigid appearance, and Shane, as his bloodline has become more complicated, his aesthetics has also changed, and ordinary humans seem to have lost their attraction to him. There was no other thought in his eyes when he looked at Hancock, only the appreciation of beauty. Of course, this does not mean that he has become a free control. He still likes humanoid creatures, but the blood cannot only be human, but also requires other extraordinary blood. For example, the three he now keeps at home are unfortunately too young, and it is as if he has 3 daughters now. He has never had other thoughts when getting along with them. Thinking of this, Shaw-en couldn't help but worry about the situation at home. With the temperament of those 3 animals, if no one was watching, they might do something terrible. Fortunately, I warned Drake before going out. With that guy's rigorous character, he should be able to take good care of them. Shaw-en glanced at the sky. It was already approaching dusk. The setting sun in the west was shining on the sea, and almost half of the sun had submerged in the water. After a day out, it was time for him to return to the Sabaody Islands. He pushed Tyler's shoulder, asked Hancock to unpetrify Peckinchach and others, then said goodbye to Rayleigh and left. What a good-looking person. Is he really a man? I even feel that he is comparable to Her Majesty Snake Princess. After Shaw-en left, the female crew members of the Nine Snakes pirates stared at his back and talked about it. They are different from ordinary citizens in the country who never go out. They have seen many men after going overseas, but so far none of them have looked as good-looking as Shaw-en. As this guy Rayleigh knows. Listening to the discussion of the crew behind him, Hancock didn't look dissatisfied, and his eyes were also a little surprised. While Shaw-en was admiring her just now, she naturally looked back a few times. He is indeed a very pleasing man. He looks at her with the same eyes as Luffy, without any evil thoughts. This is something Hancock has rarely seen since he got the sweet fruit. Chapter 56 How many dragons are there? After sailing for about an hour again, the shadow of the Sabaody Islands could be seen from the cabin. At this time, the night enveloped the earth, and lights had been turned on in many residential buildings, and faint wisps of smoke could be seen. Shane was eager to return home, so he hurried back to prepare dinner for the 3 cats at home, and said goodbye to Luo and the crew. Under their horrified gazes once again, he leapt down from the railing, transformed into a giant red dragon, flapped his wings and flew away, leaving a red rainbow light in the sky. This guy seems to be even more handsome after turning into a dragon. The crew members looked at each other, and saw surprise and envy in each other's eyes. If Shane's human form attracts the opposite S**X, then his dragon form is extremely attractive to them. When Shane was about to fly near his cabin, he suddenly heard a deafening thunder in the sky. Then, there was a bird cry so shrill and sharp that it could pierce a human's eardrum. Shane's dragon eyes were glowing with blue light, his dragon head was slightly raised, his sight suddenly rose, and he looked towards the sky following the sound. But then a strange bird of huge size, with strange black flames and peculiar patterns all over its body, fell from the sky. It seemed to have lost consciousness, its pupils were dilated, its hair was burnt black, and white foam was coming out of the edge of its beak. It is falling towards the sea at a very fast speed. It looked like it was struck by lightning. Shane could tell at a glance that it was not a simple bird, but most likely a mythical beast transformed by a human. The bird had an extraordinary aura, and the black flames wrapped around its body revealed a strange aura, constantly burning the air around it. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, Shane's dragon body could still feel the extreme burning sensation. However, such an extraordinary bird was actually shot down from a high altitude. Judging from the charred feathers on the bird, it seemed that the person who shot it down used the power of lightning. It shouldn't be that he was struck by lightning simply out of bad luck, but there are too few strong people in this world who can use lightning. After thinking about it, it seems that Enel is the only one. Wait, this strange bird landed from high in the sky. Could it be from above the Red Earth continent? Then, could this guy be one of the 5 people? After vaguely guessing the identity of this strange bird, Shane swallowed his saliva. He no longer dared to stay there and watch the show. Advertisement. Just at this moment, the strange bird that fell from a high altitude regained consciousness. When it felt that it was falling headfirst into the sea, its expression became extremely terrified and it flapped its wings quickly. When it was about to hit the sea water, it successfully flipped over and slid along the sea surface in a very extreme way, forming a crescent shape. What an extreme operation! Sha En's eyes showed admiration. But he immediately discovered something was wrong, because after the strange bird's self-rescue operation, it happened to be much closer to him. At this moment, the pair of deep bird eyes with black flames were staring at him, making Sha En feel as if he was being pricked by needles. But it did not come closer, and even had a tendency to retreat. The bird's rather human-like face showed a look of fear and confusion. Why did this guy change color? Maka's Meizisheng's whole body was tense, his heart was surging like waves, and he stared at Shane's red dragon body, especially his tightly closed dragon mouth. Not long ago, a huge white dragon suddenly invaded the holy land of Marihoa. Its strength was so strong that it was unimaginable. All the defenses along the way collapsed under the almost invincible dragon body, whether it was artillery, guns, long-range attacks from ability users, or storm kicks from physical masters. None of them could hurt the white dragon at all. Eventually the news reached the palace of the five elders, and he, who was good at aerial combat, went out to meet the enemy. When he saw the white dragon, he did not take it seriously, thinking it was just a person who had gained some powerful ability and did not know his own limitations. Lucky guy. But after the fight, he knew he was wrong. The black flame attack that he was so proud of couldn't even leave a mark on the white feathers of the white dragon. Just as he was about to get close and attack with its sharp claws, he saw the giant white dragon slightly open its mouth, and a ball of lightning slowly gathered in the dragon's mouth. Feeling the condensed lightning, he gradually had a bad premonition, and hurriedly spewed a breath of black flame at the dragon in an attempt to interrupt it. However, a thrilling, dazzling pillar of lightning gushed out, instantly splitting the sky, even dispersing the white clouds, instantly extinguishing all his black flames, and shooting straight onto his body. You're so annoying. Before he lost consciousness and fell, he heard the emotionless voice of a little girl. Back to the present. Observing the topography of the Sabaody Islands not far away, he realized that he had fallen 10,000 meters into the air. Unexpectedly, the giant dragon followed him and even fell faster than him. Although it changed from white to red, its size became a little bigger. But Saint Marcus Moshe would not be wrong. The appearance of this red dragon was exactly the same as that of the white dragon, so he deduced that it was probably another form of this dragon. Advertisement. This scarlet-red form looked even more ferocious than the previous white form. The white form itself was powerless to fight back, and now this red form. This guy, is he trying to kill us all? Saint Marcus Moshe was horrified, and then a little angry. He was one of the 5 greatest rulers in the world under Yim, and now someone dared to kill him. You arrogant dragon. Do you really want to be the enemy of the world? Although his voice was roaring loudly, he kept flapping his wings while speaking, gradually retreating and increasing the distance between him and Shane. What? Sha En was confused and even felt a little aggrieved. He was just a passing dragon. He originally wanted to save you when you fell into the sea, but now he finds out that he seems to have been scammed, and the other party is blackmailing him after he got up. Didn't he just come back from the war? What kind of feud could there be with this bird? Why did it involve the whole world? What a weird guy. Besides, why do you keep going backwards when you keep talking? Shane became more speechless, but the strange bird's retreat was exactly what he wanted. He could clearly sense that the strength of this strange bird was far superior to his own, and had originally planned to call Kanna to save him in his mind, but he did not expect that although this strange bird had a bad temper, it was extremely cowardly. Therefore, Shane also flapped his wings in the same frequency as the strange bird. Both sides stared at each other, but were silently retreating, constantly increasing the distance between them. The scene looked unexpectedly humorous. After a long time, the strange bird could no longer be seen. Shane breathed a sigh of relief, glanced in the direction of home, flapped his wings and went home. On the other side, Saint Marcus Moshe also breathed a sigh of relief. The strange dragon did not chase him. It seemed that it was frightened by his identity. It still had some self-awareness. However, he felt very aggrieved in his heart. He had never thought that he would have such an embarrassing moment. He had secretly decided to ask Zongguo to put a bounty on this strange dragon after returning. One day, he would catch this strange dragon to avenge today's humiliation. Then, he flapped his wings and flew high towards the holy land of Marijois, which was 10,000 meters in the air. When he was halfway through the flight, he saw a familiar white figure coming towards him, and he was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. Why are you here again? Kanna looked confused. It turned out to be this black bird. I had just been burning myself with the flames, which made her angry, and I accidentally couldn't help but use a little bit of strength. I thought I had blown him into pieces, but fortunately, he's okay. This way, Shane won't blame me for using my abilities without his permission. Chapter 57 Finally home. Shane was very cautious. To prevent the strange bird from following him secretly, he dived into the sea not long after flying. This place is an absolute restricted area for people with special abilities. He swam around the Sabaody Islands in the sea for most of the day, which probably took him about half an hour, before he surfaced with 2 big, delicious fish he had caught. Shane dragged 2 large fish that were over 10 meters long and walked towards home in the dark. Let's go home. This fish will be the side dish tonight. The main dish must be the chicken I bought a few days ago in the refrigerator. That strange black bird scared him badly. The black flames wrapped around its body showed that it was a mythical beast, and who else could it be except those 5 old men who fell from Santa Maria Joa? If you really provoke him, it will be a real stunner and you won't be able to get rid of him. Fortunately, that guy seems to be in a bad mental state after being beaten. I don't know who could beat him like this. Could it be another one of the 5 elders? Unable to figure out the reason, Shane was too lazy to think about it anymore. Before he knew it, he had reached the gate of the yard. The 2 fish he brought back were too large to pass through the narrow space of the gate. He could only carry the 2 fish tails on his shoulders, then squat slightly, preparing to use his legs to leap into the yard with the big fish. At this moment, 3 figures, 1 big and 2 small, appeared in the thick night. Hey, Sha-chan. The moment Kagura saw Sha-en for the first time, her eyes lit up and she rushed over with joy. Huh, Shane was also surprised. He quickly released the 2 fish tails, opened his arms, and steadily caught the girl who jumped over in his arms. Why are you coming back just now? He was a little confused, but his voice was interrupted by Klee who also rushed over. Brother Shane. Klee learned the trick very well and also pounced over. With her elven blood, her body was light and she jumped more than 2 meters high. Now she was falling from the air towards Shane's face. You were really not afraid of being fallen. Shane's pupils widened. Klee was different from Kagura. Her body was not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. If he didn't catch her, she would definitely fall painfully. So he quickly took out one hand to hold Kagura, stretched out his hand and grabbed Kagura's legs, then along her hips, he held her in his arms like holding a child. Advertisement. Hey, brother Shane, you caught Kelly, awesome. Kelly smiled happily and sat naturally on Shane's arm, leaning her body against his chest, and used her hands to smooth out the stains on his hair that had gotten on at some point. If you can't catch it, you'll be in pain. Sha-en smiled helplessly, put her on the ground, and rubbed the heads of Klee and Kagura in front of him with his hands. It was strange. After only half a day of not seeing him, not only did Kagura and Klee miss him, but he himself also felt a lot more relaxed. His mood, which had been ruined by the strange bird just now, gradually improved. Well, at this time, Kanna trotted over slowly. She seemed to be imitating Kagura and Klee deliberately, but she did not jump up. Instead, she hugged Shane's thigh directly. Shane, are you going hunting? She raised her head and asked in confusion. She saw Shane carrying 2 big fish. No, I just met a tough guy on the way back, so I hid from him in the sea for a while, and caught 2 fish for dinner. Of course, Shane would not miss Kanna's little head, and even pinched Kanna's pair of small dragon horns on purpose. Kanna let him pinch her without any resistance, but after thinking about what Shane said for a while, her tone suddenly became a little cold. Sha-en, did someone bully you? After spending this period of time together, Kanna never said that she had already learned about everyone's strength through the dragon's perception ability. The comparison is with herself. Kagura is somewhat strong, Shane is very weak, Klee is even weaker, and Drake is the weakest. From a dragon's perspective, being weak means being bullied by other dragons. So based on what Shane just said, although Kanna didn't quite understand, she roughly knew that Shane was forced into the sea by someone, which meant that her friend was bullied. Kanna, we'll help you. Kanna patted Shane's side, then pointed at herself with a round finger with a serious expression. Someone is bullying Sha-chan. Hearing this, Kagura became uneasy, with a hint of viciousness in her eyes. Someone actually dared to bully her owner. What? Did some bad guys bully brother Shane? Kelly also pouted angrily. Seeing the reactions of these 3, Sha-en was stunned. Although there were some misunderstandings, he did not expect their reactions to be so big. A warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. It doesn't matter. That strange bird probably has a mental problem. It inexplicably thought I wanted to kill it. Fortunately, it was brave enough to run away while talking. Advertisement. Shane smiled and patted the 3 little heads again, then he grabbed 2 big fish and went in, while complaining to them about the strange black bird he met on the road today. After returning to the house, he learned that Kagura and the other 2 had not eaten yet. Shane did not rest either. He took a knife and prepared the big fish outside the yard, then moved into the kitchen and cooked dinner by himself. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Klee and Kagura, who were sitting on the sofa in the living room, were already sweating profusely from nervousness. Sister Kagura, do you think the black bird that brother Shane encountered is the one that Kanna killed? Klee whispered in Kagura's ear. The voice asked. She knew that after Shane summoned Kanna, his hearing seemed to have improved significantly, and he could hear their normal conversation even in the kitchen. Hush, of course it must be the stupid bird that was hit twice by Kanna, but it seems that Sha-chan was able to meet it because of us. So don't tell anyone about the fact that we flew to the sky today. Kagura's voice was also very low, and she looked at the kitchen while speaking. Yes. Kelly knows it. As long as brother Shane doesn't ask, Kelly will definitely not tell it. Kelly nodded seriously. Even if he asks, you can't tell us, otherwise, he will definitely not let us go out alone again. But Klee won't lie. Captain Jean said good children can't lie. At this time, who would still follow the good boy's rules? By the way, who is the leader Chin? I see you keep mentioning her. Captain Chin is the acting leader of our Knights of Favonius. She is a very good. The topic of their conversation went off the track, but they became more and more excited. What are they doing? Looking at Kagura and Klee who were almost stuck together, Kanna had a confused look on her face and felt a little disappointed. They have never been so close to me before. Is it because their relationship is not good enough? If so, how can we improve our relationship with them? Kanna racked her brains but couldn't come up with any answer, so she jumped off the sofa, put on the slippers that Shane had bought for her with her tender little white feet, and ran towards the kitchen. Chapter 58. You look good recently. Well, maybe give them gifts? Klee is most interested in bombs. She will definitely like it if you give her gunpowder, iron sheets, etc. As for Kagura, just give her food. You can go to the sea and catch a fish like I did today. It should be an easy thing for you. In the kitchen, after Kanna found Shane, Shane answered Kanna casually while cooking without thinking much. Oh, I get it. Shane is so awesome. Kanna showed admiration in her eyes. Then she got ready to go out. She wanted to prepare the gifts now and give them to Kagura and Klee that night, so that their relationship would immediately become the same. Wait, Kanna, it's almost time for dinner. I'll go with you tomorrow morning. Shane would certainly not let her go out so late, let alone let her go out alone. With her personality and her nearly invincible strength, who knows what kind of trouble she might get into if she goes out alone. Even though Mary Joa had sent a quick message to him overnight, he still believed it. Yeah. Fortunately, Kanna always listened to him and nodded immediately, standing quietly behind him watching him prepare food. Night. After about half an hour, the food was ready. This time, Shane did not move the dining table outside the yard because the wind was a bit strong tonight and the food would easily get cold. Inside the house, the lights were on. On the table was today's main dish, braised chicken, and a side dish, boiled fish. The seasonings in this world were magical. They could not only flavor the food, but also greatly improve the color of the dish. With the diffused heat, it looks delicious. Shane sat alone on the main seat, with only Kagura on his left, because she needed to put a large bucket of rice next to her table and it was not convenient for someone to sit next to her. On the right are Kanna and Klee. There is only an empty plate in front of them. With their appetite, meat is enough and they don't need any staple food at all. By the way, where's that Drake guy? It was not until then that Shane realized something was wrong. Didn't he ask Drake to look after them during the day? Why was it that these three were at home, but Drake was missing? After these words were spoken, Kanna's expression did not fluctuate at all, and she was still squinting her eyes to taste the fish soup cooked by Shane, while Kagura and Klee's expressions suddenly changed, and they were visibly nervous. Shaw-en narrowed his eyes slightly. It was hard not to see the problem between the two of them with such obvious changes. It was obvious that they were hiding something from him. So he tapped the table with his fingers and looked at Kagura and Klee with a scrutinizing gaze. Advertisement. As expected, neither of them dared to look him in the eye. Kagura quickly buried her head in the bucket to eat, while Klee lowered her eyes and stared at the plate on the table. You don't know where he is. You guys sneaked out during the day. You'll be back at night. You went to the amusement park. You spent all the money I left for you to eat. We didn't go to the amusement park. We didn't even find it. Sha-chan, you're lying. There's no amusement park on this island. Seeing that the truth had been revealed, Kagura didn't hide it anymore and stood up angrily. Pointing at Shane. That's because you didn't find it. I've already asked old Neil. The amusement park is on Island 33. I'll take you there next time. Shane tapped her on the head and grinned. The grinning girl pressed back into her seat. If he had known that these three lawless were not quiet, he was not particularly surprised. The only thing he felt was a little pity for Drake. That guy hadn't come back yet, so it must be because he saw these three were missing and went out to look for them. Then why did you come back so late? He asked again, puzzled. That's because Kanna took us to the sky but we couldn't find the amusement park. Then Klee found the tall and big red stone wall, so. Klee answered first. Kagura covered her mouth. Didn't I tell you not to say it? Kagura looked anxious. Ah, but haven't we been exposed? Klee, with her mouth covered, was a little confused. Sha-chan doesn't know that the black bird was shot down by us. He will definitely be angry if he finds out. I know that now. Ah, Sha-chan, Shaw-en brother, why are you so close? ×2. When the two were whispering, Shaw-en had already quietly approached and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop, and the content did not disappoint him. It was the kind that made him dizzy after hearing it. After a long time, after guzzling 3 glasses of ice water and 2 bottles of rum that Kanna had been coveting, Shane's slightly broken heart finally calmed down. In front of him, 3 lawless, 1 big and 2 small, stood upright in the living room, staring at him eagerly. They didn't see your faces, did they? After thinking for a long time, Shane suddenly asked seriously. Advertisement. He was naturally mainly asking about Kagura and Klee. Kanna had been in dragon form since Marihoa, and now recalling the behavior of the black strange bird, Shane realized that he had mistaken himself for Kanna. No wonder it would be scared to that extent. And they said that after the strange bird separated from him, it met Kanna and the other two on the way back to Marihoa, and then started to talk nonsense again, even shouting, "Are you kidding me?" Kanna rushed over. As expected, Kanna one tail slapped him back to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Kagura and Klee shook their heads. They didn't know either. At that time, they were sitting on Kanna's dragon's back with a large piece of feathers to cover them, but there was no guarantee that they would not be seen by someone accidentally. Invisible, because Shane said not to attract attention, so I used my invisibility. Kanna raised her hand and said. Kanna was actually invisible the entire time today. No one in the Sabaody Archipelago could detect a dragon flying in the sky. After all, Marihoa was the home of the celestial dragons. The guards there were all agents trained by the world government. Although they could not see through Kanna, although he is invisible, he can use his observation Haki to detect the vibrations of the air caused by Kanna's wings. However, Kagura and Klee did not take any action from beginning to end, so they were always invisible. It's okay, at least we weren't discovered. Shane breathed a sigh of relief, and his frown relaxed a little. It's not serious as long as their identities are not exposed. The 5 elders who were beaten up twice by Kanna must be going crazy now, and are probably preparing to let Marine find enemies all over the world. Late in the night, exhausted and in tattered clothes, Drake returned to the cabin in despair. When he saw the shoes of Kagura, Klee and Kanna at the door, he felt like the sky was falling. When he found out they were missing during the day, he was extremely anxious and rushed out to look for them. In one day, he searched the entire Sabaody Archipelago. Whether it was a restaurant, shopping mall, amusement park, gangs in chaotic areas, pubs, casinos, or even some slave ships and pirate ships docked at the edge of the harbor, he went looking for them. He was sure that after being forced to fight several gang bosses and pirates with bounties of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions today, his bounty would definitely skyrocket. Fortunately, in the end, he found Hawkins, who was also a supernova, on his ship. Hawkins used divination cards to tell him that the person he was looking for was at the place where he was at the beginning of the morning. Drake was stunned for a moment. Wasn't that right at the beginning of the morning? So he had been looking for them outside for so long, and they had already gone home. Drake was speechless, but finally thanked Hawkins and said goodbye to him. Hawkins said this was the last meeting before entering the new world. He had already coded the ship and would go to Fishman Island tomorrow morning. Finally, I'll give you one last word. You seem to be looking much better lately. Advertisement Chapter 59, Shane's Bounty. Marineford. The war had just ended and the battlefield still smelled of gunpowder smoke. Marine logistics troops were walking across the battlefield, doing post-war repair and cleanup work. Zhang Guo sat behind a huge rock in a very decadent manner, staring at a pothole on the ground with his eyes fixed. After the battle, he seemed to have aged a lot. Garp next to him was the complete opposite of him. He looked energetic. Although there was no smile on his face, one could still tell that he was in a good mood. He was sitting on a boulder and eating a bag of potato chips. Marine was not betrayed, and both grandsons managed to survive. Today's result was so perfect that it seemed like a dream. You're still eating, you be asterisk 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 D. Zhang Guo got angry just by looking at him, his body shaking uncontrollably. He snatched his potato chips viciously and started eating them with a grunt. Garp opened his mouth wide, but this time he rarely tried to snatch it back. Everything has changed since your grandson and the giant red dragon appeared. From today on, my position as Fleet Admiral has come to an end. Zhang Guo's voice was dull, but he seemed to have a sense of relief as if he had let go of everything. He raised his head and poured all the chips in the bag into his mouth, chewing while continuing. I have one last thing to do before I leave office. What's the matter? Garp looked at his potato chips falling into Zhang Guo's mouth with a distressed look on his face, but he was not too sad because he had stolen them from Zhang Guo's drawer. Increase the bounty on your grandson and that damned dragon. Booloo booloo booloo. As soon as he finished speaking, the telephone bug in the pocket of Zhang Guo's coat rang. He and Garp looked at each other, and their eyes instantly became solemn. That was the Den Den Mushi from the 5 Elders Makus Mosh Saint. The second day. The result of the Battle of Marineford spread throughout the world, and the messenger gulls flew all over the world, landing on every bow of the sea and every corner where people lived. Advertisement. Like a bolt of thunder from the blue, the quiet morning in the Sabaody Islands ended, and the entire island became abuzz with all kinds of discussions in the streets and alleys as well as in every corner of the neighborhood. Of course, Shane's home is no exception. Drake was looking at a newspaper with a look of horror. It recorded the results of the war. The content was not detailed, and it seemed that it was deliberately covered up, but the failure of Marine was obvious, and Fire Fist. Ace was successfully rescued. The Whitebeard pirates also successfully evacuated half of their forces. But what surprised him even more was another piece of news, a bounty notice attached below the content. The clear picture captured by the camera showed a huge red dragon. It spread its wings and flew over the sky of Marineford, facing the positions of Zhang Guo and Ace on the execution platform. The dragon's mouth was spewing a long breath of fire, which was similar to the yellow flame. The apes' laser beams collided. Just by looking at this picture, Drake can imagine how powerful this dragon is. The colleagues at the scene must have been stunned, but how come he had never heard of this kind of dragon devil fruit? Not only can it transform into a giant dragon, but it can also spit out flames. The current general's attack is most likely an animal-type mythical beast. However, this strong man had no reputation at all before, which is really puzzling. Drake was a little curious, and then he saw the text description below the bounty order. Red Dragon, Shane, an intruder in the war on the top, is initially speculated to be a friend of the pirate, Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D. Luffy, who helped him escape from Impel Down and brought him to the battlefield of Marineford, helping him to escape from the war. The biggest criminal in the war besides Whitebeard, Straw Hat Boy and other masterminds. Moreover, after the war, he actually took advantage of the situation and broke into the holy land of Mariajoya, openly challenging the authority of the celestial dragons. Subsequently, a large number of nicknames were attached to his head, such as, the evil dragon who violated the power of God, the blasphemer, the most wanted target of the world government in the future, etc., which shows the anger of the Draco and Marine. Reward amount. 1 billion. 1 billion. The first time the reward was actually as high as 1 billion, what on earth did this guy named Shane do in Mary Joa? After seeing the number 1 billion, Drake couldn't contain his surprise and cried out in surprise and surprise. This is the first time in so many years that he has seen someone with such a high reward. Even after the O'Hara incident a few years ago, the initial reward for the son of the devil, who survived was only 79 million. To be honest, he actually suspected that the dragon was Sha-En when he saw the name. Because Sha-En also has the ability of fire, and he left for a day yesterday, it seems that he can cope with everything except the dragon's body. Advertisement. But when he saw the lazy guy who was huddled on the sofa reading the newspaper with 3 Lolita at the moment, he instantly threw away that unrealistic idea from his mind. Impossible, I must be overthinking. How could such a lazy guy go to Impel Down and then go to Marineford to cause trouble, and finally have nothing to do to attack Marijoa? Compared to Sha-En, he would rather believe that it was the 3 little Lolita next to him who did it. However, the sound in his ears made Drake petrified on the spot. Wow, brother Sha-En, isn't this what you look like after you transform? Why did you get published in the newspaper? Kelly was a little surprised when she saw the red dragon on the bounty ticket that was the same as Kanna. Then, her little face became a little anxious. She recognized that it was a reward order, the same reward order she had received after blowing up someone else's slave ship, and the amount of the reward was far more than hers. What should I do? Brother Sha-En is a wanted criminal like her. It's very photogenic. Natsu-chan, was this taken by Marine? Why does it feel so professional? Kagura's focus was completely different from hers. Wow, 1 billion. The moment he saw the newspaper, Sha-En was stunned. I expected that there would be a reward, so I got up early in the morning to read the newspaper, but I didn't expect that the amount would be so high. It was almost the same as Kaido's big sign. He was so kind and capable. He was just a porter on the battlefield. He didn't even participate in the battle except to defend against that old man's sneak attack. He shouldn't hate him so much. And when he saw the provoking the authority of the celestial dragons recorded in the back, he looked at Kanna, who was holding his hands on his thighs and looking up at the newspaper, and suddenly he came to his senses. The 5 elders, the strange black bird that was beaten twice by Kanna, took Kanna's blame on him. However, what made him a little lucky and puzzled was that he looked through the reward notice carefully and found that there was only a photo of him after dragon transformation, and his specific identity information was not mentioned. Kizaru didn't reveal his identity. As a general, he would never be a fool. Relying on Luffy's exposed name, Shane was sure that the wretched old guy had recognized his identity on the spot. But for some reason, he didn't tell Marine his identity. This really surprised Sha-En, and he even felt a little moved in his heart. The resentment that the old guy had sneak attacked on him was also dissipated. Chapter 60. Continue to lurk. In addition to Shane's wanted poster, Ace and Luffy's wanted posters also occupied most of the space in the newspaper. After this battle, Luffy's bounty increased to 400 million. Ace's bounty is even more exaggerated. After the last bloodline of the former One Piece was announced, his bounty increased from 550 million Baileys to 1.55 billion Baileys, becoming the highest bounty under the 4 emperors. People. The following is the news about the Whitebeard pirates. After the Whitebeard pirates withdrew to New World, Whitebeard was suspected to be seriously injured and no longer appeared. The pirates are currently managed by the captain of the first team, Marco, the captain of the second team, Ace, and the captain of the third team, Jose. It is speculated that in the near future, the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the pirate group, may change hands. It's not like the original story where the major New World forces divide up Whitebeard's territory. It should be that they are not sure whether Whitebeard still has the ability to fight. And as long as Whitebeard is still alive, the Whitebeard pirates will never fall apart. After fighting together this time, their internal cohesion has reached its peak. Even if the captain changes, it may not be affected. But the only thing they lack right now is a strong man who can compete with the other 4 emperors, after Whitebeard retires. And Ace should be the one with the most hope and talent. Shane analyzed secretly in his mind. It was a good thing for him that the Whitebeard pirates did not fall. The world did not become chaotic like in the original work, and their future trip to the New World would be much safer. Take the current Fishman Island for example, it is still Whitebeard's territory, neither the pirates nor the Marines dare to act as presumptuous as in the original story, and the rebellious forces in Fishman Street dare not cause any waves for the time being. Moreover, as long as the tripartite structure of the 4 emperors still exists, it will not be easy for Marine to reach out to the New World. Therefore, even if Shane's identity is exposed in the future, it will not be easy for them to catch him, as the 4 emperors will always keep an eye on them. Flames, resilience, dragon form. In the living room, Drake remained in a daze, muttering to himself as if he had lost his mind. It's no wonder he behaved like this. 5 or 6 days ago, when he was sparring with Shane, he couldn't even break his iron block. 2 or 3 days ago, he was already not his opponent. But now this guy can actually fight against a general in the top battle. This growth rate, which is almost only seen in novels, makes Drake feel that the world is almost unreal. However, there was one thing that comforted him. All of Shane's strength could actually be attributed to his mythical beast fruit. Perhaps, that day when he was sparring with Shane was the time when Shane obtained the fruit, and every day thereafter, as he mastered the fruit, his ability was gradually improving. Advertisement. Therefore, the devil fruit he ate must be too abnormal. As long as he mastered it, he would have the strength to resist the Admiral. In this case, everything would make sense. Drake breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Shane on the shoulder and asked curiously. What devil fruit did you eat? Hearing this, Shane was stunned. He thought this guy would ask him why he went to Marineford yesterday, but he didn't expect that he would care about his ability first. It was really strange. However, although he and Drake have a very good relationship now and can basically be called friends, Shane is still not prepared to tell him his true abilities in detail until Drake completely joins his team. You can call it dragon fruit mythical beast fire dragon form. Shane thought about the word in his mind for a while. It is true. Drake seemed to realize something and looked at Shane with some envy and an inexplicable expectation. Conqueror's talent plus such a terrifying devil fruit, how big will this guy grow in the future? Is he another 100 beasts, Kaido? What will his future be like if he follows a guy like this? For some reason, Drake suddenly remembered what Hawkins said to him last night, that his appearance had improved recently. Although that guy is a bit weird, he seems to have never failed in face reading, so does he mean that his future will be more promising after meeting Shane? Morning. While Shane was taking the three little girls out to the market, Drake quietly closed the door and took out a Den Mushi hidden in a drawer somewhere. This Den Mushi has an uncle-like face and wears orange sunglasses. He looks extremely wretched and lazy. Brew. Den Mushi dialed. I'm Drake, Drake said in a deep voice to Den Mushi. After a long while, there seemed to be the sound of a book being placed on the table. The person over there took another sip of tea, and then a lazy voice was heard. Hey, it's Drake. How are you doing in the Sabaody Archipelago? Advertisement. Thanks to your concern, General. The weather and environment in the Sabaody Islands are suitable for living. I have been doing pretty well recently and my health has almost recovered. As that's so, then why did you call today? The war at the top has just ended, and I am really busy right now. Mr. Kizaru, I would like to ask if the higher-ups have given me any instructions on what to do next. Should I go directly to the New World or wait for Shane's ship to be built and then join him? More importantly, the thing is, do you know that Shane was the one who broke into Marineford yesterday? As soon as these words were spoken, Kizaru fell into silence. Looking at the Den Mushi in front of him who was picking his ears and squinting his eyes, Drake knew that the Admiral should be thinking as well. A long time. Oh, this is too much trouble. Marine, you don't have to worry about this for now, I will take care of it myself. As for your arrangements, Drake, please condescend to continue lurking in Shane's little stay by my side, I have a feeling this kid will be very restless in the future, I need you to stay by his side and pass on information to me. I see. The other side. His identity was not exposed, and he had a bounty on his head. Even if he walked on the street, no bounty hunter would come to kill him. This result of having both honor and no trouble really satisfied Shane. Especially when he was walking on the street and heard passers-by talking about how powerful the dragon that broke into Marineford was, Shane was almost so happy that he couldn't help humming a song. Of course, he took the three little girls out not just to listen to the flattery of passers-by, but to take them to the amusement park they had always dreamed of. But first, Shane went to the barber shop, and he didn't forget to collect the summoning medium. As soon as I entered the barber shop, the system showed that a qualified summoning medium had been found, and a pair of scissors was in the hands of a barber cutting someone's hair. Shane's eyes lit up and he didn't feel embarrassed. In front of many customers and the bewildered barber, he offered to buy the scissors from the barber's hand with money. Are you here to cause trouble? The barber's face darkened. After so many years in business, this was the first time that a customer came to the barber shop not to get a haircut but to buy a pair of scissors. What's even more speechless is that he only wants the one he is using. Everything else is fine, but the pair of scissors in his hand was a gift from his master when he graduated, and it is his favorite among the many treasures in his store. She has been with him for countless days and nights, so he will absolutely not betray his most loyal partner. 5 million Baileys. Chapter 61 Seeking a Summoning Medium. Please treat it well. After exerting a little effort, Shane got what he wanted and casually put the scissors into his pocket, but in fact he stored them in the cheat space. Then, with the help of the three little girls, he struggled to break free from the barber who was holding his thighs, left the barber shop, and went to the amusement park with the three of them. On the road, when I met a young man with a crutch and one leg in a plaster cast, cheat space rang again. Shane's mouth twitched, with some hesitation on his face. Even if it was for the purpose of summoning a medium, he was not shameless enough to buy a walking stick for a wounded man in public. At this time, Kagura sneered, patted his chest confidently at Shane, and ran towards the young man. When approaching, Kagura, in a very professional posture, threw herself on the ground with her head down, right in the young man's path. This smooth operation stunned Shane, Klee and Kanna. If they didn't know how strong Kagura's body was, they would probably think that this was a little girl who fell down because she ran too fast. Little girl, are you okay? Sure enough, the young man stopped and asked with concern. It's all right, but my left foot seems to be numb. Kagura's little face was filled with pain, and as she spoke, crystal tears rolled in her eyes, as if they were about to fall down at the next moment. With her beautiful and delicate face, she now appears to the young man as a pitiful and helpless beautiful girl, and a strong desire to protect her instantly arises in his heart. How can I help you? Crutch. I have lost feeling in one of my legs. If I don't have a crutch, I won't be able to go to the pharmacy to get medicine for my brother who is lying on the bed and dying. Woo woo woo. Kagura covered her face and cried, making a somewhat abstract sobbing sound. I have a cane. Use mine. The young man could not stand such a scene. His face turned red with excitement. He didn't care whether he could stand steadily or not and directly stuffed the cane into Kagura's hand. However, the next moment, when the young man was about to take the poor girl to the hospital, the girl who was lying on the ground crying the previous second disappeared in the blink of an eye. The young man looked up in surprise and could only vaguely see the girl running as fast as a rabbit, gradually disappearing around the corner of the street. Advertisement. Thank you for your cane, kind brother. ... Hey, got it. Kagura ran back excitedly, handed the crutch to Shane, then stood there, raised her head and looked at him intently, as if waiting for praise. That's too much, Sister Kagura. That strange brother was deceived by you so badly that he can't even go home now. Klee put her hands on her hips and pointed at the young man squatting on the street with his head in his hands. Issue accusations. HMPH, it's obviously what Sha-chan wanted. I was just trying to help him find a solution. Klee, you should be the one talking to him. Kagura snorted in dissatisfaction at Klee and Sha-en, and turned her head away from them. In fact, the young man was not as miserable as Klee said. After discovering that he was deceived by Kagura, he even hopped on one foot with the leg that was not in the cast and chased half the street. Although he didn't catch up, it shows that he still has the ability to act. Shane felt that the reason why he was still squatting on the street was not because he was unable to move, but because he could not accept being deceived by Kagura and was now in an autistic state. Shane felt sorry for him, squatting alone on the busy street. And if it's not resolved, Kagura and Klee might have internal conflicts because of it. So, Shane thought of a way and bought a crutch from a roadside stall. His eyes wandered between Klee and Kanna for a while, and finally handed it to Klee, asking her to give the crutch to the young man. Shane knows better than anyone how much psychological comfort a cute little Lolita falling from the sky can bring to people when they are sad, especially when this little Lolita's name is Klee. Kanna's appearance could actually achieve the same effect, but Shane was a little worried that she might accidentally break the crutch. Klee promises to complete the task. Klee gladly accepted it, holding the crutches in her hand, taking energetic steps, and skipping towards the young man. Big brother, do you need this? Afterwards, the effect was as expected. Shane could clearly see that when the young man looked up and saw Klee for the first time, his face was filled with a silly smile, as if he had seen an angel. Oh no, this guy seems to have made a profit from this back and forth. Now it's Shane's turn to be unhappy. ... Advertisement. After the little episode, Shane continued to head to the amusement park with the three lawless. Along the way, he naturally wanted to collect the third summoning medium, a piece of cherry blossoms and a piece of peach blossoms. However, I didn't expect that this last and seemingly simplest one has not been found yet. The reason is very simple. There are only almond mangroves on the Sabaody Islands, and there are no cherry trees or peach trees at all. The vendor said that there was no such thing locally, so he could only go to the harbor and try his luck with merchant ships passing through the Sabaody Islands. It wasn't a difficult task, he didn't even plan to go there in person. Old Neil is a shipwright in a shipyard, so he should have many opportunities to meet foreign businessmen. Drake also often goes to taverns in chaotic areas, where he meets many pirates from other places. After returning home, he asks these two to keep an eye out for him, and he should be able to get the pirates in a few days. Then, they finally arrived at the amusement park. The moment he entered the amusement park and saw those familiar rides such as the carousel, roller coaster, 360-degree pendulum, and so on, he felt as if he had traveled back to the modern times. Wow, Klee and Kagura's eyes suddenly lit up. They grabbed Shane's clothes and urged him to take them to buy tickets and go into play. Here, an amusement park. Kanna tilted her head. She had discovered this place when she was flying in the sky that day. But no matter then or now, she always felt that a group of people screaming on a rail car was not happiness. Kanna, just go and experience it and you'll know. Shane rubbed her little head and walked into the gate with the 2 adult tickets and 2 children's tickets he had bought. ... Ruskena is an uninhabited island located in the doldrums, next to Daughter Island. This is indeed the training place where Rayleigh and Luffy are. Shane would definitely be pleased to see this scene on the island. Because Luffy was wearing a black eye patch just like he was a few days ago, and was beaten black and blue by Rayleigh with a wooden stick. But what makes him better off than Shane is that a beautiful woman would send him a boatload of meat from time to time. Rayleigh, are you going back to the Sabaody Islands this afternoon? After some exercise, Luffy collapsed exhausted under a big tree. Well, I have to spend the afternoon teaching another one, but it won't last too long. I think that kid will be eager to go out to sea soon. Chapter 62 Daily Life and Practice. Afternoon. After returning from the amusement park, Shane and the others finished their lunch and asked the 3 girls to wash the dishes while he lay on the sofa and enjoyed the comfortable noon time. The sun shines in from the windowsill, through the frosted patterns on the window, casting scattered light in the living room. Shane lay on the sofa, covering his face with a newspaper and breathing steadily. It wasn't that he was sleepy, but he simply felt very comfortable lying down. Especially outside, there was Drake who was training hard under the scorching sun. He was waving the training equipment of exaggerated quality with great vigor. I don't know what stimulated this guy. Today, except for breakfast and lunch, he has not stopped exercising. The courtyard is already covered with his sweat. Shane didn't have too much time to relax. First, Kagura, who had just finished washing the dishes, sat on him until he almost retched. Then Kanna came to him again and asked him to take her to buy the gift she had promised him yesterday. Only then did Shane remember that he had promised Kanna yesterday that he would accompany her to pick out gifts for Kagura and Klee. He had no choice but to take Kanna out again. Because the sun was too strong, he borrowed Kagura's parasol. Kagura was generous to him and only asked him to bring back a marshmallow. Island Market No. 53. It has been nearly 10 days since he traveled to this world, and except for the first day, he has almost lived on Island 53, so he is quite familiar with all the shops in the market. He soon took Kanna to a blacksmith shop. He was not here to buy weapons, but to purchase the steel components needed for Klee to make bombs. He saw this on the list of raw materials for the bombs that Klee gave him last time. The transaction was easy. After all, buying iron in a blacksmith shop was more normal than buying scissors in a barber shop. The blacksmith shop owner was just a little surprised, but he couldn't refuse the business, so he sold it to the owner at a normal price. Shane. Do you want us to help you get into the bubble bag? Looking at the iron block on the ground that weighed at least several tons, and then looking at Shane's not-so-strong body, and the short Kanna beside him, the owner of the blacksmith shop offered to help. No need. It's such a light item, we can just take it and go. Shane shook his head. With his current physical condition, a mass of several tons can only be considered as a weight for exercise at most. Advertisement. And he didn't need to do anything at all. This was bought by Kanna for Klee, and she wanted to move it back by herself. Kanna's eyes lit up and her face looked a little happy. She seemed to have imagined how happy Klee would be after receiving the gift, and their relationship would become as close as her and Kagura. Then, under the gaze of the blacksmith shop owner who gradually began to doubt his life. This little white-haired girl, who was just over 1.2 meters tall, lifted the several-ton iron block without any hesitation with just one of her soft and white hands. Come on, Shane, let's go back. Kanna raised her head and looked at Shane, her eyes full of anticipation. If Shane had not said that she could not use her power when there were many people around, she would have turned into a giant white dragon and flown back. It seems a bit conspicuous. Through the horrified expressions of the boss and other blacksmiths in the shop, as well as the almost 100% rate of people turning their heads on the street, Shane gradually realized that something was wrong. It would be hard for such a petite little girl not to attract attention when she was holding a piece of iron that was several times bigger than her. Shane discovered that all the Marines and pirates along the way would stop and look at them, as if they wanted to confirm whether they were the pirates on the wanted list. Fortunately, Shane and Kanna's faces were never exposed, and these pirates and Marines just thought they were civilians with a little more strength, so they looked at them for a few seconds and then stopped looking at them. After returning home, Kanna walked briskly into the courtyard carrying several tons of iron blocks. She wanted to run straight to the second floor to give a surprise to Klee, who was making bullets behind closed doors. This was also what Shane told her. Thank you, Kanna, Klee is so happy. Soon, Kelly's excited shouts could be heard downstairs. Listening to the two little girls' happy conversation, Shane smiled with relief downstairs. Quote. Drake in the yard was dumbfounded. After Kanna left, he looked heavy-hearted and silently added weight to the exercise equipment in his hand. Sean, I'm going out. After a while, Kanna ran downstairs excitedly, glanced at Kagura, who was occupying the sofa in the living room, and then prepared to go out. She was going to prepare a gift for Kagura, to catch a big fish in the sea. Kanna, a normal Poseidon of 10 to 20 meters will do. Don't bring back one that's several hundred meters long. Shane stopped her, squatted down and gave instructions, and while speaking, he pinched Kanna's chubby little face with his hand. Advertisement. Okay, I understand. Kanna nodded obediently and went straight into the courtyard. What are you going to do? Drake was a little confused. Why was this little girl jumping? Was she trying to practice long jump? Call. The strong wind whistled past and Drake was blown away by the sudden strong wind. Fortunately, he was very strong and landed steadily with a simple flip in the air. After landing, what appeared before his eyes was a soaring white dragon. Its body was so huge that it was almost bigger than the entire yard. The yard was shrouded in shadow. The giant dragon flapped its wings and instantly burst out with a speed that was inconsistent with its huge body. It turned into a white afterimage and disappeared from sight in an instant. Drake was stunned again, and there was only one question in his mind: is this a pterosaur? But after being in a daze for a long time, he felt that the white dragon looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, as if he thought of the key point, his eyes trembled as he looked at Shane, who was fighting with Kagura for the sofa in the room. If he remembered correctly, the bounty order he saw this morning showed that Sha Enlong's form after transformation was exactly the same as this one, with the only difference being the color. What the hell is going on? It's the same ability again. Combined with Klee's previous fire ability, this guy Shane has shown two abilities that are exactly the same as theirs and are almost identical in origin. In the afternoon, Shane took great effort to take back the sofa seat from Kagura. Just as he lay down to take a nap, Rayleigh came again. How come you have time to come here? Shane was a little surprised. He thought that Rayleigh would live with Luffy on the uninhabited island like in the original book and would not leave until after the church. Do you have any wine? I'm a little thirsty. Rayleigh asked back. He came here with his upper body naked, and his clothes were soaked by water, and they kept dripping when he held them in his hands. Seeing this familiar scene, Shane realized that the old guy had swam back again. There are only drinks left. Shane went to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of drink and handed it to Rayleigh. A greedy young dragon drank up all the wine. Then, after teacher Rayleigh arrived, Shane spent the entire afternoon experiencing the feeling of being hit by a wooden stick for the first time in a long time. The training process was naturally carried out in front of Drake. Drake recognized Rayleigh's identity and felt itchy, but was too embarrassed to speak up. In the end, he joined in at Rayleigh's invitation. Chapter 63 Kanna. I am Shane's girlfriend. People often say that time flies when you focus on something. Shane used to scoff at people who made such claims, because during his one-year stint as a corporate slave after graduating from college, every day at the office was extremely long and tortuous. However, in this world, when Shane was hit by a wooden stick and took off his blindfold, he found that it was already dark. Natsu-chan. I'm hungry. Almost at the same time, a girl's hoarse voice was heard from inside the house. Then Kagura ran to the door of the house, squatted on the threshold, supported his chin with both hands, and stared at Rayleigh with a bad face. It was this old guy who caused her to not even have a meal now. Well, let's stop here today. Feeling the girl's resentment, Rayleigh retracted the stick and touched his nose awkwardly. You guy, you've been lying on the sofa for the whole afternoon and haven't consumed much energy, but you're hungry again. Shaw-en said speechlessly. I wasn't lying on the sofa all the time. For a while, I seemed to be lying on the floor directly. Drake interrupted. What? Lying? On the ground? Upon hearing this, Shaw-en's expression suddenly changed. The clothes I bought for you were meant for you to lie on the floor. If you ruin them like this, don't let me wash your clothes anymore. His exhausted body after a whole afternoon of intense exercise suddenly regained its strength. He stood up and walked towards the door angrily. He was determined to pinch this girl's face until it was swollen today. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kagura turned around and ran into the house. He wanted to close the door but was blocked by Shaw-en. Shaw-en became even more angry, and the two of them started a thrilling chase in the living room on the first floor. Klee on the second floor was attracted by the sound, opened the door, and the moment she stuck her head out to check, a pillow thrown by Shane and dodged by Kagura hit her right in the face. With Shane's current physical condition, even if he threw a pillow, the power was still considerable, enough to leave an afterimage in the air. If this pillow hits Kagura or Kanna in the face, it will definitely have no effect. But it is a different story for the fragile Klee. There was a loud bang and the pillow fell to the ground. Kelly saw stars and her petite body swayed on the spot, then she fell backwards to the ground. Advertisement. Kelly. Shane's panicked voice suddenly rang out in the house. Drake and Rayleigh looked at each other in the yard, not knowing what to say. At this moment, a flash of red light suddenly flashed across Rayleigh's eyes. He suddenly looked up at a certain place in the sky. In an instant, a majestic aura burst out from his body. Drake, who was closest to him, was the first to notice something was wrong. His body suddenly tensed up and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. He couldn't imagine what kind of monster could make Rayleigh threaten him so seriously. However, when he followed Rayleigh's gaze towards the sky, he was instantly relieved and his expression gradually relaxed. It was a giant white dragon with pure white feathers. It was swooping down from the sky, stirring up a gust of howling wind. No wonder Drake felt suddenly a lot cooler just now. It was Kanna who had just returned from the deep sea after being out all afternoon. She brought back a nearly 20-meter-long fish-like beast called Poseidon. She bit it with her dragon mouth and threw it into the courtyard, shaking the ground. I'm back. The giant white dragon emitted a blinding light in the air, and then its body shrank rapidly. When it landed on the ground, it had turned into a little white-haired girl. Drake, look at my prey. Kanna put her hands on her hips, one foot on the fish head, and raised her head to look at Drake with some pride. The corners of her mouth were scarlet and there was a bloody taste. This is the result of her hard work in the sea for an afternoon. According to Shane's requirements, the fish cannot be larger than 20 meters and must have plenty of meat and delicious texture. After she caught the fish, she took a special bite. Although it was raw, the meat tasted really good, similar to the one she and Shane brought back from the sea last time. You caught it back by yourself. Drake was stunned and his voice stammered in shock. Last time, he and Shane, Kagura, and Klee rented a boat and used bombs, but they only caught one. Kanna, however, only went out for a few hours and brought back such a complete one. Poseidon class. Well, is it not possible? Kanna tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why it was difficult for a dragon to catch a fish. Shane could do it easily, but as for Drake, Kanna suddenly remembered that Shane had once told him that Drake was a dragon that couldn't go into the water. What a poor dragon. She seemed to have hit him hard. I'm sorry. Kanna apologized with her head down in guilt. Advertisement. Without waiting for Drake to speak, she grabbed the tail of the nearly 20-meter-long Poseidon-like fish, bypassed Drake, and ran into the house. She wanted to tell Shane the good news as soon as possible and give the gift to Kagura. While passing by, she suddenly saw another strange old man. She didn't recognize this face, but the old man had a lot of Shane's aura on him, and he must be someone very close to Shane. And those who are close to Shane have the chance to become friends with her. Are you Shane's? Rayleigh had never looked away from Kanna since she appeared. For a moment just now, Rayleigh thought that some general or 4 emperors had arrived. Something is wrong, this feeling is more than just. As Kanna approached, Rayleigh felt more and more that something was wrong. The huge sense of crisis that was overwhelming him became stronger as the little girl got closer. There is a high probability that you will die. Rayleigh's forehead was already covered with cold sweat as his observation Haki gave him a crazy warning. If he hadn't been carrying a sword, he was sure that he would have put his hand on the hilt. My name is Kanna, from Shane. Kanna paused, being very patient with people who might become her friends, but got stuck in the middle of the sentence, forgetting what the word was called. She was stuck there, looking up at Rayleigh and thinking for a long time. Finally, her eyes lit up and a word came to her mind. Girlfriend. I'm Shane's girlfriend. Kanna's voice was as emotionless as usual, but her confidence could be heard from her consistent tone. She is a female dragon, which humans refer to as female, and she is Shane's friend, so the result is obvious. What? Rayleigh was confused and suspected that he had heard it wrong. This absurd feeling washed away his nervousness in facing Kanna. At such a young age, brother Shane, it shouldn't be possible, right? Rayleigh's expression gradually became hesitant, and he found that he was not sure of the answer, because he thought of Shane's companions, Kagura, Klee, and Kanna in front of him. They are all little girls of this style, and each one is younger than the other. Chapter 64 Klee is an angel. Night. In Kelly's bedroom. The innocent victim, Kelly, woke up. She rubbed her aching eyes, recalled what happened before she fainted, and subconsciously touched her forehead. As expected, there was a big lump there, and when her hand touched it, she felt a sudden pain. Hiss. Kaylee almost cried out, but when she saw Shane in front of her with a look of guilt and distress on his face, she held back and instead took Shane's hand to comfort him. It's okay, brother Shane, Kelly is fine, you didn't mean it. Hearing this, Shaw-En's heart trembled violently, and his guilt was beyond words. He stretched out his hand and wanted to slap himself. A trace of confusion flashed across Kelly's delicate little face, but she quickly reacted and quickly grabbed Shane's hand with both hands, shouting anxiously. Don't be like this, brother Shane, Kelly is hungry, let's go eat. Shaw-En was stunned on the spot, feeling mixed emotions, and was almost moved to tears. After being accidentally injured, she not only did not blame but comforted the person who hurt her. This is simply. She's simply a little angel. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, expressing what Shane was thinking. Yes, she is just like an angel. Shaw-En nodded quickly. This was what he was thinking at the moment. As expected, the person who could accurately express his inner thoughts at this time was. You greedy girl. Shaw-En's expression changed immediately. He stretched out his hands at the same time, grabbed the girl who had run in at some point, grabbed her cheeks and squeezed them hard. Finally I caught you. Hurry up and apologize to Klee. If I hadn't been chasing you, I wouldn't have thrown the pillow at Klee's face. Woo. Caught off guard, and due to the small space of the bedroom, Kagura was held tightly in Shane's arms. Her cheeks were almost stretched into a pancake and she let out a pitiful wailing sound. Shane had long been immune to this and was not affected at all. Instead, he increased the strength in his hands. Kagura was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. Brother Shane. Don't bully sister Kagura. In the end, it was the little angel who stepped forward and rescued Kagura from the clutches of the devil. Damn you, Sha-chan, you have such a strong force, are you trying to tear my face apart? If you do that, you will lose a beautiful girl with great potential. Kagura covered her cheeks with her hands and stared at Shane with a look of grief and anger, tears welling up in her eyes. It feels, not bad. Shane ignored her, looked at his own hands, and then looked at Kagura's cheek with a frightening and perverted expression, scaring her into arms. Advertisement. Don't do it again. Kagura put her face somewhere on Klee's barren body. Okay, stop making trouble, brother Shane and sister Kagura, Kelly is really hungry, let's go eat. Klee's expression was somewhat helpless. She sighed softly and patted Kagura's head in her arms. That expression looked like a mother with 2 naughty children. In the living room, under the bright light, you can faintly see the heat, which comes from the variety of food on the dining table. Rayleigh, Drake, Kanna and old Neil, who came from the shipyard after get-off work, have already started enjoying dinner. Rayleigh, Drake and old Neil were drinking. Old Neil and Rayleigh were old acquaintances. Today, when he learned that Rayleigh was at Shane's house, he ran over without saying a word after get-off work. Drake accepted Rayleigh's domineering teaching today and was very grateful and admired him. Moreover, it was a rare opportunity to drink with such a legendary figure, so he was also very enthusiastic. Only Kanna seemed a little confused. She sat in her seat with her hands on her cheeks, her 2 plump legs dangling under the dining table, and she didn't even notice that one of her slippers flew out. She gave gifts to both Klee and Kagura as Shane said, but the result was a little different from what she expected. Klee just hugged her happily, and then went back to the bedroom to make bombs. Kagura's reaction was even milder. She just showed a shocked expression, gave her 2 thumbs up, and said, Kanna, you are awesome. Although she was happy to hear this, it was completely different from what she had imagined, which was a closer friendship. Moreover, at this moment, Shane, Kagura, and Kelly were all in the bedroom, and no one knew what they were doing. She was left alone in the living room watching these 3 adults drinking, which was really boring. It would be nice if she could have a drink, but Shane said she wasn't allowed to drink anymore during the week. For some reason, Kanna didn't want to go against Shane's words. After a long time, Kanna's eyes finally lit up when she heard footsteps on the stairs, and she quickly looked over there. I'm here to eat. Kagura jumped down from the second floor and landed precisely on a seat at the dining table with a bang. The sudden movement scared old Neil, the only ordinary person present. Soon after, Shane also came down from upstairs holding Kelly. Kelly's face was a little flushed, perhaps because so many people saw her being held in Shane's arms. She actually just hurt her head and was not seriously injured, so she could walk without any problems. But Shaw-en said he wanted to compensate her and insisted on carrying her downstairs. The clever Klee had some suspicions in her heart that brother Shane just wanted to take this opportunity to hug her, but she had no way of being sure. Seeing that he insisted, she had no choice but to let him do it. But now she regretted it a little. Brother Shane, there are so many people here, why didn't you tell me? Kelly blushed and made a mosquito-like sound in Shane's ear. Advertisement. Haha, are you shy, Kelly? It's okay, no one will laugh at you. Seeing the little girl's shy expression, Shane found it a little funny and gently poked her blushing little face. Ah, this intimate action made Kelly even more shy and she buried her head in Shane's shoulder. Loricon. Kagura looked at Shane, who was smiling happily, with contempt while eating. Lolita. Control. Kanna had a puzzled look on her face. She always heard Kagura say this about Shane, but she never understood what it meant. You don't know. Kagura was a little surprised, but when she saw Kanna's childish face, she understood. Although this dragon was older than everyone present, her cognition was the same as that of a human child. Not much different. So, Kagura sat up straight, cleared her throat, pointed at Shaw-en with the end of her chopsticks and said. Remember, lowly is you, and lowly control is a pervert like Shane who likes you. ... Late at night, soon after dinner, Rayleigh and old Neil left one after another. Perhaps because he was happy not to see Rayleigh for a few days, old Neil got drunk, which reminded Shane of the first day he met him. Seeing his swaying figure when he went out, Shane felt a little worried, so he finally helped him home, threw him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt before returning. After coming back, Drake went back to his room to rest. Today's domineering training had exhausted him both physically and mentally, and he needed sleep to recover. The three lawless seemed very energetic. Kagura slept for the whole afternoon, Kanna hardly needed sleep, and Klee was just forced to sleep for more than an hour. Shane was prepared for this. He took out the flying chess that he bought during his last visit to the amusement park and played with the three lawless for several hours until Kelly was so sleepy that she started yawning. Back in the bedroom, Shane lay down on the bed in a spread eagle position. Character panel. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 24 close black lens bracket. Race. Human 81%, Night Rabbit 5%, Elf 4%, Dragon 10%. Ability. Conqueror's Haki Awakening 18.75%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery 18.41%, Observation Haki Awakening 13.46%, Armament Haki Mastery 4.11%, Dragon Transformation Mastery 21.14%, Close Black Lens Bracket. 5 days until next character summon, summoning condition, 80 million berries. Time until next item summon, 1 day, summoning condition, 10 million berries. Open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets, 427 million Bailey's close black lens bracket. There is no particularly significant improvement in ability, except for the Dragonization ability, which has improved a lot due to long-term use after the trip to Marineford. All other abilities are within a reasonable range of improvement. But tomorrow, we can start the item pool summoning. Chapter 65. Sword bathed in dragon blood. The next day, at dawn. Shane got up early in the morning and sat at the desk by the balcony, quietly reading a book in the gradually brightening morning light. This is a book about the basics of navigation that he bought from the market. The book is very thick and contains comprehensive information, including the landforms and environments of the Grand Line, tips on life on the sea, and even notes on major forces, such as the territories of the Shichibukai and the Four Emperors. Shane has been watching for many days, but has only turned over less than 1/5 of it so far. He figured he should be able to finish watching it before his ship was completed. By then, even if he had no experience going out to sea, he would have a wealth of theoretical knowledge and would be more likely to come up with solutions when encountering difficulties. Of course, natural disasters on the Grand Line are not so easy to avoid, and the New World is even worse. Even those old people who have sailed on the sea for many years dare not guarantee that they can come back alive after a trip. You never know when the ship will be swept away, falling into a deep-sea whirlpool somewhere. But if they really encounter desperate situations in the future, Shane still has a set of escape and life-saving measures. That is, he and Kanna transformed into dragons, picked up the ship and ran away, just like the day he sent the ship carrying Luffy and others to the battlefield of Marineford. Humph, by then no matter what tsunami or whirlpool there is, it will be useless. They can fly, and they can even fly while holding the boat. Thinking of the scene of him and Kanna running with the boat in the future, Shane couldn't help but smile, but at this moment, the long-awaited voice sounded in his mind. Item pool summon. Available, summoning condition, 10 million Baileys. The cooling time has ended. Do you want to summon the item pool? Finally you're here. Shaw-en was overjoyed. The reason he got up early in the morning, besides reading, was to summon the item pool today. He was really looking forward to summoning some good stuff. Start calling. As the 10 million Baileys in the storage space disappeared, Shane felt a light brighten up in front of his eyes, like a bright lamp that suddenly lit up, and the dazzling light instantly filled the entire bedroom. What appeared before him was a summoning array composed of mysterious spells, which was smaller than the character summoning array. Advertisement. Under Shane's expectant gaze, the air began to tremble, and a breeze suddenly rose in the room, blowing up the strands of hair on his forehead. But he didn't care. He was staring at the air in front of him, where a narrow space crack appeared. The crack gradually expanded, and a gorgeous blood-red sword quietly emerged from it. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host summoning success. Close black lens bracket. Sword bathed in dragon blood. Teyvat continent. Step on fire and thunder. Increase the damage caused to enemies under the influence of fire and thunder by 20%. Close black lens bracket. The dark red sword body was emitting a blood-red glow. Shane held it in his hand. His emotions were instantly aroused. His hand holding the sword trembled constantly, and the thought of cutting something arose in his mind. Dragon. It wants to chop the dragon. It seems that the sword's consciousness is telling it to take it to challenge the dragon again, and it also wants to bathe in the dragon's blood. What the hell? I am a dragon. Sha En was speechless. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, suppressing the madness in his heart and stopping the sword from shaking. The sword looks pretty good. I'm not sure how hard it is yet. Holding the sword actually slightly affects my mind, but it's similar to the feeling brought by the Night Rabbit bloodline, and it's within the range that can be suppressed. Shane held the blood-red sword in both hands, looking at the gorgeous sword blade with a blood-red glow. He inexplicably recalled the scene when he picked up a wooden stick and roamed the countryside as a child. I do want to cut something for fun. Shane felt a little itchy, but he would not swing it in his own bedroom. He was afraid that if he used a little force, the wall would be destroyed, and then Kagura would definitely come after him if she was woken up. Go downstairs and chop 2 stones and try. After making up his mind, Shane no longer hesitated. He simply put on his clothes, opened the window, and prepared to jump directly from the balcony. Before going downstairs, he had a flash of inspiration. He thought that since this weapon was summoned by cheat, it should be able to be retracted into the storage space like Bailey. Then he silently said, "Retract," in his mind, and the big sword in his hand disappeared instantly. It was so successful. In the small courtyard, Drake was shirtless, swinging his giant axe and long sword at the air. The armament color domineering gathered in his palms, but it could never cover the surface of the weapons. Advertisement. But he did not lose heart and continued to practice hard. His whole body was soaked with sweat, as if he had been caught in a heavy rain. Rayleigh said that this stage of armament Haki requires a long training process, and being able to attach armament Haki to a weapon means that he is fully qualified to enter the new world and fight against the strong. At this moment, Shane jumped down from the balcony and ended steadily beside him. Drake stopped what he was doing. He was surprised. Usually Shane went out through the front door. Apart from training, he rarely showed off his physical fitness. His daily life was similar to that of an ordinary person. Why did you jump down suddenly? He asked in surprise. Try the sword. Shane answered quickly, looking somewhat excited. Sword. Drake was a little confused. He had never seen Shane use weapons and always thought he was using his fists like the Straw Hat Boy. When Shane took out a blood-red sword from the space, Drake's attention was immediately attracted. Because the sword was not only of excellent quality, but also had a faint murderous aura that made his body tense up suddenly. Where did you get it? But this hostility could not scare a supernova. Seeing that Shane had no intention of refusing, Drake came over and looked at the sword in his hand with curiosity. Don't worry about it. How about it? Do you want to try its power? Shane looked at the iron axe and sword in Drake's hands. I originally wanted to find a stone to test the sword, but now it seems there is a better option. Well, come on, let's try it. Drake agreed without thinking for long. On the one hand, he wanted to test the strength of Shane's new weapon, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to train his armament Haki. The ability to attach. Ding ding ding. Outside the courtyard, the blood-red sword, iron axe and western long sword kept colliding, producing loud noises and splashing a large amount of sparks in the air. Fortunately, Shane was thoughtful and chose a place for the sword test that was some distance away from the cabin. Otherwise, the sound of the collision would have probably woken up the 3 sleeping lawless. Shane had never learned any sword or knife skills, he only knew how to chop, hack and stab. But even so, with his increasingly strong physique, he could use this bloody sword to fight Drake on equal terms. Chapter 66. Kelly wants to fry fish again. Is there anyone who uses a sword like you? After being blown away by the sword again, Drake gasped heavily, with a look of surprise and helplessness in his eyes. After more than 10 minutes of competition, Drake was certain that Shane's new dark red sword was definitely extraordinary. Its hardness alone should be no less than that of a famous sword. His iron axe and western-style sword were considered the most advanced weapons in the sea except for the famous swords, but they were still cut in several places by the blood-red sword. Drake felt a little distressed as this was a considerable amount of repair money. What made him feel aggrieved was that this guy didn't know any sword moves at all. No. It should be said that he didn't know how to use weapons at all. It was the first time he saw someone using a sword to hit someone. Moreover, with such a crude attack method, he actually hit himself flying with his brutal physical fitness. I can't help it. I haven't learned swordsmanship. I just rely on instinct when fighting. If you are unhappy, just teach me how to use it. Shane weighed the blood-red sword in his hand, his expression becoming more and more satisfied. He used it very smoothly, and the two-handed sword was a weapon that perfectly matched the romance in his heart. However, he used such a handsome weapon rather roughly. I'm too lazy to teach you. Drake's face became a little hot and his expression was complicated. He didn't want to teach someone who was stronger than him. You can ask Mr. Rayleigh to teach you. I have heard that he was also a famous swordsman on the sea more than 10 years ago. Drake suggested to Shane as he packed up his weapons. While he was speaking, his eyes flickered. Although he was giving suggestions, he actually wanted to see Rayleigh's swordsmanship. Rayleigh won't be coming this week. I think it's really hard for him to travel back and forth between the two islands every day, so I suggest he come once a week. After all, we all have the foundation of domineering, and most of the time we actually rely on our own practice. Shane shook his head, wiped off the dust on his body from the sparring, and looked up at the sky. At this time, the warm morning sun had gradually risen, the sky appeared pale, and sparse sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves onto their bodies. This means that the three lawless in the house are about to wake up. Advertisement. It's time to prepare breakfast for them. Shane had an idea and stored the blood-red sword into space out of thin air, which made Drake envious again, because he could only tie the iron axe and long sword behind him usually. Morning. After breakfast, Drake went out. After learning that Rayleigh would not come today, he told Shane that he was going to the chaotic area to get information. It has been 2 days since the Battle of Marineford, but its impact has just begun. The world pattern is gradually changing, and some figures who have been hiding for many years are gradually surfacing, and even launching an attack on the authority of the four emperors. The most famous of them is Marshal Teach, the Blackbeard, who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. It is said that on the day of the war at the top, he broke into the impel downtown just like the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, and took away the former impel downtown warden Shiryu and the pirate criminals at the bottom of the prison. Marine was furious and killed him. The Shichibukai seat obtained was taken away. However, the Blackbeard pirates entered the New World in one fell swoop, and rose rapidly with their powerful strength, occupying the territory of the New World second only to the four emperors. In addition, there have been recent rumors that he has set his ambitions on the top war. Afterwards, the Whitebeard pirates were severely damaged. So Drake's main purpose of this trip was to find out information about the Blackbeard pirates. Shane was also quite interested and somewhat curious about the subsequent friction between the Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard, but he estimated that the two sides would not fight for the time being. Whitebeard had just experienced a war and was seriously injured, while Blackbeard was the beard is still in the development stage and has not risen as dramatically as in the original book. However, when the Whitebeard pirates recover and Blackbeard's power grows to a certain extent, a war will surely break out between the two sides in the New World. At that time, perhaps the other four emperors will also intervene. Will Marine be able to sit back and wait for the opportunity? Have to live. Thanks to him, the future situation is even more complicated than the original. Shane has a feeling that he will be implicated after they set foot in the New World. Shortly after breakfast, Klee, Kagura and Kanna came to Shane, who was sitting on the sofa, and proposed the idea of going out for frying fish. You three, together. Shane's eyelids twitched twice and his tone was a little hesitant. The last time I went out, in just half a day, these three formed a group to search for the amusement park and found the holy land of Marihoa, and beat up one of the 5 elders twice. He now has a bounty of 1 billion on his head, and probably more than half of it is thanks to these 3 people. Shane didn't dare to think about what kind of trouble they would get into this time when they went to fry fish. Would they fry up that Poseidon? Advertisement. Forget it, I'll go with you. Shaw sighed and put down the magazine in his hand. Yeah, ×3. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 lawless clapped their hands excitedly, with smiles of success on their faces. Why are you so happy? Shane asked puzzled. Brother Shane, are we going to rent a boat again this time? Klee did not answer, but asked back in an energetic voice. No need for that. Besides, Drake is not here and there is no one to drive the boat even if we rent it. Shane shook his head. Then how do we get to the center of the ocean? Klee asked with a smile, staring at Shane with her bright crimson eyes without blinking. Of course it's by flying. Shane answered subconsciously, then realized something was wrong, and pointed at himself in surprise. You guys don't want me to carry you, do you? Yeah. The 3 lawless nodded at the same time and looked at him with expectant eyes. Although Kanna could take them there, but without changing into human form, Kanna wouldn't be able to play Klee's bouncing bomb with them, so they set their sights on Shane. Impossible, forget it, I am your nominal captain, how could I do such a thing that is humiliating to my status? Shane waved his hands in resistance and lay back on the sofa. He no longer wanted to care where these 3 went to play. Let them do whatever they wanted. With Kanna around, no one could do anything to them. In short, it is absolutely impossible for him to be a flying mount for others, even for a lowly. Promise Klee. Shane, brother. However, not long after he lay down, he felt something soft, and one of his arms was hugged and shaken. Sha-chan, come with me. I'll treat you to cotton candy. The other arm was also hugged. Shane, let's go play, friends, have fun. Under Shane's shocked gaze, Kanna pounced on him and held his face with her 2 soft, chubby hands. Chapter 67 Kizaru. Let me go to Sabaody. Dozens of minutes later, Marineford. What did you say? The red dragon Shane is appearing in the waters near the Sabaody Archipelago. Inside the headquarters building, upon hearing the message from the Sabaody branch of Den Den Mushi, Sengoku stood up excitedly and slammed the table. Yes, the news is accurate. The troops on duty returning from the seaside discovered that a huge red dragon that looks exactly like the one on the bounty notice is hovering in the waters near Sabaody. It bombards the sea surface from time to time, and it seems to be chasing something in the sea. This B*********** D actually showed up. Zhang Guo's mood changed rapidly. At first he was excited when he heard the news about Sha En, then he became angry, and finally he gradually fell silent. He originally wanted to immediately dispatch elite marines to arrest the evil dragon that had ruined his plans during the war at the top, but he remembered the conversation he had with the five elders Marcus Mazaint that day. According to him, the power of the evil dragon is unfathomable. He almost regards it as the biggest enemy of the celestial dragons except for the legendary Nika. At least 2 generals must be sent to capture it. This puts Zhang Guo in a difficult position, because there is only 1 general available, and the other 2 generals are on their way to an uninhabited island in the New World to compete for the next Fleet Admiral. Fleet Admiral, I have nothing to do, so please let me go to the Sabaody Archipelago. Suddenly, a somewhat lazy voice was heard in the office, and a middle-aged, wretched man in an orange suit picked his ears and stood up from his seat. Selino, you. Sengoku was surprised. He rarely saw Kizaru being so active. The last time it was when the celestial dragons were attacked, the Marines had to make a statement. Kizaru was also the most active member of the Marines. He is the fastest in action and is most suitable for emergency situations. But this time is obviously different. Although there is a 1 billion bounty on Red Dragon, it is just a news of his appearance. On the surface, it is not exaggerated enough to send a general. Moreover, Zhang Guo was a little worried. If Shane was really as strong as Marcus Moshe Saint said, then Kizaru would be in great danger on this trip. But only he and Garp were present on the call that day, and Kizaru didn't know that the Red Dragon made the 5 elders so afraid. However, Sengoku couldn't reveal such a thing, so he just said something before Kizaru left. Just gather some information. Unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to conflict with the dragon. So, I understand. Kizaru's eyes flickered, and he vaguely sensed something, but it was actually to his liking that there would be no conflict. The main purpose of his trip was actually to clear up his confusion. Advertisement. On the other side, the Sabaody Islands. It was already afternoon. For several hours, sitting on the body of the giant red dragon, the 3 lawless almost blew up all the Poseidons near the Sabaody Islands. After Klee's bombs were used up and they were tired of playing, they patted the dragon's body, lay down among its red feathers, and asked Shane to take them home. What a waste. Looking at the many Poseidons in the sea that were blown up with their eyes rolling, Shane felt a little sorry, but it was not realistic to bring them all back. It was possible, but it would attract too much attention. You can't finish the meat before it goes bad. At this time, Shane saw some fishing boats on the edge of the island hundreds of meters away, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Whoosh, whoosh. A pair of dozens of meters long red wings flapped suddenly, instantly causing a strong wind to blow across the sea surface. The strong wind drove the sea water and created waves. The fish and Poseidons that were suspended on the sea surface were also gradually drifted towards the fishing boat under the influence of the waves. So many fish, the sea god has appeared again. The fishermen cheered. They remembered that they had a good harvest just like today on an afternoon a few days ago, but the difference was that the fish were stunned by electric shock then, while this time the fish were stunned by explosion. Looking at the cheering fishermen below, Sha En felt happy. After playing with a few little girls, he was able to benefit these ordinary people, which made Sha En feel extremely satisfied. He did not intend to help these fishermen. It was just an idea that suddenly came to his mind and he implemented it on the spot. Isn't this also a kind of freedom based on strong strength? He likes this kind of freedom to do whatever he wants. Sheen, I feel that you are very happy now, why? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Shane's mind. It was Kanna's voice, and she was communicating with him. Kagura and Klee lay on Shane's dragon's back. After being tired, they lay on the soft feathers. Kagura and Klee had fallen asleep, and only she, the young dragon, was still energetic. Shane's feathers were very soft, exactly the same as hers, and lying on Shane's back at this moment, Kanna felt like she was on another self, which was very novel. Advertisement. Because they were close, Kanna could clearly sense Shane's emotional changes. For example, now he suddenly became very happy after flapping his wings. Yes, Kanna, I am happy, mostly because of you, but also a little because of this world. When I got home, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After Shane carried the sleeping Kagura and Klee back to their room, he returned to the living room on the first floor and sat on the sofa with Kanna, staring at each other. Kanna, I'm going to the yard to practice my Haki, do you want to come and watch? After resting for a while, the diligent Sha En prepared to start today's practice. Yeah, Kanna nodded, put on her shoes consciously, and followed Shane out. In the courtyard, Shane took out the sword bathed in dragon blood from the space. He held the sword with both hands and chopped at the air like Drake did in the morning, trying to attach the armed color domineering to it. Kanna wrinkled her nose after seeing the sword in Shane's hand. She smelled a bad smell on the sword, as if it came from the blood of her own kind. If anyone else had held the sword, Kanna would have been angry, and making a young dragon angry could have serious consequences. And the person holding it is Shane, so it doesn't matter. Even if Shane really killed his own kind, he must have his reasons. Kanna was just a little curious now, why a dragon was holding a sword with dragon blood. Summoned in much the same way as you were summoned to this world. Shane would not hide anything from Kanna and the others, and he trusted them 100%. If she didn't understand, Shane would have told her everything about his cheating. The one who knows his cheating ability best now is Kagura, followed by Klee. Kagura is the one who has been following him most recently, and Klee is smarter. She hasn't asked Shane but has already had a general idea of his ability. Chapter 68 Kizaru's Visit. Oh, Kanna seemed to understand, and shook her head slightly and nodded. Then she didn't say anything else so as not to disturb Shaoen's practice. She sat obediently on a clean stone, which Shane had brought from the beach specifically for her. Due to her height, her two small legs could not touch the ground and kept dangling in the air. Shane was swinging the sword with all his might, the powerful force splitting the air. Every swing created a gust of air that blew up the white hair covering Kanna's forehead. Kanna looked at the hair that was blown away in front of her forehead and found it very interesting. She couldn't help but blow some air herself because there was so much air available. The effect was like a strong wind that blew up and made Shane stagger on the spot. Kanna. Shane was helpless, but he didn't mean to blame her. He simply walked over and flicked her forehead with his fingers. Kanna also gave her face and said, "Ah." In the following time, Kanna, who accidentally made a mistake, completely calmed down and stopped doing other unnecessary things. She just sat on the stone and watched Shane practice silently. The weather was good this afternoon, with white clouds floating around and light golden sunlight pouring into the courtyard, casting a layer of faint golden rim over the ground, houses and trees. In this way, time passed. The sunlight became dim, Shane's sweat was all over the floor, Kanna's eyelids were already closed, her body was unstable, and she was drowsy. At this time, maybe it was an illusion due to practicing for too long, but Shaoen seemed to suddenly see a familiar face, looking at him with a teasing expression. Shaoen looked puzzled, thinking that he was really hallucinating, and quickly rubbed his eyes with his hands. "Brother Shane, long time no see." At this moment, a familiar voice came into his ears. Shaoen's pupils suddenly widened and he stared towards the courtyard wall in a daze. There sat a wretched old man. Even though he was sitting on the courtyard wall, his two exceptionally long legs in yellow trousers almost touched the ground. He placed his hands on his knees, interlaced his fingers, and supported his chin steadily. "Wow, it turns out to be you, old man." Shane was so frightened that he almost accidentally threw the weapon in his hand, but it was just this old man, so it didn't matter if he hit him. "I haven't seen you for a long time. I feel relieved to see that brother Shaoen still respects the elderly so much." Advertisement. Kizaru was as frivolous as ever, and as soon as he opened his mouth, Shane could feel the oncoming mockery. This old guy still speaks in such an irritating way. Shane curled his lips and was about to retort to the old man, but he found that the old man had disappeared, and only the light particles of his ability remained in the air. At the same time, Kanna quietly opened her eyes, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She turned her head slightly and looked in a direction beside Shane. A strange light flickered in the azure pupils, gradually reflecting a human figure made up of stacked light particles. "This is." Yellow Monkey appeared beside Shane, and his hand, which was about to pat Shane's shoulder to scare him, stopped in midair, because on a rock not far away, the little white-haired girl was staring at him. This ordinary-looking little girl who was less than 10 years old actually saw the trajectory of his almost instantaneous movement using his ability. Was it due to the ability of the fruit or his observation Haki? What was even more incredible to Kizaru was that he actually felt an indescribable sense of threat from this little girl, a feeling that was even greater than that from his other two colleagues and his predecessors, Sengoku and Garp. He had a premonition that if he really put his hand on Shane's shoulder, something terrible would definitely happen in a moment. A drop of cold sweat slid down Kizaru's forehead, passed through his sunglasses and fell to the ground. He was extremely shocked in his heart. At this moment, he understood the intention of what Sengoku said before he left. It turns out that the danger does not come from brother Shane, but from this little girl. "Hey, can you please stop getting close to me? I'm really nervous if you, a Marine Admiral, get so close to a wanted criminal with a billion bounty on him." Although he was nervous, there was no sign of nervousness in Shaoen's physical condition. He did not even turn around, still holding the big sword and maintaining the posture of practicing. However, he did not relax at the beginning. The moment Kizaru disappeared, he was very panicked and was a little afraid that the other party would give him a lightning speed kick. But when he saw Kanna open her eyes with a gleam in her eyes, the panic in his heart disappeared instantly, and he even looked forward to seeing Kanna shock this wretched old man. It's a pity that Kizaru didn't attack him, but his stunned look is also very interesting. Finally, I see the deflated expression of this old guy. Shane's mouth is about to rise with joy. "Brother Shane, where did you kidnap this girl from?" Surprisingly, Kizaru recovered quickly, stroking his chin and looking at Kanna carefully for a few times, then he bent down slightly and asked in Shane's ear. "Advertisement. I think she has the potential to be a marine. Oh, and there's also the little girl who blew up the Celestial Dragon slave ship. Tisk, tisk, tisk. There are so many little girls here. Could they all be from? What is brother Yushin's hobby?" Hey, don't speculate about other people's hobbies. Especially for someone of your status. I don't want to be regarded as a perverted lolicon by Marines all over the world. As soon as these words came out, Sha En's face turned red with anxiety. It's not his fault that he's too anxious. Admiral Marine is one of the most famous people in the world. Every word they say has a certain degree of spread. Although no one knows about their conversation now, I'm afraid that Shane didn't explain what he said in front of the Marine's subordinates later. And once those Marines spread the word, the code name of Shane's bounty order, Red Dragon, might be preceded by the words, Lolita Control. If that were the case, Shane couldn't even imagine how shameful it would be. But Shane, you are a Lolita complex. Suddenly, Kanna joined the conversation. She pointed a finger at Shane and her tone was very confident. What your partner said is different from what you said. Comparatively, I still believe her more. Kizaru looked at Sha En with a playful expression and pretended to have regret in his tone. Shane's mouth twitched, and he ignored the wretched old man with a bad taste, but looked at Kanna with some surprise. Do you know what this word means? He asked puzzledly. Of course. Kanna jumped down from the rock and landed steadily on her little legs. She pointed at herself and there seemed to be light in her eyes when she spoke. Kanna is a Lolita. Shane likes Kanna, so Shane is a Lolita lover. Quote. As soon as the words fell, the air froze instantly. Who taught you this? After a long time, seeing the increasingly shocked expression of Kizaru beside him, Shane covered his head in frustration. Which B************ D had corrupted his cute little girl? Kagura. Kanna looked at Shane with a puzzled expression, as if she remembered something. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and a hint of disappointment surged on her delicate little face. He whispered in a low voice with grievance. Don't you think Shane doesn't like Kanna? Chapter 69 Drake's Experience. Shane panicked and quickly squatted in front of Kanna, touching her head and explaining softly. No. How could I not like Kanna? Of course I like her the most. Well, it's not that kind of like. Don't look at me with those weird eyes, you old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Yes. I just find it funny to see Brother Shane looking so miserable. It was rare for Kizaru to speak without a serious tone. Damn it, it's all your fault. But Sha En became even more annoyed. If he was not strong enough, he would have kicked this wretched old man out long ago. Fortunately, Kanna's emotions were relatively stable. After hearing Shane say that he liked her, her eyes instantly lit up again, and a dragon's tail swayed behind her, and she was visibly happy. This is. Kizaru's pupils shrank, and he naturally noticed the tail. Could it be that she, like Brother Shane, is also a user of the animal-type fruit ability? Thinking of this, Kizaru suddenly had an idea. He had a bold guess. The red dragon that came to Marineford on the day of the war was Shane, and the other dragon that broke into the holy land of Mariho at the same time might be it's the little girl in front of me. The fundamental reason for his guess was because of Shane's strength. After observing closely, Kizaru could see that Shane's strength had indeed improved rapidly after not seeing him for a few days. Both his domineering aura and his physical condition had improved significantly. It's different from the past, but it's still far from reaching his world-class level of strength. Therefore, if he broke into Mary Geoise and faced the 5 immortals whose strength was unpredictable, there would be almost no chance of survival. If the intruder was this little girl, then everything would make sense. This is a difficult situation. I just wanted to ask casually, but I didn't expect him to accidentally discover Brother Sha En's secret. Should I tell Mr. Zongguo when I go back? Kizaru still thinks it's better not to say anything, as he might get into trouble later. Besides, Sengoku will no longer be the fleet admiral, so he will let the newly appointed Sakazuki or Kuzan investigate it himself. Brother Shane, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Thinking of this, Kizaru took out a pocket watch from his arms and put it in front of his sunglasses to take a look. Ah, leaving so soon. Shane was a little surprised. I don't know what this old guy is thinking. He knew clearly that he was the Red Dragon, with a billion bounty on him, but he didn't try to arrest him after he came. He didn't even ask any questions. Now he wants to leave. Could it be that he just came here to reminisce about the past? And even if the old guy had no questions to ask, he himself was full of doubts. Advertisement. Why didn't you tell Marine my identity information? Shane stopped Kizaru and asked. What information? Kizaru put the pocket watch into his arms and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Of course it's the billion-dollar bounty. Red Dragon. Sha En. The veins on Sha En's forehead twitched. It was really infuriating to communicate normally with this old guy. Oh, you mean the Red Dragon that broke into the Marineford battlefield? It was really powerful. It was able to block my attack. The name is the same as Brother Sha En. What a pity. If it was Brother Sha En himself, it would be great. In that case, my trip wouldn't be in vain. But taking the initiative is not in line with my style. It is too troublesome. Besides, the order I received this time was just to gather information. Now that I have learned most of it, it is time to leave. Kizaru said with a hint of regret, and then under Shane's puzzled and confused gaze, he waved his hand, turned into a beam of light and flew away at a high speed. See you in the new world, Brother Shane. Left there were Shane with a confused look on his face and Kanna who was still happy. What the hell is going on, old man? After a long time, Sha En came to his senses. He stopped looking at the direction of Kizaru's departing back, raised his head to look at the sky, and it was already dark. Forget it, Kanna, go check if Kagura and Klee are awake. I'm going to make dinner for you. Okay. After receiving the order, Kanna nodded obediently. She turned around, slowly squatted down with her little carrot legs, and suddenly exerted force. With a bang, a big hole was stepped out on the ground, and the soil splashed. She then jumped to the bedroom on the second floor. Shane wiped the mud off his face and spat out a mouthful of soil, looking helpless. Looks like I need to take a shower before cooking. Since Kizaru left, the family has returned to its former peace. Advertisement. Shane made dinner for the 3 girls. Because they had been playing outside for too long in the afternoon, they did not go out at night. Shane spread a bed sheet in the living room. The 4 of them sat on the bed sheet and played flying chess together. Then Shane also taught them how to play poker. It was their first time playing the game of Do Dizu, and they were very curious about it. They played in the living room until 1 or 2 in the morning when Klee and Kagura got sleepy. During this time, Drake also came back. He came back later this time and didn't bring any wine like last time, but he brought back the summoning media Sakura and Peach Blossom that Shane needed. He said that he had been asking around at the harbor for a long time and finally learned that the daughter of a merchant ship owner happened to have cherry blossoms and peach blossoms picked from the island. But surprisingly, the merchant ship's daughter fell in love with him at first sight. She wanted to sleep with him and insisted that he stay to sail with her. Drake was naturally unwilling, but for the sake of Shane's summoning medium, he had to compromise and finally ran back at night with humiliation. Shane laughed out loud when he heard about his embarrassing escape, but when he came to his senses, the gloating expression on his face paused, and gradually turned into a jealousy that any man could understand at a glance. What does the merchant ship owner's daughter look like? I mean, is she pretty? Finally, Shane asked without giving up. Well, I don't pay much attention to this, but her figure seems to be okay, and her face is also very good, different from those noble ladies. Ah. Before he could finish his words, Sha-en, who was extremely jealous, punched him and sent him flying. It's really abominable. He was chatting with the wretched uncle in the yard and taking care of the little lowly, while this guy was flirting with girls outside, and the girl he flirted with was a young lady on a merchant ship. This is too much. Shouldn't this kind of welfare plot fall on the male protagonist? The author, do you know how to write a book? The next day, early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the courtyard, Shane had already woken up from bed. He walked slowly to the balcony, opened the curtains, and prepared to start his daily morning reading time. After the curtains were opened, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and was immediately frightened and his body trembled. Good morning, orange-haired boss. In the field of vision, Luo Zheng was sitting on the balcony railing holding a long knife, but the quilt he had hung on the railing was nowhere to be seen. Shane blinked, thought for a while in his dazed mind, and finally understood that this guy had used his ability to get here again. You idiot, where is my quilt? Where did you move it to? I washed it and then put it in the sun. Chapter 70 Night Rabbit Goes Wild. Luo came here to say goodbye. In the past few days, his pirate ship has been coated. This afternoon he will sneak into Fishman Island and embark on the journey to New World. Orange-haired boss, this is for you. Luo took out a glass ball from his arms and handed it to Shane. This is. Shane was a little unsure, looking at the glass ball in his hand. There was a pointer inside that pointed to a fixed point. No matter how he shook the glass ball, the pointer was pointing to the ground. The eternal pointer to Fishman Island is not a rare item and can be bought on the market. It can be considered a parting gift from an ally. Luo explained in a calm voice, and then he slowly raised his right hand. An invisible barrier appeared in his palm, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well then, orange-haired master, see you in Dressrosa. With a snap of his fingers, Luo disappeared instantly. At the same time, a quilt fell from the sky. Shane was originally studying the eternal pointer in his hand. It was the first time he saw this thing and he was a little curious. He was not paying attention and was covered by the quilt on his head. Can't you just go through the front door? D. Shane pulled back the quilt and looked angrily at the direction a few hundred meters away. Close to the coast, a man and a bear were walking towards a coated submarine docked on the shore. Goodbye, Mr. Shane. Beppo's ears twitched slightly, as if he heard his voice. He turned around with a look of surprise, raised his hands and waved in the direction of his cabin. See you in New World, Shane. At the same time, the crew members on the submarine who were familiar to Shane, such as Pekan, Shiki, and Chiangbalu, also walked out of the cabin door and came to the deck, and like Beppo, raised their hands to say goodbye to him. Shane could see that some of them even shed tears, holding white handkerchiefs and waving them in the air, crying very sadly. When did our relationship become so good? Sha-en was speechless, but faced with such a warm farewell, he was still a little moved in his heart. He couldn't help but raise the hand that was holding the quilt and waved it vigorously on the balcony. We must make it to the New World alive, you bastards. Advertisement. In the morning, at the dining table, Shane was sitting at the head seat, sweating profusely. Next to him was the sleepy Kanna, and opposite him were Klee and Kagura, who had dark circles under their eyes and stared at him unkindly. The reason for the current situation was Sha-en's excited roar on the balcony just now. His loud voice woke up everyone in the room. Drake didn't react much. This kind of situation often happens when sailing on the sea. After being woken up, he just came to Shane's room to ask the reason, and then simply went out for morning exercise. The other three were different. They played with Shane until 2 or 3 in the morning last night, and went to bed at around 4. They were woken up by Shane again before 7 this morning, and now they have probably only slept for more than 3 hours. Fortunately, Shane was smart. When Kagura, who was grumpy about to lose her temper, ran to the kitchen in time and said he would make breakfast as compensation, so the baby was saved. Eat it while it's hot, I just made the noodles. Sha-en pushed 3 bowls of steaming noodles in front of the 3 people with a flattering smile on his face. The moment she smelled the fragrance, Kagura's expression changed immediately, her eyes lit up, and she took the chopsticks from Shane's hand and started eating. While eating, he said, "Delicious noodles, Sha-jong, make me another bowl, and one won't beat you this morning." Just this morning, Shane suddenly discovered the blind spot and his voice sounded a little nervous. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm done. Go make me another bowl, or I'll beat you up right now." In a few seconds, Kagura drank up all the noodle soup. She raised her little fist to Sha-en, threatening the road. "Hey, you greedy girl, you are a little too arrogant, you really think I'm afraid of you?" Sha-en stood up with a frown and moved his wrist. This girl really shines with a little sunshine. It seems that she really has to be taught a lesson. Kagura snorted coldly, staring at him with half-closed eyes, supporting her chin with one hand and clenching her other hand into a fist, placing it in front of him. "What did you say?" Under Shane's somewhat horrified gaze, the petite pink fist was quickly covered with a thick layer of black. "This is armament Haki. This level of armament Haki is almost at the top level. Shane is sure that if Kagura wanted to, she would be able to cover her entire body with armament Haki like Virgo. It was much stronger than the one he had just mastered, which couldn't even cover his weapon. With such armed Haki, coupled with her monstrous strength, if he were to be hit by a punch, he would probably not feel well even with his current body. Advertisement. Actually, I meant there's a whole pot in the kitchen, and I stood up to get you another bowl." Sha-en obeyed his will, with a frustrated look on his face. He lowered his head to take the empty bowl left by the girl, looking extremely humble. "Humph, that's right, good boy Sha-chan." Kagura patted Shane's head gently, as if she were petting a pet, and rubbed it casually, being extremely arrogant. Seeing that Shane didn't dare to resist, a satisfied and happy smile appeared on her face. He. Things change over time. After being a pet for so long, it's finally her turn to be the master. However, what she didn't know was that while she was showing a happy expression, Shane, who was lowering his head, also showed an evil gardenia-like smile. The girl is still young and doesn't know one thing. You can offend anyone, but you must never offend the chef who cooks for you. However, when she eats a whole bowl of chili oil noodles, she will probably grow up. Ha 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 ha. His weird smile was seen by Klee. She tilted her little head, and her delicate face was full of confusion. At first, she thought that Sister Kagura was taking this opportunity to bully Brother Shane, and she was thinking about trying to persuade her, but now it seems that she had misunderstood, and the two of them seemed to be playing some game that she didn't understand. Not long after. So spicy. When Kagura took a bite of the noodles that Shane brought over again, she glared at Shane in disbelief, then her face instantly turned red and she opened her mouth as if she was about to spit out fire. Klee hurried to get her some water. She finally understood the meaning of Shane's strange smile. "Brother Shane, you are too childish. Even someone your age wouldn't do such a trick." While patting Kagura's back as she drank water, Klee looked at him with some dissatisfaction. "Shane. Klee, you don't understand, this method is great for dealing with a greedy girl who is pushing her limits." Sha-en's face was full of pride. "Alas, but Brother Shane, what are you going to do now?" Klee sighed and pointed at Kagura who had recovered with bloodshot eyes. Her voice was full of a trace of pity. "Run quickly, Brother Shane. Klee can't stop you for long." Seeing the scarlet eyes and the violent orange-haired girl, Shane took a deep breath and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This is Yatosugi's berserk state. It seems like there's too much chili oil. Chapter 71. Thank you Mr. Bai. Klee couldn't stop him after all. She tried very hard to hold Yetu's thigh, but was thrown away. Shane looked horrified, and saw a red shadow flashing and knocking him down like a wild beast. In the local. Klee covered her eyes, unable to bear to watch any further. Kanna had just finished her noodle soup, touched her stomach and burped. She heard some noise beside her and turned her head curiously. When she saw Kagura pressing Shane to the ground, her brain froze. What are they playing? ... Afternoon. Everything returned to calm. Shane finally saw the true strength of Night Rabbit after it exploded, but he didn't expect that the one who would suffer the consequences for the first time would not be the enemy, but himself. Shane was very grateful for this. Even though Kagura was very angry, he still retained the last bit of rationality. The fist that smashed through most of the living room floor just grazed his scalp, but it still made his head buzz. Afterwards, seeing Sha-en, whose face turned pale with fear, Kagura seemed to realize that her fist was a bit scary, but she was still angry, so she opened her mouth and bit him. Shane screamed in agony. His body was covered with teeth marks, almost no part of his body was spared except for the places that shouldn't have been bitten. However, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Seeing her brother Shane in such a miserable state, Klee was extremely worried. She quickly ran to the market to buy ointment, and applied it to Shane personally before he was almost healed. Although it was of little use, Shane smiled happily while lying on the sofa, being applied ointment by a little girl's cold hands and enjoying the meticulous care. He felt that he had made a profit. Whole Sha-chan, you dare to be so happy. Seeing his silly smile, Kagura clenched her fists, unable to endure it any longer. She raised her foot suddenly, wanting to step on the guy's obscene smile, but she felt that her slippers were too dirty, so she threw them off, raised one of her smooth little feet high, and then stepped heavily, and stepped Shane's face into the sofa. She still felt that it was not enough, so she used force on her feet to crush and rotate it twice. Advertisement. What are you doing, Sister Kagura? Kelly, who was applying ointment to Shane, was startled and said dissatisfiedly. Humph, this guy is clearly almost recovered, but he is still accepting your care with a clear conscience, Kelly. He is a big liar. Kagura put her hands on her hips and looked at Shane at her feet with disdain. He was struggling, but it seemed that he was not struggling. Kagura could see the expression on half of his face. He didn't look sad. Instead, he was smiling, as if he was excited. This guy actually enjoyed it even more. The force Kagura used was not strong. Not only did Shane not feel any pain on his face, but it felt very comfortable, as if he was being massaged. Apart from feeling a little humiliated, he really enjoyed it. Moreover, he suddenly remembered at this moment that a famous senior Dragon King had also had such an experience and was even happier than him. He let several of his lowly apprentices step on his back together. It seems, he seems to have this condition now. Dozens of minutes later. When Drake returned home exhausted after a day of training, he opened the door and saw a disgusting scene that stunned him. Shane was lying on the sofa, with Kelly and Kanna standing on his back barefoot, stepping on his back and making clear little laughs from time to time. Only Kagura had a look of with disgust. He pressed the back of Shane's head deeply into the sofa. Bang! Drake closed the door silently. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked back to the courtyard. He picked up his weapon and decided to continue practicing to clear the strange images that had just been imprinted in his mind. At this moment, he regretted that he was not a marine now, otherwise he would have captured that Lolita-loving pervert and brought him to impel down. Life gradually became dull over the next few days. Shane's daily schedule is quite full. He gets up early in the morning to read sailing books. When it's 7 o'clock, he goes out to the market to buy breakfast for them. Occasionally, he cooks breakfast himself, but he only cooks noodles for breakfast. Other pastries are a bit troublesome to make, so I'm too lazy to make them. Then in the morning, he usually plays with the 3 girls. Sometimes he would go out to a restaurant for lunch. However, the cost of restaurants is generally too high. Even he doesn't dare to eat there every day. Most of the time, he cooks at home. Advertisement. The afternoon was the time to cultivate his domineering spirit and abilities. Now he usually practiced with Drake. After a few days of sparring, he had mastered some tricks of using the sword, but not much. Drake still gave him the evaluation of being a master. A reckless man who wields his sword like a hammer. At night, after dinner, if there is no other activity, he will go back to the bedroom and start writing his diary after playing cards, poker and flying chess with the 3 lawless. Writing a diary is a good habit. It can record things that have been forgotten in memory. Moreover, Sha-en wrote in Huxia. In this world, only Kagura can understand it, so there is no need to worry about it falling into the hands of others and being exposed. Risk. Day 12 of crossing. Luo came to say goodbye early in the morning, and left behind an eternal pointer to Fishman Island before leaving. This arrogant guy, who obviously cares about his allies, pretends to be indifferent, which is unexpectedly cute. That morning, an evil gardenia incident occurred. It was caused by me annoying Kagura, who was irritated when she woke up, and adding half a bottle of chili oil to her bowl of noodles. Then, after experiencing the pain myself, I was finally able to confirm, Kagura is definitely capable of challenging Shichibukai in a one-on-one match. The afternoon of that day was wonderful. I lived a happy life just like Master Bai. I would like to thank Master Bai for providing the gameplay. It was really fun to see a little girl stepping on my back. Traveling through the 13th day. Today, I finally found out the reason why half of Kelly's curtains disappeared. She actually cut the curtains into pieces and used them as packaging for her bouncing bombs. I was a little angry because that was the color I had been looking for a long time in the Sabaody Archipelago. It was a bright red color that matched her very well. However, looking at Klee's extremely guilty expression, I didn't say anything to blame her. Instead, he patted her head, took her to buy a new curtain, and even bought her a piece of red cloth to use as a packaging bomb. On that day, Klee was very happy, and so were the fishermen. Only the fish in Sabaody were not very happy, because I was flying around Sabaody with Klee and bombing it for a whole time, and was discovered by the marine on the way. But surprisingly, instead of launching an attack, he ran away in shame. Day 14 of crossing. I was very excited this morning because the 3-day item pool summon was refreshed again. The thing summoned this time is not very useful. It comes from Kagura's world and is called Just Away. It is a kind of powerful bomb in the form of a doll. There are 20 of them in total. The power is definitely not as strong as Klee's bouncy bomb, but it is useful for Klee. When I talked to Lee, Kelly was very excited and said that it could be improved. I was looking forward to it. In the afternoon, Kanna wanted to hang out with me alone, and I agreed. Then she asked me to transform into a dragon and fly with her in the sky for an afternoon. During this time, when we flew near the Red Earth continent, I asked her if she wanted to. She didn't want to go up there to play anymore. She said the people there didn't welcome her. That day, there were 5 monsters attacking her, including the strange bird. If she hadn't been worried about Kagura and Klee on her back getting hurt, she would have been unable to resist. Just let go and fight those 5 annoying guys. I felt a chill down my spine when I heard this. Wow, it turns out she didn't just beat up one person, but 5 of them at once. Now I understood why my bounty was 1 billion. No, if those 5 elders hadn't been concerned about their reputation, the bounty might have been over 10 billion. At night, after returning home, I couldn't sleep, not because I was shocked by Kanna's brilliant record, but because tomorrow was the day to summon new partners. 3 CF Chapter 72 The 4th Summons, Assassin Wu Liuqi. Peaceful and tranquil Chicken Island. After Wu Liuqi finished selling today's beef offal and was pushing the cart home, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Monthly salary over 10,000 yuan? 2 days off on the weekend? Sleep until you wake up naturally every day? There are dividends at the end of the year? The price of all of this was that he had to go to another world and work for a boss named Shane. Wu Liuqi's mouth kept opening wider and wider, his heart was moved. But he did not choose to travel through time immediately, not only because he was reluctant to leave the beef offal food cart in his hand, but more importantly, he wanted to go home and discuss the matter with Ji Dabao. Ji Dabao is a blue chicken. Apart from not looking like a human, he is no different from a human. 2 years ago, he saved his amnesiac self at the beach, so Wu Liuqi believes him very much. A few minutes later, the hot pot was steaming, and inside it were the beef offal that he hadn't sold out today, as well as a few suspended fish balls. Dabao, I won't sell beef offal anymore. Haki, we won't sell beef offal anymore. The sounds of a man and a chicken rang out at the same time, and both sides were stunned. Did you hear that voice, too? Did you find out that I secretly registered your assassin information? The man and the chicken spoke again in unison. Assassin? Sound. The man and the chicken looked at each other blankly, and they finally realized that they were not talking about the same thing. After a long time. Of course I'll go. With such good job benefits, it sounds very promising. I believe that as long as you work hard there for a year, you can earn 1 million soon, and then we can go. The state of stir has restored your memory. Ji Dabao grabbed the chopsticks and slammed them hard on the table, shaking the fish balls in the hot pot into the air, and then he caught them with the chopsticks. But that's what you said before I sold the beef offal, and didn't you just talk about an assassin? Wu Liuqi looked suspicious. Although he had lost his memory, he was not stupid. Advertisement, don't worry about so many details. Trust me, I won't be wrong. I'll help you pack your luggage. Go early and come back early. It was about 6:30 in the morning, in the basement of the first floor of the residential building number 137 on Island 53 in the Sabaody Archipelago. Shane was staring at the countdown of the character summoning in his mind while twirling the scissors in his hand. In fact, he came to the basement before 6 o'clock, but did not do anything else. He put the 3 summoning media, scissors, crutches, a piece of cherry blossoms and peach blossoms on the ground and struggled for half an hour. In the end he chose scissors. After 3 character summonings, Shane gradually discovered a pattern. The summoned characters were all from anime and games that he had come into contact with or understood before, and the current 3 were all characters he already liked very much. Therefore, during the few days of waiting, Shane already had a vague idea of the identities of the 3 people summoned in this round. The scissors are most likely the handsome guy in a Huxia cartoon he has seen, and the cane is too wide to be distinguished. If he guessed correctly, Sakura and Peach Blossom should be some kind of hard-working game he had played before, but they seem to represent 2 people? Was this a buy one get one free system? Open black lens bracket. Does the host perform a character summon? Close black lens bracket. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind, interrupting Shane's thoughts. His face lit up, he stopped turning the scissors in his hand, and issued instructions in his mind. Start calling. The summoning medium closest to the host has been retrieved. Scissors. Do you want to select it as the summoning medium for summoning? Yes. Host's remaining assets. 405 million Baileys. The condition for this summon is 100 million Baileys. Once the condition is met, the summon will begin. Hearing the special effects sound of money deduction in his mind, Shane felt a little distressed. A blue summoning magic circle took shape on the ground, and the hazy light instantly covered every corner of the basement. Just like the previous times, a space crack appeared in the center of the magic circle and gradually opened up, revealing a vortex of energy gathered inside, like a door leading to another world. Click, click. Shane heard the sound of slippers hitting the floor. He vaguely saw a young man with a head of adobe hair and a long knife on his back walking out of the whirlpool, and next to him, there was actually a chicken walking and pulling a suitcase. This is... Ji Dabao is here too. Shane was a little surprised. Suddenly, he felt a pulling force in his hand. The scissors that he had bought from the barber at a high price seemed to be pulled and struggled in his hand, as if wanting to return to its owner. Advertisement. Shane didn't try to stop it, letting it slip from his palm, float into the air, and fly towards the man and the chicken. Aren't these the scissors I prepared for you? How come they suddenly flew into the sky? When Ji Dabao saw the flying scissors, he was a little confused. He rummaged through his bag and found that the scissors were indeed missing. Haki, it's flying towards you. Catch it quickly, don't let it run away, Ji Dabao shouted anxiously. This pair of scissors cost him $100. Use your energy to control the scissors. Although Liuqi felt that the scissors were coming towards him, he still mobilized the internal energy to be on the safe side, controlled the scissors flying at him at high speed, and then reached out and grabbed it. "Who are you and why did you attack us?" Liuqi pointed the scissors into the darkness with a serious tone. When he came out, with the help of the light from the summoning circle, he saw that there was another person in this space, a very handsome guy. And the scissors also flew from the direction of that handsome guy. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly rose up in the darkness. As the firelight illuminated the basement, Shaw-en, with the fireball suspended in his palm, approached Liuqi and Ji Dabao with a smile on his face. Liuqi's expression was tense. He could create a fireball with his bare hands, which showed the strength of his chi. He was most likely a master. Ji Dabao, who was standing by, had already hidden behind him, trembling with fear. "Don't be nervous, I'm Shane, I'm sure you've heard of my name before you came here." Seeing the two people's defensiveness, Shaw-en stopped, pointed to the exit of the basement, and asked, "How about we go to the living room and talk? You are Shane, times 2. However, what Shane could not have expected was that after he announced his name, the attitudes of the man and the chicken suddenly changed 360 degrees. One of them rushed over, hugged one of his thighs, and burst into tears. "Finally found you, boss." After a round of greetings between the two men and the chicken, Liuqi and Ji Dabao confirmed the identity of the future boss again, and Shaw-en also learned the conditions that she'd agreed to them, and couldn't help but have a headache. Monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan? 2 days off on weekends? Bonus at the end of the year? He never mentioned these conditions. It seems like he cheated people into coming here. Forget it, the people have been tricked here anyway, so we'll see what to do when the time comes. At least they were relatively relaxed before going out to sea, eating, drinking and having fun every day. I'm sure Liuqi and Ji Dabao must be very happy. Chapter 73 Sword Skills. Shane took the man and the chicken to briefly familiarize themselves with the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, and then led them to a bedroom on the first floor near the stairs. There are 7 bedrooms in the house, 5 on the second floor and 2 on the first floor. Now the second floor is full, and only 2 are left on the first floor, so he simply called 3 lollas who had nothing to do yesterday to have a good time. Both bedrooms were cleaned and tidied up, and matching furniture and daily necessities were replaced. When they heard that it was prepared for future new partners, the other 2 except Kagura became very active. Shane couldn't even compete with them and did all the work. "Dabao, this is such a big single-family house with a yard. Could this be the legendary villa? Based on my years of experience, it should be a villa, and I think this boss is very generous. As long as we work hard, he will definitely not delay our wages. It will be no problem for us to collect 1 million. A man and a chicken were placing their luggage in the bedroom, and excited cries could be heard from time to time. 1 million? That's not bad if it's Bailey. Thanks to the excellent hearing granted by his 3 bloodlines, Shane could hear everything clearly in the living room. He shook his head helplessly and focused his mind on the cheating space in his head. Character panel. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age, 24 close black lens bracket, race. Human, 81%, Night Rabbit, 5%, Elf, 4%, Dragon, 10%. Ability. Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 24.83%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 29.46%, Observation Haki Awakening, 21.54%, Armament Haki Mastery, 10.51%, Dragon Transformation Mastery, 33.62%, Sword Skills Mastery, 4.86%, Close Black Lens Bracket. 7 days until next character summon, summoning condition, 300 million berries. 2 days until next item summon, summoning condition, 10 million berries. Open Black Lens Bracket hosts remaining assets, 305 million Bailey's Close Black Lens Bracket. The moment Liuqi and Ji Dabao appeared, a large number of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded into his mind, and his head was dizzy for a moment, so that he did not come out in time to talk to them. Now, when he saw the additional sword skills in the ability column, Shaw-en already understood that the gain he got this time was a bit special. It was no longer a blood hybrid or a special ability, but a period before Liuqi lost his memory. Memories of being a killer. This memory is extremely real, as if you were there in person, yet it is fragmented, with no other content except practicing with swords and fighting with others. Advertisement. After digesting this memory on the sofa, Shane saved at least a few years of training time and instantly understood the sword technique. Although his current weapon is a 2-handed sword, there is no distinction between swords and blades in this world. The method is equivalent to the knife method. What's even more surprising is that the memory contains a lot of fighting experiences between Chi and the targets of assassination, which greatly increases Shane's combat experience and greatly improves his combat thinking. He felt that it would be easier to defeat Drake now. In the past, he had to use 80% of his strength and rely on his physical fitness to put Drake at a disadvantage. Now maybe only 30% of the strength is needed, and victory can be achieved through skill. At this time, the morning sunlight shone into the house. Shane looked at the clock in the living room and found that it was already past 7 o'clock. Drake had also gotten up by this time. He walked down the stairs and saw Shane sitting on the sofa. He then glanced at the bedroom that Liuqi and Ji Dabao had entered. Shane mentioned to him yesterday that a new partner would be coming this morning, so Drake was not surprised. Someone's coming. Could it be another little girl? Drake took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator and teased. He used to be an assassin, and now he's a barber selling offal. From today on, he'll be my crew member. Ignoring Drake's teasing tone, Shane knew he could no longer clear himself from the scandal after the little girl stepped on his back a few days ago. Assassin? Beef offal seller? Barber? Is his profession so complicated? Drake was shocked. He didn't expect that someone would have a more complicated identity than himself. Drake was also a little curious about the strength of the partners Shane had found this time. Could they be monsters like Kanna and Kagura? Aki, Dabao, are you done packing? At this time, Shaw-en shouted towards the bedroom. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the bedroom door being quickly closed. The man and the chicken turned into afterimages and ran to the living room in the blink of an eye. Boss. We are waiting for your orders. Like recruiters standing at attention, Liuqi and Ji Dabao stood straight in front of the sofa, saluting, as if they were ready to take action at any time. Drake was confused. Could this guy have been a Marine? Wait, what is that chicken standing like a human? It's smoking a cigar. Very good, very energetic. Shane nodded with satisfaction while sitting on the sofa. Ji Dabao handed him a cigar. Shane had never smoked before, but in order to save his boss's face, he took it, put it in your mouth. Boss, what can I do with Achi? Just leave it to Achi. He's good at everything, whether it's murder or arson. Ji Dabao came over and lit a cigarette for Shaw-en with his lighter. Cigar. Advertisement. Hey, Dabao, isn't murder and arson a bit too exaggerated? I haven't even killed a chicken yet. Liuqi muttered in a low voice. Don't say it, idiot. Ji Dabao turned around and punched him on the head, then continued to light a cigarette for Shane, while pretending to be very confident and patting his chicken breast. Boss, he's just kidding. We are really professional and can do anything. Okay. Cough cough cough. The cigar was lit. Shane, who didn't smoke much, tried to take a puff. Unexpectedly, he used too much force and a large cloud of smoke entered his mouth, choking him and causing him to cough repeatedly. Boss, are you okay? Ji Dabao and Liuqi hurried over to pat him on the back. Drake covered his head, feeling embarrassed to follow this guy. If he wasn't curious about the new guy, he would have left and gone out to exercise. It took a long time. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Drake, originally a Marine, now a pirate. They're Liuqi and Ji Dabao, who I just told you about. Shane returned the cigar to Ji Dabao and then acted as an introducer. Thank you for your guidance. Drake nodded, bowed slightly, and extended a hand to Liuqi. Hello, I'm Liuqi. You can call me Achi from now on. Liuqi was a little nervous, spitting on his palms, then rubbing them vigorously, and after rubbing them clean, he grabbed Drake's hand. Drake was stunned. He felt his hands were so dirty, but after all, the other party was Shane's new partner, and he couldn't just throw him away. Fortunately, Liuqi didn't hold it for too long and let go after a while, just when Drake breathed a sigh of relief. My name is Ji Dabao. Please take care of me in the future, big guy. Ji Dabao jumped up and wanted to pat Drake's hand with his chicken claws, but he jumped too high and slapped him in the face. Although Drake was not injured by this level of attack, he was left with 3 red marks on his face and a few chicken feathers stuck to his mouth. The air froze. You two guys. He gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice as if suppressing his anger. Ha ha ha. Drake, go do your morning exercises. I'll take them to the market and buy some breakfast for Kagura and the others. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shaw-en pulled Liuqi and Ji Dabao and hurriedly ran out of the house. Chapter 74 almost became a chicken falling to the ground. On the way to the market, Liuqi and Ji Dabao kept their eyes wide open almost the entire time, and were shocked by the scenery along the way. The tall trunks of the almond mangroves, the colorful bubbles constantly emerging from the ground, the passing bubble cars carrying passengers and the airships gliding through the sky. All these sights dazzled them and made them marvel. Moreover, Shane also told them that there were more magical islands in this world than the Sabaody Archipelago, such as the Sky Island 10,000 meters high, the 7 water cities surrounded by waterways, and they're the destination in half a month, Fishman Island. The man and the chicken's eyes lit up when they heard this, with surprise on their faces. They had never expected that the working environment in the other world was not only not harsh, but rather as wonderful as a dream world. Now their mentality has changed a little. If they originally came here just to work and make money, now they have more expectations for the future. Of course, the journey to another world is often accompanied not only by surprises but also by shocks. On the way, when he accidentally approached the bubbles that had just emerged from the ground, Ji Dabao finally couldn't help it and stretched out his claws to poke it. However, the bubble did not break as he expected. Instead, it sucked his claws inside and then wrapped his entire body. Ji Dabao looked confused. In just a moment, he was completely wrapped by the bubbles and blown into the air by the wind. Dabao. Fortunately, Liuqi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He quickly mobilized the internal energy in his body and used the energy to control the scissors. The scissors turned into a ray of cold light, which instantly cut through the air and burst the bubble. This bubble is a local specialty of Sabaody. It is used to reach Fishman Island 10,000 meters below the sea. It has extremely strong toughness. After it emerges from the ground, it will gradually expand as the altitude continues to rise. When creatures touch it, they will be sucked into it, and then they will be carried into the air like Dabao, and when they reach the top of the tree, they will explode due to the pressure. Shane reached out to catch the blue chicken that fell from the sky, then turned to explain to Liuqi. Oh. Liuqi suddenly realized, took out a notebook from somewhere, and started to write down the key points. Dabao taught him before he came that he should listen carefully to his boss's words and take notes seriously, as they might come in handy in the future. It's so terrible, the chicken is really scared to death. Ji Dabao's face turned pale, he gasped heavily, and flapped his wings on his breast. Thank you, Boss Shaw. If you hadn't caught me, I would have fallen to the ground like a chicken. Advertisement, Shane was struck by the cold. After the episode, less than 10 minutes later, the two men and the chicken arrived at the market. At this moment, the market was already very lively, with a constant stream of pedestrians coming and going. A small number of them were local residents, but most were newly arrived tourists. Like Liuqi and Ji Dabao, they all looked at the market with curiosity. Shane explained to them as he walked, and occasionally answered questions raised by the man and the chicken. Since he had already explained everything to Klee and Kanna respectively, he was quite professional at the moment, just like a professional tour guide. Even passers-by misunderstood and thought that Shane was really a tour guide, and offered to pay to join their tour group. Shaw En was about to accept the opportunity to make money after stumbling upon it for no apparent reason. However, when he saw those female tourists with ferocious eyes, he quickly pulled Liuqi and Ji Dabao and turned around to leave. It's good to make money, but he pays more attention to keeping himself clean. Another reason is that the looks of these female tourists are really hard to compliment. When we arrived at the breakfast shop, the owner smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum when he saw Shane, as if he had seen a family member. The boss seems very popular, Liuqi muttered. Nonsense, rich people are welcome everywhere, said Ji Dabao. I won't be a rich man soon. I only have 300 million Baileys left. Shane looked at them and sighed. Strictly speaking, he has very little left now, because the next summoning will require exactly 300 million berries. Therefore, Shane has been thinking about ways to make money these days. After trying hunting Poseidons, he knew that it would not work. The money comes too slowly. An ordinary Poseidon is only sold for less than 10 million Baileys, and because of the 2 times I accompanied Klee to fish, the fisherman had a good harvest recently. The market price of Poseidons has dropped sharply. The price is less than half of what it was before. And those Poseidons are very smart. They seem to know that a man who likes to fry fish has recently come to Sabaody, so they either stay away from this area or dive into deeper sea, so that the fishermen who go out to sea recently are much safer. Finally, after much thought, Shane decided to return to the most primitive method of mankind, robbing. Advertisement: he hasn't decided who to rob yet, but it will definitely be a celestial dragon. As far as he knew, although the celestial dragons all lived in the holy land of Marineford, they also had a number of properties in the Sabaody Archipelago, where they often visited, including several vaults. Shane had planned to take Kanna with him the night before setting out to sea and raid the celestial dragon's treasury, and free a group of slaves they had imprisoned, which would be considered a good deed. Boss, do we really need to order so much food? Looking at the store owner's stacks of packaging boxes, Liuqi finally understood why he smiled so happily after seeing Shaw En. Well, some of them are big eaters, you'll get used to it. After returning home, as soon as Shaw En entered the room, he saw 3 lawless sitting on the sofa. They were looking forward to something. When they saw Liuqi and Ji Dabao beside Shaw En, they all stood up. Oh, you're all up. Shaw En was a little surprised. In the past, after buying breakfast, he had to call them down one by one to eat. Today, we are all waiting downstairs, probably because we learned that new partners are coming. Shane found it amusing that the 3 of them had dressed up, wearing their best clothes, and had combed their hair back into exquisite buns or ponytails instead of the usual loose hair they wore when they lived with him. Why are you dressing up so nicely today? Are you ready to go out and play? Shane rubbed the head of Klee, who was closest to him, and teased with a smile. Hit it, brother Shane, you messed up Kelly's hair. Klee shook her head to stop Shane from touching her, but she felt that her tone was a bit too harsh, so she quickly added. If brother Shane likes it, you can touch it at night. Klee worked so hard to get this hairstyle, so it needs to last at least a day. Oh, I was just joking, you don't have to touch me. Shane didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what to say. He just wanted to tease Klee, but he didn't expect the little angel to punish him with kindness again. Chapter 75. Are they all not human? Moreover, this also caused Liuqi and Ji Dabao to look at Shaw En with complicated eyes, as their boss seemed to be a little bit suspicious. On the other side, Kagura and Kanna also came over. Kagura stared at Liuqi with scrutiny, while Kanna stared at Ji Dabao blankly and licked the corner of her mouth. Ji Dabao felt his hair stand on end and a chill on his back. He felt as if the little girl in front of him wanted to swallow him in one bite. No, not as if. She has already opened her mouth. Kanna, he is not edible. At the critical moment, Shane covered Kanna's open mouth in time, and he felt a strong suction force on the palm of his hand. Shane breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been a second later, Ji Dabao would have been sucked into the dragon's stomach by Kanna. And with her digestive ability, it would take less than a moment to transform the chicken into energy for her body. It's really scary. Ji Dabao was also frightened silly, flapping his wings and jumping behind Liuqi. A talking chicken. A hint of surprise flashed across Kanna's face, and then gradually turned into the curiosity of a young dragon. What an interesting creature, but it's a pity that Shane said it couldn't be eaten. Kanna, you have to ask me before you swallow anything next time, okay? Shane released his hand that was pressing on her mouth and pinched her chubby cheeks. Well, I'll listen to you, Shane. Kanna, whose face was pinched, made an unclear sound. Wow, a talking chicken, just like that talking raccoon cat. Kagura's attention was instantly attracted, and her gaze shifted from Liuqi to Ji Dabao. Huh? Is it strange that Dabao can talk? Liuqi looked puzzled. There were many animals that could talk in his world, not only chickens, but also dogs and cats. His name is Dabao, which sounds like a man's name, but it's true. Just now I heard his voice really sound like an uncle. Kagura remembered Chopper, whom she met when she first arrived. He was also a talking animal, but Chopper's voice was very nice and he was especially comfortable to hold. Although this chicken is also very interesting, it has a hoarse old man's accent. Kagura thinks he is not cute anymore and would rather hug Shane than him. As soon as she turned around, she saw Shane kneading Kanna's face. She was speechless for a moment. Forget it. Hugging this Lolita control is like walking into a tiger's mouth. But Ji Dabao misunderstood her look and thought that this little girl also wanted to eat him, and with his animal instinct, this little girl, like the little girl who wanted to eat him just now, had a terrifying aura, breath. At this time, Klee also came over curiously. She wanted to talk to Ji Dabao, but Ji Dabao hid behind Liuqi, with only his trembling chicken butt exposed. Advertisement, Brother Shane. Then, Klee cast her longing eyes towards Shane. Shaw-en couldn't stand her look, so he waved his hand and said to everyone. Okay, I bought breakfast. Let's all go to the dining table and eat and chat, or it will get cold soon. At the table, Klee finally got what she wanted and started talking to Ji Dabao. Kelly's innocent nature, coupled with her cute appearance, easily convinced Ji Dabao, who was almost eaten. Bao let down his guard. And with the help of Klee, Ji Dabao also resolved the misunderstanding between Kanna and Kagura. Although he still sat far away from them, at least now he dared to look at these two people. They are not human. On the other side, Shaw-en also introduced the three Lolita and Liuqi. When Liuqi heard that the three Lolita were not human, his eyes widened. He was a little confused. What a concept. Then, at Shane's signal, Klee revealed her pointed ears hidden under her hair and at the same time condensed a flame in her hands. Kanna stretched out the dragon's tail in front of her and shook it in front of her. Then, imitating Klee, she flicked her finger and an invisible arc of electricity shot out from her fingertips, instantly passing through the door and hitting the people in the courtyard dozens of meters away. A big tree was knocked down. As the big tree fell to the ground, a scream was heard at the same time. Shane's expression froze. He remembered that Drake seemed to be practicing his domineering skills outside the courtyard. Could this guy be so unlucky? Liuqi and Ji Dabao took a deep breath. This strength is too exaggerated. He is really not a human. In the end, Kagura had no way to prove that the Yedo clan looked exactly like humans. The only difference was their super physical fitness and recovery ability after entering combat state, which obviously could not be demonstrated on the spot. However, Liuqi was the first to recognize that she was not human because of her horrible appetite, which was like a bottomless pit. Even after several meters of food boxes went into her mouth, her stomach did not rise or fall at all. How could she be considered human? At noon, Drake came back with a shallow scar on his face, which seemed to be very consistent with the blade of his iron axe. Shane hesitantly asked him what was wrong. Don't mention it. I was practicing the armament Haki attached to a weapon in the woods this morning, but a big tree behind me suddenly fell, pressing my body onto the axe blade wrapped with armament Haki. Advertisement. At this point, Drake looked frightened and touched his face with lingering fear. Fortunately, my armament Haki has not been fully practiced, otherwise my head would have been cut off by my own weapon just now. At the same time, he secretly blamed Hawkins in his heart. Didn't that guy say that his face had improved? Why did he always feel like he was getting more and more unlucky recently? Well, hearing this, Shane blushed with embarrassment. He was the one who asked Kanna to demonstrate her abilities for Liuqi and Ji Dabao, but he didn't expect that it would almost cost Drake's life. However, this family is really too unlucky. Such a low probability thing can also happen to him. Is he born unlucky and a big hater? Will they really be safe if they take this unfortunate guy out to sea with them? I always feel like you're secretly cursing me in your heart. Drake keenly noticed that something was wrong with Shane. Ha ha, how could that be? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat today? Shaw-en's heart tightened and he quickly changed the subject. You can eat anything. Compared to using a sword, your cooking skills are still good enough for me to recognize. But isn't there a new person arriving today? Shouldn't you ask him first? Drake looked suspicious, and always felt that Shane was weird, as if he had done something wrong. It's almost the same. We're all family, all the same. Shaw-en couldn't stand being stared at, so he waved his hand and hurried to the kitchen. In the afternoon, after lunch. Boss Shaw, what are our jobs for the afternoon? Liuqi and Ji Dabao came up to Shaw-en. Work. Shane was leaning on the sofa, reading the newspaper with Kanna. He was surprised when he heard what they said. Do they have such a thing as jobs here? It seems that these three lawless have nothing to do except playing every day. On the contrary, Drake and I have to practice domineering and spar with each other every day. For a moment, Shane couldn't think of any specific job content. Chapter 76. A man who loves the new and hates the old. If I remember correctly, you are very good at cutting hair? Shane touched his forehead, where there was a patch of orange hair that almost covered his eyes. He hadn't been to a barbershop for some time before crossing over, and then he lived in this world for another half a month. Of course, I'm a professional hairdresser. I'm better than Niu's eye. Boss, do you want to try it? Hearing this, Liuqi's face became serious. As if to demonstrate the truthfulness of his words, he began to rotate the scissors with his fingers at such a fast speed that only an afterimage could be seen with the naked eye. Indeed, Achi is really good at cutting. Boss Shaw, you can totally trust him. Ji Dabao came to support him at the right time. While speaking, he found that Kanna beside Shaw-en was looking at him, and he trembled with fear again. After the conversation at the dinner table just now, he already knew that this seemingly young little girl was actually a dragon. But he, an ordinary coon, felt really insecure hanging around in front of a dragon. Shane said he wouldn't eat you. Kanna suddenly spoke, her voice soft but without any emotion. After saying this, she ignored Liuqi and Ji Dabao who were standing in the living room, took off her shoes, revealing a pair of small feet in cute white socks. Then she stepped onto the sofa skillfully, leaned down, and fell on Shane's thighs with a thud. She closed her eyes and began to take a nap. Shane was not surprised by her action. He had almost become a dragon couch these days. Whenever Kanna wanted to rest, she would look for him, either leaning on his shoulder or lying on his lap like now. Shane had also asked her why she always liked to sleep next to him. She said it was because of the scent of the same kind, and she would sleep better next to Shane. If Kagura and Klee hadn't disagreed, she would even want to come next to him at night. Sleep in Shane's bed. Haki, can I just sit on the sofa and have my hair cut? Haiyuan touched the cheek of the young dragon on his thigh and looked at Liuqi helplessly. Of course, no problem, boss. Please wait a moment. I'll go to the room and get all the tools. Liuqi made an okay gesture and was about to leave when Haiyuan stopped him. Wait a minute, Achi, please bring me a thin quilt. It's on the bed in my bedroom. Shane pointed at Kanna who was lying on the sofa. Although the young dragon will not catch a cold, it will be more comfortable if it sleeps with a quilt covering it. Okay, boss. Liuqi understood instantly. Liuqi quickly got the tools and finished Shane's hair in the living room in less than 10 minutes. Advertisement one has to admit that his hairdressing skills are really high. Not only does it take a short time, but the result is also good. Haiyuan admired the hair for a long time in front of the mirror that Liuqi took out. Later, when Kagura and Klee went downstairs, he stopped them and asked Liuqi to trim their hair. After combing his hair today, Shane discovered that their hair was not taken care of and was a little messy. Of course they happily agreed, but when they saw Kanna sleeping soundly on Shane's lap, they showed different expressions. Natsu-chan, why don't I get such treatment? Kagura was indignant. She was sitting on a chair at the moment, and Liuqi was trimming her hair with scissors. The sofa at home was not big and could only accommodate one person, so she would often fight with Shane for the right to lie on the sofa. However, she never thought that not only the sofa could be used for lying, but Shane could also lie on it. Damn it. Kanna, who came later, got the upper hand first. How old are you? Do you still have to lie on someone else's lap to sleep? Shane retorted, and then stopped looking at her because he smelled a fragrance at the tip of his nose. Klee came closer. Klee walked briskly to the sofa, supported her knees with her hands, lowered her body slightly, and her hair almost touched Shane's face, making his face feel a little numb. Brother Shane, Kanna is sleeping so cutely. After staring at Kanna for a long time, Klee moved her two pointed ears, reached out and poked Kanna's nose, and her eyebrows and eyes smiled into crescent shapes. Klee, don't wake Kanna up. Shane reminded softly, but it was too late. Kanna had opened her eyes and was staring at Klee in a trance, or to be more precise, at Klee's two long pointed ears. The next moment, "Ah!" Klee exclaimed, and her little face turned red with embarrassment. Because Kanna suddenly stretched out her two hands, attacked suddenly, and grabbed Klee's two ears. The ears of elves are very sensitive. Not only did Klee blush, but her body also lost strength and she collapsed on the sofa. Fortunately, Shane was still sitting on the sofa and witnessed the interaction between the two with his own eyes. While watching with great interest, he did not forget to reach out and hug Klee. Falling into Shane's arms, Klee breathed a sigh of relief. She first thanked Shane, then her cheeks puffed up and she looked at Kanna angrily. Kanna, why are you grabbing Klee's ears? I'm sorry, I thought I was dreaming, so I reached out my hand. Kanna's eyes became clear, and her voice was a little awkward. Obviously she knew she had done something wrong. Advertisement. Oh, it's okay, Klee doesn't care. But you must not do this suddenly again next time. Klee touched her ears, her face still a little flushed. Ha ha ha. Haiyuan laughed out loud as he watched from the side. After so many days, he finally understood that as long as he apologized, Klee would forgive him immediately. Brother Shane, you're still laughing. Klee glared at him dissatisfiedly. Her eyes were full of reproach, but she looked so fierce that Shane couldn't be scared. So, Shane smiled even more happily. Don't laugh anymore. Klee was anxious and covered Shane's mouth with her hand. Afternoon. In the living room on the first floor, Klee went back to her room to tinker with the bomb, and Kanna was catching bugs in the yard. Kagura once again had the opportunity to lie on the sofa alone. At this time, the scene of Kanna sleeping on Shane kept appearing in her mind, and she felt that the sofa was not so fragrant anymore. But there is no chance now. Haiyuan went to practice in the courtyard and brought the newcomer Liuqi with him, saying that he wanted to teach him how to be domineering. Kagura never practiced Haki, and only learned armament Haki because she tried, but she has yet to learn observation Haki because she didn't want to be hit by a stick. Moreover, Shane spoiled her and never forced her to practice, which made her very happy, because Shane didn't like her because of her strength, but regarded her as a true friend. But the only thing that made her a little unhappy now was that after having Klee and Kanna, Shane spent less time with her, far less than when it was just the two of them in the beginning. Alas, men always get tired of the old and love the new. Lying on the sofa with his hands behind his head, Kagura looked at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. Bang! Ah! There was a sound of head popping, and Kagura covered her forehead. She felt the familiar pain, and she knew who was coming without opening her eyes. Man, have you finally remembered me? What nonsense are you talking about again? Shane flicked her smooth forehead with his finger in annoyance, pulled her up, pointed at the door and said. Hurry up and change your clothes and shoes, we are going out. Going out? Where to? Shenel asked doubtfully. Shipyard. Chapter 77. Your room was bombed. A few minutes ago, when Shane and Drake were demonstrating armament Haki to Liuqi, old Neil rushed to Shane's courtyard excitedly. Before Shane could greet him, he was the first to give him a message, and his beard was so happy that it bloomed. Open it. Shane's boat is almost finished. The main outline of the hull and the keel have been basically completed. Apart from the final mast and painting of the hull, the only thing left is the construction of the interior of the cabin. He came this time to invite Shane to inspect and select the color of the hull, and then give some information about the internal construction of the hull, such as how many floors the cabin should have, how many bedrooms are needed, etc. Of course, there was no reason for Shane to refuse. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. After asking old Neil if he could bring his companions, he called all the members of the team, including Drake. Boat, I want to go. Kanna, who was catching insects to eat outside the yard, heard everything old Neil said clearly. Just as Shane was about to call her, she flew over by herself and stuffed a strange-looking big insect into her mouth while talking. Kanna, I've told you so many times not to eat anything carelessly. What if it upsets your stomach? Never mind, it won't hurt at all. Shane took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the corner of Kanna's mouth. He wanted to blame her, but seeing her confused expression, he held it back and could only pinch her face helplessly. Just wait here, I'll go call Kagura, Klee and the others out. Okay. Kanna nodded obediently, her voice drawn out, her face filled with happiness. Finally, we can see the ships used by humans for sailing. As soon as Shaw-en entered the room, he saw the greedy girl sighing in an air of old-fashionedness on the sofa. He walked up to her and hit her on the head to wake her up, then went to Liuqi and Dabao's room. The corner of Shane's mouth twitched. This chicken seemed to be enjoying itself. He didn't know where he got the recliner from. He was lying on the balcony of the bedroom to bask in the sun. There was a small table next to him with a few bottles of drinks on it and a long wire connected to it. Long straw into his mouth. Hey, Boss Shaw, are you here to bask in the sun too? Dabao was a little surprised to see Shaw-en. He took off his sunglasses and warmly invited him to come and bask in the sun together. Next time, pack up and go out to the shipyard to see the guy who will take us sailing in the future. After leaving this sentence, Shane took one last look at Dabao's recliner and felt that it seemed to be more comfortable than the sofa. He decided to get one on the boat in the future. Advertisement. Hurrying to the second floor. At the door of Kelly's bedroom, he was about to knock when he heard a loud explosion, and the whole cottage shook twice. Shane had a bad feeling. The next moment, the door opened with a creak, and a white smoke filled with the smell of gunpowder rushed towards him. Caught off guard, Shane was choked and started coughing. But he did not avoid the white smoke. Instead, he covered his mouth and nose and rushed into the house. Kelly, are you okay? When the smoke cleared, the floor was charred with many potholes and a wall had collapsed to the ground. Relying on his vision far superior to that of ordinary people, Shane saw a white and tender hand in the gap between the collapsed objects, and his heart suddenly tightened. He rushed forward and struggled to move the collapsed wall materials piled on the ground. Fearing that Klee might be hurt underneath, he moved very carefully, and it took him nearly a minute to rescue the petite figure. Kelly, are you okay? I held her and looked her over carefully. Fortunately, I found no wounds or bloodstains, but her whole body was covered with a thick layer of black ash. Shane wiped off the black dust on her face, revealing Kelly's delicate and tender little face. Her complexion was a little pale, probably because she had breathed in too much dust. Ahem, ahem. Kelly opened her eyes and coughed uncontrollably at first. Then, with the help of Shane, she sat up straight and looked at the environment inside the house. When she saw the wall collapsing and burying her, she was not afraid. Instead, a light flashed in her eyes. Brother Shane, Kelly succeeded. It worked. She broke away from Shane's hand and jumped up. What happened? Were you confused by the explosion? Shaw-en held her head with some concern and took a closer look, suspecting that he might have neglected the wound on her head. Oh, Kelly is not confused. Kelly pushed him away angrily, then went to her drawer which was only half left after being blown up, and took out a bomb in the shape of a doll. Advertisement. It's the bomb you gave me last time, Brother Shane. I think it's called Just Away. Klee combined it with the bouncing bomb, and now its power has increased several times. So that's how it is. You are a genius to be able to fuse the two bombs together so quickly, but... Quote. Shane suddenly understood, and first he praised her, then flicked her forehead with his finger, making her scream in pain. Kelly, safety is the most important thing, do you know that? He spoke to Kelly in a stern tone for the first time. Kelly knows. I'll be careful next time, Brother Shane. Kelly was frightened by his tone. She lowered her eyes slightly and folded her hands. In front of him, he looked as if he was admitting his mistake obediently. At this moment, she finally recalled the fear from Captain Chin. However, with her clever little brain, based on her observations during the days they spent together, she knew that Shaw-en would never put her in solitary confinement like Captain Chin did. And as long as she showed her current aggrieved look, Shaw-en would definitely forgive her immediately. If he said something sweet to her at this time, Shaw-en would become obedient. Like now. Sorry, Kelly, I was too worried so my tone was a little harsh. You should be more careful next time. Seeing the little angel become depressed, Shaw-en really couldn't bear to blame her, and quickly touched her the head felt relieved. Kelly understands. I will pay attention next time. Brother Shane cares about Kelly the most. Kelly smiled sweetly and let Shane touch her head. Seeing Shaw-en instantly fall for her smile, Kaylee's expression remained unchanged, but she felt a little proud in her heart. Alas, it's not Klee's fault for being cunning, it's really Brother Shane himself, he is too easy to be manipulated. After the episode, when she learned that they were going to the shipyard to see the ships, Klee was also very excited. She took her clothes and ran to Shane's bedroom to change, because her own and Kagura's clothes were blown up by her. Kagura is currently it seems that he doesn't know the news yet. Shaw-chan, why did I hear an explosion just now? Shane did not wait for Kelly to change her clothes on the second floor. He just walked downstairs and saw Kagura, who was putting on her shoes at the door, looking at him puzzledly. Oh, nothing, just your room was bombed. After saying that, Shane went to the bathroom. He had just dug out the buried Klee, and her body was covered with a lot of dust, so he had to clean it up. Hey, explain to me clearly, what do you mean my room was bombed? Chapter 78 Shipyard. Shipyard. It was very close to the detached house that Shane rented, about 500 to 600 meters away in a straight line. Shane, with 3 little girls, a handsome boy and a chicken, and a supernova, followed old Neil's steps and arrived not long after. Shipyard. There were quite a few people standing at the door. Leading them was a man in his 50s or 60s with a white beard, a strong body, and wearing a pair of reading glasses. Old Neil introduced Shane and others to him as the director of the shipyard. When Shane first settled down, he specially asked old Neil to send him some wine. I guess you are Mr. Shane, you are really impressive. When Shane and others approached, the factory manager's eyes lit up and he stepped forward and shook Drake's hand. Drake looked at Shane with a confused face and found that Shane's expression was also a little speechless. No wonder you have to wear reading glasses. Director, you've made a mistake, this is the one with orange hair. Old Neil scratched his head in embarrassment and quickly stepped forward to introduce the director. The director also realized that he had made a mistake and was a little apologizes awkwardly to Shane. It's okay, Mr. Factory Director, please take us to see the ship. Shaw-en shook his head and didn't care about such a small matter. The 3 lawless around him were obviously unable to wait and were looking at him eagerly. Okay. After that, under the leadership of the factory director, the group entered the shipyard unimpeded, passed by the operating equipment and employees carrying wood, and came to the port near the sea at the shipyard. Docked at the port is a sailboat about 65 meters long, for reference, the full length of the Sunny is 56 meters. The basic frame has been constructed, and except for the internal structures such as the mast, steering wheel and cabin, the ship has taken shape. Wow. The 3 girls opened their mouths at the same time. They never thought the boat would be so big. It was many times bigger than their single-family house. Liuqi and Ji Dabao were also stunned. They looked at each other tacitly, exchanged glances dozens of times, and finally came to the same conclusion, the boss is really generous. There was also some surprise in Drake's eyes. As an old man of sailing, he saw more things than ordinary people. Advertisement. For example, the material used to build the hull is extremely extraordinary, no less than the legendary precious tree atom, and is a priceless treasure. This kind of material cannot be bought with money. The fact that they were gathered in such a short time was not entirely due to Shane's money ability, but most of it was also due to the great contribution of old Neil. Drake looked at old Neil meaningfully. Sure enough, after seeing Shane's satisfied look, old Neil couldn't stop smiling. Thank you for your hard work, old Neil. Shane sincerely thanked old Neil. He couldn't see the preciousness of the shipbuilding materials like Drake did. But he remembered that Rayleigh once said that it would take nearly a month to build a ship. Now, only half a month had passed, and the ship was only a few finishing steps away from completion. This is enough to show how much effort old Neil put into it. This is what I should do, brother Shane. Old Neil shook his head slightly, not seeking credit for it. The sooner the ship was completed, the sooner they could go to New World, and the reason they wanted to go to New World was for his wife and daughter. Therefore, this was also for his own sake. If his savings were not far from enough, he would even want to pay for the shipbuilding fee for Shane out of his own pocket. However, 500 million Baileys was undoubtedly a sky-high price for an ordinary shipbuilder. So, what do you need me to do after you finish reading it? You can't just ask me to come over and take a look, right? Shane looked at old Neil and the factory manager, and at the same time held down the restless Kagura and Kanna with both hands. If he hadn't been careful, they would have almost slipped onto the boat. The boat hasn't been built yet. With the extraordinary strength of these two, if they really jump onto the boat to play, they might collapse the boat in less than a moment. In comparison, Klee was much less dangerous, of course in large part because she was not carrying her small backpack full of bombs today. Of course not just a glance. On the one hand, it is for Mr. Shane to check our progress. This is the custom of the shipyard. On the other hand, we need to ask for your opinion on the design of the interior of the cabin. As he spoke, the factory director instructed the employees behind him to take out several design drawings for Shaw-en to choose from, and if Shaw-en was not satisfied with any of them, they would make modifications to the plans on the spot. Advertisement. Of course, Shane would not decide on such a matter alone. Together with Drake and Ji Dabao, the future Red Dragon pirate group held their first discussion meeting on the interior design of the pirate ship. I want to sleep with Shane. The moment she opened her mouth, everyone was shocked. Kanna looked confused, not knowing why everyone was reacting so strongly. Is it any wonder that two dragons live in one lair, one male and one female? No, even if Kanna is not old enough, it's still. Klee was the first to raise an objection, but due to her lack of knowledge, she hesitated and couldn't explain herself clearly. Absolutely not. Shane's first time must be with me. But Kagura was completely different from her. She was too knowledgeable and everyone's eyes widened as soon as she spoke. The factory director and the shipyard workers watching at the shipyard had strange and complicated expressions on their faces as they stared at Shane. This big customer seems to be a scumbag. He actually had S*X with such a young girl. And there were 3 of them. Hey. You all have misunderstood. I'm really not a pervert. Shaw-en was anxious and hurried to explain to everyone, but almost no one believed him. Some even gave him a thumbs up and looked at him as if they were a fellow traveler. Wow, there's a real Lolita control here. Catch him quickly. Of course Shane didn't yell, because at this moment in people's minds, he was the biggest Lolita complex, and there was irrefutable evidence. Wait, aren't you asking us about the interior design of the cabin? We haven't reached the room selection stage yet, have we? What touched Shaw-en was that when he was gradually becoming the center of the fun, Liuqi silently raised his hand. Started to fight. Achi, you really are my good employee. Well, what needs to be confirmed now is how many floors the cabin will have, how many bedrooms, how many storerooms, etc. Drake took over the conversation. He really couldn't stand Shane, who was ostensibly his captain. Continue to embarrass yourself. You only have 1, 2, 3, 6. Old Neil counted the number of people in the field, but accidentally ignored Ji Dabao, who used chicken wings to he fanned his legs and added. 7. There are 6 people and 1 chicken in total, which means at least 7 bedrooms are needed. But Brother Shane should continue to take in new partners in the future, right? Chapter 79 Fatal Question. Well, as for the bedrooms, there are only 15 bedrooms in total. It should be more than enough in the short term. Shaw-en thought for a moment and Kaido. Okay, let's choose this 3-story plan. There are 3 bedrooms on the top floor plus a library, 4 bedrooms on the second floor and connected to the stern of the ship, and 5 bedrooms on the first floor in the middle of the ship, plus a kitchen, bathroom and a storage room. Library, the staircase connecting the stern to the center of the ship. There are 2 bedrooms on the first floor. In addition, there is a large warehouse and weapons depot next to it. The artillery on the ship is also there. Based on the discussion results of Shaw-en and others, Old Neil worked together with the factory director and the shipwrights behind him to make revisions. In less than a few minutes, a drawing with a fine structure and a complete structure was drawn. Yeah, not bad. Shaw-en and other laymen were dumbfounded and couldn't offer any other opinions except nodding in praise. By the way, Brother Shaw-en, do you have any requirements for the main color of the ship's hull? Should it be an orange color similar to your hair? Old Neil asked. As soon as these words came out, Kagura, Klee, and Kanna looked at Shaw-en at the same time, with a different meaning in their eyes. Shaw-en's heart tightened, and he was blocked when he wanted to ask Old Neil to pick a color at will. He realized that the colors represented by the 3 little Lolita in front of him were all different. If you choose orange, there are his and Kagura's hair, white-brown, corresponding to Kelly's hair, and lavender, corresponding to Kanna's hair. No, this may be a gift. Liuqi, Ji Dabao and Drake on the side also gradually realized that something was wrong. They felt that the air had become solid and looked at Shaw-en with some sympathy. Cold sweat kept breaking out on Old Neil's forehead. He was already regretting raising this question in public. He wished he could give himself a slap in the face and ask in private. Fortunately, Shaw-en's brain was working rapidly, and he understood that no matter which color he could choose, he suddenly remembered his reward order, the dragon, a crimson dragon. Got it. Let's go for crimson. This color is both domineering and sophisticated. I remember that the red-haired pirate ship of one of the 4 emperors is this color. It's always right to follow the 4 emperors. Shaw-en pretended to be calm and said to Old Neil, but in fact he was sweating profusely. When he saw the 3 Lolita nodding slightly in agreement from the corner of his eye, he breathed a sigh of relief. What a risk, almost not having a bowl of water evenly caused a big disaster. In the end, the plan was completely established. Old Neil, the factory director and the shipbuilders made a plan and promised Sean a completion time of 7 days. No more, no less, it happened to be the time for his next character summons. Advertisement. ... Come here with pleasure and return with pleasure. Before leaving, Shaw-en remembered the mess caused by Klee at home. He tentatively asked the factory director. As expected, the factory director readily agreed and sent 2 shipbuilders to help him solve the problem. At first, Shaw-en was skeptical about the shipbuilders repairing the wall, but they proved it with their actions. In less than half an hour, the wall between the wall that Klee blew up and Kagura's room was restored to its original state. It is estimated that even the landlord you can't tell the difference in person. By the way, they also repaired the damaged furniture in Kelly's bedroom. The house was brand new, and the worry in Shaw-en's heart also dissipated. It seems that the deposit paid when renting a house can be recovered again. To thank the 2 boatmen, Shaw-en invited them to have a meal, but they were refused. It was not yet evening and they had to go back to the shipyard to continue working. Shaw-en stopped trying to stay and took out 2 bottles of wine from the refrigerator as a thank you gift. The 2 boatmen laughed from ear to ear, said goodbye and drank while returning to the shipyard. At this time, Klee somehow managed to chat happily with Chicken Dabao. She and Dabao moved 2 deck chairs to the door, and one person and one chicken slept on the deck chairs, waiting for dusk to come. Shaw-en felt relieved when he saw this, as long as Kelly didn't make any more bombs. After today, he was a little worried about letting Kelly tinker with bombs alone in the room. It was not because he was worried about the house being destroyed, but about her own safety. Among their current group of people, Klee is actually the most fragile one, but she faces the most dangerous bombs every day. Shane is now gradually able to empathize with Captain Jean on the other side of the other world. On the other hand, Kanna, who is also an uncontrollable factor, has now found a playmate. After Kanna came back, she started catching insects again. This time, with Kagura joining in, she didn't eat the insects. Instead, she caught one each and put them on the ground, and started cricket fighting, having a lot of fun. Shane and Liuqi watched for a while, until Kanna lost her bug and ate it in anger, then they left in dismay. It's too scary, insect lovers should never watch it. After watching the insect fight, Shaw-en brought Liuqi to an open space in the yard and continued his previous domineering practice. Boss, I have almost understood the essentials of armament Haki. I will have a chance to learn it if I practice. What about the other 2 types of Haki? As for learning how to be domineering, Liuqi himself actually had no great desire to do so. He could learn it or not, but he noticed that Shaw-en seemed to be looking forward to him learning it. Advertisement. So there is no way. As a diligent employee, the boss's wishes are my own wishes. More importantly, there is really no other work to do. Conqueror's domineering power cannot be acquired through practice, but depends entirely on whether one has the aptitude. At this point, Shaw-en glanced at Liuqi. Achi might not be as domineering as Conqueror's, but it's hard to say what the big size in his body is. Maybe he could give him a surprise one day. Well, you should practice your observation Haki. It should be the next 2 days. Our Haki teacher will come. You can take classes with us then. Shaw-en patted Liuqi's shoulder with a gloating expression on his face. Why do I feel like you are trying to trick me? Liuqi looked at him suspiciously. How could that be? It's all for your own good. The next day, we crossed the 16th day. After Shaw-en finished his breakfast in the morning, he called Liuqi to go out with him. Under the leadership of Sean, the two went straight ahead and took the Sabaody speedboat from Island 53 to Island 13. Boss, where are we going? After walking for a long time, Liuqi finally asked the question after stepping off the land of Island number 13 from the speedboat. When they came out, Shane said, let's go, and he followed him for an hour or two for some unknown reason. Huh, didn't I tell you? Shane looked at him in surprise. No. Ah, Liuqi was confused and even suspected that he had forgotten. Then why are you just following me like this? Shaw-en covered his head speechlessly. He felt that this kid was really thick-skinned. He didn't ask a single question during the 2-hour journey. Forget it, you'll know when you get there. Shane pointed ahead, where there was a tavern located on a remote hillside, looking a little weird. Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. Chapter 80 I want to kill that snotty man. The two walked along the stone path on the hillside and came to the door of the tavern. Before entering the tavern, Liuqi carefully looked at the plaque, especially the 3 words, extortion. Could this be a shady shop? He wanted to remind Shane, but he saw Shane walk straight into the pub and walked towards the bar, where there was a woman with a graceful back. Oh, Liuqi clapped his hands and suddenly realized that the boss was out for fun. Really, why did he bring him along for such a thing? Isn't he afraid that he will leak the secret to those 3 girls when he returns? Don't let your imagination run wild, this is business. Shaw-en glanced at him and slapped him on the back of the head. He could see clearly the look that all men understood. Hey, it's Shane, how come you have time to come to my place? Shaki heard the noise, put down the cup he was wiping, turned around, and looked a little surprised when he saw Shane. Looking for Rayleigh. He hasn't been home in a few days. She knew that Rayleigh had been teaching Shane how to be domineering recently. No, I'm here to get information. Shane walked to the bar, sat on a round stool, and kicked one to Liuqi, gate of opening. Liuqi took the stool and sat down obediently. After seeing Shaki's age, he realized that Shane was not the kind of person who would do that kind of thing. Alas, what a pity. Information. Shaki was stunned for a second, his eyes suddenly flickered, he glanced at Liuqi, and then looked at Shaw-en with a smile in his eyes. The information I have here is very valuable. She lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke gracefully, then took out 2 cans from under the bar and pushed them across the counter to the 2 of them. But, I'm your fan after all. Tell me, what news do you want to know, little, red dragon? Shane's eyes froze, but he was not surprised. With Shaki's information network and her relationship with Rayleigh, it was not difficult for her to know his identity. Advertisement. Liuqi, who was standing by, was confused, but he didn't interrupt. He took the can, said thank you, and started drinking. I want to know the location of all the Draco vaults in the Sabaody Archipelago. Shane also opened the can, took a sip of the wine, and said something that made Shaki's face turn pale. Shaki was choked by the smoke and coughed several times. You are such a good boy, you are able to say shocking things without making any noise. Patting his chest, Shaki gave him a reproachful look. Shane did not reply, but smiled to show his apology. With his currently impossibly perfect face and a smile, he could make countless women in this world fall in love with him. Even Shaki couldn't help but take a few more glances, with admiration in his eyes. I haven't seen you for half a month. Not only has your strength improved by leaps and bounds at a speed I can't understand, but your face is also ridiculously beautiful. Shaki sighed and stared at Shane's face again. Only when Shane felt embarrassed did she smile and nod, and then get back to the topic. I know the location and can tell you, but I want to know what you are going to do. And what will it bring to this island? ... A few minutes later, Shane took Liuqi out of the pub. Compared to before they entered the door, the two men not only had 2 more cans of wine, but also a map with the location marked. On the way, boss, what are we going to do next? To rob money. Liuqi threw the empty can into a passing trash can, with a conflicted look on his face. I just overheard the conversation between Shane and the tavern owner. He didn't understand a lot of the concepts, such as the celestial dragons and the marine government, but he understood that Shane asked these questions in preparation for the last thing. Robbery of the celestial dragon's vault. He was short of money, but he didn't want to rob anyone, no matter who he robbed. No, we are just going to scout the place, right? Shane didn't notice anything unusual and answered simply, then he suddenly stopped. There was a noisy sound coming from the street, and pedestrians hurriedly retreated to the sides of the street, kneeling and bowing their heads in unison. The streets were filled with the sound of heads hitting the ground. Sha-en grabbed Liuqi's arm and took him to hide behind a tree. Liuqi was a little confused and just followed Sha-en's gaze blankly. Advertisement. Catch the eye. It was a snotty man wearing a glass cover. He was riding on a tall slave. The slave had a chain around his neck and was carrying the snotty man as he crawled. He was naked, and the skin on his hands and legs had been cut. A long trail of blood slid out on the ground. Beside him were a bunch of bodyguards in black clothes. Some of them were clearing the way, while others were watching the people around with vigilant eyes, guarding against possible enemies coming from all directions. The pedestrians were silent and knelt on both sides of the street. What is this? Liuqi glanced at the pedestrians on both sides, then set his gaze on the mounting slave, his fists unconsciously clenched. The celestial dragons are the real rulers of this world. The Marines and the world government serve them. They live on the Red Earth continent at an altitude of 10,000 meters and occasionally come down to observe the people's sentiments. Shane explained to him in a cold voice, looking at the snotty-nosed man wearing a glass mask, his eyes revealing disgust and aversion. Although I have seen it in anime, it was already a beautified scene in anime. Seeing it with my own eyes now, I know that the reality is even more cruel. These celestial dragons really don't treat people as human beings. What is the identity of the slave he is riding? Liuqi continued to ask, with a pair of scissors in his hand. Perhaps a pirate, a merchant, a commoner, or even a noble. Does that mean he might be innocent? Liuqi's voice trembled slightly. The scissors in his hand made a crisp sound, and the blade glowed blue, ready to go. The corners of Shane's mouth slightly raised, and there was no surprise in his eyes. Even if you kill this celestial dragon and rescue the slave, there will be more celestial dragons, and the civilians on this island will also be harmed by your actions. His palm was wrapped in a layer of dark armament Haki and he pressed it on the scissors to stop them from shaking. Liuqi was silent with his eyes lowered. He suddenly understood what Shane had talked about with the tavern owner at the end. Shane said he would not bring any harm to the island. I see. Just steal the money from the vault and ignore these bullying scum celestial dragons. This way, you won't be held accountable by the forces behind the celestial dragons. Liuqi felt very upset. He was not from this world, so he had no reason to take action. Moreover, his action would affect Sha-en, but doing nothing was totally against his will. All this made him extremely upset. Difficult. He scratched his hair in distress and accidentally pulled the rubber band off, allowing his long hair to fall loose, covering his eyes. His eyes became sharp, as if he had become a different person. No, it's like he's a completely different person. I'm going to kill that snot man. His hair fluttered without wind, and his pair of black pupils flashed red, emitting a bone-chilling chill. Chapter 81 Envy of Boss Shaw every day. This is, the big account is online. Sha-en looked surprised as he met those murderous eyes. A biting chill came over him, and Shane seemed to be in a sea of blood. In front of him was a black-haired young man holding a long knife. The knife was covered in blood, dripping onto the ground. However, this was not a real scene, but only a fusion of his imagination and the memory he obtained at that time. In his memory, he had seen Chi wielding a knife to chop people, so he was not unfamiliar with his temperament. The big one is really online. What he just said was actually just to let Liuqi see the truest side of this world, so that he could prepare himself mentally and face such events with a good attitude in the future. Of course, this method is only for adults. It is completely different for Kagura, Klee and Kanna. He has never mentioned to them the cruelty of this world. However, Kagura had already vaguely known about this after the trip to Marihoa. One night when she couldn't sleep, she came to Shane's room to talk about this matter. This is why Drake became more and more certain that Shane was a Lolita complex. However, he did not expect that his other personality would be awakened by some strange combination of circumstances. I'm going to kill that snotty man. The voice was repeated again. Chi looked at Sha-en with a calm gaze. Sha-en understood that he was actually asking for instructions. Is it because I'm his boss? Shane suddenly realized and understood the killer's logic. Now he was his superior, so he needed to ask himself before killing anyone. I can kill him, but not today. After thinking it through, Shane shook his head. Time. The tone was cold and concise. First, scout the area. After 7 days, kill people and rob them, then escape on a boat. Do you understand? Sha-en felt embarrassed by his subordinate's aloofness, so he also learned to shorten his sentences, which was a bit childish. Good. After he finished speaking, Liuqi's body swayed and he staggered on the spot. After he stood firm, his eyes became clear again. Huh, what happened just now? He asked puzzledly while tying his hair. Nothing, you were just being cool. Advertisement. At this time, the Tianlong people had already walked away, and the streets had returned to their former bustle. Sha-en patted Liuqi on the shoulder and stepped into the crowd. He saw a stall selling marshmallows and was about to buy 3 to take home, but he had no choice because his children loved them. Cool. Liuqi looked confused, not understanding why his boss suddenly praised him. He stared at the back of the Tianlong man, shook his head slightly, and followed Sha-en's pace. Wait for me, boss. The next few hours. Shane took 3 marshmallows and, together with Liuqi, boarded the airship to take a look at the location marked by Haki on the map. It was indeed a vault, and the defense was very tight, with all the bodyguards in black. Moreover, less than 100 meters away from the vault was a marine branch base. At the same time, Shane noticed that the snotty-nosed man had moved into a large house next to the vault. It was magnificent and seemed to have a lot of property. Shane made up his mind to get the others on the boat that had already been built, taking Liuqi and Kanna with him. Kanna was a precautionary measure. They would first rob the vault, then kill the snotty ghost, and finally board the boat. Run away. In order not to implicate the residents of the island, he would deliberately leave his name at the scene, Red Dragon, Shane. Presumably, the 5 elders would not dare to start a war after seeing this name, after all, they had just been beaten up. And Shane also really wanted to see the reaction of the man behind the 5 elders. At that time, Kanna brought Kagura and Klee into the holy land of Marihoa and taught 5 elders a lesson one after another, but the man behind them never showed up. It was unknown whether he knew he was no match for Kanna or for some other reason. It was almost noon when Sha-en and Liuqi got home. Kagura was very unhappy. Sha-en went out to play without her, and he came back almost at dinner time, so lunchtime would definitely be delayed again. She didn't want to give Shane a good look, but was instantly coaxed into submission by a string of marshmallows. Natsu-chan, you're so nice. Shane tapped her forehead. He was already used to this girl's daily change of expression. He handed the other 2 skewers to Klee and Kanna, who were looking at him eagerly, then tied on an apron and walked to the kitchen. However, the kitchen is not run by him alone now. Liuqi has experience in selling beef offal, so he can barely be considered a kitchen helper, helping Sha-en cut some meat and vegetables. Advertisement. The dishes are very rich. In addition to the Poseidon meat, there are also beef, lamb, duck, etc. Vegetables are also available. Shane basically goes to the market to buy some every other day. But unfortunately, ever since Ji Dabao came, I can no longer eat chicken as usual. Even if Ji Dabao doesn't mind, the thought of eating chicken in front of a chicken is really weird. With the help of Liuqi and his increasingly sophisticated cooking skills, Sha-en only took less than half an hour to prepare a sumptuous meal. Everyone was enjoying the meal. At the table, Ji Dabao asked about Sha-en and Liuqi's going out in the morning. Sha-en did not tell them that he was planning a murder and robbery, but just said that he went to Haki to get some information. He had told Liuqi about it before coming back, so he didn't reveal anything else. However, Ji Dabao still noticed that his expression was not right, so he called him back to the bedroom after dinner. I don't know what the man and the chicken said in the bedroom, but when Liuqi walked out of the room, he was holding a broken knife with cracks all over the blade, as if it had been glued together after it was broken. Of Devil's Sword, 1,000 blades. Sha-en stared at the knife for a long time, with some heat in his eyes, but it quickly went out. He did not obtain Liuqi's true energy, so he could not use the knife. It's better to just use your greatsword. With your current tankiness, you will definitely be the front row of the team charge in the future, and the 2-handed greatsword is surprisingly suitable for you. This unpredictable magic sword is obviously more suitable for an assassin like Achi. No, considering how he plays immune to death as a villain in anime, he can at least be considered a lightly armed warrior. Noon. When Shane was lying on the sofa resting in the sun, Klee and Kanna came over hand in hand and took the newspaper off Shane's face. Brother Shane, to thank you for your marshmallows, let Klee and Kanna give you a massage. Massage, do you mean? Shane was stunned, and then a look of joy appeared on his face, because he saw that Klee and Kanna took off their shoes and socks, and their 2 white and tender feet stepped on the sofa. Superior. Of course Shane understood what massage meant, so he lay down decisively, letting the 2 lawless step on his back barefoot, making soothing moans from time to time. It's so comfortable. In a bedroom on the 1st floor, Ji Dabao and Liuqi were observing the living room through the crack in the door. Aki, do you see it? As long as you work hard to make money, you can live the same life as Boss Shaw in the future. Ji Dabao patted Liuqi's leg and encouraged him. But I don't want to be stepped on. Liuqi was speechless. The boss's hobby was really amazing. Stupid. This is a massage, don't you understand? It's very expensive to do this outside. Chapter 82. You are a monster. After enjoying the foot massage, Shane was not able to get up for a while, so he just lay on the sofa and closed his eyes to take a nap. And Klee and Kanna did not leave. They changed their position from stepping on Shane's back to sitting down, and asked Liuqi, who was passing by to get drinks, to hand them some playing cards. They sat on Shane and played with him for the whole afternoon. It was not until the afternoon, when Shane woke up with back pain, that he found a white, tender little foot in front of him, stretching out from his back, almost touching his face. He recognized at a glance that this was the jailer from Klee. She was small and delicate, much more delicate than Kanna's round little feet, and had a refreshing fragrance. Shane smelled the scent of the shower gel he bought. Shane felt warm in his heart. This little angel, Klee, was so thoughtful. She even washed his feet before stepping on his back. But she was not experienced enough after all, and didn't know that some LSP with unique fetishes were attracted by that original flavor. But this does not include Shane, he is not a foot fetishist. Even though he was very close to her, he just stared at her for a few minutes. He didn't do anything else like licking her with his tongue, which only perverts would do. Shane swallowed, not for any other reason, but because he was thirsty and wanted to drink some water. In order not to wake up the two lollies sleeping on his back, he turned over quickly, stretched out his hands, and held the two lollies who were sleeping together on his back in his arms. The operation was smooth and there were basically no mistakes except for the poker cards scattered on the ground. So you're using me as a table. After seeing the playing cards, Shane understood. He helplessly laid the two cards flat on the sofa and pinched the sleeping faces of Klee and Kanna respectively. It's soft and feels so comfortable, I even can't put it down. Afternoon. Kagura wants to go out. At this time, Haiyuan covered the two lollies sleeping on the sofa with a thin blanket. He was slightly stunned, but without thinking too much, he prepared to change his clothes and accompany her. But what he didn't expect was that Kagura didn't want him to accompany her and gave a reason that made him laugh and cry. Sheen went out to play in the morning without taking her. To sum it up in one sentence, he is throwing a tantrum like a child. Advertisement. Shane was helpless. He didn't expect that a marshmallow wouldn't do the trick this time. There was no other choice but to take out 2 million Baileys from the storage space and give them to her, blinding Liuqi and Ji Dabao, and letting her go shopping alone and buy some things. Kagura curled her lips and said, "Don't try to bribe me with money," but her body was honest. After taking the money, she jumped towards the door. "Remember to bring back some drinks," Shane reminded him. There were always drinks in the refrigerator at home, usually brought back by him and Drake when they went out. "I know, stop being long-winded." Kagura grumbled in dissatisfaction, then quickly put on her shoes and socks, picked up her parasol, made a face at Shane, turned around and ran, but almost tripped over the threshold and staggered away in the courtyard. This girl, Haiyuan shook his head and smiled with a doting look on his face. Somehow, he had a sense that his daughter had grown up. On the side, Liuqi and Ji Dabao were already stunned, and once again deeply realized Haiyuan's financial strength. The pocket money given to any girl is 2 million. Although Bailey is cheaper than the currency of their world, the exchange rate learned from Shane tells them that, converted into money, this, pocket money, is nearly 100,000 yuan. What a concept. Their goal was only 1 million yuan, but the money Shane took out was actually 1/10 of their goal. Work hard, and you will have it in the future. Seeing the shock of the man and the chicken, Haiyuan patted their shoulders encouragingly. Everyone can draw cakes. He still remembers that when he was working, his boss often patted his shoulder like this, so he doesn't feel unfamiliar with it now, as if it is natural. Understood, boss. Therefore, the effect was particularly significant. The man and the chicken seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Their voices were as loud as bells, and they strode with their heads held high, patrolling around Shane's yard. Shane was busy during the rest of the afternoon. He found Drake, who had been training outside the hospital, and had a sparring session with him almost every day, with Liuqi and Ji Dabao watching from the side. After Haiyuan obtained Liuqi's memory of swordsmanship, his sword skills improved by leaps and bounds, and he would no longer make the amateurish moves of slapping people with the sword. Now, the blood-red sword was as flexible as if it were driven by an arm. It was continuously waving in the air. One after another, blood-red sword energy was slashed out from the sword, like layers of waves piling up and surging, rushing forward. What? Drake's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. No one understood this shock better than him. Yesterday, his opponent was a rookie who couldn't even perform a combo or hold a sword. Today, not only did his posture become very standard, he even skipped the stage of cutting iron and directly realized the flying slash. Advertisement. Over the past 10 days, Shane had shocked him many times and refreshed his cognition, but this time he was still extremely shocked. The blood-red sword energy was so strong that it was like a wave and was approaching him. His clothes were rustling because of the energy. Only then did he come to his senses and hurriedly raised the iron axe and long sword in his hands to block it. Two clanging sounds. Drake groaned, and under the impact of the sword energy, his body quickly retreated, leaving a long trace on the ground. The iron axe and long sword in his hands also flew backwards, drawing an arc in the air. It was stuck in the ground several dozen centimeters in front of Liuqi and Ji Dabao. Hiss. The man and the chicken took a deep breath. On the one hand, they were shocked by Haiyuan's strength, and on the other hand, they were almost injured by mistake. That's really amazing, boss. As expected of Boss Shaw, he is so domineering, he is truly a man among men, a tyrant among tyrants. After being surprised, they applauded Shane very hard. As a qualified employee, they should support their boss in a timely manner. What's more, They were indeed stunned by the strength displayed by Shane. Ha ha ha, it's not as much as you guys praise me for. Shane had never received such direct praise before. He held the sword with one hand and scratched his head with the other, feeling a little embarrassed. It's just a supernova, no big deal, just stay calm. His Kanna crew member, however, had defeated 5 elders in one move a week ago. He was still a long way from reaching that level. You really are a monster. Drake obviously thought completely differently from him. He stared at his hands which were shaking continuously after he was exhausted, and his voice was filled with disbelief. How long has this guy had the sword? It must have been no more than a week at most. From a layman to mastering the flying slash in just 1 week, is this really something a human can do? How did you do it? Were you pretending to fight me before? You can actually use a sword. No, then why did you suddenly reveal yourself today? Drake's brain is fried. He really couldn't do it before, but he learned it after he came here. Sha-en was very honest and pointed his sword at Liuqi who was still applauding him. Me. Liuqi was stunned. Him. Drake was also confused. Chapter 83 Kagura's Wonderful Day. The sun sets in the west, and the dim sunlight shines into the courtyard. As Ji Dabao's stomach growled, Shane, Drake, and Liuqi, who had been practicing for the entire afternoon, stopped practicing, went back into the house to wash up, and then waited for dinner. Shane was treated very well. As soon as he entered the house, Klee and Kanna came running down the stairs, one holding a towel and the other holding his spare clothes. Brother Shane, we have prepared everything for you, let's go. Klee said proudly, looking up at him as if seeking praise. Sean, this is for you. Kanna echoed, her face calm, and it seemed that she was pulled here by Klee. Well done. Sha-en's face was almost blooming with smiles. He wanted to rub the 2 cute little heads with his hands, but he realized that his hands were full of sweat and dust, so he stopped in time and just took the towel and clothes and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, under the jealous gaze of Liuqi, Sha-en sat on the sofa in the living room again. Behind him, 2 little girls stood on a small stool and wiped his hair with a towel. Ah, so cool. If he didn't have to cook, he might have fallen asleep on the sofa right now. However, when I glanced at the clock in the living room, it was almost 6 o'clock. The sky outside was covered with a faint layer of darkness, and I could vaguely see the smoke from the nearby neighbors' houses. Shane suddenly felt something was wrong. Often at times like this, there always seemed to be someone nagging him to cook. Kagura. He's been out all afternoon and hasn't come back yet. Did he get lost? Or was he kidnapped by someone using candy? The more Sha-en thought about it, the more anxious he became. He stood up suddenly and bumped into 2 lawless who were wiping his hair behind him. Ouch! Klee cried out in pain, and Shane's shoulder hit her arm, causing her to lose balance, knock over the bench under her feet, and fall backwards. Fortunately, Kanna is not an ordinary person. Even though her stool was knocked over, she immediately floated in the air and stretched out her hand to support Klee, thus Klee was spared. Are you okay, Klee? Shane came back to his senses and came over to ask with concern. Advertisement. It's okay, Kanna caught me. But brother Shane, why are you so anxious suddenly? Did something happen? With the help of Kanna, Klee regained her balance and asked in confusion. Nothing happened, but Kagura hasn't come back yet. I'm a little worried and want to go out and look for her. Sha-en said. As he spoke, he had already walked to the door, ready to change his shoes and go out immediately. But at this moment, he noticed some movement outside the yard. When he looked up, he saw an orange-haired girl jumping in from the courtyard wall. Sha-en's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the Kagura whom he was worried would be kidnapped? Sha-chan, are you going out now? Kagura walked over and looked at Shane standing at the door with confusion, her voice full of energy. Behind her was a bunch of bubble bags filled with all kinds of items, and it looked like they cost a lot of money. Of course, this was not what Shane was concerned about. The first thing he noticed was naturally her face. There was no sign of injury and she looked very happy. There were oil stains at the corners of her mouth, which showed that she had eaten a lot of good food outside. There's no need to go out now. Sha-en felt relieved and now he had time to look at the things around her. Are you going shopping? It was you who asked me to bring the drinks. I searched for a long time before I finally found the supermarket. Kagura was a little dissatisfied when she said this. It was originally free time, but it became completely unhappy after the task was assigned. Moreover, she didn't know the supermarkets in this world, and spent most of her time asking for directions. She accidentally walked into many remote alleys and was forced to beat up a few hooligans and save a little girl who was molested. The little girl was grateful. She invited her home for dinner. She couldn't refuse the little girl's kindness, so she had to eat up all her family's food rations for a month. The attitude of the little girl's parents changed from gratitude to shock, then to heartache, fear, and finally doubt about life. They cried and knelt down to beg her not to eat anymore. Kagura finally finished the meal, but before leaving, she took the 200 yuan that Shane had given her. Womble left them all. 2 million Baileys is almost a year's expenses for an ordinary family. Kagura didn't know how much it was worth, but she knew that Shane had many more 2 million, so she didn't take it seriously. Then where do you get the money to buy these things in the supermarket? Sha-en heard it and didn't expect that this girl could have such a rich experience in just one afternoon. Klee, Kanna, Liuqi, Ji Dabao, and even Drake all brought stools and sat at the door to listen to Kagura's stories. Didn't I say I beat up some hooligans? They had a lot of money on them, and I took it all. Kagura explained calmly, pulling out several wallets from her cheongsam pocket and handing them all to Sha-en. Shane opened it and took a quick look. There was still a lot of money left, hundreds of thousands of Baileys, and the photos in the wallet looked familiar. Advertisement. It looks like they are those hooligans who wanted to rob me that day but were too cowardly. Sha-en asked Kagura if any of those thugs had clubs. Kagura nodded in surprise. She thought that Sha-en had been secretly following her in the afternoon. Her cheeks puffed up and she looked a little angry that he had been following her without even coming out to show her the way. Shane tapped her head, explained everything in a few words, then went to the kitchen and started cooking dinner. After Shane left, Kagura began to show off the results of her work, which included not only the drinks Shane requested, but also a variety of snacks and gifts for everyone. Did Sister Kagura buy us gifts? Klee came over in surprise. The rest of the people were also a little surprised and gathered around. No one doesn't like gifts, and this gift was sent by someone with novel ideas like Kagura, which really made them curious. But the result was far beyond everyone's expectations. The gifts Kagura bought for them were reasonable. She gave Klee a cute cartoon backpack. Klee liked the cartoon characters on the backpack very much. Drake said it was a character from a famous North Blue comic called Sea Warriors. Sora. Kanna's was a sun hat with two small raised corners on the brim, which just covered Kanna's horns. Kanna was very satisfied and did not take it off after putting it on. Liuqi owns a fishing rod, which is equipped with fish hooks, fishing nets, buckets and other tools. He is very satisfied with it and plans to invite his boss to go fishing at the beach one day to enhance the relationship between the two. Ji Dabao is wearing a pair of light-proof sunglasses and a sleeping mask. Kagura said that she often saw him sleeping on the lounge chair on the balcony, so she picked them specially for him. Ji Dabao was so moved that tears fell from his eyes. Drake's gift was a black cape. Not long ago, during an unexpected encounter with Law, a small part of his coat was cut off. Even Shane didn't notice it, but Kagura discovered it. Drake was really touched. He expressed his sincere gratitude and reached out to pat Kagura on the head like Sha-en did. However, Kagura turned away with a look of disgust. She said, "This is Sha-chan. Exclusive rights." Drake smiled awkwardly and gave Kagura 2 candies. "Then what did you buy for the boss?" Liuqi asked with some confusion after Kagura distributed gifts to everyone. Yes, Sister Kagura, you must have bought a gift for Brother Shane as well." Kelly asked curiously, with some anticipation in her voice. Kanna also looked over with something strange in her eyes. She remembered that she gave gifts to Klee and Kagura last time, but not to Shane. She was really too negligent. Shane must be very sad. Of course he has one. He has an extra red sword. It looks cool, but it's always bare when he takes it out. It's pitiful, so I bought him a scabbard. Kagura took out a vertical wooden box from the bubble bag behind him and opened it carefully, revealing a dark red iron scabbard with delicate patterns and a faint glow. This was the most expensive gift she had ever bought, costing her 3 million Baileys. Although she used the pocket money that Shane gave her every few days, she had saved it for almost 10 days. She had originally planned to have a big meal at the East Daxia Sabaody restaurant that Shane mentioned in the future, but after passing by a weapons store today, she walked in unconsciously. Chapter 84 The Painting. Night. As the aroma of food wafted out of the kitchen, Shane wiped the sweat off his forehead and admired his work with satisfaction. 7 large pots of meat stew, a dozen plates of vegetarian dishes, a large pot of seafood soup, 4 a bucket of fried rice, plus some pickles and snacks that Kagura bought. Mission accomplished. Before he could say anything, Kagura rushed in after smelling the food. After seeing the kitchen full of dishes, she happily hugged Shane and then volunteered to help serve the dishes. Afterwards, Liuqi and Klee came over after hearing the noise and joined the team serving the dishes. Ji Dabao wanted to help but was limited by his own conditions, so he went to the refrigerator and took out the drinks that Kagura had just bought. He got ice cubes from somewhere and mixed a large glass of special drinks for everyone. It looks good. When Sha-en walked into the living room to put away the apron, he happened to see Ji Dabao's operation and was a little surprised. Not only does it look good, it tastes even better. Ji Dabao was so confident that he even made a carving on each glass of drink. Shane was now certain that he was truly a professional, feeling somewhat pleasantly surprised. He was thinking that on future sea voyages, he might be able to ask Ji Dabao to make some cocktails. At that time, you can sit on the deck, lie on a lounge chair, feel the sea breeze, enjoy the sea view, and drink cold drinks through a straw, as if your soul has been purified. Where did this picture come from? Sha-en couldn't hold it anymore and pointed at the drawing board that suddenly appeared in front of him. Ji Dabao actually drew what he had just imagined in his mind. This is too sudden. Can't you comics use some logic? At this moment, Shane suddenly felt the corner of his clothes being tugged. He lowered his head and found that it was Kanna, who was wearing a bright yellow sun hat and looking up at him expectantly. "Hey, Kanna, your hat is so cute. When did you buy it?" Shane saw through her thoughts at a glance and reached out to touch her sun hat. "It's a gift from Kagura." Kanna answered truthfully, her voice light and she felt a little excited after being praised. "Oh, this girl actually knows to buy gifts when she goes out. I really underestimated her." Sha-en felt surprised and a little proud. It seemed that he had taught her well. But did this girl buy it for him? Advertisement. Although he didn't really want to receive a gift, and it wasn't his birthday, but if Kagura also remembered him, it would surely feel nice, right? The last time I received a gift seemed to be in high school. At that time, a girl who had a crush on him secretly put a custom-made painting on his desk when he was away during lunch break. The painting is still hanging in his bedroom at home. The content of the painting is exactly Rayleigh, Pluton, from One Piece. Thinking of the painting, the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Those were all memories of youth. As he was thinking about it, the scene of the time travel that day suddenly flashed through his mind again. On the day of the time travel, when he was about to go out to catch the subway, the painting fell from the wall for no reason. He then searched for a long time at home and finally found the tape to hang the painting back up. This caused him to miss the last subway and be late for work. As expected, he was severely criticized by his boss, who handed him a large amount of work before he left. He had no choice but to accept it and had to stay up late to work overtime, which eventually led to his sudden death. In front of the computer desk, I came to this world. Etc. Thinking about it this way, his death and time travel seemed to be closely related to this painting. Could it be a curse cast by the girl he rejected? No, it can't be considered a curse, it should be a blessing. He is living a very comfortable life now. He has money, a house, and a little girl. He will soon have a boat of his own. Apart from practicing and cooking, he has nothing else to worry about. This is exactly the life he has always dreamed of. Brother Shane, look, is there anything different about Kelly? When Shane was distracted, a clear voice came from his ear. He was startled and lowered his head again. Sure enough, he saw a cute Klee standing in front of him, deliberately leaning sideways to show him her back. New backpack. Shane understood, knowing that there was another person seeking praise. What a nice little backpack. It suits you very well. Did Kagura buy it for you too? Yeah, it was bought by Sister Kagura, and Klee likes it very much. After being praised, Klee smiled happily and turned around twice on the spot with her backpack on her back. Shaw-en was touched by her cuteness again, and looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Late at night. Advertisement. Shane lay down on the bed and was about to close his eyes to check the character panel when the door slowly opened with a creak and Kagura walked in with a mysterious look on her face. Why are you coming to my room in the middle of the night? Didn't you say I'm a perverted Lolita? Shaw-en glanced at her but didn't get up. He was already used to Kagura breaking into his house in the middle of the night, and it had happened more than once or twice. Shaw-chan, they all received gifts today, but you didn't. Are you sad and upset now? Kagura approached slowly, with her hands hidden behind her back and a sly fox-like smile on her face. Well, if you don't give me that scabbard, I'm almost going to cry out loud in my room alone, woo-woo-woo. Shane looked at her with amusement. Humph, I knew you would know it in advance. It's not a surprise at all. Did that little traitor Klee tell you? Kagura snorted softly, and no longer pretended to move closer, but threw herself directly onto the bed and lay side by side with Shane. Here, your gift. Her tone was very unhappy. She handed the wooden box containing the scabbard to Shane, then turned sideways and snatched the pillow that Shane was lying on, refusing to sleep on the same pillow with him. When Shane opened the wooden box and saw the dark red scabbard inside, the corners of his mouth curved up, his mind moved slightly, and he summoned a blood-red sword in his hand. He took out the scabbard from the box and compared it with the other two. They matched perfectly. Shane immediately inserted the sword into the scabbard. There was a silky sound of steel friction, which sounded very comfortable. The big sword was sheathed, which made Shane feel inexplicably satisfied. Maybe it was because men were born to like to insert something. He lay on the bed and weighed the scabbarded sword against the ceiling. Under the desk lamp, the dark red scabbard emitted a faint fluorescence, which contrasted with the blue light from the hilt, interweaving into strange colors in Shane's pupils, mysterious and eye-catching. Nice. Shaw-en couldn't let go of it. If it wasn't inappropriate, he would have wanted to hug Kagura who was lying next to him and thank her for her gift. You have quite a good taste. After hearing this, Kagura finally calmed down, turned around, and admired the weapon with the scabbard with Shane. Chapter 85 Shin's Quill Pen. The night deepened and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Shane opened the curtains, and the two of them lay side by side on the bed, looking at the moon and chatting. An unknown amount of time had passed as the two talked about their experiences over the past 10 days. Kagura covered her mouth and yawned. She felt sleepy. Shaw-chan, how about I sleep here tonight? Kagura suddenly spoke and took action at the same time, wrapping Shane's quilt around herself and wrapping herself like a caterpillar. Stop making trouble and go back to your room and sleep. Shaw-en rolled his eyes at her and urged her to leave quickly. He didn't even agree to sleep with Kanna, who looked younger than him, let alone the 14-year-old girl in front of him, who had grown up and had a certain appeal to him. He is not really a criminal. Why not? Didn't we slept in the same room on the first night? Kagura was very unhappy. She rolled around on the bed, turning into a long afterimage, making a whirring sound. The conditions didn't allow it at the time, and I was sleeping on the floor then. Shaw-en held her down with one hand. If she continued to shake, the bed would collapse. Seeing that Shaw-en was so determined, Kagura stopped making a fuss, lowered her head, and muttered quietly. What a cowardly little virgin, he doesn't even dare to sleep in the same bed, huh? You. Veins popped out on Shane's forehead and he felt humiliated. It took him a long time to utter a word. You should be glad that you are not yet an adult, otherwise. What else? Kagura poked her head out from under the quilt and asked provocatively. Shaw-en didn't say anything else. He just raised his hand and slapped it hard on the center of the quilt that wrapped her. There was a crisp, Pop, sound, and Kagura cried out in pain, and her pretty face quickly turned red. Damn you, Sha-chan, you actually spanked me. Even my dad never spanked me like this. Kagura felt embarrassed and annoyed, and wanted to break free from the quilt and come out to bite him. I don't want a disobedient daughter like you. Advertisement. Of course Shane would not give her this opportunity. With a sly smile on his face, he exerted a little force with his hands, carried the caterpillar on his shoulders, and walked towards the door. When he was going out, he ran into Drake, who opened the door. He was stunned for 2 seconds, looked at Shane and Kagura on his shoulder with a complicated expression, and closed the door silently. That's good. The image has been further deepened. No, it should be said that it has been consolidated. Shane covered his head helplessly. HMPH, what image do you have as a perverted Lolita lover? Everyone knows it, Kagura said with contempt. It's all because of you, a disobedient fellow. Shane was a little annoyed. He clamped her to his waist and slapped her hard. After she yelled, she was really obedient this time and retracted her head into the quilt. After arriving at Kagura's bedroom, Shane unfolded the quilt like a burrito and threw the girl with messy hair onto the bed. Then, without daring to stop for a moment, he immediately turned around and ran. In the end, at the cost of several teeth marks on his neck, arms, and face, he successfully ran back to his bedroom. However, before he could relax, he discovered that there was another baby dragon in the room, sitting on the bed and dangling its little feet. Sha-en was really tired. He didn't go to the bed, but took out a cooling medicine from the drawer in the room and applied it on the teeth marks on his body. Although he has a strong ability to recover and his body is almost recovered, the pain still comes. This medicine was originally intended to be used after finishing Rayleigh's observation Haki course, but I didn't expect that most of the time it was used to cover tooth marks. Sean, you can't beat Kagura now. Kanna stared at Shane and said in a serious tone. With her perception ability, even if she didn't actively use it, she could see clearly all the movements in the cottage, naturally including Sha-en and Kagura who were fighting just now. Kanna, you misunderstood. She and I were just playing around. You can think of it as a friendly interaction between friends. Shane sat down next to her and explained a few words. After seeing Kanna nod as if she understood, he asked curiously. Kanna, what are you doing here? Can't sleep. Kanna shook her head, her expression a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, she finally asked. Shane, what kind of gift would you like? Shane was stunned by the question. He didn't expect Kanna came for this matter. You are very happy with the gift that Kagura gave you. I want the same thing. Kanna looked at him with twinkling eyes, staring at Shane so hard that he felt a little uncomfortable. Advertisement. He understood Kanna's mental journey. She had the same temperament as a human child. Seeing that he was very satisfied with the gift given by Kagura, she also wanted to give him an equally good gift. But this made him feel a little embarrassed. Kanna is different from others. After several attempts, Shane found that she could accurately sense his emotional changes, so she would know on the spot whether he was satisfied with the gift she gave him. Therefore, you really have to come up with something that he really likes. To be honest, what he wanted most at the moment was undoubtedly money. However, if he asked Kanna to give him the money, she might run to Marihoa to snatch it back for him overnight. The world would probably change drastically by then, and the 5 elders and Yim would probably arrest them all over the world. Although they wouldn't be afraid with Kanna around, it would still be too much trouble. So, let's dance. Yes, I want to see Kanna dance. It will definitely be cute. Shane said with a smile. This was exactly what he thought in his heart. Dance. Kanna was a little surprised. She didn't expect this answer, but from what she sensed from Shane's current mood, he was very determined. This was actually the gift he wanted most. Since it was what Shane wanted, then she had no problem with it. Okay, I'll go learn it. Kanna is full of fighting spirit. After tonight, she becomes a young dragon with a goal. The second day, Shane sat at the desk, but he was not reading a book. Instead, he held a feather pen in his hand and stared at it in a daze. This is an ordinary feather pen, but it is not so ordinary. Because its price is as high as 10 million Baileys. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning and obtaining the feather pen of Jean, the acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets. 293.4 million Baileys close black lens bracket. 10 million Baileys summon a quill. Even if it's one gene used, other than smelling good, what else can it be used for? Shane was a little confused. He was already financially tight, and thought he could summon something good like the first time he summoned a weapon, but he didn't expect that the second time was not even as good as a bomb. And this time, the lower limit of the item summon pool has been refreshed. A feather pen of Jean. Will the next one be a piece of clothing or a pair of boots worn by Jean? Wait, if that's the case, it seems not bad. I'm thinking about something weird. Chapter 86 Changes in the World. That morning, newspapers were scattered all over the island. After making breakfast, Shane sat on the sofa and leisurely read the newspaper while Kagura, Kanna and others were still asleep. His expression became more and more interesting as time went by. Today's newspaper contains a huge amount of information, and it's all breaking news. The first thing that caught my eye was the heavyweight content that occupied most of the page. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, announced his abdication due to old age and physical injuries, and retired to his hometown. The person who took over his position was the Fire Fist Ace rescued from the Marineford War. The world was shocked. Overnight, Ace's bounty soared from 1.5 billion to 4 billion. He became the youngest king of the sea. His name was also changed from Fire Fist to Flame Emperor. The second piece of news is that after Whitebeard announced his abdication, former One Piece Vice Captain, Pluton, Rayleigh and the super rookie Straw Hat Boy Luffy appeared in Marineford. As the bell rang, the Straw Hat Boy took off his hat to salute, which was suspected to be a tribute to the end of an era, but the strange letters and numbers exposed on his arms are puzzling. The third piece of news is still about the Whitebeard pirates. According to relevant sources, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Chief of Staff Sabo, appeared in New World and boarded the Whitebeard pirates Moby DK. He did not return overnight, and a grand banquet was held on the ship that night, and the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of alliance. The fourth piece of news is that the Marine government announced its march into New World. The Marine headquarters was moved from the first half of the Grand Line to the former Marine G1 branch in New World and renamed New Marineford. The fifth piece of news is that the uninhabited island of Punk Hazard in New World has been affected by unknown elements and has now turned into a strange environment of half volcano and half iceberg. No one dares to land on the island yet. The sixth piece of news, the former Shichibukai Gecko Moria was jointly attacked by Marine and Shichibukai, and now his whereabouts are unknown. The world is becoming more and more lively. Sitting on the sofa, Shane was reading with great interest. The further he turned the pages, the more news he saw about himself. The source said that a few days ago, a red dragon was spotted in the waters near Sabaody. It circled around the island for an entire afternoon, and it seemed to be looking for some treasure. Therefore, many pirates have heard about it and have been in Sabaody recently. The island was searched non-stop. Shane was speechless. He remembered that he was just taking Kelly to fry fish at that time, but he didn't expect the rumor to spread to this extent. Brother Shane, Kaylee also wants to read the newspaper with you. At this time, Kelly ran down the stairs, noticed the newspaper in Shane's hand, and rushed over. Her petite body flexibly slipped into Shane's arms, and she jumped lightly and sat on the bed. On Shane's thigh. Advertisement. Kelly was the one who liked reading newspapers the most besides him and Drake, so Shane was not surprised by her behavior. He simply rested his chin on her head and raised his thighs to make a comfortable position for the two of them to read the newspaper. Posture. Kelly's hair smells very good, and it makes people feel relaxed and happy when they smell it accidentally. The scattered hair touches his face, which makes him feel itchy but also comfortable. Wow, so many new contents. Kelly was also shocked by the huge amount of information in the newspaper. Since she often reads newspapers, she has already learned about the various forces in the world. And because the first time she read a newspaper was during the Battle of Marineford, she is most concerned about the Whitebeard pirates. She is like a little girl chasing stars. She can call out the names of all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates fleet. Among them, she likes the third captain, Diamond, Joe's the most because he looks shiny and cool. The next are Ace and Marco, because both of them have fire-related abilities. Klee still believes that people with fire abilities are good people. What? That old man with a white beard has retired. Kelly said in disbelief. She covered her mouth in surprise. Why are you so surprised? You don't know him. Shane was amused by her startled look. Because the newspaper said he was the strongest man in the world, Kelly originally wanted to go to New World to meet him in the future to see if what the newspaper said was true. Kelly explained, with a regretful tone. Then, she scanned other content, and when she saw the news about Punk Hazard, she thought about Shane taking her there in the future. The extremely strange environment of half volcano and half iceberg was really too touching for her. Interested. Shane couldn't make any guarantees. After all, he didn't have a permanent pointer to the island. In the New World, you couldn't just go wherever you wanted. You could only rely on luck to meet someone by chance. Time passed slowly and the sun rose higher. Others got up one after another, and almost everyone who came to the hall would come over to take a look at the newspaper that Shane Kelly was reading. Then, they were attracted by the content of the newspaper and gradually formed a circle behind Shane's sofa. It was not until Kanna squeezed into his thighs and sat together with Klee, and Kagura sat on his neck and hugged his face, that he finally couldn't bear it anymore and closed the newspaper and put it on the coffee table. Advertisement. Let's go have breakfast first. I'll show it to you after I finish eating. I basically spend the morning at home reading newspapers. Drake occasionally made some professional comments, such as the impact after Ace took over, the purpose of Marine headquarters moving to New World, and its strategic significance, etc. Kanna and Kagura didn't really want to listen. In fact, they didn't even want to read the newspaper. But when they saw everyone else reading, they came over too. After listening for a while, they ran outside to catch insects and fight crickets. Kelly was fascinated by what she heard, her eyes shining. Shane never expected that this little elf who was obsessed with bombs was actually a military fan. Liuqi was completely confused. He had just arrived and only had a rough understanding of the three concepts of marine, pirates and celestial dragons. He knew nothing else. Although Ji Dabao knew nothing, he was able to have a lively conversation with Drake, occasionally asking questions that allowed Drake to express himself, and occasionally throwing simpler questions to Shane, so that the boss could feel involved. What a chicken with high emotional intelligence. Shaw-en couldn't help but sigh that if he had had this kind of emotional intelligence before, he would probably be able to thrive in the workplace. After lunch, Shane had just rested on the sofa for a while when Rayleigh, who hadn't seen him for many days, pushed the door open and walked in. Without waiting for Shane to get up, he directly had a Conqueror's collision with Shane. Shane felt exhausted again after a long time, feeling. Hey, brother Shane, do you have a new partner? Inside the courtyard, watching three young men of different heights change their clothes and walk out of the room, a hint of red light of observation flashed across Rayleigh's reading glasses, and his eyes fell on Liuqi. His steps were unsteady, his body was thin, and he didn't seem to have any signs of training. However, like Kagura, this young man also has a great power hidden in his body, and he vaguely feels that this power is related to the sword. He is a swordsman, or perhaps he should be called a swordsman. Chapter 87 Learn to see, hear and feel. Hello, teacher. My name is Liuqi. I'm a part-time barber selling beef offal on Chicken Island. Now I'm a crew member under boss Shaw-en. Liuqi bowed deeply to Rayleigh. Shane had previously told him about Rayleigh's identity, that he was the world's top figure, a top powerhouse, much stronger than Shane, and would be his future domineering instructor. When he bowed, Liuqi took a few curious glances and found that the other person was just a white-haired old man of average height and strong build, nothing special about him. Compared with those strong men who are 7 or 8 meters tall in the newspapers, it seems far behind. However, after a brutal training session in the afternoon, this view suddenly changed. This is an extremely cruel and stinky old man. An hour or two later, Liuqi was no longer recognizable as a human. His face was swollen like a pig's head and covered with scars from being beaten with a wooden stick. If Shane and Drake hadn't been beaten badly as well, he would have almost thought that the boss had deliberately found this old man to torture him. Do you feel the observation Haki, Chi? During the break, Shaw-en looked at Liuqi with anticipation. He did not forget his other ability of cheat, which was to obtain part of the training results of the summoned character. When Kagura learned armament Haki, his armament Haki also changed from awakening to mastered. I only feel my grandmother, although I don't remember who my grandmother is. Liuqi said this with a look of despair, with some resentment in his voice. He finally understood why this job was usually so leisurely. It turned out that suffering was waiting for him here. It's actually this serious. Looking at Liuqi's swollen head like a pig, Shaw-en felt a little guilty. This is also the reason why he did not force Kagura and Klee to practice observation Haki. If he let those two pretty little faces become like this, he would not be able to forgive himself. As for Liuqi, he is pretty tough anyway, and his health bar might even be higher than his, so he should be immortal. How about you let your hair down and try? Shane suddenly had an idea. If it was Big 7, he might be able to learn observation Haki immediately. Boss, can't even you bear to see my face swollen like a pig's head? Advertisement. Liuqi misunderstood and pointed at Shaw-en with a sad and angry look on his face. That's not what I meant. Shaw-en waved his hand, too lazy to explain further. He decisively took action and pulled off the rubber band that tied Liuqi's hair. His long hair hung down, covering most of Liuqi's face. His body was stiff for a long while, and suddenly a cold murderous aura burst out. The murderous aura swept through the courtyard like a gust of wind, and the cold air made people feel as if winter had arrived. Shaw-en's heart sank, but because he had seen it once before, he not only did not panic, but watched with even greater anticipation. What? Drake on the side looked much more embarrassed. He stood up suddenly and looked at Liuqi, who was sitting on Shane as if he was looking at a monster that was about to devour someone. Sure enough, none of the partners that Shane found were simple. Rayleigh also looked over with interest, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. He had felt this strong murderous intent last time from Luffy's swordsman partner. I found another monster partner, brother Shane. Rayleigh took a sip of the wine from the hip flask. He looked forward to the day when Shane would go out to sea. Is New World really ready to welcome this group of young people? And what kind of earth-shaking changes will these young people bring to the world? The hair fluttered without wind, revealing Chi's scarlet eyes, which were full of murderous intent. If an ordinary person looked into his eyes, his legs would probably go weak immediately. Hit me. The voice was also icy cold, as if it had no emotion, short and rapid. Good. Shane understood what he meant. He summoned the dark red scabbard-bathed dragon blood sword, took off the scabbard, held the sword with both hands, and under the gaze of Rayleigh and Drake, he decisively rushed towards Pan. Chi, who was sitting on the ground, slashed forward. Wow. The air stirred up a gust of wind, making Chi's white sweatshirt rustle, and his hair was blown neatly to one side, even the cheek facing the sword was sunken. But even so, he stood still, and slowly closed his eyes, actually trying to avoid Shane's attack. Drake's pupils suddenly shrank and he was filled with inexplicable horror. He realized what the two men were doing. Liuqi wanted to comprehend the observation Haki under the threat of life and death. How arrogant and confident he was. Advertisement. Moreover, this guy Shane actually used all his strength. Wasn't he really afraid of killing someone with the sword? Great. Rayleigh's eyes were filled with admiration, but she still subconsciously tightened the stick in her hand just in case. In the end, he was not disappointed. When the sword was about to hit Chi's cheek, his ears trembled slightly, and a flash of red light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Almost in an instant, his body leaned back suddenly, dodging the sword with an extreme distance. Blood-red greatsword. Boom. The sword still had some force left as it struck the ground heavily, causing the earth to tremble and rocks to fly. A sword mark nearly 10 meters long spread across the courtyard. Observation Haki. Awakening 21.54%, right pointing arrow observation Haki. Mastery 2.52%. Success. Sha-en was delighted when he heard the mechanical voice in his mind. He then saw Liuqi on the ground seemed to have lost consciousness and collapsed. He quickly retracted his sword and supported him. Aki, are you okay? Sha-en asked worriedly. Although he was not hit just now and he had really comprehended the observation Haki, he was still afraid of accidents. He's fine. He just fainted due to excessive energy consumption. He will be fine after a good sleep. Rayleigh went forward to check and finally made Shane feel relieved. Shane handed Liuqi to Ji Dabao, who was basking in the sun on a lounge chair outside the house, and asked him to take him back to the room to rest. Then, of course, he wanted to try out the observation Haki he had learned through cheating, and summoned the greatsword again, raised an eyebrow and glanced at Drake, signaling him to pick up the weapon and fight a few moves with him. Drake naturally wouldn't refuse. To him, Shane was his closest long-term sparring partner, and he couldn't get used to not sparring with him twice a day. However, as expected, with just 2 moves, there were 2 clang sounds, and Drake's iron axe and longsword were both knocked away, with the blood-red sword tips pointing directly at his neck. Have you learned observation Haki? Drake was unexpectedly calm, and there was not even any surprise in his eyes, because in his mind, Shane had long been equated with the word pervert, in both senses of the word. Even in his opinion, it took Sha-en nearly 10 days to learn observation Haki, which was already very slow. Yeah, Shane nodded. He felt a little regretful that he didn't see Drake's shocked expression. Then he looked at Rayleigh with some eagerness in his eyes. With the 3 colors of dominance in hand, he felt that he could do it. But the reality was that it was not possible. The result was as simple as when he defeated Drake. Rayleigh used a wooden stick covered with armed color domineering, and with just 2 moves, he knocked the big sword in Shane's hand away. He is not as good as Shane in observation Haki, armament Haki, and conquerors. Even in swordsmanship, Rayleigh is far superior to him. The gap between Shane in his human form and Rayleigh is like a chasm that cannot be overcome in a short time. But if he was in dragon form, even if he couldn't cause any substantial damage to Rayleigh, as long as he didn't forcefully fight back, he estimated that he could still hold on for an hour or so without being defeated. Chapter 88 Preparations before sailing and Kanna on standby. Night. After practicing, it was getting dark, but Rayleigh did not leave, but stayed for dinner at Sha-en's invitation. Luffy has also initially mastered the method of practicing Haki, so he does not need to be with him all the time. In the last few days, he plans to stay at the shipyard to coach Shane's ship. Hearing this, Sha-en was very moved and hurried to the kitchen to cook a big meal for Rayleigh. He wished he could stew the chicken for him. Soon, as the fragrance filled the whole hut, has the date of sailing been finalized? Rayleigh asked at the dinner table. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their attention to Sha-en. Kagura raised her head from the iron bucket, Kelly's fork stopped in the air, the sleeping Kanna opened her eyes, Liuqi and Chicken Dabao also stopped eating, and Drake wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and stared straight at looking at Shane. They have been waiting for this day for too long. In the early morning 4 days later, old Neil told me exactly that the boat would be repaired by then, and that afternoon we would go to the landlord to check out, and then move our belongings to the boat overnight, including, by the way, marine supplies and the like. I will start buying in the next few days. Sha-en told them his plan in an orderly manner. Not only them, but he himself had also been looking forward to the day of going to sea. He has almost reached the end of the Encyclopedia of Maritime Knowledge on his desk. He can now be called a navigator with rich theoretical knowledge and close to 0 practical experience. I only have 4 days left, which is really a big challenge. Looking at everyone's increasingly excited eyes, Rayleigh shook his head slightly and took a sip of wine with a smile. The hull has been built, and now only the cabin is being built, so the shipbuilding will not affect its coating, but even so, it is much more difficult than coating a complete ship. Fortunately, the shipyard also has many shipwrights who are good at coding, which can relieve him a lot of burden. Rayleigh estimates that there is a high probability that it can be completed on time. Advertisement. Late at night, as usual, Shane checks the character panel before going to sleep. Character. Sha-en. Open black lens bracket age. 24 close black lens bracket. Race. Human 81%, Night Rabbit 5%, Elf 4%, Dragon 10%. Ability. Conqueror's Haki Awakening 30.76%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery 31.35%, Wisdom Color Haki Mastery 3.18%, Armed Color Haki Mastery 14.41%, Dragon Transformation Mastery 35.75%, Sword Skill Mastery 6.64%. Required until the next character summons. 5 days summoning conditions, 300 million belly. Required until the next item is summoned. 2 days summoning condition, 10 million belly. Host's remaining property, 292 million belly. The improvement in abilities in all aspects is normal, except for the observation Haki. Similar to the last time Kagura comprehended armament Haki, this time after Chi's big brother Chi comprehended observation Haki, his observation Haki changed from awakening to mastered. Today, he tested it with Drake and was able to use it at will. Thus, he confirmed once again that all the improvements in domineering power after the summoned character came to this world would share part of the progress with him. The next few days passed normally. In addition to playing with the Lolita and practicing his domineering aura every day, Shane goes out to buy marine supplies almost every day, sometimes with Drake, and sometimes with the three lawless. The things you buy are usually necessities on the sea. First of all kinds of drinks. Water is the source of life and must be put first, so there are not only canned and bottled drinks, but also a large water tank on the ship, which is dedicated to use to store fresh water resources. Then there is food, which is more targeted. Because Shane and Kanna can dive into the sea to fish for Poseidons at any time, they buy all the ingredients that are not found in the sea, such as ducks, cows, sheep, pigs, and all kinds of vegetables and fruits. Of course, all the meat was frozen. Shane had already placed a large order with a market manager and asked them to prepare the goods first and move them all to the new ship's ice storage on the last night. Advertisement. There was no need to worry about space in the ice storage, as Shane had requested it early on. There needed to be at least enough space to hold Kagura's food for half a month, plus the fish that Shane and Kanna caught in the sea, which would be more than enough for a month's consumption at sea. Then it's time to buy things that you need. The first thing was to buy clothes for the three girls. It took a whole day to do this. Shane's legs were almost broken from shopping. But watching the three girls constantly changing into new clothes of various styles in front of him, it made him forget his mental fatigue. In addition, Shane also bought a lot of exercise equipment for Drake. He himself didn't need any because his current physical fitness was already very abnormal. He went to the blacksmith shop where he and Kanna were last time. This time, I went with Kanna again. After the equipment was selected, Kanna once again shocked the owner and employees of the blacksmith shop. The equipment with labels weighing several tons was lifted up in one hand by Kanna like a toy. Passers-by on the way home actually thought that Kanna was holding a realistic toy. Some of them touched it and were almost crushed to death on the spot. Fortunately, Shane was quick-witted and held it up with his hands. Kanna was indifferent to this. With her personality, she would not actively harm weak humans. But if a human was asking for death, she would not interfere. Of course, the premise is that the human was not Shane. Not just me, Kanna, please also pay more attention to other companions in the future. They are not as strong as you, Kanna, and there are always unexpected dangers on the sea. Okay, Kanna got it. I promised Shane that I would protect all of you. Kanna nodded seriously, with determination in her eyes. However, the next day, Kanna was stuck in standby mode and she ran out of power. It's all because the weather in the Sabaody Archipelago has been too good in the past 10 days. The sky is clear and the sun is shining every day, without any signs of thunderstorms. In addition, Kanna had fought against the 5 elders in Marihoa, and her energy was overconsumed. Now, Kanna has been sitting on the sofa in the living room, with her eyes closed and breathing slowly, as if she is sleeping. But unlike sleeping, she can still observe everything happening around her and wake up when necessary, such as when Shane prepares a big meal or when Klee asks her to play poker or chess. And Kagura caught 2 insects and came to her to fight crickets. Kanna said that in this state she could still move normally and even fight, but she would always feel hungry, similar to humans who had not eaten for a long time, which made her very uncomfortable. By staying dormant, she could alleviate the hunger, so unless there was something worth her waking up, she would remain in this state for the rest of her life. Until the next thunderstorm arrives. Chapter 89. Earthly Chains. Shane has no other way to deal with Kanna's current condition. He can only cut some fruits or put some snacks on the coffee table in front of Kanna regularly so that she can eat them immediately when she wants to wake up. Moreover, considering that Kanna can also hear the sounds from the outside world, Shane would often sit next to her and read newspapers and magazines to prevent her from getting bored, and read out some content that interested her. 2 days passed like this, and Shane always felt like he was taking care of a disabled elderly person. However, he immediately slapped himself. How could he say that to the lovely Kanna? This morning, it was the day when the item pool was refreshed, and Shane got up early in the morning. He also woke up Kagura and asked her to accompany him in summoning. This was because after Kagura went out alone last time, Shane discovered that her luck was different from that of Drake. Not only did she get some food, she also ran into a few troublemakers, and gained access to their wallets. Therefore, Shaw-en felt that with such a European emperor around him, he would probably be able to benefit from it. If you say start smoking, I'll start smoking. Remember, it has to be the time you want most. Okay, Shaw-chan, I got it. Why are you so easy to talk to today? Shane was extremely surprised. Before waking up Kagura, he was prepared to be bitten because he knew the girl's bad temper when waking up. But unexpectedly, Kagura not only got up obediently and followed him, but also obeyed his requests. This was really incredible. According to common sense, she should have been impatient by now. Really, maybe it's because I slept well yesterday, haha. Kagura rubbed the dark circles under her eyes and lowered her head, not daring to look into Shane's eyes, her voice sounding particularly guilty. He couldn't let Sha Zhong know that he and Klee sneaked out last night while he was asleep, went to the beach to fry fish, and were chased back home by Marine. However, her acting skills were so poor that Shaw-en noticed something was wrong at the first sight. His eyes gradually became suspicious and he touched his chin thoughtfully. Something is wrong, absolutely wrong, this girl must have gotten into trouble again. Sha En's face froze, and he subconsciously tightened his fingers, wanting to give this nonsense girl a slap on the head, but he realized that the summoning would be soon, and he still had to rely on the girl's luck, so he had to wait until later, as the summoning was more important. Let's start. Kagura seemed to sense the danger and spoke quickly. Start summoning. As soon as she finished speaking, Sha En also silently recited in his heart. Advertisement. Item pool summons open. Host's remaining assets. 222 million Baileys. The condition for this summon is 10 million Baileys. Once the condition is met, the summon will begin. As the familiar summoning array and summoning special effects appeared, a treasure shining with gold appeared before the two. The brilliant golden light instantly covered the entire room, casting a golden glow on all the furniture in the room and the faces of the two people. Shane and Kagura opened their mouths almost at the same time. Wow, it was a magical weapon floating in the air, shaped like a stone lock. The whole thing was dark gold in color, with ancient textures and mysterious runes on the surface of the lock, demonstrating the profound power it contained. As it slowly fell into his hands, information about it echoed in Shane's mind. Chains of the world Teyvat continent. This item was given by the demon god of dust, Hagantus, to the god of rock Morax. It embodies her lifelong knowledge and enthusiasm. The holder will gain a shield when releasing elemental attacks. Blessing, and can obtain a certain degree of damage increase. Close black lens bracket. Wow, Sha-chan, this thing looks very valuable. Is it a decoration? Kagura looked at Shane with anticipation, her eyes full of, I want, and stretched out her little hands to pull Shane's clothes. Shane didn't give it to her because he himself hadn't even experimented with it yet. Besides, Kagura didn't know how to use elemental power, so he couldn't trigger the effect of the weapon at all. It's not an ornament, it's a weapon. Shane's mind moved, and he found that he could actually control the golden shield lock, making it fly around his body, and then control it in front of him. He began to concentrate and guide the fire element in the air. When a ball of fire condensed in his palm, the chain of the world also flashed with brilliant golden light, turning into a 360-degree golden shield with no blind spots. He was wrapped in it. Kagura was stunned. She also wanted to enter the golden shield outside of Shane's body, but it was like hitting a transparent glass and being blocked outside. Seeing Shane's mocking smile, she got angry and raised her fist to punch him. Swung it up. The terrifying force dispersed the air, bringing with it a gust of wind that blew the bedding off Shane's bed in his bedroom and knocked it to the ground. A night rabbit's angry punch hit the golden shield outside Shane's body, but it only caused a ripple, and also brought a recoil force, which bounced Kagura out and rolled around. To the wall. Oh, that hurts. Kagura banged her head against the wall, and a big bump appeared on her head. Compared with her super recovery ability, the hardness of her body is actually very average, not even as good as Sha En, who has been strengthened by the dragon blood. Shane found it somewhat amusing, and at the same time, he extinguished the fireball in his hand. The golden light of the chains of the world dissipated, and the golden shield in front of him also gradually dissipated and disappeared into the air. Who told you to use so much strength? Don't you know that forces are mutual? Advertisement. Having said that, Sha En hurriedly opened the drawer of the bedside table, took out his ointment and cooling oil, and went to apply it on Kagura's head. If he didn't go now, he would almost cry. Morning. After breakfast, Shane found Kelly, who also had dark circles under her eyes and looked nervous. He pinched Kelly's face helplessly. When he applied medicine to Kagura in the morning, he had already questioned the two of them about what had happened to them in the middle of the night. To do something. Fortunately, they were only there to fry fish and didn't blow up other people's boats. However, Klee's identity as a bomber was recognized by a passing marine, who chased them for several blocks. After returning home safely last night, the two lawless were not scared at all. Instead, they felt excited and stimulated. Klee was a habitual offender. She was even morbidly obsessed with the thrill of being chased after making a mistake. And Kagura is not ordinary either. Her Yedo bloodline destined her to have a warlike gene in her body, which she usually suppressed and restrained until last night when it was released a little. Shane was really afraid that the marines chasing her would accidentally shoot her. Once injured, this night rabbit would go crazy and enter a violent mode, and might even tear those marines to pieces. Marine Shane, who works the night shift, can empathize with this kind of person. It is already difficult enough, and it is really tragic to lose his life inexplicably. And Klee was with her. If she was accidentally injured, that would be the scene that Shane least wanted to see. Kelly, keep this thing. From now on, you must always carry it in your backpack and summon it when you encounter danger. A dark golden iron lock came down from the second floor and hovered above Shane's head. The living room was suddenly filled with golden light. Klee was no longer sleepy and her eyes were full of curiosity. Liuqi and Ji Dabao beside her put on sunglasses. Shane controlled the world with his mind and moved the chain to Kelly's outstretched little hand. He had already decided who would own the chains of the world. This weapon, which could both increase damage and provide a defensive shield, was most suitable for Klee, the most fragile mage in the team. What's more, besides him, the only ones who can use elemental power are Kanna and Klee. Given Kanna's physical strength, even the five elders couldn't hurt her, so the golden shield was useless to her. Shane himself already has a blood-red sword, and his current physical strength is second only to Kanna. Basically, no one can kill him suddenly, so he is more suitable than Klee, who he obviously needs to protect. Well, I understand, brother Shane. Klee looked at the earthly chains that were floating in her palm and glowing with dark golden light, and her deep red pupils also flashed with light. She felt that this strange-looking golden lock had a special origin and was more special than most of the magical tools she had seen in Mondstadt. Just by touching it, the elemental power in her body kept leaping with excitement. And, most importantly, this was a gift from Shane to her. Chapter 90. Dark and Windy Night of Murder. The next day. The day before the ship was completed. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after breakfast, Shane took Kelly to the landlord to check out, took back the 10 million Bailey's deposit, and quietly gave Kelly 1 million as pocket money, asking her not to tell Kagura. At 12:30 noon, after lunch, Shane told everyone except Kanna to pack their supplies and luggage. Everyone was surprised. Kanna woke up and wanted to help, but was pushed back by Shane. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, news came from the shipyard that the construction of the ship had been completed and was now in the final stage of sea trials. Materials and other items could be transported to the shipyard. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the moving took 1 hour, and Kagura was awarded the award for the hardest working employee of the day by Shane and was rewarded with a string of marshmallows. Kagura felt it was perfunctory, and Shane's arm was bitten. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in order to celebrate the important customer Shane's upcoming voyage, the director of the shipyard spent a huge amount of money to hold a factory-wide banquet. Shane finally didn't have to cook dinner and was in tears. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after everyone got drunk, Haiyuan and Ji quietly left and changed into the night clothes they had prepared in advance. It was a dark and windy night, a night for murder. Chi, I'm a little nervous. On the beam, Haiyuan looked at the brightly lit hall below. He touched his heaving chest and took a deep breath. The snotty-nosed Tianlong was in the hall. Just now, the black-clad bodyguards brought in several good-looking slave women in front of him, and now he could hear the sound of them taking off their clothes. I kill people and you steal their money. Chi slowly pulled out the magic sword Shinran from the sheath behind him, lowered his head and stared intently below, as if he could see the environment inside the hall through the bricks and tiles. He is not a person who hates evil. How the celestial dragons do evil has nothing to do with him, but he is an assassin. Another personality, Liuqi, wants to kill him, and his boss, Haiyuan, also wants to kill him, so he also wants to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi slid down along the beams of the house and flashed like a ghost behind the 2 black-clad bodyguards in front of the palace gate. With 2 stabbings, blood splattered, and the 2 men were gently knocked to the ground unconscious by him. The whole process took only 1 or 2 breaths. Before the 2 black-clad bodyguards could show any warning, they had already passed away. The one still making obscene noises in the hall was that slug-nosed celestial dragon. From what the black-clad bodyguard said, his name seemed to be Charlos. How elegant. Shane gave a thumbs up. The murder scene was so clean and neat that it was almost like art. Sure enough, professional matters should be left to professionals. Chi's expression remained unchanged, with a little blood on his face in the moonlight. He gave Haiyuan a look, indicating that he was going to enter the palace to kill someone. Good. Advertisement. Haiyuan nodded slightly, watching Chi transform into a ghostly black shadow and rush into the hall. The sharp sword light and blood intertwined and splashed onto the lighted screen window. Who are you? Ah, Lord Charlos has been killed. Lord Charlos is dead. After about a few seconds, a horrific scream was heard from inside the house, followed by a woman's scream and the guards' cries for help. The silent night was suddenly ignited, and dense groups of black-clad bodyguards came over upon hearing the noise. Their faces were either solemn or terrified, and many of them even used the moonwalk to swarm towards the hall where the celestial dragons died. Chi stood in the hall, slashing the dead pig-like body on the ground with his magic knife, leaving a thick layer of blood on the blade. He used the knife as a pen and the blood as ink. Clang. When the group of black-clad bodyguards broke in, they saw a young man in black with his back to them, writing on the wall with a long, broken knife. A few large scarlet words written in blood. The murderer. Red Dragon. Shane. Red Dragon. Shane. The eyes of the black-clad bodyguards all became serious. They were not unfamiliar with this name, which had become famous throughout the world after the Battle of Marineford. A man with $1 billion bounty, a dragon known as the Blasphemer, who defied the marine government and invaded the holy land of Marihoa, yet escaped unscathed. And now, this Blasphemer actually killed God, and killed a celestial dragon right under their noses. Red Dragon, if you kill His Majesty Charlos, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to escape from the Sabaody Archipelago. Don't act rashly. We have already notified the Marine headquarters. Admiral Marine is on his way. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. None of the black-clad bodyguards dared to approach, and their threatening voices were trembling. Facing a man who seemed to have $1 billion bounty and was fearless even after killing a celestial dragon, it was hard for them not to feel scared. Moreover, the young man in black in front of him exuded a cold murderous aura. After killing someone, he not only did not leave, but also left his name with the blood of the celestial dragons. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. This person is too arrogant. I'm leaving now. I don't know who dares to stop me. ... Everyone should have left. He. Advertisement. At this time, Haiyuan had quietly come to the door of the Tianlong people's vault next door. At this time, everyone was attracted to the Tianlong people's residence. There was no obstacle in the vault except an iron lock. Click. A blood-red sword light flashed, and the iron chain was easily cut off by Sha En with his sword, and the door, which was cut in two, also fell to the ground. Quote. Quote. Shane's figure paused as he entered the door. He cut the lock in the wrong direction. It's not a big deal, and no one noticed. Entering the vault, there was no light. Shane snapped his fingers, and two fireballs instantly floated on both sides of his body. Under his control of his mind, they moved forward like two ghost lights. As the firelight shone, dozens of sealed treasure chests were piled together. The treasure chests looked extremely gorgeous, inlaid with diamonds. Shane touched it with his palm, and cheat calculated the value of the diamond, which was worth 1 million Baileys. Then, he swung the sword, and the sharp sword light cut through the night, extinguishing the fire for a moment, and the sound of the box breaking came to his ears. The flame became brighter, and when it shone on the box opening, it reflected a dazzling golden light, almost blinding Shane. It's actually all gold. Shane swallowed his saliva and saw a golden ocean in front of him. He felt that even if he used these gold bricks and gold nuggets to build a small house for people to live in, it would be more than enough. The number is several times more than that of the original population auction house, and this is just a temporary storage warehouse of the Tianlong people in Sabaody. It is hard to imagine how outrageous their assets in the holy land of Mary Geois would be. It really was the right person to rob. A large amount of gold is detected around the host. Do you want to absorb it? Yes. Shane nodded quickly. He heard a lot of noise outside and thought he should run away. Open black lens bracket absorption successful. Congratulations to host for receiving 4.37109 billion Baileys. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets. 4.58309 billion Pellies. Close black lens bracket. I'm full. I'm full. This time I'm really full. Shane was so satisfied that his mouth was almost splitting with a smile. When he was about to run away with the money, he saw a small box in another corner. With the idea of doing good things to the end, Shane opened the box. There was actually a fruit of strange color inside, with a smooth surface and complete patterns, which had a strange magic that made people want to eat it. Chapter 91. I'll leave old meals matter to you. A few minutes later, the two met at the beach. Boss, when are we going to start? Chi changed back into the white sweatshirt. Now he should be called Liuqi. He seemed to be unaware of what was going on. At this moment, he was standing there stupidly holding the magic knife. Shane noticed that the blood on his face had been wiped clean. So that's why you asked me to meet you at the beach. Shane glanced at the blood-red sea where a scarlet black coat was floating. Chi didn't want Liuqi to know that he had killed someone, so he went to the beach in advance to clean up the traces. Is it simply because he doesn't want to, or is it for protection? Ah, didn't you, the boss, ask me to be here? Liuqi looked confused and took out a note from his trouser pocket. It says, just stand here and wait. His memory stayed at the time when he and Shane put on their night clothes and set off. He didn't know whether he was distracted or what, but he was conscious that he was standing on the beach with a piece of paper in his hand. He thought it was something Shane left for him. Well, it's okay. We've got the money and I've killed the man. We can go back. Since Chi didn't want to tell him, Sha En certainly wouldn't act on his own. As a captain, he took the blame. On body. He originally let Chi retain the name of Red Dragon, so that the outside world would think that he was the one who killed the Tianlong. The reason why he killed and left his name behind was certainly not because he was mentally ill. On the one hand, he had promised Shaki that he would not let his actions implicate the residents of this island. On the other hand, it was a test. He wanted to see how Yim and the five elders would behave after he had blatantly killed the celestial dragons. If they suppress this matter and don't let outsiders know about it, it will prove that they are indeed afraid of Kanna and have no means to defeat Kanna. If he publicizes the evil deeds of the Red Dragon and sends people to look for his whereabouts, it may prove that Yim is confident in dealing with Kanna. If it is the former, Shane will have no worries about sailing in the future. He can go wherever he wants, punch Big Mom and kick Kaido, and then talk to Red Hair about face matters, and be free. If it was the latter, Shane would try his best to hide his identity, keep a low profile, and mainly go sailing and traveling to see the natural scenery and experience the local customs and culture, and avoid doing anything that could easily expose his identity. It was not until 2 years later when Luffy went out to sea again and the identity of the sun god Nika was exposed that IM would definitely make his enemy his main target and would not care about Shane. As soon as he returned to the shipyard, he was caught by Kagura. Such a strong smell of blood. Kagura wrinkled his nose and stared at Liuqi. The night rabbit has a different sense of smell than ordinary people, especially the smell of blood. Advertisement. I didn't do anything. It was all done by the boss alone. Liuqi felt numb from being stared at and betrayed Sha En in a blink of an eye. Kagura raised his eyebrows and looked at Shane in surprise, his eyes full of contempt and doubt. I did it. My hands were itching, so I killed someone for fun in the middle of the night. Shane joked, but he couldn't help laughing as he spoke. You're lying. You only smell like money, not blood. Kagura curled her lips and ignored this guy who was talking nonsense. But her eyes would occasionally sweep over Shane's body, secretly checking if he had any injuries. Seeing this, Sha En raised the corners of his mouth, opened his arms and turned around in front of her, allowing her to take a closer look. What's in your box? Kagura discovered the small wooden box in Shane's pocket. A devil fruit, it seems to be of the animal type. Devil fruit. Oh, will I turn into a big dinosaur like Drake after eating it? Kagura was curious and reached out to grab the box, but Shane grabbed her hand. He knew that if the box was opened and the moment Kagura saw the fruit, she would definitely eat it immediately given her personality. He has to get vaccinated first. It tastes like shit. If you eat it, you'll become a landlubber and won't be able to swim in the ocean anymore. You won't even have the energy to take a bath. After a series of words, Kagura's outstretched little hand trembled, especially after hearing that taking a bath would make her lose strength. Her little face turned pale with fear. She loved taking baths, and before the boat was repaired she begged Shane to buy her an extra large bathtub. Boss, how do you know it tastes like shit? Liuqi discovered the blind spot and looked at Shaw-en with a complicated expression. In his understanding, anyone who can say that two flavors are the same must have tasted at least one of them, and Shane is not a devil fruit user. You don't think I've eaten that, do you? Shaw-en's forehead was bulging with veins, and he slapped the boy on the back of the head, making Liuqi see stars. Seeing Kagura's equally complicated expression again, he felt that he had to explain. That guy Luffy said that. You know, he is the user of the rubber fruit. At this time, Brother Shane, come on board quickly. Kelly's voice came from the harbor. Shane and the others looked up and saw a large sailing ship can be seen docked under the lighthouse. It was red in color, with a dragon head at the bow and a layer of bubble film covering the whole body. The ship was 65 meters long. For reference, Wanli Sunshine is 56 meters. Klee was standing on the railing near the shore. She was almost as tall as the railing. If it weren't for Shane's good eyesight and her constant waving, it would be difficult to see her and the chicken at her feet. Save. Advertisement. A few minutes later. It's so spacious, I feel like I can skateboard on it. Liuqi exclaimed as he looked at the large empty deck except for the mast. Are you really not afraid of slipping into the sea? Shane smiled. He looked at everything on the boat carefully, just like the first time he moved in when he rented a house. The feeling was even stronger than that day. Smooth deck, tall mast, tightened sail, steering wheel beside the mast, rudder rope at the edge of the ship, three-story cabin. Kanna was sitting on the windowsill of the cabin on the third floor and waved at him. Sheen, are we about to set off? Her voice reached my heart. Yeah, Shane nodded. At this time, Drake walked out of the cabin and when he came to the deck, he stared at Shane and Liuqi with a serious look. Just now, he received a message from Marine. Red Dragon. Shane appeared on Sabaody Island, killed the celestial dragon Luo Charles and his bodyguards, and then escaped. After the banquet, both Shaw-en and Liuqi were not there, so the time of the crime matched perfectly. What orders did the Marine give you? Shane noticed his look and was not surprised. He motioned for him to follow him to the corner of the ship and gently stroked the railing with his hand. The sea breeze blew past, making his face feel cool and comfortable. Shane really liked this feeling on the sea. No, it's strange. There is no news from Mr. Kizaru. The Marine government has indeed sent troops there, but they have not issued any orders to hunt you down. Drake looked puzzled. The last time Straw Hat Luffy beat up a celestial dragon at the auction house, he didn't kill him, so he immediately brought in the Admiral. This time, Shaw-en and Liuqi killed a celestial dragon directly, but Marine's reaction was calm. Shouldn't it be the kind of thunderous rage he imagined? It's true, but it's still a trouble. Let's go to Fishman Island first. Hearing this, Shaw-en nodded as expected. After thinking for a while, he looked up at the stairs at the bottom of the staircase boat. At this time, with the sound of footsteps, old Neil, the shipyard director, and a group of shipwrights who were drunk at the previous banquet came to the ship one after another. Brother Shane, I'm leaving old Neil's matter to you. Under Shane's surprised gaze, the factory director and a group of shipbuilders bowed to him in unison, some of them even almost buried their heads on the deck, their voices trembling and earnest. You guys. Old Neil was so shocked that he was speechless. The expression on his face changed from confusion to surprise, and then to emotion, with 2 lines of tears streaming down his face. It turns out they knew it all along. Chapter 92 officially setting out to sea. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, in process of relocation. After answering the call from 5 elders Den Mushi, Zongguo walked back to the office with a gloomy face. He sat back in his office seat, covered his forehead, and looked at a general who was trimming his fingernails on the sofa with a complicated look. Solino, you can leave now. The voice was still dull, as if suppressing emotions. So, Mr. Sengoku, what is my mission? To arrest the murderer who killed the celestial dragons. Or should we say, execute him, on the spot. Kizaru was still concentrating on trimming his nails, his tone was casual, very relaxed and natural, without any of the dullness of the Warring States period. However, Zongguo's next words made his expression change drastically. Neither. Don't worry about the murderer. Your mission is to eliminate all the people on that island who know about the murder of the Tianlong people. Make sure this matter is not leaked. You mean, all. Well, including the guards protecting the celestial dragons, world government agents, slaves, etc., everything. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Everyone associated with the Tianlong people will die. They will not let today's news spread. On the deck, Rayleigh stood where Drake had been before, leaning against the railing, drinking and looking at Shane with a smile. When Shane's expression suddenly froze after hearing his words, the old man laughed even more happily. Kill them all. Won't the slaves die with them? Shane was not a man of high moral standards, but he would eventually feel guilty if innocent people died because of him. But to be cruel, even if he felt guilty, he had no intention of going back to rescue those slaves. The risks and troubles were too great, and those slaves were strangers to him, so there was no need for him to risk his life for them. More importantly, Kanna, his biggest source of confidence, is currently on standby. But if he really doesn't save her, what will Klee and Kagura think when they find out? Will they think he is cruel and create a rift with him in the future? He also didn't dare to bear the consequences of that. Advertisement. For a moment, there was a host of tangled and complicated emotions. Seeing Shane's gloomy expression, Rayleigh shook his head slightly with amusement. Brother Shane, your expression right now doesn't look like that of a captain who is sailing for the first time. He hit Shane's head with the wine jug in his hand with such force that he cried out in pain. Then, under Shane's blank gaze, he pointed in the direction of Sabaody. He said this with a smile, looking at Shaw-en with a look that was like an elder teasing a younger person. Don't worry, while you were still counting money in the vault, I had already freed all the slaves. Now they are all placed in a safe place by Haki. Shane was stunned, as if he was suddenly overwhelmed by the surprise. It took him several seconds to come to his senses. Rayleigh. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He was not stupid. When Rayleigh said this, he knew that when he was seeking information about the Celestial Dragon's vault from Haki a few days ago, Haki also told Rayleigh about this. So tonight, it's not just him and Liuqi who are acting stealthily, there's also Rayleigh who's following them in secret and checking for any omissions for them. Go out to sea without any worries, Shane. Whether you are chasing freedom or turning the world upside down, the sea will give you an answer. A long time after becoming an adult, Shane, who hadn't cried for many years, shed tears this time. Perhaps it was because of Rayleigh's words before we parted that the passion and enthusiasm of youth were rekindled at this moment, or perhaps it was because I was reluctant to leave the island where I had lived for 21 days. In short, a strange emotion enveloped my heart. The emotion was not relieved until the bubble air cover was deployed, the ship gradually sank into the sea, and Rayleigh and the shipyard employees who were seeing them off on the shore disappeared from sight. Of course, Klee also has an indelible contribution. Are you feeling better, Brother Shane? At this moment, Kelly was kneeling on the deck. Shane was lying on her bare white thighs between her short skirt and long white stockings. Kelly looked. She held Shane's face with her little hands with concern. Much better. So cool, so fragrant, so soft, these are what Shane is thinking at the moment. As the ship sinks into the sea, he feels like he is about to sink into Kelly's lap. Why were you shedding tears just now? Never mind. It doesn't matter at all. What Sabaody, what Rayleigh, how can they compare to the little angel Kelly? Then can Brother Shane get up now? Kelly's legs are a little numb. Advertisement. Kelly said crisply, blinking her eyes. She lied. Her legs were not numb, and she did not dislike the saliva dripping from Brother Shane. It was simply because Kagura, Liuqi, Ji Dabao and the others were all standing by the boat admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea, and from time to time they expressed admiration for the passing fish, which made the playful Klee envious. I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Shane wanted to continue the happiness and couldn't stay awake. That's too much, Brother Shane. You were feeling much better. Kelly's cheeks puffed up, and she pinched Shane's face in revenge with her little hands. The little hands were not very strong and were extremely soft. They pinched Shane's thick skin like a massage, which made him look more enjoyable. Stay away from Klee, you perverted Lolita. However, his expression of enjoyment did not last long, as a small foot wearing short pink socks suddenly appeared and kicked him hard in the face. Ah! With a scream, Shane's body suddenly rose into the air, like a rocket, higher than the mast, and crashed into the bubble air cover covering the hull of the ship. Then he was bounced back to the deck and fell to the ground with a thud. Deck. Kagura glanced at him with disdain, put her foot on his back, used it as a footrest, and after putting on her shoes, she stomped over ruthlessly and pulled up the stunned Klee. Come on, Kelly, let's go play together. But, Brother Shane. Klee was hesitant and looked at Shane lying motionless on the ground, feeling a little worried. Don't worry about him, who knows how happy he is right now. If we talk about the person who understands Shane best in this world, Kagura, who has spent the longest time with him, should be the first one. Shane didn't say how good it felt now, but he really had no intention of resisting. He was just kicked and stepped on by the lowly, so he still had some tolerance. I'll just lie on the ground and wait and see what you can do to me. As she spoke, Kagura pulled Klee's hand, and the two of them stepped on Shane's prone body as if it were nothing, causing him to groan twice in succession. The shoe prints on the back are clearly visible. Come with me over there. Dabao discovered that the fishing line can be extended outside the bubble. Really? Then I'll go get the bomb from the cabin. As soon as she walked past, Kelly immediately turned around, stepped on Shane's body again with a cheerful step, and Shane, who had already had enough fun, just stood up and was stepped back to the deck by her. Hiss, ah, this time it was really unexpected, causing him to fail to use his hands to relieve the force in time, and his nose hit the metal deck heavily. Blood flowed instantly, and Shane also gasped in pain. Klee really didn't mean it this time. Chapter 93 Colorful Dream Chaser. 3 o'clock in the morning. It sank about 1,000 meters to the bottom of the sea. At this time, the area around the ship was completely dark, and the moonlight on the sea level could not be seen overhead. From time to time, huge creatures swam by, but they avoided the ship from a distance. All this was because of Kanna, who who was sleeping in the cabin on the third floor. After the ship sank to the bottom of the sea, Shane immediately asked her in his heart to stop concealing her breath as she did in the past. The effect was particularly significant. When the Poseidons on the seabed felt Kanna's breath, they all recalled the afternoon when the two evil dragons were wreaking havoc on the seabed. It was a cruel, terrifying and thrilling memory. Moreover, they also sensed another familiar aura, also from this month, a terrifying existence that bombarded the sea with bombs every few days. Therefore, up to now, the ship has not encountered any danger, which makes old Neil, who has been to New World, unbelievable and calls it impossible. You're surprised by what you've seen before. It's just a Poseidon. Tell me which one you like and I'll catch it for you. Beside the railing, Shane rolled up his sleeves and spoke with confidence, showing the captain's magnanimity. If we ignore the 2 pieces of tissue paper on his nose, it would be more convincing. Well, I'm not that hungry. Old Neil was stunned for a moment. After learning that Shane was the Red Dragon, Shane on the wanted list, he knew very well that Shane could indeed do what he said. However, it was absurd to catch Poseidons in the deep sea just for eating. He could not bear such kindness from the captain. So he glanced at the hull and changed the subject. Brother Shane, why don't you save some energy and give your boat a name first? Shaw En was slightly stunned. It was because he was in such a hurry today that he forgot to name the ship before sailing. Isn't it strange that after the boat is built, the boat builders are the ones who are most active in naming it? But when Shane and others boarded the ship, no one mentioned it. Why, the factory manager and his team didn't come up with a name in advance. That's because of an unwritten rule in the shipyard. Old Neil smiled and stroked his beard, explaining to Shane. After the boat is built, the boatman who contributed the most should name it. This is the best reward for his hard work. Advertisement. At this point, old Neil touched his nose a little embarrassedly, looking shy. And the boatman who contributed the most to Brother Shane's boat happened to be me. Oh, Shane suddenly realized. Because the factory director and the shipbuilders all knew that old Neil would follow him to New World, they did not bring up the issue of naming the ship on the spot. After all, there was still a long way to go. Why don't you pick one now? Are you really going to give me this power? Old Neil was a little excited. When he saw Shane nod, he immediately expressed the thoughts in his mind that he could not suppress. It's called Colorful Dream Chaser. Colorful dreams symbolize the beauty of the sea, and chasing waves represents driving this ship to pursue dreams and be full of hope during the voyage. I wish you, Shane, can always pursue the most beautiful dreams in your heart. What a nice name. Shane couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The name sounded very beautiful. He never thought that old Neil, a big and strong boatman, had such a rich cultural background. He. Feeling Shane's surprised gaze, old Neil touched the back of his head and laughed innocently. In fact, I found this name in my daughter's diary. It seems that she chose it by herself after reading a book. She said that her father would build a boat for her in the future, and the name of it would be Colorful Dream Chaser. After hearing this, Shane fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere became inexplicably sad. I also began to feel resentment towards Doflamingo. This B************** D had destroyed so many beautiful families. The Wave Chaser has 3 levels of cabins, plus 2 levels inside the hull below the deck, for a total of 5 levels. The top 3 floors are mainly the kitchen, shower room, toilet and bedroom. The first floor is the largest and almost connects both sides of the ship. It is estimated to be nearly 100 square meters and has 5 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom and shower room, and a small warehouse. Drake, Liuqi and Ji Dabao stayed on this floor. It is worth mentioning that this time Ji Dabao also had his own bedroom, but the shipbuilders built a thatched chicken coop in his bedroom, which made him so angry that he jumped up and down and said that he must come back next time. Let's settle accounts with those D boatmen. Go up the stairs and you will reach the second floor of the cabin. There are 4 bedrooms and a bathroom. There is also a door leading directly to the stern, so people living on this floor do not have to go downstairs to get out to the deck, which is very convenient. Shane's own bedroom is on this floor, with its windows and door facing the mast. It is the most central location on the ship and is the most suitable bedroom for the captain. Advertisement. Shane lay on the soft mattress for a while, when he suddenly heard Kanna's call from upstairs. Thinking that Kanna must be bored being alone, he picked up the storybook on the bedside table and hurried up the stairs. I'm coming, Kanna. There are 3 bedrooms and a study on the 3rd floor. Naturally, Kagura, Klee, and Kanna live in the bedrooms. The study was prepared for Shane. Before leaving, he bought a lot of books in Sabaody to entertain himself while sailing on the sea. But now, most of the time he uses it to read to Kanna who is on standby. After telling Kanna a story, putting her to bed, and pinching her little face, Shane returned to the deck tiredly. At this moment, Liuqi and Ji Dabao were fishing. Their slender fishing rods stretched out from the surface of the bubble cover, and not a single drop of seawater entered the cabin. Kagura and Klee are even more excessive. They hold a bomb in each hand, and any big fish that passes by cannot escape being beaten. It's really annoying. Drake was the most obedient, exercising silently on the deck, swinging the exaggerated equipment weighing several tons, which made a whirring sound. He had been to New World many times, so the underwater scenery was not new to him. Ahem. Come here, everyone. I have something to tell you. Walking to the bow, Shane sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. He cleared his throat and clapped his hands. After saying this, he felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Is this the feeling of being the captain of a ship? These people in front of him are all his subordinates. However, except for Liuqi and Ji Dabao, who rushed over to the spot and waited after hearing his words, the others seemed not to have heard anything and were still immersed in their own world. Shane's face darkened slightly, and he was the first to stare at Drake with a look full of resentment. Drake couldn't stand it, so he put down the exercise equipment in his hand helplessly and slowly walked to the side of Liuqi and Ji Dabao. After that, Shane used, "It's time for dinner," and "There's a big fish," to attract Kagura and Klee respectively. Of course, the consequence of the deception was a new tooth mark on his arm and Klee's angry little pink fist. After the pain. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start arranging everyone's future duties and specific tasks. Shane took out an A4-sized piece of white paper from his pocket, which was densely written with Shin's feather pen. He had prepared this long before he set out to sea, for the sake of ceremony, but he was only now ready to announce it. Chapter 94. New partner is coming. First of all, Kelly, you will be the gunner of this ship. From now on, the right to use the fort, as well as the research and development of bombs, etc., will all be handed over to you. Leave it all to Kelly alone. Kelly was surprised and happy, holding her hands in front of her chest, her crimson pupils shining brightly. Well, don't you have confidence? Of course. Kelly promises to fulfill Brother Shaw-en's request. Kelly waved her little fist, her delicate face full of confidence. Okay, very energetic. Shaw-en smiled and patted her on the head as encouragement. Then the next item, the helmsman, will be taken by Drake. You don't have to make a promise to me. There's no way your tough guy face can make an expression as cute as Kelly's. I haven't even said yes yet. Drake was so angry that if he wasn't his opponent now, he would have pinned the arrogant captain to the ground and beaten him. The next item, lookout, will be shared by Ji Dabao and Liuqi. You will need to stay at the lookout for a long time, so I will let you two take turns. Yes, boss. One person and one chicken responded loudly, standing upright, showing the employees' respect for the boss to the fullest. Shaw-en was very satisfied with this, but felt a little weird. He discovered a big problem. Although he was nominally the captain of the ship, no one called him captain. All the crew members called him strange names. The most outrageous one was undoubtedly the orange girl with a round head who stepped on her not long ago. Sha Zhong, what about me? What is my position? Is it the captain? Kagura approached Shaw-en expectantly and threw herself on Shaw-en. She wanted to snatch the paper from his hand and look at it, but Shaw-en held her back. Raise to the top of your head. Don't worry, it's your turn now. Don't think about the position of captain. You guys have taken advantage of me and now you actually want to usurp the throne. Shaw-en used his other hand to push the girl back to the ground, rolled the paper into a tube, and gave her a slap on the head. The damage was not high, it just shook the girl's head. He spread out the paper and continued. Advertisement. Your position is the same as Kanna's. You are the combatant of this ship. As the name suggests, you usually only need to lie on the ship and wait for food like you did in Sabaody, but when it comes to fighting, you will be needed. Isn't this just a thug? Kagura touched her chin and thought for a while. The image of herself lying under the awning and sleeping, with Shaw-en wearing a waiter's suit serving her tea and water, appeared in her mind. The corners of her mouth gradually raised. Rise. But it suits me quite well, he. I must be thinking about something weird again. Shaw-en shook his head and sighed, feeling that she was too optimistic too early. It is true that combatants do not have many things to do except fighting, but in the Great Channel, especially in the New World in the second half of the voyage, it is common to encounter emergencies such as tsunamis, whirlpools, or strange weather during the voyage. At that time, everyone on the ship will know one can stay out of it. After talking about Kagura, old Neil was left, because after he rescued his wife and daughter in Dressrosa, he would immediately return to settle in the Sabaody Islands, so Sean asked him to temporarily serve as the boatman of the ship, responsible for repairing and maintaining the ship in the coming period. Finally, Shaw-en himself holds several important positions such as captain, cook, navigator, and combatant. In short, in a word, the captain is like a brick, you can move it wherever you need it. The time is 4 a.m. The wave chaser has already dived to 3 kilometers below the seabed. It is estimated that it will take about half a day to reach Fishman Island. Kagura, Klee, Liuqi and others were called back to their rooms to sleep on the pretext of ensuring they were in good condition for landing on the island. Gone. On the deck, only Drake, an experienced pirate supernova, and Shane, the captain who led by example, were left. As we go deeper and deeper into the seabed, the temperature on the ship continues to drop. Drake and Shane put on their cotton jackets on their own accord. Shane was worried that Klee and Kagura would catch a cold while sleeping, so he lit the heater he had bought in Sabaody before leaving and placed it in front of their beds in each of their bedrooms. You care about them a lot. Seeing Shane suddenly busy, Drake teased with a smile. This guy is usually lazy, but surprisingly reliable at critical moments. They are all children. It would be bad if they catch a cold. I heard that the doctors on Fishman Island are not friendly to humans. Shane walked back to the deck with a heater. While taking care of the children, he did not forget to for myself and Drake. Advertisement. After placing the heater on the deck, he brought 2 small stools from the cabin, placed them against both ends of the heater, and then sat on the stools with Drake to keep warm. The temperature on the deck was colder than in the cabin, and a heater alone was not enough. Shane condensed a ball of flame in his hands and controlled it to float above the deck, acting as an artificial sun. The firelight instantly illuminated every corner of the deck, dispelling the icy cold. Drake looked at the fireball in the air with envy, and once again envied Shane's fruit ability. He was indeed a mythical beast, with a strong body and the ability to release such a degree of flame. Just like the discrimination against fishmen and mermaids in the Sabaody Archipelago, humans will also be subjected to hostility in Fishman Island. The most hostile place towards humans is Fishman Street, where there seem to be many fishmen who dislike or even hate humans. With nothing to do, Drake started a conversation and told Shane what he knew about Fishman Island. However, what he didn't expect was that Shane actually knew more than he did, and he couldn't stop talking after that. The news that came out shocked him from time to time. From Hody Jones, the leader of Fishman Street, to Neptune, the king of the Fishman Kingdom, and his 3 sons, to Princess Otahime who has been dead for nearly 10 years, and finally to the Princess Shirahoshi is full of mystery. These important figures who are extremely important in Fishman Island and are invisible to ordinary people have no secrets in his mouth. He knows the reason why Princess Shirahoshi never shows up and even who killed Princess Otahime. Drake was confused and didn't know whether what Shane said was true or not. If it is true, how did this guy who has never been to Fishman Island know about it? If it is false, he can make his case with reason and evidence. Just as Drake was puzzled, Shane's voice suddenly stopped, his expression froze, and then he immediately showed joy visibly. Finally, I've made it to this time, he said with surprise. What do you mean? Isn't it only 7 o'clock? Drake glanced at the clock in the cabin in confusion. It wasn't time for him to make breakfast yet. A new partner is coming. Shane stood up suddenly, his face full of joy, then as if he remembered something important, he turned and ran into the cabin. A newcomer is joining. How is that possible? We are thousands of meters below the sea. Drake was stunned. He watched Shane walk in, go up the stairs, and then jump from the second-floor window to the deck. He held a cane in his left hand and a cotton coat in his right hand. Chapter 95 The Fifth Summoning, Victor. Runeterra, Valorant, Piltover. In a dimly lit research room. In front of a blue energy stone that was shining brightly, the figures of 2 young men were reflected. Victor, thanks to you, we are about to succeed. The sturdy man among them showed ecstasy on his face. No, Jace, it's your credit. The other thin-faced, frail young man, whose entire body was skin and bones, spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice. His face was also filled with a sincere smile. The research on hextech crystals was about to be completed, and then it could be used to develop people's livelihood and improve the living environment of the lower-class people. Perhaps, his body and legs will have a chance to heal. But at this moment, as an ethereal mechanical voice sounded in his mind, scenes from the future suddenly appeared before Victor's eyes. All of this happened after he and Jace succeeded in their research on hex. There was devastation, disappointment, despair, sacrifice, and war. I succeeded. Why, the future is like this. Victor suffered a great blow to his heart, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the cane supporting him accidentally slipped off. Fortunately, Jace beside him held him up. He staggered and fell to the ground. What's wrong with you, Victor? Jace asked in confusion and concern. Victor's eyes were dazed, and he did not answer him. He focused all his energy deep in his heart, from where another emotionless mechanical voice came. Do you want to change the future? ... The view returns to the ship. Drake originally thought that the captain must be ill, so he ran back to the cabin for no apparent reason and brought back a cane and a coat. When he asked him the purpose of doing so, he mysteriously said that they were prepared for his new partner. Get ready for a ghost. Where can he recruit new people in this deep sea thousands of meters underwater? Could it be a Poseidon passing by the ship? Advertisement. When Shane walked to the center of the deck, as if performing some kind of religious ritual, a glowing magic circle appeared on the ground, cracks appeared in the space, and a black vortex gradually formed. Drake's eyes widened. Da. Footsteps were heard, and under the light of the fire above, a pale, thin young man limped out of the vortex. As this, magic. Victor was first attracted by the fireball above his head. It had no mechanical devices and was suspended in the center of the ship out of thin air, exactly the same as the magic in the legend. Wait, is this a ship? After discovering this, Victor's eyes gradually became shocked. It turned out that the deep darkness above the fireball was not the night sky, but an endless expanse of sea, in which there were even many strange-looking, big fish, swimming. Victor saw a thin layer of bubble gas outside the hull, and he immediately determined that it was these bubbles that isolated the seawater outside. At the same time, he deduced from the cold temperature on the ship that the ship had submerged quite deep underwater. Could it be that the layer of bubbles outside the ship was also magic? Otherwise, how could it withstand the water pressure at such a deep bottom of the sea? It's not magic. I usually call it fire elemental power. It's probably a little different from the magic principle of your world. In this world, people usually think it's some kind of fruit ability. Shane explained to Victor, handed him the walking stick, and put his cotton coat on him, which was very considerate. He stood in front of Victor and stretched out his hand with a smile. My name is Shane, and I'm currently the captain of the ship you're on. Welcome aboard, Victor. Successfully summoned character Victor, from the Runaland Valorant continent. Open black lens bracket host gains the ability open black lens bracket mechanical close black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. As the cheat prompt sounded, a strong sense of dizziness came over Shane, and a series of knowledge and memories flooded into his mind. The knowledge was all about science that made him feel painful, and the memories were the first-person pictures of Victor making certain tools and equipment. After a few seconds of headache, the dizziness disappeared and Shane's brain became clear again. Is this that device? Sha En looked dazed, the same as when he summoned Liuqi. There was no change in his body or blood, except that he had gained a lot of science knowledge and practical experience. He had great confidence, and combined Victor's knowledge with what he had learned in high school and college before the time travel, to build a simple generator for Kanna. Thank you, Mr. Shane. I will serve as your boatman at the invitation of the voice. Advertisement. Victor looked gratefully at the man who put a coat on him. He had orange hair and a face as delicate as a supernatural species, but he looked approachable and easy to get along with. Of course, this is not the point for Victor. Through the flames in the sky and the magic of the ship, he has a hunch that the man in front of him may really be able to help him. 10 minutes later, there was another Victor next to the fireplace on the deck. His health was so poor that even with the heater and the coat that Shane had prepared in advance, he still kept coughing. But even so, the man next to me named Drake kept asking strange questions. Do you have any special abilities? Can it also spit out flames? Could it be possible to turn into a dragon? Or are you a killer too? Victor felt helpless, even though he had said many times that he was just an ordinary person, and the only special thing about him was that he was a little smarter than ordinary people. But Mr. Drake never believed it. He stared at him with wise eyes and insisted that there was some terrible power hidden in him. In response, Mr. Shane had a stiff expression, covered his forehead with his hands, and his body was shaking slightly. Victor could see that he was probably trying to hold back his laughter. The gentle and intelligent Victor immediately guessed that the rugged-looking Mr. Drake must have been persecuted by Mr. Shane, which has led to his current suspicious appearance. So, he just looked at Drake with sympathy, stopped arguing with him, and let him do what he wanted. Victor, the other companions on the ship are in the same situation as you. They all come from faraway worlds. They all have different demands. I wonder what your demands are. Shane interrupted Drake, who was chattering. It was quite funny, but this guy was a little too noisy and silenced his new crew members. A very distant world. Hearing this, Victor was slightly stunned, his heart was agitated, he realized that those companions he had never met were not from the Valoran continent, but from other different worlds. Being able to summon people from different worlds onto a ship, Mr. Shane's strength may have reached a level that he could not imagine. This also made his dark brown pupils gradually glow, as if he had found new hope, and gradually became hot. I want to gain the power to change Zahn's future. Also, if possible, I want to have a healthy body and normal legs. Chapter 96 Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Velociraptor. After listening to Victor's request, Shane pondered for a moment, then turned around and entered the cabin again, this time taking out a wooden box. Devil fruit. Where did you get it? Drake was a little shocked after seeing it clearly. No matter what kind of power the devil fruit has, it can be sold for at least hundreds of millions of berries in the market, and there is no demand for it. Of course it's the spoils from last night. Shane answered briefly and turned his gaze to the silent Victor. After Shane opened the wooden box, his eyes had been focused on the fruit with a smooth surface and strange color. It seemed to have some kind of magical power that drove his heart to eat it. Victor's expression became solemn. He did not think that this devilish fruit that bewitched people was a good thing. At the same time, he thought of his former mentor Singed. The potion he developed could also restore people's health, but it had serious side effects. I'm afraid that this foreign object in front of me, which Drake calls a devil fruit, also comes with powerful side effects. This is an animal-type devil fruit. After eating it, it can strengthen your body, improve your physical fitness, and also give you the ability to transform into an animal form to fight. Seeing Victor's concerns, Shane chuckled, first gave him some brief knowledge, and then pointed at Drake, who was still staring at the devil fruit. Besides becoming a landlubber, the devil fruit has no other side effects. You can rest assured. The Drake next to me is a devil fruit user. Apart from being a little slow in the head, he is no different from an ordinary person. Regarding the brain problem, he may be born with. Quote. Shut up, you talking nonsense. Drake interrupted before he could finish his sentence. He seemed to be listening to the first half of the conversation, but he didn't expect that the conversation would come back to him. You perverted Lolita lover, you have the nerve to say that others have mental problems. What? You actually said that Lolita is a pervert. What is wrong with liking Lolita? Nani, you don't even bother to refute the fact that you are a Lolita complex. The two of them started arguing with each other, and the argument became more and more intense. The information they revealed was also extremely explosive, which made Victor stunned. He didn't quite understand what Lolita control was, but after adding the word pervert to the prefix and learning that Shane had 3 little girls as crew members, Victor gradually understood everything. Advertisement. Mr. Shane seems to be a casual, strong man. After several embarrassing incidents broke out, such as, Drake was knocked down by a tree during training and was almost killed by his own weapon, and, Sean put too much chili oil in the noodles and was pinned to the ground and beaten by Kagura. Victor finally couldn't stand it anymore and swallowed the devil fruit in one gulp to end this meaningless dispute. It's unexpectedly unpalatable. Victor covered his neck with his hands, looking extremely uncomfortable. To be honest, this is definitely the most disgusting thing I have ever eaten in my life. Drake agreed with this and looked at Victor with admiration in his eyes. I didn't expect you could actually swallow it all. It's obvious that you can gain the ability by just taking one bite. Sha-en also gave him a respectful look. No, you two didn't tell me to just take a bite. Victor felt helpless, as he had realized that the quarrel between the two guys in front of him was fake, and the real purpose was to trick him into eating the whole fruit. But he was not angry, because the moment he ate the fruit, changes occurred immediately inside his body. His body, which had been sickly for years, seemed to suddenly be nourished and burst out with unprecedented vitality. Victor tried to put down his crutches. His other leg still had no feeling, but now he could stand on one leg. He even felt like he could keep hopping on one leg thanks to the strength in his body. This was not what excited him the most. The most surprising thing was the change in his body. His pale complexion, which had been caused by illness for many years, gradually became rosy. He looked closer to a normal person, and his breathing became more stable. He no longer felt like coughing. Compared to the sudden surge of strength in his body, he was happier that he had a healthy body. Although he was still lame, he was already satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Shane. Haha, you look much better. Shane smiled and patted Victor's shoulder. He used a lot of force, and an ordinary person might have been knocked down, but Victor just swayed slightly on the spot, with no sign of pain on his face. Uncomfortable expression. It can be seen that this devil fruit has greatly transformed his body. Advertisement. Try it quickly. What ability is it? Drake didn't know Victor's background story like Shane, so his focus was on the devil fruit. Ability. Victor looked puzzled and glanced at Shane. After seeing the other party nod in affirmation, Victor tried to close his eyes and began to feel it. And at the moment he closed his eyes, his body began to swell, his clothes burst into pieces, and he gradually turned into a huge figure over 3 meters tall on the deck. The head was huge and long, with sharp teeth gleaming like daggers in the slightly open ferocious mouth. His forelimbs were short but strong and powerful, with claws like steel hooks, and his hind limbs were slender and muscular, as if he could rise several meters with one leap. 10 meters, with a body covered in black or gray feathers, emitting a faint light under the firelight above its head. Is this a velociraptor? Shane asked in surprise. Before traveling through time, he was more interested in dinosaurs, so he was very familiar with their appearance characteristics. Inaccurate, the full name should be dragon fruit ancient species velociraptor form. Drake corrected. When he obtained the Allosaurus fruit, he specifically looked up all the information about this type of ancient species within marine. Dragon. But why do I feel like a big lizard? Victor said weakly, but his voice became particularly deep because of the dinosaur's body. There had never been creatures like dinosaurs in the history of Valorant, only Western dragons in the form of Shane and Kanna, so he really felt like he had turned into a giant lizard, and to be honest, he felt a little disgusted. Soon, the 3 little girls and Liuqi and Ji Dabao woke up. After learning that there were new partners, except for old Neil, the others were not as surprised as Drake, but were very happy with Victor. Get familiar with each other quickly. Shane went to the kitchen to make breakfast, welcomed Victor at the table, and gave everyone a brief introduction. Finally, after arranging a bedroom for Victor, he and Drake went to the room to catch up on some sleep after a sleepless night. Victor and the rest of the companions were left to continue the familiarization. Time flies. After waking up, Shane got up in a daze and opened the window. What he saw was not the sea, but a piece of land covered with buildings. Huh? We're at Fishman Island already? He was confused. According to the previous speed, it would take at least half a day and should arrive around evening today. He took out the clock to check the time again. It was indeed 12 noon. He lay in bed at nearly 8 in the morning, and only 4 hours had passed. Chapter 97 Landing on Fishman Island. Shane walked out of the bedroom door with sleepy eyes. When he passed the first floor, he went to the bathroom to get a toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste on it, and walked out of the cabin while brushing his teeth. What caught the eye, besides the sunlight coming from the sun tree eve, was the crew standing in a row, neatly dressed and wearing outdoor clothes. Shane was stunned and stopped brushing his teeth. Could it be that he actually slept all day? Natsu-chan, you're finally awake. Kagura waved at him first with a surprised smile on her face. She was wearing a white high-slit cheongsam today, with a gray cape over it. She didn't have a bun on her hair, but let her orange-red hair fall down behind her, making her look more mature. At least now, Sha-en prefers to call her a girl instead of a loli. This change caused him, who was already distracted, to linger on the girl for a few more seconds. Oh, it turns out that Sha-chan prefers the girlish style over the loli style. If I dress like this that night, Sha-chan will probably agree to let me sleep with you, right? Kagura reached out and lifted the long orange hair from her ears, then winked at Shane playfully. At this moment, Sha-en was truly astonished. He did not expect that this little girl, who was still wet behind the ears, could be so beautiful. Brother Shane, don't just look at Sister Kagura all the time, look at Klee too. Klee brought a Kanna to Shane, her expression a little tired, and she fell down on him after getting close. On Shane's body. She was dressed the same as usual, with light brown twin ponytails, a red knight's miniskirt, knee-high white socks and small leather shoes. She looked cute and lively. The same thing happened to Kanna, whom she was holding. She had lavender gradient twin ponytails, a pink and white miniskirt, white lace stockings wrapped around her chubby carrot legs, and a pair of red sandals on her feet. Shane, good afternoon. Kanna greeted Shane in a soft tone. She was still in low battery mode. Boss, good afternoon. Hey, When are we going to land on the island? I've been up for almost an hour. Mr. Shane, you look good too. Wu Liuqi, Drake, Victor and others on the side also spoke up. Like the three, they also changed into going out clothes. Wu Liuqi and Ji Dabao were particularly trendy, wearing sunglasses and sun hats. Hey, what on earth happened while I was asleep? How did you suddenly arrive at Fishman Island, and you guys are preparing to land on the island on your own? Shane, who had felt that the whole thing was full of flaws from the beginning, finally couldn't help but yell out loud. Advertisement. ... After a few minutes, Shane understood the whole story. It turned out that after Victor learned that Klee also had the ability to produce fire, he used the existing tools on the ship and spent less than half an hour to transform a fire-driven sailboat engine. After that, thanks to Klee's 3 hours of uninterrupted efforts, the wave chaser dived at a high speed and arrived at Fishman Island half an hour before Shane woke up. Then, under the leadership of Drake, everyone drove the boat to the harbor where Fishman Island docked. After paying the berthing fee, they all stayed outside on the deck waiting for the most important captain to wake up. During this time, Drake, who was getting impatient, wanted to wake Shane up, but he failed because of the obstruction of Kagura and Klee. So that's how it is. It seems I got up too late. After learning the whole process, Shane felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that everyone on the boat was waiting for him alone. Hurry up, Sha-chan, I want to go to Fishman Island for a big meal. Kagura pushed Sha-en into the cabin impatiently, urging him to brush his teeth and wash his face, change his clothes, and then go to the island together. A few minutes later, after Shane changed into a red coat and casual trousers, he led 6 people and 1 chicken into Fishman Island. Because they had paid the mooring fee, the Fishman guards were particularly friendly and treated them as an adventure group different from pirates. Before entering the city, they not only showed them the direction but also informed them of a piece of news. Today is Princess Shirahoshi's birthday. Unless there are special circumstances, it's best to stay away from the location of the Fishman King's capital. When these words were spoken, no one, including Drake, understood what they meant, except Shane, who remembered the plot. An avid fan of the Mermaid Princess, I forgot his name, but I remember that he was the user of the target fruit, and the things he threw would track the objects he had touched with his hands. As a result, Shirahoshi was never seen by anyone and was protected by the king behind a thick iron wall. Thinking of this, Shane couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If nothing unexpected happened, he would most likely not be able to see this mermaid princess who was famous for her beauty and not inferior to the pirate queen. Step into the streets of Fishman City. Prosperity, diversity and peace were Shane's first impressions when he stepped onto the street. These words also perfectly fit the Sabaody Archipelago, except that the Fishman Island is more diverse. After all, more than 80% of the passers-by here are fishmen and mermaids. Advertisement. It's really unreasonable that there can be such a prosperous city 10,000 meters under the sea. Victor was shocked for the nth time. This world was constantly impacting his worldview with its outrageous side. Would you like to take a photo together, brother Yu and sister Yu? Wu Liuqi and Ji Dabao adapted the fastest. They took out a camera from somewhere and took photos with the fish people passing by. The fishmen are divided into 2 factions, one hates humans and the other is friendly to humans. As a result, Wu Liuqi and Ji Dabao encountered many setbacks, but they still enjoyed it. So many fish, and people. Klee was dazzled. When she saw a large fishman with a fish head just now, she almost couldn't help throwing a bouncing bomb, but fortunately Shane stopped her in time. Kelly, you have to look carefully, they are not fish. Shane was exhausted after walking all the way. Not only did he have to prevent his companions from getting into trouble at all times, but he also had to carry a baby dragon on his shoulders. Since Kanna was unable to move around after running out of power, Shane originally planned to arrange for her to guard the boat, but she refused to agree and insisted on going out shopping with everyone. Shane couldn't persuade her, so he had to carry her on his back to Fishman Island. But as they walked, Kanna climbed up by grabbing Shane's shoulders in order to see more clearly, and her position gradually changed to sitting on Shane's neck. At this moment, Kanna's 2 small hands were pressing on Shane's head, and a pair of short white silk legs were clamped around his neck, falling along his shoulders to his chest, and were firmly held in Shane's hands. Kanna had a happy look on his chubby face. He was very close to Shane, and he didn't mind at all that he was riding him like a mount. But she was completely wrong. More than just not feeling disgusted, Sha-en was extremely happy when he felt the soft touch on his shoulders and neck. After wandering around like this for half an hour. Sha-chan, there's a restaurant over there. Kagura, who had been extremely hungry, finally discovered something. She took Sha-en's hand and walked towards the restaurant. The rest of the people naturally followed the captain's steps. Getting started, Shane and Drake looked at each other and found that they were familiar faces in the room. Oh, you are actually interested in this matter as well. A man with 3 jointed arms, a long braid on his head, and his whole body wrapped in bandages looked over in surprise. He was looking at Shane. The commission isn't that much to begin with, and you're actually trying to get involved. Sitting opposite the man with the long braid was a man with a red hedgehog head. He had a fierce look in his eyes and looked extremely wild. And it exudes a powerful aura. However, his eyes fell on Drake. Chapter 98. First contact with the 2 major pirate groups. Inside the restaurant, with the entry of Sha-en and others, the atmosphere in the restaurant gradually solidified. With the addition of Shaw-en, the forces in the restaurant are now generally divided into 3 groups. On the left are Kid and Kira, and on the right is DJ Sound, Apu. They are all supernovas like me. You should be familiar with them, right? Led by the waiter to a table, Drake sat down next to Shane and whispered. Well, we are all acquaintances, but I don't know what they just said. Shane used both hands to pick up Kanna, who was sitting on his neck, and put her on the table and chair beside him, then he bent down slightly and she tied a napkin in advance. There's no way, children's clothes are hard to wash. It turns out that the motionless little girl is not a decoration. The pirates in the restaurant were a little surprised. Who would use people as decorations? Shane glared at them speechlessly. At this time, the waiter handed over the menu carefully. Just as Shane was about to take it, Kagura got there first. She and Klee started to study it head to head. Victor stared at the opposite side with curiosity. There were 2 dining tables far apart from each other, and it was obvious that they were 2 groups of people. One group was led by a red hedgehog-headed man with a mask, and the other was led by a man with long braids and 3-section arms. Behind them stood a number of ferocious pirates, all staring at him and Shane with unfriendly eyes. Direction. Liuqi and Ji Dabao looked at each other. They felt that their boss was provoked, so they put on sunglasses, tied their ties, and stood behind Shaw-en like bodyguards, glaring back with the same fierce eyes. Shane nodded with satisfaction. After a day, he finally realized how the captain treated him. Drake's face was a little tense, and he covered his head. He knew that the red hedgehog had a bad temper and would definitely react. As expected. The next moment. Advertisement. When Kid saw the provocative looks from Liuqi and Ji Dabao, his face turned ferocious for a moment. He suddenly stood up and slammed the table with his open palms. Drake, do you want to fight? As his palm formed into a claw and placed on his chest, the restaurant suddenly buzzed. The plates, iron doors, iron tables, weapons on the pirates, and even the scissors in Liuqi's sleeves, all became noisy. At this moment, I was trembling slightly. What's going on? Liuqi tightly grabbed the scissors that were about to fly out of his sleeve. He was a little confused. How could it move on its own without him using any internal energy? Because he is the user of the magnetic fruit, with a bounty of 320 million Baileys, Captain Kid. Drake also stood up at this time, and his 2-meter-tall body blocked Liuqi's body, holding down the iron axe and long sword that were also shaking with both hands. He stared at Kid seriously. If I remember correctly, this island still belongs to the Whitebeard pirates, right? Humph, no matter whose territory it is, I can fight if I want. Kid looked disdainful. With his other hand, he took out a dagger from his coat pocket and looked at Drake with eager eyes. Drake didn't say much. As a supernova, he was no match for him in a fight. However, before fighting, he had to at least ask for permission from his current captain. He glanced at Shane out of the corner of his eye, only to find that this guy was actually huddled together with 2 lawless to order food, while the Fishman waiter next to them was standing tremblingly. D Captain, you are too leisurely. So that's how it is. Kid noticed Drake's action. It was not difficult to see from his action that among these people, Drake's status was actually slightly lower than that of the orange-haired young man whom he had never noticed. Interesting. Where did this tough guy come from to make someone like Drake inferior? Kid smiled with interest and slowly shifted his dangerous gaze towards Shane. Kid, that man is very unusual. The masked man Kira walked behind Kid, his voice solemn. I feel more threatened by him than by you. Advertisement. Haha, it's worthy of being the island closest to the new world. Just meeting someone can make you so powerful. Kid didn't get angry at his words. He stared at Shane more seriously. One can vaguely feel the sense of oppression from the observation Haki. This guy is no unknown person. At that time in Sabaody, he faced Admiral Kizaru alone without changing his expression. However, compared with me, he lacks the courage to attack the Admiral. Hearing the conversation between the two, Apu, who was covered in bandages, suddenly interrupted and revealed Shane's information to the two while also boasting about his past achievements. Is this all you get for your courage in the end, a set of bandages? Kid interrupted him impatiently. This guy had been chattering away before Shane and the others came in. He said that he successfully escaped from the joint encirclement of the admirals and the Shichibukai, and even used his ability to split Kizaru in half. Kid and Kira naturally took these words as a joke. Assholes, I've been telling you for so long and you still don't believe me. Apu's face turned red with anxiety. At least 70% of what he said this time was true, but these two guys didn't believe him. In desperation, he's suddenly thinking of Shane. Hey, that orange-haired guy, I remember you were there too, right? Tell these two bastards if I used my power to split Kizaru in half. Apu slammed the table and shouted in Shane's direction. Shaw-en was a little surprised when he was suddenly called. He was just ordering food and watching the show with Kagura Klee, but he didn't expect that the topic would be brought to him so quickly. However, this Apu's tone was quite polite, and he had indirectly helped him in Sabaody at that time, so Shane was happy to testify for him. Yes, it was you who used the sound wave to split that wretched old man into two pieces, and it landed less than a meter in front of me, but afterwards. Don't tell me what comes after that. Apu interrupted him immediately. The content after that was a bit embarrassing. After he committed suicide, he was kicked a few times by the general like a ball. But that was enough. He looked at Kid and Kira with a smug look on his face, but was ignored by both of them, and the two were walking towards Shane. Hey, aren't you waiting for me? Apu's face froze, and he quickly called for his men behind him to give him 2 crutches, and then he was supported by his men and walked towards Shane's dining table. Kid, what do you want to do? Drake raised the iron axe and pointed the axe blade at the people coming over. If I saw it correctly before I walked in, the name of this restaurant is not Drake, right? Kid ignored him, bypassed his axe blade, used his ability to suck a chair, and sat down at a position of Shane's dining table. Chapter 99 The King's Invitation. Old Neil was originally sitting next to him. When he saw Kid coming over, Old Neil, who was just an ordinary boatman, was frightened by the man's aura and quickly pulled his chair and moved it towards Kanna. When Kanna heard the noise, she slowly opened her eyes. She first looked at Old Neil, who was embarrassed, and then slowly turned her eyes to Kid. Hiss. Almost instantly, Kid was startled and felt an almost death-like threat. His heart stopped and cold sweat continued to fall from his forehead. Who is it? He looked at everyone at the table with wide eyes. The old man who was scared away by him just now was not him. The girl with white and purple hair looked like she was awake. It was not her. The thin young man had a cane beside the table. He looked extremely weak, and it wasn't him either. The 2 little girls staring at the menu and ordering food were not surprised. Why are there so many little girls in this pirate group? However, it is really this orange-haired guy who can take so many old, weak, women and children sailing. He is really strong. Thinking of this, Kid gradually fell silent. He is reckless, but not stupid. He believes that such a strong person who can make him feel the breath of death with just his momentum is rare even in the new world. What's wrong, Kid? Kira also moved a chair to sit next to him. Seeing Kid's expression, he was a little confused. In terms of Kid's usual unruly character, he would at least put his legs on the dining table if he didn't shout loudly at this time, but now he sits quietly on the seat and even seems to have some rules. But the other Apu, as usual, carelessly ordered his subordinates to pull up a chair and sit down at another of the few remaining seats at the dining table. Next to him happened to be the thin lame young man. Your crutches, sir. Apu accidentally dropped 2 crutches to the ground when he sat down. Victor, who was also disabled, felt the same and kindly picked up the crutches for him. Thank you. Apu took the crutches and subconsciously wanted to say thank you, but he reacted in time and threw the 2 crutches away. Why are pirates so polite to each other? Are you in the wrong place? Advertisement. Victor was startled by the sudden increase in his voice. Even the Zon people living at the bottom of his world were not so emotionally unstable. At the same time, he was also confused about the word pirate, and turned his attention to Shaw-en. Mr. Shane, does pirate mean pirate? This gentleman seems to mean that we are pirates, but I don't see a pirate flag on your ship. Strictly speaking, we are indeed pirates. After all, several of us are holding Marine's bounty, but our identities have not been revealed yet. Shaw-en always answers questions about the crew. However, after Apu, Kid, and Kira heard the words, Mr. Shane, from Victor's mouth, their expressions changed rapidly at almost the same time. Since the war on the top, the name, Shaw-en, has become famous all over the world, almost as famous as the title of Straw Hat Boy. Moreover, because its fruit has more special abilities, higher bounty, and more mysterious identity, pirates are very fond of him. More curious. Not long ago, rumors circulated in New World that 100 Beasts, Kaido and Big Mom, the second member of the 4 Emperors, are waiting for the Red Dragon to appear in New World, and will force him as soon as he appears. Take him under his wing. Among them, Kaido wanted to make him his subordinate, while Big Mom seemed to have other ideas besides making him his subordinate. In addition, 4 Emperors, Red Hair, Shanks and the new 4 Emperors, Fire Emperor, Ace also publicly extended an olive branch to Chalong, promising that as long as he agreed, they would be directly promoted to senior cadres after joining. And this also made the names of Chalong and Shaw-en spread throughout the new world. Could this guy be me? Although his tone was doubtful, Kid was 90% sure in his heart. He believed that only a man with a bounty of 1 billion could make him feel so dead. No doubt, on that day in Sabaody, this man and the girl sitting next to him were in a stalemate with Admiral Kizaru for half an hour. I saw it clearly in the dark. Apu stroked his chin and thought, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. It's just the same name. Aren't you guys too hasty in your decision? Kira still couldn't believe it. He hadn't even arrived in the new world yet, and he had already met a man with a bounty of 1 billion in a restaurant. How could this be possible? A coincidence? Besides, how could Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, have the face to invite this billionaire? Could it be that he relied on the 200 million commission he offered? Shaw-chan, I've ordered. After studying the menu for several minutes, Kagura finally looked up. After handing the menu to Shaw-en, she felt very happy when she thought that she would be able to eat the delicious food soon. But at this moment, she discovered that there were 3 more people sitting at the table, and behind those 3 people, there were at least 20 people standing. Kagura's face was blank and dazed for a moment, then gradually turned into anger, her cheeks puffed up with anger. You guys, don't think you can eat for free just by sitting together with us. She stood up quickly, raised her hand and slammed the table. With a loud noise, her elbow accidentally hit Shane's face. The enormous force instantly distorted Shane's face. With a splatter of blood, his body flew backwards like an arrow. Advertisement. He crashed into the wall with a bang. The atmosphere suddenly froze. In an instant, everyone in the field, including Kid, Kira, Apu, and their 20-odd men behind them, as well as their own crew members including Klee, Victor, Liuqi, and Ji Dabao, all stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe it. This scene is happening before my eyes. I didn't mean it. Being stared at by so many people, even Kagura felt embarrassed and her face blushed. She covered her face and sat back at the table in silence. Shane, who had inexplicably had an intimate contact with the wall, collapsed on the ground for a long time. His head was hit hard and he still felt dizzy, so he staggered when he stood up. D girl. Relying on his powerful recovery ability, the wound on his face caused by Kagura's elbow healed in an instant. At the same time, his brain gradually became clear, and he approached Kagura viciously. He moved his wrist and stared at the orange-haired girl's buttocks. No matter what he said today, he had to teach her a lesson and spank her buttocks until it was swollen. No, not Su-chan. Kagura noticed his evil look and was so frightened that she covered her hips with her hands and hid behind Klee. Klee, go and persuade him. Okay, Klee will. Klee doesn't have any persuasion skills at all. Klee was speechless. The two brothers and sisters started quarreling again, and in front of so many outsiders. It really hurts her face. Brother Shane, please let Sister Kagura go. Klee saw it all. She didn't mean it. Klee opened her hands and blocked Kagura's way, trying to call back Shane's only the last bit of rationality left. However, perhaps because there were outsiders present, Shane was unexpectedly tough this time. He reached out and took Klee aside, then attacked Kagura like a wolf pouncing on its prey. Let's see where you can run this time. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Kagura didn't dare to use any more strength, so she was easily caught by Shaen. He sat on the chair and pressed Kagura onto his thigh, revealing with a cruel smile. He raised his hand and was about to slap the girl's not-so-perfect buttocks. But at this moment, there was a burst of dense footsteps, the door of the restaurant was pushed open, and a team of armored Fishman soldiers came in. The right minister has arrived. The Fishman soldiers stood in 2 rows, knocked their weapons against the ground, and shouted in unison. Soon, a white-haired orange seahorse mermaid bounced into the room. In his hand was a long sword with a crescent blade, and on his waist was a sword that looked of fine quality. He swept his serious gaze over everyone in the room, finally landing on Kid, Apu, and Shane, and bowed slightly to them. 3 of you, the king invites you to come to the palace for a chat. Chapter 100 Kanna. Can I have one? Undersea Palace. The interior is dazzling, with huge coral beads supporting the magnificent dome and colorful shells and pearls decorating the walls, exuding a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. On an astonishingly large long table were crystal trays filled with all kinds of seafood, which were cooked exquisitely by the palace chef and exuded an enticing aroma. Kagura did not escape the disaster after all. Even when the right minister of the Fishman Palace brought the king's invitation, Shane, who was very angry, still waved his hands like a palm leaf fan, which made loud and crisp sounds, accompanied by the shy cries of the girl. Kagura was very angry, not because she was spanked in public. This little thing was nothing to her. What annoyed her was that right after she ordered the meal, this strange seahorse took them all back to the palace with the king's order. Wasn't this just a waste of her beating? However, after seeing the wide variety of food in the palace, she immediately had no complaints and started eating voraciously. Ms. Kagura's appetite is so good. Looking at the speed at which the empty plates were piling up on the table, Victor was a little shocked. It was the first time he saw someone who could eat so much. You'll get used to it. She can eat as much as all of us by herself. Liuqi replied as he and Ji Dabao worked together to open a huge shell. These are all foods I've never eaten before. Klee stood on a chair, holding a fork, searching for something to eat, not knowing what to eat. In this palace of the Murloc King, both the tables and chairs were too high, at least several meters high. Even a big man like Drake, who was over 2 meters tall, had to jump onto the chairs. It was even more difficult for Klee. She had to be carried by Shane to sit on the chair, and if she just sat on the chair, her head couldn't even reach the surface of the dining table. So whether it was her, Kagura, or Kanna, they all ate while standing on chairs. So many fish. Kanna stood on a chair, drooling from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were not on the dining table, but on the huge figures beside it. King Neptune of Fishman Island, 3 princes of the Fishman Island Kingdom, and the left and right ministers. In short, no matter which one of them is taller than several meters, the largest merman King Neptune is 12 meters tall. But at this moment, under the gaze of this white-haired little girl, Neptune was sweating all over. He felt that to her, he seemed more like food than the delicacies on the crystal plate. Advertisement. You are definitely not mistaken, this little girl really wants to eat him. Kanna, don't stare at others so rudely. Shane was ashamed. He finally realized why Neptune hadn't spoken for so long. Sean, can I have one? Kanna asked in a negotiating tone. It had been a long time since she had come across food that suited her taste so well, especially the fat man with the crown. Just looking at him made her want to swallow him in one bite. How can we discuss such a thing? Who would go to the host's house as a guest and eat the host? Shane was a little overwhelmed. He quickly moved several plates of food in front of Kanna and stuffed them into her mouth. At the same time, he signaled Kanna to stop talking and stop staring at others. He was just passing by Fishman Island, and he didn't want to fight with the army of Fishman Island, nor did he want Kanna to eat someone else's king. If that happened, his notoriety would probably spread throughout the world. Oh, Kanna lowered her head with some regret, ate 2 bites of food casually, then closed her eyes and lay in Shane's arms and went into sleep mode. After she closed her eyes, Neptune and the other mermen breathed a sigh of relief, and the chilling sense of crisis in their backs finally disappeared. Hey, King of Fishman Island, you've been dawdling for so long, why don't you start talking? Kid had long been impatient and threw the clean plate on the dining table with a clanging sound. Yesterday, not long after his pirate group landed on the island, someone from Fishman Island found them and asked him to do something for a commission of 200 million. However, until now, he still didn't know what Neptune needed him to do. How dare you be so rude to the king? The right minister grabbed the weapon on the table and glared at Kid. He would not allow anyone to be disrespectful to the king in front of him. As he moved, many guards in the palace also looked over at him. Kid raised his eyebrows and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand casually, and the weapons in the hands of the guards seemed to tremble uncontrollably, and the tips of the blades approached their own necks. What's going on? Why did my knife move by itself? Advertisement. There was an instant of panicked shouting in the arena, and the guards were already sweating profusely just from holding down their weapons. At this time, the 3 princes also came to Neptune and drew their weapons. He stared at Kid with wary eyes. Hira beside Kid also stood up at this time, with 2 sickles on the back of his hands, which gradually rotated and reflected a dazzling cold light. The atmosphere was tense. Haha, that's funny. You guys are really brave to mess with this guy. Apu clapped his hands in gloating, but soon his expression faded. Drake and Shane beside him glanced at him. He was not afraid of Drake, but he could not help but take Shane, a man with a suspected bounty of 1 billion, seriously. At the critical moment, a catfish mermaid stepped forward. Quickly order your men to lay down their weapons, right minister. They are all guests invited by the king. He is the left minister of the Fishman kingdom. If the right minister represents military force, then he is the brain of this country. But, the right minister showed hesitation. He was also struggling now, and the long sword in his hand kept shaking, but he knew that all this was the ability of the red hedgehog-headed man in front of him. Stop it. I didn't invite you here to fight. Neptune finally spoke at this time, his voice was deep and carried a strong momentum. After the king's voice fell, the right minister no longer hesitated and immediately put down his weapons. However, the guards in the palace could not stop because their weapons were still shaking uncontrollably. Kid, why don't you take back your power? The eldest prince Shark Star held the golden trident and stared at Kid with a hostile look on his face. He had originally been very opposed to Neptune inviting pirates into the palace, believing that these willful guys were difficult to control. I hate being threatened the most. Just use your own abilities if you want. Kid looked at him with disdain. He didn't even take the 4 emperors of the New World seriously, let alone these fishmen. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. His shoulder suddenly sank, and when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, he saw a hand pressing down on his shoulder without him noticing, and the force was so great that his bones creaked. Chapter 101. 200 million reward. Kid turned his head with some dissatisfaction, and as expected, it was the orange-haired man. What a fast speed. Hira was shocked. He had been standing next to Kid and had not noticed this person approaching at all. He now truly believed that this person was the Red Dragon, Shaw-in with a billion bounty on his head. I say, how about giving me some face and waiting until my friends have finished enjoying this lunch before making trouble? Shane patted Kid on the shoulder and looked up at him slightly. This guy was more than half a head taller than him, and should be over 2 meters tall. In response, Kid was silent for a while. Feeling the force coming from his shoulder, he did not try to break free, but a raging fighting spirit burned in his eyes. If you really are that person, fight with me and I will naturally give you face. What if it's not? Shane looked at him curiously, expecting his answer. Take my move and prove that you have the ability to make me give in. Kid said with a smile in his voice. As he spoke, he stretched out his other hand and activated his power. The weapons in the hands of all the guards in the field gathered towards him, wrapped around his arm, and gradually formed a huge steel arm. Almost everyone looked horrified. The right minister and several princes wanted to stop them, but were stopped by Neptune. Even the guards who had dropped their weapons could only stay where they were and wait. That means I have to fight you no matter what, right? Shane sighed, feeling that this was a bit troublesome. He should not have stood up for Neptune earlier. What a big hand. Boss, we can't stop it. Liuqi and Ji Dabao were a little scared and hid behind Shaw-in, but they felt unsafe and ran to next to Kanna who was sleeping on Klee's shoulder. Based on their observations over the past few days, this young dragon is the most powerful in their team, and it is safest to be around her. Mr. Shane, do you need help? Unexpectedly, the person who walked up to Shane was the gentle Victor. He is just a scientist and cannot fight, but he has the devil fruit that Shane gave him. Strictly speaking, he should be able to defeat several guards of the Fishman Palace. It's okay, it's a little troublesome, but not dangerous. Shane shook his head and motioned him to stay away. Advertisement. Then, he stretched his hand in front of him, with a layer of armed color domineering gradually covering his palm, and waved at Kid. Bring it on. Arrogant. Kid felt that he was being looked down upon, and roared angrily. He suddenly exerted force with his arms, and the huge mechanical arm made a whistling sound and collided heavily with Shane's palm. Boom. It was like the collision of steel, sparks flying, and after the huge impact sound, an invisible wave spread out, causing many guards to stagger and fall to the ground. As the mechanical arm and the armed color domineering palm were deadlocked in the air, the veins on Kid's face popped out and the muscles all over his body surged, which was a manifestation of using all his strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, the opponent was like a mountain or an iron wall, showing no signs of retreating. At this moment, a sudden ball of flame burst out and quickly wrapped around the mechanical arm. With a few sharp, sizzling sounds, almost all the guards' weapons were burned black and scattered on the ground. And the flame did not stop, gradually wrapping around Kid's body, baking half of his skin and making him scream in pain. Kid, Hira made a move at this time, and the two sickles kept spinning in the air, sending out a gust of wind that blew away the remaining weapons and flames on Kid's arms. Kid half knelt on the ground, covering his arm with his hands and looking in pain. The arm that attacked Shane was completely black with many burns on it, and nearly 1/3 of his coat was burned. Even half of the hair on the left side was burned by the flames. It was no longer a hedgehog hair, but looked more like a non-mainstream youth with a one-sided afro. In stark contrast, Shane was completely unharmed. It was only at the last moment of Kid's effort that he was forced back a few steps by the sudden outburst, leaving a mark on the ground. How is it? Are you satisfied? The armed color domineering aura dissipated, Shane withdrew his palm, feeling a little numb, and grabbed his wrist with his other hand and shook it. I'm so satisfied. Kid hugged his arms and struggled to get up. His expression was still a little painful, but more of it was excitement. Shane shook his head and knew that he should be stared at by such a fighting maniac. On it. Hira, did you see that? Monsters like this are waiting for us in the new world. It's really exciting. Don't you really want to bandage it? Hira seemed helpless, and he looked at Shane with some fear. Advertisement. With his firepower and strong physique, everyone present, whether it was Kid, Hira or Apu, confirmed Shane's identity. He was the Red Dragon, Shane with a billion bounty. Hey. Now that the fighting is over, it's time to listen to our king's speech. My men behind me can't wait any longer. Apu interrupted at this time, and stepped forward to act as the peacemaker reached out and patted Shane and Kid on the shoulders. Hira raised his scythe, stopping him from smacking Kid's hand. Shane didn't mind it much, as he was a casual person. But Drake raised his iron axe at this moment and blocked Apu's hand. Sha-En looked at him in surprise, his eyes asking, why are you so generous today? Drake ignored him and looked in the other direction, where Neptune, the three princes, and the ministers on both sides were walking. Ahem. Neptune coughed twice and glanced at the four people in front of him, lingering on Shane the longest. He saw the mountain road at the gate of opening. I have invited the four of you here to solve a problem that has troubled my daughter Shirahoshi for 8 years. Find and kill a man named Vanderdecken X. Vanderdecken X, the captain of the Flying Pirates, the descendant of the first-generation Vanderdecken, is a fishman who ate a devil fruit. His ability is the target fruit, which allows the objects he throws to track objects he has touched with his hands regardless of distance. When Princess Shirahoshi was 6 years old, Vanderdecken X found an opportunity to touch her with his right hand. From then on, he never washed his right hand in order to chase Shirahoshi and kept throwing weapons at Shirahoshi. Neptune once ordered his 3 sons to chase him, but he hid in the pirate ship and escaped. Therefore, for the next 8 years, Shirahoshi had to live in the airtight hard shell tower and never came out again. Today is Shirahoshi's birthday. Vanderdecken IX will definitely use his ability to send Shirahoshi a gift today, and this is also the best time to catch him. Whether this succeeds or not, I will pay each of you for a commission of 200 million. And if someone really captures or kills Vanderdecken X, he will gain the friendship of our entire Fishman Island. Chapter 102 million rupees Sharli's prophecy. 200 million is a considerable commission, especially for pirates who do not have a fixed income. It is a huge sum of money. Without any hesitation, Kid and Apu led their men, followed by the second and third princes of Fishman Island and many guards to the hard shell tower where Princess Shirahoshi was. Shane was not in a hurry to go, on the one hand because Vanderdecken X had not yet launched his ability to attack, and on the other hand because Kagura had not yet eaten enough. By the way, isn't the merman princess particularly beautiful? Liuqi showed an expectant and somewhat amorous expression. That's for sure. As far as I know, those who can be called princesses are usually very good looking. Ji Dabao pushed up his sunglasses, his voice sounding a little vulgar. Brother Shane, is the merman princess pretty? Kelly's curiosity was also aroused, and she hugged Shane's arm and shook it. It is indeed very beautiful, very cute, very white, and very big. Shane held his chin and recalled the scenes in the anime in his mind. After realizing that what he said was wrong and Neptune's face was gloomy, he quickly changed his words. I mean her size. Yes, she's huge. Isn't it a bit rude to discuss this in front of other people's fathers? Victor sighed. He felt that Mr. Shane and his other friends were a bit special. This special refers to being casual, carefree, or simply being relatively pure, and this purity reminds him of an acquaintance, Heimerdinger, a professor at Piltover Academy. In addition to his belief in changing the current situation in Zon, Victor is actually a person with this trait, so he likes the current atmosphere with Shane and others. Mr. Shane, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Unexpectedly, Neptune was not angry because his daughter was talked about in person. Instead, he stroked his beard and laughed out loud. From the tone of his voice, it seemed as if he had known Shane for a long time. Shane was puzzled. Could it be that Neptune also recognized his identity on the wanted poster? But even so, he was too lenient in front of a pirate with a billion bounty. Neptune seemed to see the confusion on Shane's face and gave an answer that surprised Shane. 20 days ago, a citizen of Fishman Island predicted that a red dragon named Shane would descend upon Marineford and change the fate of the 4 emperors Whitebeard and Ace, who would die in battle. 10 days ago, she made another prophecy, saying that Mr. Red Dragon would come to Fishman Island today and solve the problem that has troubled my daughter for 8 years. Advertisement. Seeing Shane's gradually opening mouth, Neptune and the eldest Prince Shark Star, the left minister and the right minister behind him, looked at each other and all laughed out loud. The eldest prince, Shark Star, took a step forward and said with emotion, "Mr. Shane, thank you so much for coming to Fishman Island. This banquet was actually set up for you. It's all for us." Shane was stunned. As a time traveler, he knew that there was a female mermaid on Fishman Island who could observe the future, but he didn't expect her predictions to be so accurate, even including this existence outside the world line. Perhaps the moment he stepped into this world, the world line had already changed. In that case, can you let me meet the person who gave the prophecy and Princess Shirahoshi? After a moment of surprise, Shane suddenly spoke. Meeting the female fish man was purely out of curiosity, while meeting Shirahoshi was purely out of male instinct. Moreover, as a time traveler, it would be embarrassing to tell others that I came to Fishman Island without meeting the Fishman princess. Of course, no problem, whether it's Mrs. Sharley or my daughter Bai. Before he finished speaking, Neptune's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked at the 3 exquisite-looking people beside Shane. Unbelievable, a little girl who is extremely small in both age and size. There seems to be something wrong with this Mr. Shane. The other crew members were all rough and fierce men, but he was accompanied by 3 delicate little girls. This reflects his confidence in his own strength, as he is able to protect 3 young girls in the new world where strong men abound. But on the other hand, does it mean that he has a hobby that is different from ordinary people? His daughter Shirahoshi, although nearly 10 meters tall, is only a 14-year-old mermaid girl in terms of age, which happens to be close in age to the 3 girls around Shane. Hiss. Neptune took a breath and looked at Shane with an extremely complicated look. Shane felt uncomfortable all over, as if he was being scrutinized by an old father. "Mr. Shane, I will not hand my daughter over to you. When did I ever say I would take your daughter away? ... Advertisement. ... Hardshell Tower, exterior." Shane was very depressed now. He sat on a piece of coral with his chin supported by his hands, staring at the sea with a look of despair. After Neptune said that, everyone looked at him with a different look. Afterwards, he tried his best to explain and finally cleared up the misunderstanding. At this moment, Kagura, who was eating, suddenly said, "Natsu-chan is like this, the younger and cuter the girl, the more he likes her." At this point, Shane was speechless. He could no longer clear himself of the words spoken by his closest friend. "Boss, don't be too sad. It's not your fault that you like Loli." Liuqi couldn't bear to see his boss sad, so he came to him to cheer him up. "Yes, Boss Shaw, compared to those rich people who break the law, your little habit is really normal." Ji Dabao patted Shaw N's shoulder with his chicken wing. "Well, brother Shane, Kelly is so cute, there's nothing wrong with liking Kelly." Kelly also came forward, holding her face with a playful smile. Are you really comforting him?" Victor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Shane lower his head. "Why'd I always feel so happy?" From the time he left the palace to here, the smile on Drake's face had never disappeared. He inexplicably felt as if he had achieved revenge. Alas, men are like this. They become listless when faced with a little setback. They can't just hold on a little longer. Kagura sighed and shook his head, looking like a man who was disappointed in his son. "You be ********** D girl." Hearing her words, Shaw N, who was almost depressed, immediately raised his head, his eyes filled with anger, and his voice came out from clenched teeth. The next moment, he shot out, his figure turned into an afterimage, stirred up a wave of air, and rushed towards Kagura at a high speed. Shaw-chan is bullying the pretty girl again. Kagura screamed in fear, but did not sit there and wait to be ravaged. She temporarily handed the parasol in her hand to Victor, then ran away. The two of them chased each other at an astonishing speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. They chased each other in the open space outside the hard-shell tower where the merman princess lived. Chapter 103 The Boudoir of the Fishman Princess. This scene made Kid, Kira and Apu, who were also present, stunned. They were not surprised that Shaw N could run so fast. They were already aware of his strength, but the orange-haired girl who looked petite and thin was actually faster than Shaw N. This really shocked them. Suddenly, several, whoosh, sounds pierced the air. Everyone present either had keen senses or mastered the domineering power of seeing and hearing. The moment the sound rang out, they all raised their heads alertly. In the sky, a few rays of cold light flashed past. Under the sunlight from Yangshu Eve, 5 or 6 long knives and iron swords were vaguely visible. They seemed to be thrown from a distance, passing through an arc in the air, and their glowing blades pointed directly at the hard-shell tower, swiftly and accurately. "Here we come." Kid stood up suddenly, his eyes gradually became serious, and he stretched out a big hand from his coat, with his palm facing the sky. The next moment, invisible magnetism began to spread. The sword flying in the sky stopped suddenly and hovered in the air several meters above the hard-shell tower. But even though they were controlled by magnetism, those swords were still trembling, their blades struggling in the direction of the hard-shell tower, as if they would not stop until they reached their destination. When Apu's palms turned into two golden symbols, and when the two sides came together, a loud and clear sound erupted, and at the same time, a sound wave suddenly shot out. Just listen to a few clicks. Several weapons controlled by Kid's ability suddenly shattered from the center, turned into iron fragments, and scattered on the ground one by one. HMPH, it's unnecessary. Kid retracted his palm without any intention of being grateful. He glanced at Shaw-en and Kagura who were still chasing each other below, turned around, called Kira and his men and ran in the same direction. It was the direction from which those long knives and iron swords flew. Let's go and find that mouse hiding in the dark. Hurry, let's follow. I don't want to be accused of taking 200 million commissions for nothing in the future. Apu also quickly greeted his subordinates and followed Kid and Kira. Advertisement. In an instant, Shaw-en and his group were the only ones left outside the hard-shell tower. At this moment, Shaw-en finally caught Kagura, who accidentally stepped on the air and fell down. Now he was ravaging her face with his hands, as if he was kneading dough. Are we going to follow them? Victor looked away from Shane Kagura. He looked at Drake and pointed in the direction where Kid and others were leaving. Following them, there seems to be a chance of catching that Vanderdyke and Ix. It's not that easy. We can only confirm his general direction based on the direction in which the weapon is flying. The specific location and distance are unknown. Those guys probably won't succeed. In response, Drake shook his head. If that's the case, how can we catch the big bad guy? Kelly looked at the towering hard-shell tower not far away, feeling a little troubled. Although she has never met her, she already has deep sympathy for the Fishman princess. If she had stayed in an airtight shell for 8 years, she would probably go crazy from boredom. Then it depends on how long the next two people are going to play. After all, didn't the Fishman King say that in the prophecy, it was Red Dragon Shane who solved the princess's problem? Drake looked at Shane and Kagura below with an expression on his face. Somewhat difficult to stretch. These two guys look like they are about to fight. Damn you, Sha-chan, my face is swollen from your pinching. I'm going to beat you up. Kagura covered her red cheeks. Then come on. I usually play with you but you take it seriously. Today I will teach you a lesson. Shaw-en was brave beyond imagination. After hearing what Kagura said, he not only did not run away, but also challenged her. Wave. Could it be that he gained confidence from beating Kid? Drake, Liuqi and Ji Dabao looked at each other with worried expressions. After spending so many days together, they also knew the strength ranking within the team. Kagura is the number 1 in the team, second only to Kanna. And according to Shaw-en's understanding, this is her strength in her normal state. After stimulating her bloodline, her strength will increase several times. Is Shane upset today? No, Sister Kagura doesn't have this expression when she's angry, and Brother Shane wouldn't say such things. It's like the two of them are acting. After observing for a long time, Kelly noticed something wrong. Hey, but Kagura even used that armament Haki. Liuqi opened his mouth wide, watching Kagura's fists wrapped in a layer of black, his legs kicking a big hole in the ground, and rushing like a beast. To Shane. The momentum was like a rainbow, and it brought with it powerful waves, even the surrounding corals were overturned. Shane's clothes were blown rustling, and his face became uneven under the strong waves. Advertisement. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Kagura would use so much strength, and they couldn't believe that she would really hurt Shane. Klee, who originally thought that the two were just joking, couldn't help but exclaim. Surprisingly, the fist did not hit Shane. Kagura flashed past Shane's side, and the fierce attack actually hit the hard-shell tower behind him. Bang! A huge crashing sound resounded 100 meters away, and along with the scream of a young girl inside the shell, a corner of the shell tower suddenly shattered. Through the missing corner, one can see a huge iron door, which has now been scrapped by Kagura's attack, and one can vaguely see that there is a room inside. Oh, damn, I accidentally missed. Kagura's face was full of regret. She stomped her feet, angrily, and her eyes fell on the fish tail. Kagura, look at what you have done. You actually destroyed Princess Shirahoshi's room. Come with me and apologize to her. Shane, angrily, knocked on her head, then grabbed her. He held her hand, like a parent taking his child who broke the neighbor's window to apologize to the neighbor, and walked towards the inside of the shell, toward the iron gate. The process was so natural that Drake, Liuqi and even Klee were all stunned. At this moment, they already knew that these two guys were really acting. Shang Zhuang was dancing with a sword, aiming at Pei Gong. ... Stepping into the shell, the space inside was unexpectedly large, estimated to be more than 20 meters high and at least several hundred meters wide. Moreover, the environment is extremely luxurious, with pearl curtains and jade decorations, almost the same as a royal palace, worthy of being the residence of a princess. The first thing the two saw was a huge shark. It looked a little cute, but when it saw Shane and Kagura, two stranger humans, it bared its teeth and showed its ferocious intent. However, Kagura jumped onto it as if she had seen a cute pet, and tamed it in an instant through love and influence, referring to her fists. Shane shook his head and smelled a fragrance. With anticipation, he walked around Shark and Kagura and entered the inner room. What comes into view, besides the huge pink-based version of the girl's boudoir, is a trembling pink fish tail. A huge figure was hidden under a white sheet that was more than 10 meters long, revealing only a trembling fish tail and a timid head with pink hair. Next to her was an equally large dining table, on which were placed a number of delicacies, though they were all enlarged versions. A single wine glass was as tall as Sha Enran. Please don't. No. Don't hurt me. Chapter 104. Time with Princess Shirahoshi. In the merman girl's boudoir. Wow, what a big fish. If your Klee were here, she would definitely say that. Kagura rode into the house on a shark, sat on the shark's head, and stared curiously at the hill like a ball of shivering sheets. Hearing her voice, the figure trembled even more violently. You are talking nonsense again, girl. Sha En looked up and glared at her. He had just tried to comfort the merman girl with great difficulty, but was interrupted by this guy again. Don't force yourself to ride someone else's shark. Looking at the humiliated shark with a big bump on its head and tears in its eyes, his voice sounded helpless. It's my new friend, and we get along very well, don't you think? As she said that, Kagura stretched out her little hand and patted the shark under her. The shark looked scared and nodded tremblingly. Not long ago it was still baring its teeth, but when the human girl rode on its back, it tried to fight back and was nearly killed by a punch. After that, it became clear that this was not an ordinary human girl at all, but a monster hiding under human skin. Look, Sha-chan, it's so cute. Seeing the shark's response, Kagura's blue eyes narrowed with a smile, and she looked at Sha En with anticipation. Let's take it with us when we leave this island. Don't let your imagination run wild. It's almost colliding with our ship. Before Shane could finish his words, he was interrupted by a young girl's voice. You can't take Mekaro away. The white sheet was lifted, revealing a merman girl with misty eyes and long pink hair. Her lower body is a pink fishtail, wrapped in a white apron with striped lace, and her upper body is the body of a human girl. Her snow-white skin and plump upper body are only covered by 2 pieces of light yellow chest cloth, making them vaguely visible. It's really as big as you said, Natsu-chan. Kagura said, pointing at a certain part of her body, her eyes wide open. Hey, don't frame me. I've already debunked the rumor. I was talking about her body shape. Sha En waved his hands while admiring the beautiful scenery. Advertisement. But I'm also talking about body shape. Sha-chan, you have a dirty heart. Kagura covered her mouth and laughed evilly. Shane didn't have time to pay attention to her because the merman girl he was admiring suddenly started crying, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. To Shane, it was like a sudden rain. He quickly stepped back several meters, leaving the range of this rain of tears, with shock and emotion in his eyes. Wow, it's just like raining, so spectacular. Kagura jumped from the top of the shark and came to Shane to watch. It's quite spectacular, but if we let her cry any longer, the fathers and brothers of others will come after us to settle the score. Said Sha En, giving her a slap on the head. Natsu-chan, you hit me again. Kagura covered her head with her hands, her pretty face puffed up with anger, like a little puffer fish. Seeing how cute she was, Shane couldn't help but pinch her face again. This time, the rabbit was really d off. She pounced on him with her teeth bared, but Shane held her forehead with one hand. The rabbit's teeth couldn't bite him, and even his short arms and legs couldn't hit him. Gradually, after the two started fighting for no apparent reason, Shirahoshi's crying disappeared. She quietly opened her hands that were covering her cheeks and observed through the gaps between her fingers. From her perspective of 12 meters tall, it looked like 2 little people were fighting in front of her. Moreover, they were 2 little people with particularly delicate appearances, which immediately fascinated the girl who had never been out of the house. When she saw Shane pressing his hand on Kagura's forehead, she finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. But when she made the sound, she realized that something was wrong and wanted to cover her eyes, but was stopped by Kagura's angry voice. You were laughing just now, weren't you? I heard it, you were definitely laughing. I didn't mean it. Shirahoshi looked at Kagura, who was lying on the ground with her hands on her hips, through the gaps between her fingers. After the secret observation just now, she was no longer so scared. And from her perspective, Kagura's angry look was really cute. As that's so, then I forgive you. Kagura has always been very generous to everyone except Shane. Advertisement. A few minutes later, Shane and Kagura sat at the edge of the dining table and chatted with the huge mermaid princess opposite them. Lord Shane, have you been entrusted by my father to help me? Shirahoshi looked surprised. At first she thought the 2 people in front of her had sneaked in. Well, my friends and I are all outside. There are 2 other groups of people who have gone to catch Vanderdecken. Shane explained to her gently, while taking Kagura from a glass. Rescued from. This greedy girl accidentally fell in while drinking someone else's drink just now. So that's how it is. Then, will I have the chance to go out in the future, go, outside? There was both anticipation and fear in Shirahoshi's eyes. She had never left this shell tower since she was 6 years old. Of course, even if Kid and Apu can't catch that guy, I will, let my partner Kanna take action. He definitely won't be able to get away. Shane answered while patting Kagura on the back. Road. Thank you, Lord Shane, you are such a good person. Shirahoshi pursed her lips and smiled, her eyebrows curved, her smile was innocent and pure, coupled with the innocent feeling unique to a girl. Sha En was so dazed by what he saw that he failed to control the strength of his hand and was knocked to the ground by Kagura. Lord Shane, have you ever been outside? What is the world outside like? When Shane helped the miserable girl up from the ground, Shirahoshi supported his chin with one hand, lowered his head and asked expectantly and curiously. Of course I have been there, but my friends and I have just started our journey. We set out from the Sabaody Islands, 10,000 meters away from here, yesterday. Fishman Island happens to be our first stop. Our goal is New World. The next few dozen minutes were spent by Shane telling stories. He knew that Shirahoshi must be curious about the outside world, and he also felt sorry for this mermaid girl who had never been out of the house, trapped in a corner, and trapped in a cold office building in her previous life. How similar he is. The two had a pleasant conversation. Shirahoshi was immersed in Shane's story, and her blue eyes became brighter. She felt something she had never had from the orange-haired man in front of her. It is the freedom that comes from his mouth. All this until an angry old father came. Mr. Shane, what are you doing in my daughter's room? Under Shirahoshi's reluctant gaze, Shane ran out of the shell tower in a panic, carrying Kagura on his back. Chapter 105 I'll be waiting for you on Fishman Island, Master Shane. Outside the hardshell tower, Neptune and the three princes stood in front of the door, their faces gloomy, their bodies huge, like four small mountains. Mr. Neptune, good afternoon. Shane was shrouded in their shadow. He carried a well-fed Kagura on his back, but he did not look panicked. Although he was blocked at the door by the other party's parents, he did not do anything. He just chatted with the ignorant girl. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. Perhaps due to his calm attitude, Neptune and the three princes did not express anger as expected. Neptune glanced behind Shane, at the iron door of the hardshell tower, where a mermaid girl with long pink hair was peeking. It was his daughter Shirahoshi. This surprised him a little. As a father, he was naturally aware of his daughter's courage. Normally, unless she was facing him and her brothers, she would be timid towards other strangers and would not dare to speak at all. I didn't expect that after only being in contact with Shane for less than an hour, I would become so close. From this, Neptune suddenly had a bold idea. Ahem, Mr. Shane, how big is your ship? Neptune suddenly asked in the face of Shane's bewilderment. Ah, why do you ask this question? Shane was shocked. He had an outrageous guess in his mind. Shirahoshi is similar in size to me, about 12 meters tall, so a ship that can accommodate her would need to be at least 100 meters long. Neptune said thoughtfully, his voice flat, but what he said immediately made Shaen, and the three princes were shocked at the same time. Father, are you planning to marry Shirahoshi off? The eldest prince Shark Star looked horrified. Neptune had never discussed this with them before. No, father, Shirahoshi is only 14 years old today. It's too early to hand her over to someone else. The second and third princes also tried to dissuade him. They looked at Shane angrily. Shane and Kagura both opened their mouths wide, and it took them a long time to recover from the shock. What are father and brothers talking about? The mermaid girl who had been eavesdropping in the shell tower finally understood at this moment. She glanced at Shane and her face turned red with embarrassment. You three bastards, who said I was going to marry Shirahoshi off? Neptune hit each of the three princes on the head, and his beard almost stood up in anger. Advertisement. I just thought that Shirahoshi had never been far away from home, and she knew what she wanted, so relying on Mr. Shane's strong strength, she might be able to go out and see the world with him. The voice was sincere, full of an old father's love for his daughter. Of course, this was not the reason why he could so confidently hand over Shirahoshi to Shane. This morning, Mrs. Shiarley made another prediction that Fishman Island will face a crisis of extinction in the future, but will eventually be saved by a giant white dragon. The appearance of the giant dragon, except for its color, was exactly the same as the red dragon, Shane on the wanted poster, so Neptune and Shiarley immediately determined that Shane would be the future savior of Fishman Island. Therefore, he would naturally feel most at ease handing Shirahoshi over to a future savior who would save Fishman Island, even more at ease than letting Shirahoshi stay on Fishman Island. I'm sorry, my boat is only 60 meters long, and it's too dangerous for Princess Shirahoshi to follow us now. Shane shook his head and refused. The problem with the ship was actually not a big deal. If he really agreed, he believed that Neptune, as the ruler of a country, would be able to get him a suitable ship. But if they really took Shirahoshi with them, given how popular she was in the outside world, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble, plus her huge size, given the average strength of their current crew. It was hard to take care of her while adventuring. Lord Shane didn't agree. That's right, he would definitely find it troublesome to bring a coward like me along. The Fishman girl in the shell tower lowered her head, her eyes gradually dimming with shame and anger. He hugged the shark beside him with some loss. However, after Shane's next sentence, the fish girl's eyes brightened again. So, let's put off getting Shirahoshi on board until after we go to the new world. By then, I will have a large group of strong partners who can protect Shirahoshi's safety. I have never traveled the first half of the Grand Line. When Shirahoshi comes on board, we will travel the Grand Line in the opposite direction from the Sabaody Archipelago. It will surely be a wonderful journey. The sunlight reflected by the eave tree turned into tiny strands of light, which sprinkled on the face of the orange-haired young man, allowing people to see his serious expression clearly. His voice was incredibly sincere, and you could really feel from his content that he was truly thinking about Shirahoshi. Neptune and the three princes were stunned. At this moment, they actually thought of marrying Shirahoshi to the man in front of them. Advertisement. Master Shane. The Fishman girl in the shell tower was so moved that she burst into tears. She hugged the shark and cried. The shark was also crying because the girl used too much strength. It's suffocating. Finally, When the shark was about to roll its eyes, Shirahoshi loosened her arms, squeezed away her tears with her hands, mustered up her courage, and made such a loud noise for the first time. I'll be waiting for you on Fishman Island, Master Shane. The voice was tearful, but it also contained the courage of a girl who longed for freedom. Shane was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised that Shirahoshi would speak at this time, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Achieve one of the time traveler's achievements, kidnapping the mermaid princess. Then the only thing left is to deal with that pervert, Vanderdecken, who has been harassing others since he was 6 years old. A 6-year-old girl, even a Lolita complex would turn pale at the mention of her. Shaw N sneered at this pervert who never washed his hands after touching others. The two followed the trail of the weapon to the edge of Fishman Island. To get out, they would have to pass through the protective membrane of Fishman Island and enter the deep sea. They did not have the confidence to catch people in the deep sea, so they stopped and left Fishman Island. Quote. After realizing that Shane was finally going to take action, Neptune called the accompanying guard and told him about the follow-up of Kid, Apu and others' pursuit. After they realized they could not catch Vanderdecken, they all chose to leave the island. Among them, Apu chose to take the 200 million commission promised by Neptune, and after expressing his gratitude, he decisively left with his men. Kid and Kira did not ask for a commission. They felt ashamed for not arresting Vanderdecken, but they were not prepared to stay on Fishman Island any longer. So after leaving a message to the guards, they drove their own. The pirate ship went to the New World. The man named Kid left a Den Dan Mushi for us to hand over to you, and he left a message. He said, Billionaire, when we go to New World in the future, maybe we will have a chance to cooperate with each other. Shane took the Den Dan Mushi in silence, thinking of the scene in the future where this guy would be killed instantly by red hair. Next time we meet, this guy will probably only have one arm.